Return to Akea. Book 3 of Breaking the Scroll. Written by Jane Vergara. Part 1, The Great Escape. Chapter 1, The World Around Us. Jor Pasap. The bright morning sun tricked me into thinking that it was midday. Dawn had just broken, yet sweat had already started trickling down my forehead. Around me, commoners were lining up, waiting for their turn to speak to the soldier in charge of the enlistment. I looked at my feet and wondered if, at my age, they could still carry me as far as they used to. The days of traveling should have long been over for me if only I had chosen the life of a simple man. Was it ever simple for me, I wondered? Perhaps, a long time ago, but a simple life when you were wed to a beautiful woman was too tricky to grasp. That simplicity kept slipping past my fingers, and here we are now. I shook my head and sighed, trying to erase the fleeting memories from days of old. I craned my neck and saw that only one young man stood between the soldier and me. A few more minutes, if I get lucky, I would have myself enlisted as a soldier. A new chapter in my life. A fresh start. I counted those about my age, very few of us were. Many of my peers and I should have retired by now, but with how things are going, who is to say when a man should shy away from service? 80 at most. But if this emperor still holds power when I reach that age, it means I would still need to fight even then. Behind the queue, a man with a bushy mustache and grizzled hair eyed me warily. He walked toward me and sneered before saying, "Do I know you?" I stared him straight in the eye, trying hard to place him. I had been to many places, and while it was probable that I could have met him in the past, my memory sometimes fails me these past few years. I simply replied, "I've often been told to have a common face." His thick eyebrows furrowed. "Be that as it may, there must be something you've done in the past to make me remember your face." He studied me again but shook his head after a while in surrender. "But it could be someone else," he added. I looked away and focused on the soldier in front of me. The line had moved, and the younger man in front of me walked away. He was enlisted. From the corner of my eye, I could still sense that the heavily mustached man was watching me. I decided to ignore him. "How old are you, sir?" the soldier asked. 65 moon turns, I said. A few men snickered. The soldier cocked an eyebrow at me. "You have the age of my old man." The old of my old man," the soldier said before laughing. The men around me laughed with him. "What would your general say if he learns that you are making fun of men willing to spend their last breath fighting to defend Akea?" I asked casually. The soldier blushed. "Marion," he said. "Come over here and escort this man to the testing ground." His smile had not completely disappeared. "Do not be too rough on him." The snickering began anew. I raised my eyebrows at the men around me, remembering their faces. Soon, they stopped snickering. Marion, a lanky youth that reminded me of my son, walked over to me. He raised his hand, and gestured to me to follow him, swaggering as he walked. Even from a few feet away, I could smell the reek from his breath. He had been drinking cheap wine and ale with his comrades, I presumed. The scent reminded me of the life I used to have. The weather must be helping me remember my past, back when I had stayed hours under the scorching sun picking grapes. When I got to the middle of the testing yard, Marion quickly turned around and threw a training sword at me. I caught it in midair and tested the weight of the wooden sword in my right hand. Not so heavy. I swung it slightly, thrust it at Marion, faked an attack, and turned. I skidded toward the soldier's left and swung, hitting him on the side. The wooden sword broke. Marion knelt, clutching at his waist. The few onlookers gaped in disbelief. I knelt beside Marion and inspected his left torso to see if I had left a wound. When I was sure there was none, I stood up and said, "Are you going to give me another sword?" Marion stood up slowly, his hands rubbing furiously at his waist. "That was quick," he said. Shaking his head, he pointed back to the soldier handling the enlistment. "Go back to Andre. Tell him I said you're as quick as a fox." Then he walked away, kicking at a stone lying on the ground. He grunted and clenched his fist, obviously annoyed. Impressive, a voice from behind me muttered. I turned around and was not surprised to find myself staring at the same heavily mustached man. I think I would be able to place you if I think hard enough, he said. He held a cigar in his left hand and gave it to me. His lips were curled on an already lit one. It was far from impressive, I said, taking the cigar and gesturing to him for a light. It just so happened that these men seemed to be the least of the lot. What brings you here? He asked. I took a drag before answering, Akea needs me. The man laughed. Are you serious? I ignored his remark. Crazy times to be risking your life, don't you think? He added. And yet you stand here to be listed too. Maurice, he said, extending a hand to me. I'm Maurice. I'm here for the glory. And affiliation. Dangerous times to be alone. That's the only reason I am here. I walked over to the soldier handling the enlistment. That's true. And if we are to go to battle, we need a partner in the field. But I am too old to be partnering with someone. Maurice laughed. Too late for that. You already accepted my cigar. Besides, all the other soldiers here are as blurry as they get. Couldn't identify the sword's edge from the hilt. A smirk escaped my lips. If that young soldier were any indication of their skills, I would say that maybe, they found in you a new general. You are too generous with praise, I said. Maurice shook his head. Didn't realize I was. I simply thought of stating a fact. You passed? The young soldier asked me. Your soldier told me to tell you I was as quick as a fox, I said. Very well, then. Here, he said, pushing the parchment in front of me. Right here. Your name, please. I took the pen and dipped it in ink. Then, I paused to wonder which of the names I had used before I should go by now. Slowly, I scrawled Jor Pasap. I pushed the parchment back to Andre. Welcome to the pack, Jor Pasap, he said. I am sorry about earlier. Not to raise your hopes, but this is the weakest pack. We're probably lucky to have you here. Heck, anyone who would want to join us should be welcomed warmly. He patted me on the shoulder before turning to the next man in the queue. When I looked at Maurice, his gaze was still fixed on my face. I wondered if he recognized me by the name I gave Andre the soldier, but Maurice's face remained deadpan as he took another puff from his cigar. Until now, Jor Pasap still sounded odd to my ears. Even writing it on parchment felt peculiar. However, that was not important anymore. As long as I was listed, I remained relevant. It was my way of staying connected to Akea, to its fight and battles. Maybe, in a moon turn, I would be able to right my wrongs. Ameneros, the Tree Runner. Many moon turns have passed since our pack, the Tree Runners, have had any interaction with Akeens. We were banished to a place uninhabitable by humans, Sinista, a place made of evil. If the Akeens could just see us now, they would be astonished. Lately, I have been at odds with myself, unable to make any of the decisions expected of me. I struggle to quell the dark inner side that tried to consume me from within all the time. Sometimes, the good in me wins, but often, that leaves me tired, like now. The emotional burden of doing something good for that woman we rescued was taking a toll on me, my body felt weak, and my head was filled with vile and vengeful thoughts. I remember the time we helped a boy. I now realize that I did it out of pity, which helped push all the dark thoughts away. It wasn't the same with all the Tree Runners, though. The longer we stayed in Sinista, the more we became the worst version of ourselves. I squeezed my eyes and tried to breathe in the clean air, hoping that this would do something for me. In the last few months, peculiar things have stirred Sinista and its inhabitants. Akeens had so boldly started pouring in and caused distress in the province. While we tried so hard not to be bothered by all these, it was difficult to completely detach ourselves from what was happening outside the boundaries of Sinista. Were we supposed to allow feuding Akeens to trespass the land? Were we really supposed to just watch and let them die? While we stood to observe how the Akeans behaved, such behavior revealed who we needed to protect. It would not please the clan if we meddled in these things. Yet, for some of us, the three of us to be exact, we committed this ultimate betrayal as we escorted a foreign woman outside of Sinista, a woman whom I believed was essential in restoring peace in Akea. The journey had not been as comfortable. It was as if Sinista had trapped us in its realms. Once we stepped out of its confines, the breeze changed. What was dreadful and slick turned into something refreshing, and I gulped a mouthful of air, keeping it in my lungs as long as possible, afraid that I would not be able to breathe in the fresh air again. But there I was, breathing all that fresh air in. "Lay her down," I said, referring to the woman we carried. "It is time to tend to her again." Kokoros looked sideways. His bushy eyebrows furrowed before he pointed towards a nearby cave. "That could be a good place to hide," he said in a deep growl. He took the lead, his shoulders sagging as though he regretted leaving Sinista. "It was the right thing to do," I told him. Kokoros did not respond. 3 of us had carried the woman away from the horrible stench of Sinista. Kokoros and Cetos joined me without much thought. They each took one look at this woman, whose body was riddled with arrows, and immediately volunteered to go with me. This was not to say that they had not regretted the act since. I also had doubts about how I acted every now and then. It was a good thing, though, that they joined the journey. They were younger than I by a lot, and I had relied on their strength more than I thought I would on this journey. When we reached the cave, we laid her down on a jutting ledge. She was moaning in her sleep. At times, I feared that she would not wake up any more. But there must have been some strong force that pushed her to live, given that 11 arrows pierced her body. "She's still with us," Cetos said, his voice echoed within the granite chamber, trying to sound as optimistic as he could be. It had been a series of gloomy days filled with chaos. After Ion Noto slaughtered the Nivan clan, the rain had not stopped pouring. Memories kept flashing inside my head, images of the woman fleeing the general's grasp. She had been difficult to track because she kept winking in and out of our sight. If not for the boy, the one who was of our kind, I would not have pinned her location. Cetos frowned as he tended to the woman, Lamare Amark, that was what her name was. She was a lady, or at least she behaved like one. She was the first to acknowledge my presence as a tree runner, and once, not too long ago, she had asked me to join her group and travel outside Sinista. There are days now that I ask myself, if I had said yes then, would that have saved her life from the Emperor's men? No one else was to blame for what had happened but the Emperor himself. He was a vile man for wanting a boy to die. And this woman, who dared to disobey him, threw herself in front of the boy to protect him from the general's arrows. The boy would have mourned her death for the remainder of his life if he had lost his mother with that courageous act. This was what prompted me to save her. What use would the boy be to me if he were haunted by the death of his mother? I wasn't a hero. I acted in my own interest. I wanted to train the boy because I saw him as one of us. He was also a tree runner. I wanted the boy to bring glory to us all. Looking at Lamare's body as it lay sprawled on the ledge, I wondered if it would have been an act of kindness if we left her in Sinista to die. Maybe we should have saved the boy instead. Lamare lay rigid as though she was dead, but every now and then, her chest would stir erratically. It was a reminder that Cetos, Kokoros, and I did well in our impulsive act. "Ameneros, she needs your healing," Cetos said. "Her heartbeat is very faint." I placed my hands above her chest, careful not to put pressure on her, and started meditating. Healing was an old art that tree runners were blessed with. However, in Sinista, this power became tainted. I could only heal her enough to allow her to continue breathing. Beads of sweat grazed my face as I cleared her air passages, flowing fresh air into her body and feeling the blood flowing through her veins. Her heart pumped faintly, just like Cetos said. Even if it were only a short time, I felt like I had lost most of my strength. This is all that I can do. We must find a healer. I cannot fully heal her, or I would risk tainting her power, I said. What good would her power be if she dies inside this cave? Cetos said. I shut my eyes, avoiding Ceto's gaze. Her power is not for me to take, I replied. The gods gifted her with power. While it could be insignificant, I do not want to break it. Healing her further would mean she would live. Her power might be something she detests for all we know. But we don't know that, I said. That's enough, Cetos, Kokoros firmly interrupted. When one is sick, the soul travels far, and during that time, one doesn't know if it would still be able to return to the body. In her case, she does not know that she could. And hence, it probably would be worse for her to realize that she could. I opened my eyes and met Cetos' stare. After a while, he avoided my eyes as though he accepted Kokoros's explanation. She doesn't know that, he murmured. But if it were me, I would rather go back to a body even though it would cost me my power. She has a child to protect, Kokoros said. It could be different for her. Hours passed. Kokoros and Cetos watched the woman silently. I didn't know what they were thinking at this point, if they regretted going on this journey with me. Somehow, I felt guilty. If you turn back now, the clan will take you back. We are only on the outskirts of Sinista. Our violation would not be as grave. If you are having second thoughts, go back. I will not hold it against you, I said. I stared at them in the eye and continued, but please, do not tell them where we are. I want to save her. What's done is done. The clan is probably already looking for us by now, Cetos said, now calmer than a while back. They wouldn't discover that we had left so soon. There were too many of us, I said. Cetos looked down as though he did not hear what I said. Kokoros's eyes widened, but he didn't say anything either. They knew what I was referring to, but we all dropped the subject because it was forbidden to talk about. It cost us our clan. We probably lost our right to call ourselves tree runners altogether. That's why my heart is heavy that you wouldn't heal her just because you might taint her power, Cetos said. If we lose her. If she dies. All will be for naught, Kokoros continued. I looked away briefly. I do not share their opinion. If I must restore her to full health, I must be able to do so without compromising what she was capable of. I bent to pick up Lamare, eager to change the subject. She was so frail and light. It makes me wonder if there is imminent danger in staying here. If we must hide, then we must. I have done all I can do for her, for now. If we want to stay alive and avoid the Emperor's men, we must continue our journey. I was hoping that one of them would object and tell me otherwise, but they just stood from where they sat, turned around, and started walking toward the mouth of the cave. I immediately followed them, carrying the woman on my back. For now, I would carry Lamare. My healing would work best if she remained in contact with me. The sun had begun to set, and this gave me hope. The darkness would veil us, although it would not offer us the protection we needed once the clan learned that we had left Sinista. They would soon be in search of us. But for now, they were still confined in that forest, bound by the curse that held us there. We know in the silence of our hearts that this was enough to save Lamare, for now. Northsam Mendel Amark. My grandson was just as I had imagined. Lanky at his age, just like when I was growing up. He had dark brown locks like his mother. It seemed like he also got the shape of his mother's face. He had opened his eyes only a couple of times when nightmares had troubled his sleep. However, that was enough for me to catch a glimpse of his green eyes. And for that, I began to wonder. Who was this boy's father? No, it could not have been the Emperor. Something poked me from the back. I jerked, suddenly remembering that we were not alone. A gangly man stood behind me, waiting to get paid for the trade I entered with him. I looked around and gave the coins to a young man in exchange for a horse, which was now carrying Kino. Here you go, my good lad, I said. Like what we agreed. The young man nodded and acknowledged me. He immediately took to counting the coins. I watched as he did, impatience gnawing at my bones. I longed to be away from Sinista as soon as possible. It had been weeks, and yet my decision to roam the outskirts of Sinista to redirect my pursuers had proven to be the right choice. I heard that Ion Noto's group had taken a mare and claimed the land. Emperor McQuinn's storm errand was a cunning one. What better way to get the support of a great general than to reward him with a title and a land? The newly crowned King Ion Noto of Amare would then never waver in his support to the emperor. "It is yours, sir," the young man said, eyeing the horse with sadness as though selling the bay was a decision that cost him his own life. He handed me the reins. "Care for Berta, would you?" he added. "I certainly will, for the price you've charged me," I replied, trying to slip in a smirk. The young man blushed. He shuffled his feet as though he was embarrassed. He nodded at me before turning away abruptly and leaving me behind. It wasn't the young man's fault that prices had gone ridiculously high this past moon turn. Horses were in demand due to the rising rebellions, and where there was demand, one could only expect the surge in the price of goods to follow. The 1,000 lost lives in the Akene wine festival of the past moon turn not only ended badly for the citizens. They have not only lost their fellow citizens but also quite a number of livestock, used both for food and carriage. I mounted the horse, still clutching at Kino's body, and rested his head against my chest. "Sleep now, my grandson," I whispered. "The coming days would be long. You would have to be well enough to survive them." I lightly kicked at the horse's arse. "Now, the real journey begins." The first stop would have to be Lakay Islands. It would be the safest place to begin Kino's training. I would need to tell him about his heritage since his mother was not around to do it. It was also essential that Kino met Micromania. It had been put off for too long, and now, I must ask her everything to come up with a strategy to take Akea back. Kino stirred, and I glanced at his face. His cheeks were red and untidy. Fever has kept him uneasy these past days, and I could not take him to a healer. The palace summoned healers. It was treason to disobey when summoned. With the emperor's brutality, no one dared to defy him unless the citizens' power was courage itself. I counted the days since we left Sinista, and it was already almost an entire month. Kino's fever developed only a fortnight after. I began to worry about it and hoped that the boatman I would meet later in the day would have resources for healing herbs. Kino would not survive the state he was in. Specks of dust billowed as I kicked harder at the horse, and it sped like lightning. The young man who had sold the horse to me did not lie about the horse's performance. It made me understand the sadness that veiled the young man's face when he bid his horse goodbye.
Quila Tash. Goemi was out hunting while I mainly stayed at the public market, scavenging on whatever was thrown in the trash bins. Rotten fruits, decayed bread, and mostly chicken bones were what I took home to share with Goemi. Life had been different now that Arden was gone. I spotted Goemi walking toward me. She had lost some weight, and her dark hair that used to be worn loose was now tied in a bun. "Any luck?" she asked. "Barely," I replied. I held out the 2 rotten apples to her. At that inopportune moment, a worm wiggled its way out of the fruit. I shrieked, throwing the apples away and stomping my feet involuntarily in disgust. Goemi shook her head. "Such a waste of good food," she mumbled. "We could have had our fill with those." I frowned. I was never used to eating measly fruits, but Goemi and her twin Miroe probably were accustomed to a less fashionable lifestyle. Of course, I never dreamed of sharing an apple with a worm. Luckily, Goemi handed me a piece of bread, and I immediately started munching on it. "I thought you were supposed to hunt. Where did you get this?" I asked. "Don't ask. Just eat." "There were no rabbits today," she said indifferently. Goemi started eating too. We were both famished, I knew. It has been almost a month since we have had any decent meals. "Maybe we should trade a coin for a room and a decent meal," I said, referring to Arden's gold coins. Goemi shook her head. "Maybe we can still push through with the circus." I felt guilty that I was the one to mention the coins and suggest we spend them on food. However, life had been terrible without Arden to help us out. I was used to having everything laid out before me, with Arden making decisions on almost all matters. And now, I am stuck with Goemi. What could have happened to Kino? And Pyper and Mayo? Where were they anyway? The soldiers pursuing us separated all of us. Go me, and I didn't know where to go. It was difficult to say all the questions inside my head out loud. It was not so long ago when I ran away from General Ion Noto myself, having held witness to deaths of innocent men, probably just as innocent as us. Go me, and I needed a plan. We were not the people being hunted. What chance would two girls, who possessed passive abilities, have in surviving in Akea? I walked away from Goemi and grabbed my skirt. I noticed that I had lost some weight too. With barely anything to eat and with all the walking and running, it was but to be expected. Wait. Where are you going? Goemi asked. I stopped, suddenly aware of the distance that separated us. I stared at Goemi before shaking my head. I don't know. There was nowhere to go. I didn't even know what to do. Goemi seemed to be mulling over things inside her head, but after a few seconds, she looked away. She was probably as confused as I was. Then, the unthinkable happened. I burst into tears. Tears that were held back for months. My mouth opened, but no words came out of it. Goemi stared at me with wide eyes. She trotted towards me and hugged me tightly before pulling back and slapping me hard on both cheeks. We don't have the luxury of spending time on emotions. We don't cry like little girls. Not anymore. Do you think crying will work on those rabid soldiers? Do you think they will hesitate to put a sword onto your chest and to twist the blade back and forth as we cry to them? It's not going to happen, Quila, so stop crying, Goemi said, now annoyed. I hiccuped. She may be right, but I was not cut out for this stuff. I am not as hard as she is. Nor would I ever be as hard no matter how many moon turns pass. I chilled and hugged myself, missing Arden and his ways of making me stop crying. He usually made fun of me, telling me how my nostrils flared when I cried, or how twisted my face looked when I sobbed, and how hilarious my voice got when I choked while crying and still trying to speak. However, all of that was gone now. All I had in Akea was the one person standing before me, Goemi Pasap. And the irony of it all was that not so long ago, I hated her guts. The truth is, I am only beginning to like her now. Her arms had toned. Muscles had developed on them. Her legs, which I used to envy, were all muscled like she had been trekking for some time. I had only managed to shed off the fat, but the muscles were slow in coming. We should find a place somewhere. Through all this, we will find a place where we can start again, I said. Her forehead creased and her eyes grew slanted and angry. I don't want to be afraid anymore, Goemi said. We will fight those soldiers. With that, I chuckled a bit. I wiped my tears and said, no matter how much we train, we'll never be as good as those soldiers. We'll use our powers then, she seethed. We have useless powers. I said. What do you want to do, unfreeze hearts? What good is that? And what about me, do you think I could use my mimicking voice to strangle the soldiers? It's a pitiful power. We can dream, Goemi, but that will never happen. We will train, Goemi insisted. I don't know how we can harness our powers, but there must be a way to strengthen our powers. We have gold coins. Let's use them to rebuild our lives. Let's continue our journey and forget everything that happened in the last moon turn. Let's just live, I said, flailing my arms in the air. Live? After everything was taken away from us? Our family. Our friends, do you still expect that we can just move on with our lives? That is a dream, Huila. Only a dream. We can never have our lives back. We must fight back. But there's no sense fighting back when we could only lose. That's what the coins are for, Goemi said. Are you talking about hiring assassins? I asked. Goemi's facade broke. No, silly. We don't have enough coins to hire assassins. We'll figure something out. Come on. We need to move out. I nodded and started walking. When Goemi was beside me, I reached out to take her hand. I do not want to be afraid, either. I kept on chanting inside my head. I did not want to be scared anymore. The houses looked different here. Woven dried leaves were used for roofs instead of wood planks or clay. Even the way people talked was different now. The words were the same, but there was an accent that I could not recognize. This convinced me that we had crossed the town already. A woman brushed past us, scurrying amidst the crowd. "Sorry," she yelled without looking back. "There's something over there," I told Goemi. Goemi squinted to where I pointed. True enough, a crowd had started to gather. We rushed toward the mob and squeezed through the crowd until we saw a yellow-haired man. "The school is opening again," he said. "But are the children going to be safe?" one woman asked, holding a thin boy's hand in hers. "We are safe where we are." The festival was chaotic, true. But let us remember that without knowledge, there is nothing we can leave our children behind. Remember that every Akene must be registered as a citizen, and if your children don't enter schooling, how will that ever happen? There will be no Akene festival to raise the children as citizens, the yellow-haired man continued. How can we be sure that the Emperor won't lose it this moon turn? My firstborn was dead because of him. A pale man shouted. His lips thinned right after the words escaped his mouth, and his eyes shrunk in anger. The Emperor himself has not found peace with what had happened, the yellow-haired man replied. Why was there even an outrage? Someone yelled behind us. I am afraid that my knowledge is as limited as yours, he spoke above the crowd's growing unrest. I'm standing before you, asking you to send your children back to school. It is a crucial time, one where we need to be level-headed. Are we going to let a disastrous event ruin our children's future? It shouldn't. What will become of them if you keep them grappling at your skirts? Or trousers, for that matter? The crowd grew still despite the quip. I was sure the yellow-haired man didn't mean to make it sound like a joke, but the way he said it made me laugh. I remembered Arden. No one smiled, though. They remained as irate as when Goemi and I first joined the audience in seemingly collected seething resentment. Perhaps in desperation, the yellow-haired man shouted, I have tried to convince you today, and I will be back tomorrow to win you back. We can't shut down the schools. We need to teach and raise citizens. Otherwise, we're going to have a bunch of unborn with us. Is that what you will all rather your children become? After those words escaped his lips, the crowd was entirely silenced. The woman holding her boy's hand walked away without looking back at the yellow-haired man. One by one, the crowd thinned until there were just the three of us, Goemi, the yellow-haired man, and myself. Where is this school you're talking about? Goemi asked. The yellow-haired man regarded Goemi before speaking, a town away from the Kanelan Palace. He then turned around and walked on ahead. Wait! I yelled, running after the man. I looked at Goemi, who seemed perplexed and unsure of what I was doing. We want to enter school, I exclaimed. The yellow-haired man stopped walking and faced us. He smiled lopsidedly as though I was teasing him. You're not yet a citizen? How many moon turns have you seen? He asked. 14, I said. I stole a glance at Goemi. She's 16. I'm Dante 11, the yellow-haired man said. I'm not sure, but at 12, you should have presented yourselves already to the Kanelan Palace. I have not encountered this before, kids presenting at an older age, he said, considering. But is there a way we can enter school? I asked. The school doesn't close its doors on children, especially if they have the coins to pay. We have that. It was Goemi who answered this time. We'd like to enter school. Dante Leban's eyebrows rose before he shrugged his shoulders. Let's see about that. Follow me. It will be a half-day journey before we reach the school grounds. Then, we'll talk. I grabbed Goemi's hands, uncertain if what we did was right. I turned to look at her to ask, but then she squeezed my hand, and I knew then that even if I were uncertain, and she was, too, we were in this together. At least, there was some place to go. I hoped it was what Arden would have asked us to do. Lamare Amark. I tried to feel my legs, but they were as numb as my entire body. Even my neck felt like it was coated in caked mud. Only my thoughts were free to wander, and even then, I wasn't sure if they were lucid or if all my musings were a product of my fever. It didn't seem like I would be able to get out of this condition for a while. Dancing images of what happened kept haunting me. While they were bothersome, they were better than my nightmares of the Emperor and how he kept Kino powerless. It comforted me, though, to have my memories back. To know that I was not Nia Pasap, the mother of the twins. It wasn't just motherhood I was born to do, but other matters of equal significance. Maybe I could still change the world. I tried to move again but felt a deep pain stretching from my limbs to my chest. Any movement I made had me gasping for breath, and I panted heavily, like a warrior in pursuit for miles. I should be able to fight and rescue my son from. I cannot even remember what happened next. I was gazing at his face as arrows pierced my body. "She's fighting it," I heard someone's scruffy voice. "Wipe her tears." I didn't even know tears had escaped my eyes until I felt a calloused hand graze my cheeks to wipe my tears. I felt myself hauled from whatever was holding my body. My breath caught up as pain gripped my entire being. Someone was carrying me, and it offered me no comfort as the wounds pressed against my clothes and this person's foreign body. Voices were floating around me, and after a long time, I felt the man, I figured it was a man, holding me to continue to walk. Then I was flat against something hard, and I knew someone might have agreed to tend to me. Blankets covered me immediately, and my mouth was forced open until I tasted the cold water in my mouth. I twisted my head to avoid it, but the hand holding my head was firm, so I gulped as though my life depended on it. When I felt like I was about to throw up, the water ceased pouring. The last thing I remembered before I drifted to sleep was the warm hands of someone removing the blanket and peeling off my clothes. I groaned as my wounds were grazed with the sting of herbs, but I remained still because I could not move and knew deep inside that with these helping hands, I could be ready to search for my son sooner. To fight the Emperor. Inside my head, a voice that I thought had died kept shouting. Lamari Ariston Amark, eldest of Northsam, is back.
Mayo Calo. My butt hurts. This was the only thought running inside my head. Every time I moved inside my prison cell, the saddle sores kept burning as a reminder of how long and severe the journey had been to Amare. The salve that the healer spread on my bottom did little good. Sitting alone inside my cell with nothing to do, I couldn't ignore my rumbling stomach. Not that I was complaining, but it seemed like forever since I last ate. I frowned and wondered where Kino was. Or Pyper. What could she be up to? If we were together, I was sure we would be concocting something to rescue Kino or find out where he had been. But I am alone here, guarded by the general's men, and terrified. Even the woman soldier, Rodora, brings me nightmares in my sleep. She is pretty enough to be a lady, but boy, she acts like a man. And when she glares at me, it is as though she wants to kill me in a snap. Where could Goami, Mistress Lamare, and Quila be? Finding them would be a tough chore because the world is so big. How would I get to see them if I had no idea where to begin looking for them? With all the soldiers milling around, and a bunch of them dedicated to guarding me as though my power were distant Tekis, it was impossible for me to run away. Who were our real allies? Dogan could have protected us all, but he didn't. Or did he? Perhaps at some point, he had done so. But the general's soldiers had caught me already, so I couldn't witness it. I wanted to complain about my situation. Frustrating, though, I blushed, knowing that perhaps I was faring better than all my friends combined. If only the general would be kind enough to hand me over to my father, all my troubles would disappear. Maybe I could even convince him to look for my friends. I stood up and walked around the cell. Immediately, the two soldiers guarding my cell beckoned and stared at me. They were still unaware of how unbelievably outrageous my power was. I could remove harmful ingredients from food. That was indeed the epitome of greatness. Excuse the sarcasm, but these soldiers were just unbelievable. "Can I have a message delivered to my grandma?" I asked. The two soldiers looked at each other and sat on the floor, their backs against the bars of my cell. Not one word. She could be worried sick about me. She is sick too, mind you. She's old. And nobody's tending to her, I added, although the last sentence was a lie. With all the decades she survived, Grandma was still as strong as a hubbub. Come to think of it, it had been months since I last saw her. And who knows, maybe the gods had not been so kind towards her. Is Grandma still alive? Could she be looking for me? I wonder what had happened to Brew, my trusted dog? Thoughts of my black and brown splotchy dog made me even more homesick, so suddenly I slumped against the floor and leaned back against the wall. I reckon Brew would be all right. She could be missing me, but with Grandma around, I'm sure Brew would not be so bothered that I had been gone for some time. After a while, a man took the rounds and delivered me food. I stood up quickly, totally forgetting about my smarting butt, and gobbled up everything in the pan he slid underneath the bars. The two soldiers didn't even look my way. I had to come up with a plan. I mean, how could I escape if Kino and Pyper wouldn't be coming for me? Do I shame myself by asking the general for my father? Would the general even acknowledge my request, or would he just let me rot in this cratty dungeon? There has got to be a way somehow. However, with no one to help me, I must use my brain. I frowned again and looked around me. It was dark, the way it always has been here. Why, I didn't even know what time it was if not for the meals being served and the changing of guards. I needed something to hold on to. But what? A dream? Something. Just something. And then it hit me. I needed to get the Akene books of citizens. Among us friends, I was probably the one closest to Kanela because I am in Kanela, literally at the bottom of the Kanelan palace. I may have the best chance of stealing the books of citizens. Well, after I escaped the dungeon, of course. It was with that thought that I crawled onto what was supposed to be my bed. I hid under the thin sheet and covered myself over the head. In the mornings, I pretended that I was not afraid, but the truth was, nothing had changed about me. I was still the same boy who craved adventures, whose fears were bigger than the ghost town's mountains.
Solar and Douglas. Callista Malta accounted for the dead. Again. This time, the old lady was walking along an aisle where grey men lay. She looked astonished, and I knew what she was thinking. I approached her, petrified with this reckoning. It wasn't some sickness, my lady, Callista said. I looked down at the dead bodies that were tinted grey. I didn't understand all of it. It was like they were of a different heritage. Where did they come from? And why did they attack the palace? I nodded my head slightly at Callista, not saying anything. Composure held my tongue to bark questions at her, and I had plenty, seeing that these bodies had no records in the Akene Registry of Citizens. Who are they? What are they? I asked, the words barely escaping my lips. I have no information about them. Even the soldiers who fought them had nothing to say except that they appeared and vanished out of thin air, winking in and out as they fought against the Emperor's men. The old woman looked distraught, and I felt sorry for her. She shouldn't be burdened anymore by these rebellions. This may sound odd, but the boy's body, the one that you asked me to keep watch on, in case someone looks for it, asks about it, she paused, is gone. I gasped. These grey men could be of the same clan as the boy, but this knowledge did not make sense to anything. I knelt and touched the corpse of a man who appeared to have seen 3 tens of moon turns. His body had gone cold, and there was a stink to it that was highly characteristic of decaying flesh. It must be, for it had been weeks since the carnage occurred in the palace yards where the death tents were pitched. How many? I asked. 13, Callista answered. 13 grey men were dead, while the palace lost 50 soldiers. Add another 11 injured, which meant that the grey men fought with such skill that it appeared one could kill or injure 4. It was an alarming number. A few more of them and the palace security could have been compromised. You said that they appeared out of thin air? Yes. And disappeared. They kept appearing and vanishing during the fight, she answered. After a while, Callista voiced out my fear. They can turn invisible. Something doesn't add up, Callista, I said, my voice now icy cold. It wasn't because I was stern toward her but because fear was creeping inside me. Why isn't the palace aware of this? Why is there no record of their existence in the books? With all her white hair, Callista did not resonate the definition of fear. She was a formidable woman. That's why I grew even more scared when she faltered before giving me an answer. I'm sure you remember it, my lady. Moon turns ago, a province was destroyed by the Emperor. Her voice trailed inside my head, and my chest began to beat rapidly. We all thought they died, but it appears that the Emperor, and all of us, were wrong, she said. My face paled. You're not saying. The Nivens are the only race unaccounted for, my lady. But. I know. Impossible. But how do we explain all these? I shook my head vehemently. Why hide? Why keep their existence secret? I asked. It appears that being an emperor's advisor has weakened your judgment, my lady, she began. Then, I caught a slight change in her voice as she continued, my apologies if I was so blunt, but being close to the emperor could have made you forget how vile some of the emperor's actions were. He is one peculiar ruler. Deteriorated in some ways. Rotten in others. A good head to some. To those he ravaged, he was a skillful murderer. He will be reviled over and over by the people, and who could blame them? Those reasons wouldn't be enough to keep their existence secret, I argued. Then, how do we explain this? Callista said, pointing to the dead bodies around us. Why did they attack the palace if they wanted to keep their existence secret? Doesn't that counter everything you're alleging? I asked, my voice now starting to rise. The boy. They were afraid the palace would discover how unnatural he fits in Akea, the old woman said. Is that enough to risk everything they were fighting so hard to keep secret from the world? I'm sure the act was not without careful planning, judging by the number of their deceased. However, bad luck in their case resulted in the failed mission. The proof is that the boy's body is gone. You know more about the world. I barely understand it, but it is foolish to conclude this based on what we found here. For generations, before the Nivens disappeared, nobody knew what their powers were aside from those who had pure blood. And no one who is true blood resides in the palace now. No one can fully divulge what the Nivens' powers were. There must be something to prove this, I motioned to her. Callista paused as though in deep thought. There is. There is another registry, she said, looking at me. But I am not certain of its existence. I had only heard of it from my family, who served the palace long before it was my turn. It is a book that hides all the powers that were not to be spoken about. There is no such thing. It is a legend, spoken to frighten the children, I said, dismissing her. Bah! Why would a book frighten children? The old woman said, now surer of her posture. Because the powers written in the book were so vile, they could make the children writhe and die, I blandly said. Callista laughed hollowly. Listen to what you are saying. As though you were not privy to the palace secrets. When I think about it, it is only logical that such a book exists. If a heritage ends, all secrets would be lost. There must be something to chronicle all those commoners do not know. But what's the point? I said, now slightly losing my temper. We'll find the Nivens' powers there, the old woman said, sure of her conclusion. I let Callista's theories go. I nodded curtly at her. Bury the dead. The citizens need not know about this. The emperor and the generals knew about this attack. The soldiers that survived, too. There is no need for the others to speculate on the matter. There is also no need to search for the book you speak of. Callista's knowing eyes brightened. But there is. The book must be holding some other secret. I squinted at her, annoyed at myself because I could not analyze these things the way she did. I shook my head and started walking away. The boy, Callista said, her voice trailing behind me. Why does the emperor want to kill a boy? I stopped in my tracks and looked back at her. Do not speak to anyone else about this. That is not a request, Callista. With that, I left her. I could feel her curious eyes boring holes against the back of my head. Now, all I could think about was that book hidden somewhere. How would I get a hold of it? Perhaps Callista was right. There must be a way to discover what the emperor was hiding from me. Wind was where I expected to find him, on the highest level of the Kanelan palace, seated on the throne gilded with diamonds. As the gentle light of the sun entered the open windows, it touched the throne. Wind appeared ethereal with a glittering aura covering him. This was not the time to adore him, though. Everything had its own time, and now, I needed to know the truth. Your Grace, I began. Wind didn't look up. He was touching the bandage covering the left side of his neck. It was where a war dog had bitten him. 63 were dead in the uprising. I didn't offer more. Instead, I waited for him to ask questions. When he said nothing, I continued, 11 soldiers were hurt. We may have thousands of battalions, but not one is dispensable. We cannot act as though they were pawns. Sit down, Saul, he said. His voice was strangely soft. What do you want from me? Answers, I replied tersely. He laughed. Providing answers when one did not ask any question is impossible. I have many powers, but none among them is mind-reading. I ignored the sarcasm. Who were they? And why was there an attack? Wind straightened his seat. He leaned his head against the backrest and watched me through his slanted icy eyes. The Grey Men were enemies, if that escapes you, my dear. Was it an attack? I expected you to provide me with answers. Were they deserters, assassins? What else is there? Rebels? Or those seeking vengeance against you? I laid down my card, expecting the worst response from him. I got it. He stood up and glared at me. Vengeance against me? I have not wronged anyone in this rule. They are plain bastards, those who did not hold any gratitude towards the palace, he started, his voice rising by the moment. Not wronged anyone? I asked. How arrogant of this man to make such a claim. What about the death of the 7 lords? I asked. All lies. Do they have proof? He jeered. A lord pushed down the palace windows, I said dryly. There were people all over. How can you accuse me of such a crime? Wind was starting to get agitated. He was pushed with air, I said, emphasizing on air. He slipped and toppled over. Wind said. Are you defecting your support? As I have pledged to the prior emperor, I am Akea's, sworn to serve, as long as there is a promise to spare Wind's life. But I did not say it out loud. I was sure Wind remembered my vow. What clan did you destroy? An entirety of them harbor such secrecy and rage in their hearts? I asked. For once, I caught Wind by surprise. His eyes rounded for a while. What are you saying? Have you given the Nibbins any thoughts? Wind looked away toward the open windows. It was as though he was thinking. They're gone, he said in a whisper. Then he turned to me, rising from his throne. Is there anything that could prove otherwise? A bunch of men, same skin color, same clothes, moving in an almost similar fashion. Isn't that highly characteristic of a clan? Wind watched me as he walked around the room, and it was time for me to lay more cards on the table. In the Akean Wine Festival, a boy with the same skin color was found among the dead. I instructed Callista to notify me if someone asked for the boy, but nobody did. I almost dismissed it until today, when Callista pointed out to me that the boy had the same skin color as the Grey Men. I paused before continuing. Why did they attack the palace, these Grey Men? Did they hurt anyone? Accounts said they did nothing of the sort until you and your generals came out of the palace brandishing swords and seeking a fight. Did you get one? I asked. Not at first. Nobody fought. Did you know why? Wind was staring at me with hatred in his eyes. Because it wasn't supposed to be an attack. It was a retrieval, a rescue mission, to deliver a dead boy to their homeland. And you knew all this because? Wind turned his back against me. It all fits. The Nivens were gone. The world had no clue what their powers were. They all died at the same time. Didn't it occur to you that some of them could have survived the flood? No one accounted for their deaths. The flood and storm you brought them, some could have swum, while the others could have ran away. If their power were invisibility, it would explain everything. The total death of the province. The ghost stories that spread throughout Akea. Their sudden demise. Wind looked at me as though he understood. He nodded slightly before walking back to the throne. He wore the red cape, the symbol of Akea's emperor, and yet, I noticed that he walked a little slower, a little more uncertain, back to where his diamond-encrusted seat was waiting. Call the generals. Assemble all of them. Send word to Tehran Aragur to meet me in the war room in an hour, he said. I didn't know if what I did was right. I support Wind, and I stand to protect the emperor. However, what could he be planning, now that he knew that the problem with the Grey Men was not as simple as he initially thought?
McQuinn Storm Aaron. I was bound to defeat the Grey Men with the Tree Runner's allegiance. But in all the events that unfolded, it never crossed my mind that the Nivens had survived. Was what Saul revealed to me the truth? And if yes, how come I have never gained any insight about it? What of the men that I deployed as spies? Am I to take their skills as mediocre after not hinting at it? I shut the door to the chambers, uncertain of what to do. To call the war generals to a meeting would bring about what? An alarm? A new direction in this brewing rebellion? I walked over to where a goblet sat, waiting for me to claim it. It had moistened after being left without my attention. Quickly, I grabbed the goblet and drank the wine in one gulp. Then I poured some more and drank it as soon as my hand was on the goblet, thirsty as a bay. The truth was that the news of the Nivens unnerved me. Why all the secrecy? Saul was right in her deductions. It was good that her loyalty was still with me, but for how long? My fingers trembled as I put the goblet down, my mind racing rapidly. It was the prophecy from moon turns ago that terrified me. Mayo was Northsam Mendel Amark's advisor. Mykram was a seer. The first time I had met her, Mykram's eyes widened as though she had seen the end of days in my eyes. Northsam had invited me to meet with Mayo for the first time. It was after I'd toured the whole of Akea with Miroe. My lips had been burnt from claiming my wife, and Northsam put me to work as soon as we entered the palace gates. "Welcome, son," Northsam had said even before I got to sit down inside the chambers where he summoned me. Miroe had taken to her room. After a month of spending time with my wife, it was an excellent chance to be alone again. But the summoning of the then emperor was not something I would prefer over my wife's presence. With reluctance, I agreed to meet with Northsam. Though his hair was already white, the old emperor stood with all signs of virility, strong as a bull and could have fathered a dozen more children even at his ripe age. His presence calmed me and scared me at the same time. Most of the coldness in my heart was out of fear, but Northsam's power was charisma. I sat there, right across from him, while we waited for the seer. When Mayo entered the chamber, I recognized her auburn hair and inconceivable ethereal demeanor. She gave her respects to the emperor and acknowledged my presence after that. "I am sure you have heard of Mayo, son," Northsam began. "Tales about how she saved the palace from usurpers are known all across the land," I said. I stood up and bowed, extending my hand to offer my respects. Mayo stood straight in front of me, her gray eyes watchful. She barely smiled. Then, her eyes rounded as she took me in entirely. "An honor, McQuinn Storm Aaron," she said as she took my hand. Her hands quivered as though she was afraid. "The emperor honors me by introducing me to his daughter's consort." "The honor is mine, Lady Mykram," I said without knowing if I had addressed her correctly. Her shaking hand bothered me. When she withdrew from my grasp, I held her hand tightly and didn't let go. "What was it you saw?" I asked. Mykram looked at Northsam, her eyes concerned. A peal of soft laughter escaped her as though she was amused. "You flatter yourself. There is nothing about you that I saw," she said. The emperor straightened himself in his chair as if to discuss matters immediately. "This is the first time I would allow anyone to listen to your prophecies, Mykram. Speak the way you do when you're alone with me. The gentleman is family. Of course, a man who would rule Akea with the princess when I am gone. Still, he is a ruler in his own right." Then to me, Northsam added, "Are you not, son?" I nodded, but my words humbled me. "I am family now by marriage to your house. And yet, I stand as little as a speck of dust in a hurricane. I thank you, your grace, for bequeathing me this honor." "Enough with the formalities," Northsam said. He was smiling, and I could tell he was flattered by what I said. "Sit now and let us listen to the prophecies." I sat as instructed and began what I didn't know would change my life forever. Mykram remained standing. Her eyes rolled, revealing the whiteness of her eyeballs. If she were faking it, I wouldn't know. Her voice took on different depths, and it had grown louder like she was speaking from the underground. I tried my best to hide the goosebumps that covered my forearms as I listened to her words. "Out of the Niven blood, Akea will rise again," she began. "In the moon turns to follow, Akea would suffer. It would lose a leader, gain a new one and defy all rules from the past. The near death of a child would leave all matters distraught. There would be no mercy for any Akeen. But there is another path, a harsher one, which when taken, would bring about the continuity of the Amark heritage. A power that was forgotten. A power that was lost. A power that was long ago thought to be dead. To revive it, one true blood must be gone. And there will be bloodshed before peace settles upon the land. The room stank with dread, and I glimpsed at the Emperor, his face ashen. He was unmoved in his chair as he listened to the prophecy. Blood had started to drain from my face, too, because what either of the predictions meant was clear: Northsam would lose his rule. Micram was not finished. Her arms rose in the air as she continued with her ramblings. Death everywhere. In all the places where his hand touched. There will be wailing. But if the Nivens could survive the enmity, out of the Niven blood, Akea would rise again. There was no draft in the room. Nothing stirred save for the breath Northsam and I held for some time. Micram swaggered, and I quickly stood up and grabbed her before she fell. I lifted her and glanced at Northsam, frozen on the spot. It always happens. She loses consciousness after a prophecy. Her soul travels to the dreaming world to brand what she said as truth. Her soul will repeat the prophecies to the gods, Northsam said in a light tone. He looked at me blankly as though explaining what had happened could erase what was revealed. Many moon turns later, I would understand that it was his attempt to forget what had been said. Carry her to one of the guards outside, he said. After a few seconds, he added, come back. Maybe your presence is of such great impact that she spoke more than she should have delivered. He waved his hand dismissively and walked toward his throne. I bowed with all that I could muster and turned away towards the large wooden doors of the chambers. Outside, the soldiers approached me immediately and took Micram. There was a maidservant who all but leapt towards me at the sight of Micram's unconscious body. The soldier carried Micram walked away in long strides. The maidservant followed him, trotting to keep up with the soldier's pace. Confident that nothing was left for me to do, I walked back inside. The Emperor was now seated at his throne. The blankness in his eyes was gone, and it was replaced with a glint of worry. I stood before Northsam and waited. I did not have words to offer a man who had just been told of the destruction of his reign. It seems there is a threat to my rule, Northsam began. She spoke uncertainties, not prophecies, I interrupted. They are what they are, definitely not uncertainties. Options, yes. But there is no assurance to any of the options. After a while, he added, will you help me look through what Micram unraveled? Yes, Your Grace, I said without thinking. Did you hear the threat in the prophecies? Northsam asked. I only heard opportunities, Your Grace, I said. The Emperor laughed nervously. The opportunity is not for me. I feared the same, so I could not give insights beyond what the seer revealed. Pour me wine, son, Northsam ordered in a voice so soft it felt strange to my ears. I complied and poured myself some as well. Northsam drank from his goblet. When there was no more, he put the goblet down on the table. His eyes were shut as he raised his right hand to massage his temples. An odd one. A puzzle, indeed. She has not spoken such words before. Nothing that shook me. Am I to lose everything? Northsam said quietly. I stared at him, not knowing how to respond. When we sat together in abrupt silence, I noticed the lines around his eyes and realized that the Emperor had grown old. There were two things Micram spoke about. The certainty of the Empire's loss and a way by which to prevent it from happening, I said, trying to sound reassuring. Both of which meant that I am to lose everything, the Emperor rebutted. Yes. I'm afraid so, I said, surrendering to the insight. There was silence afterward. Neither of us moved for a time. My thoughts floated around me. I was squeezing my brain for a strategy, for a way to keep what we had. I could not let the house I was associated with see itself into ruins. Nobody noticed that the sky had darkened outside and that we stayed inside the hall for the entire day. My body was tired. Soon, I fell asleep where I sat. When I opened my eyes, the Emperor was still where he had been sitting, unmoving. However, there was certainty in his eyes when he looked at me. I stood up from the slouch that I let my body fall into. I apologize, Your Grace, I said. Was I out long? Northsam shook his head. Only enough to allow me to think of a plan. His eyes lingered on me. I sat back down and waited. Come closer, son. There are important matters we should discuss, he said. That was the day my life changed forever. Dogan Rhonda. Pyper's small hand grasped mine as we walked towards her home. She had tiny hands that stood out, even more, when they clasped against my humongous ones. I was reminded of Mathis and the girl I left him with. Mathis was the little boy I rescued from Dirella. His being as ugly as myself made me feel a kinship towards him, a kind of bondage that only people with ugly faces might understand. We stand together in a world where physical attributes matter. How was he now? The events had taken on a different turn. I expected that I would have been back in Canella supporting the Emperor at this time, but that support had eluded me as if it had its own wings. There was no reason for me to go back to Canella. Only Mathis held me to that place now, and I would get him back as soon as I had made good on my promises. For one, I had to first take Pyper to Andoni San Diego. If I were to support the Nivens, my goal is to keep the chief hunter without worries. Pyper was probably one of his biggest concerns, if not the biggest. Will you carry me again? Pyper asked, holding her arms up. My knees were tired, so I realized how weak this little girl probably was. Without another word, I scooped her and clutched her against my chest. I started walking with a grunt, a sound I wasn't used to making. The journey had been long and tiring. There was no food to give us the strength we desperately needed. Only the training I had in the palace allowed me to keep going. How far before we make it to your town? I asked. True enough, I had frequented the ghost town more often than I wanted, but the route still stank unfamiliarly. Before sunrise tomorrow, we will find my father welcoming us, Pyper said before she buried her face against my shoulder. I was tired. I didn't know if I could make it another day on foot, but the warm, soft breath grazing my neck calmed me, and I felt my strength coming back. Another day? That wasn't so bad. Times are changing. Although I had been in battles before, nowadays, it seemed like there was fighting all around me. I couldn't begin to understand what was happening. When did all the fighting start? Why did it even begin? Who was behind all the killings? And yet somehow, Kino Amark, a mere boy, seemed to have been caught up in the web. The question is still why, though. My thoughts flittered to Lamare and our conversation from almost a moon turn ago. She had wanted to escape the Emperor then but gave me no reason why. And now that she's far from the Emperor, soldiers have been pursuing her, General Ion Noto, in fact. This thought brings me back to the question, why? And then, she died in the arms of the Emperor because I couldn't protect her. During the chase, the Emperor yelled that Lamare used to be his wife. That was all he said, and everything seemed to form inside my head, who Lamare really was, why I was taken by her, who she had been in my life. Her soft, gentle hands were the ones that pulled out the arrow from my body many moon turns ago. She was, up until now, the only woman I ever loved. If the Emperor and Lamare used to be together, that would make Kino their child. Ridiculous though, as Kino looked nothing like the Emperor. The boy's hair was like Lamare's, but aside from that, everything else was from someone else. Could it be that the Emperor was pursuing Lamare because she had allowed someone else to father her son? I staggered. Pyper's hand clutched tightly at me, but she didn't bother to look up. I gathered my strength and vowed not to let weakness in. My thoughts were preoccupied with putting back the pieces of the puzzle together. Lamare was wed to the Emperor. Kino was someone else's son. The Emperor and Lamare separated. I reflected on the why. Something was burning inside my head. I thought that was the answer to my question, and yet, I couldn't voice it out. I couldn't find the words to say the reason. If Lamare's power was writing, what was it to the Emperor? What was Lamare's significance in Akea? Her presence would have ignited the hearts of the Akeans, except that nobody seemed to remember who she had been. I don't even recall that she was important. I shook my head, tired of processing these thoughts. Pyper said that Lamare lives, and I thought I saw her in Sinista. But it was difficult for me to believe what I saw because I was the one who buried her after the Emperor murdered her in cold blood. Another puzzle that was difficult to figure out. I had to take Pyper to her father first. A promise fulfilled would somehow redeem me from the other commitments I had broken unintentionally. The small girl's head slid gently against my shoulder, and I gazed at her face. She was ashen, but her color was not because she was sick. As I met more of her people, I realized that the color developed from hiding too long from the sun. Invisibility is such an extraordinary power, and for it to be endowed to an entire clan was extremely lucky. Pyper was asleep, and she should be. We needed to regain our strength. Once I have handed her over to the chief hunter, I would leave the town and search for Kino this time. Lamare, ah. I wish there was some way I could have saved her. Now that I know who she was, I should have been able to protect her more. However, fate was elusive. Her life was like water in my open palms, constantly dripping away. I looked ahead and made my way through the thick bushes. Nivedon would still be a long way, and when I finally get there, rest would be good. A meal would be much welcome, that and a long bath.
Chapter 2, Nivedon. Pyper, San Diego. There was noise all around me as I opened my eyes. Immediately, the place where I grew up took me in. Cool breeze grazed my skin, and I straightened up, heart giddy. "Put me down, Dogen," I said. I barely murmured my thanks as the huge man obliged and dropped me to the ground. The weariness that fighting and traveling brought was gone, being home does that for a person. I fled and found the familiar path to our treehouse. "Father!" I shouted. "Mother!" I cried as I ran. From around me, faces started appearing. My kin, my family, my everything surrounded me. All of them were smiling. "You're back!" they shouted. I stopped running and nodded eagerly. Yes, I'm back home now." My voice broke, and I felt the surge of loneliness that clutched at my heart. I had been homesick without knowing it. Oh, how I missed everybody. I could not help it. I voiced out my thoughts. I ran toward my cousin and immediately held out my hands to Melissa. "I missed everyone so much," I said. Melissa grasped my hands, and we danced round and round and round. The elderly around us were watching, their faces painted with smiles. When Melissa and I stopped, we were both crying and panting. "Is it true?" she asked. "That the Emperor was pursuing you?" I stepped back and stared at her. Her eyes were round and glistening. It wasn't me they were after. I was only helping a friend. "We lost our families." I stilled, shocked at what Melissa had just said. "What?" I looked around me. It was only then that I noticed the smiles the Nivens offered me. It was not tinged with the usual warmth. Instead, a touch of sadness veiled their eyes. There was a certain weariness to their movements, slow and cumbersome. They glided no more and instead dragged their feet. A handful of spearmen. Mostly fathers who went to Kanelan Palace to rescue Jaras's body. I stared in greater disbelief. "What do you mean rescue Jaras's body? Was he hurt? Was he captured?" I started frantically now. It was at that moment that Melissa sobbed. "He's gone. His family was cast away. They are like Kogi's family now. Unwanted and nameless," Melissa croaked. "That can't be true. Father, he wouldn't do that to Mistress Alicia," I said. From behind me, I heard a sweet voice shouting my name. "Pyper!" my mother called out. I turned just in time to see her running towards me. I ran toward her, suddenly unmindful that Melissa and I were still engaged in a conversation. "Mother!" I shouted back and kept running as fast as I could. When she was only a few feet away, I leapt and caught her body, clinging to her with all my remaining strength. Then I showered her face with kisses. "I missed you, Mother. Oh, how I missed you." Mother was clutching me. She staggered. "You're growing up, Pyper. I can hardly stand straight with your weight on me now," she said, laughing. I gave Mother another tight hug before jumping back down to the ground. "I am back, Mother," I said. "As I can see," she said. I hugged her again. I miss you and everybody here. And father? Where is he? I thought he would be the first one to see me. Your father isn't home yet. The world is stirring. Rebels are everywhere, and your father is doing whatever needs to be done, Mother replied. But he belongs here. If rebellions are out there, he should be here to lead our people, I said. Mother grabbed my hand and led the way. She walked briskly past the other Nivens. Behind me, I saw Dogan talking to a few Nivens. There was also Elder Man. And Uncle Salvatore. I skipped and hopped and all but eventually ran to keep up with Mother's pace. Where are we going? I asked. To the treehouse. You need to eat first. Then, let us talk about what has happened since you left, Mother said. Upon entering the treehouse, I could only eat a slice of bread and greasy meat before I felt my eyes drooping from want of sleep. The last thing I remembered was Mother's arms around me as she hoisted me and carried me to my bed. There were no stories to share at that moment. The sky was already dark when I opened my eyes a few hours later. I sat up and glanced outside. Who was to say that things have changed? I could see the moons Luna and Risa casting their faint glow across the land from my room's window. The few lights inside Niven houses were no match to the night sky. The birds sang their familiar melodies, the ones that drove little Nivens to sleep. On a night like this, I would sometimes hear lutes and drums from below, a sign that there were still some Nivens awake. But tonight, even with the familiarity of the silence, something seemed amiss. I stood up, walked to the window, and trailed my eyes below. Nothing seemed to stir. Where could Dogan be? Perhaps he had been talking with the elders. I walked outside to look for Mother. I thought we would be able to discuss the events that I missed, but my body craved sleep, and so now I was as clueless as I was when I arrived. Mother, I said, knocking on her door. Mother? I paused to listen for sounds inside, but when there was nothing to be heard, I pushed the door to her room open and was greeted with stark darkness. I decided to go downstairs and look for Mother. The night sky was darker than I remembered from all my days spent here. Maybe it was the roofless nights I spent over the past months that made me more aware of the nocturnal hues. My feet brought me to the town hall, where I knew my parents frequented. Father, Andoni San Diego, is the chief hunter, and he was expected to spend most of his days here to lead the people. On the other hand, my mother, Laren San Diego, stayed here because of my father. I walked the halls and noticed that lamps were burning, meaning there were indeed people inside the discussion areas. Where would Father be? If he was not here, whose responsibility would it be to lead the Nivens? Uncle Salvatore, perhaps, because he was one of the elders. And maybe some of that responsibility would fall on Mother, too, although I did not like the idea. I took a left turn as soon as I reached the end of the hall and opened the first door. No one was inside. I walked some more and waited for a hint of light seeping under any of the doors. The third door I passed flickered glowing light from underneath, and after knocking, I pushed the door open. Pyper. Mother said. Come in. There were more than a dozen people inside. A much fewer number as compared to the frequent town hall meetings. They all fell silent when they saw me by the door. It sent chills up my spine, having them look at me so solemnly. One of them pushed a chair beside my mother and gestured for me to sit there. I followed obediently. It seemed odd for me to be here. Yet, I so wanted to join in the conversation or at least listen to their discussions. Father had never allowed me to participate in any Niven meeting, but I guessed that the rebellions had changed things so far for my mother to let me be here. She looked at me once, her eyes asking if I were fine, before gesturing to the Nivens to continue with the discussion. There were 36 of us who came. Only barely a dozen remained. Bombay started. He seemed to have grown muscles during the months I had not seen him. Before the Akene Wine Festival, he was barely a man, but now his voice had gone low and his shoulders had broadened. I still don't understand how it happened. The first batch swept the palace grounds. When Jaras was found, the second batch came to retrieve the body. When they had left, the third came to clean up. When did it all go awry? He continued. I stiffened. I remembered what Melissa told me. Jaras's body was retrieved, which meant that he had died. It was still hard for me to reconcile that the lanky boy, who is only a few moon turns older than I, was already on the journey to meet our ancestors. My eyes began to sting. It was a slip, Laren. Dono, may his soul be taken by the gods kindly, bumped against a soldier. He cursed, and that was when our cover was blown. The palace soldier ran away towards the Emperor's men. Dono's mistake was that he didn't kill the soldier when he should have. If one life had been taken, the others would have been spared. As it turned out, the soldier roused not only his fellow soldiers but the war generals themselves, Bale said. As Bale continued speaking, my heart thumped wildly. Their fight with the war generals of the Kanelan Palace reminded me of the time when the Emperor himself ordered Kino's death and the disaster that came after that. How did Jaras die? The thought kept nagging me. Was it because of me? I brushed the idea away. Bale looked at Elder Man, who seemed somber. The elder witnessed everything. He can attest that what I've been telling the hall this entire time was true. No one is questioning your testimony, Mother said in a firm voice. Then why do I have to keep repeating this? Everyone in this room knew what happened, Bale said. Elder Man looked grim. Bale spoke no word that is not true. He stole a glance at Mother. He paused for a while as if preparing to hurl hurtful words. When next he spoke, his voice was calmer. Nivens fought well, but if not for the help of the war dogs, we would have fallen prey to the palace soldiers. The Emperor himself brandished his sword. I couldn't stop myself from shaking as I listened to Elder Man. I still remember when Kino and I had been running away from the Emperor's wrath. Mother looked at me and held my hand. Pyper, she said. No one can hurt you here. You are among our people. No one will dare. I still shook, although Mother had moved away from her seat and closer toward me, hugging me close. I didn't notice that tears streaked my cheeks until Mother had wiped them away. Be brave. For your father. At the mention of Father's name, I lost it. The Emperor is an evil man. I saw how he hurt everyone at the Akene wine festival. I saw. And now he hurt our people too. He wouldn't stop until he captured Kino. We must rescue him. We must search for Kino, Mother. Please. Perhaps Pyper is a little too young to be here in the town hall. It was Uncle Salvatore who spoke. No. Don't make me go back to the treehouse. You can't make me. I protested. Hush, Pyper, Mother said. You will stay with us, she said, shooting a disgusted look at Uncle. The rest of the Nivens remained still. Elder Man looked ready to send me to bed, but he did not say a word. I was grateful for the silence. When my sobs had faded, I straightened in my seat to let them know I was okay. Only then did Mother go back to hers. Why did Jaras die? I asked. Pyper, Mother said, but I cut her short. I need to know, Mother, I said. Was it because our clan went to the Kanelan Palace to retrieve me during the last Akene wine festival? The boy fled the boundaries of Nivedon with another nameless, Kogi, Uncle Salvatore said. They were not asked to go, but they did. That is how one becomes nameless. I choked. Kogi had been my friend since childhood, and I had always been fond of Jaras. It was not right to brand them nameless when they had no fault that I could speak of. Nothing that I knew of. If they were nameless for fleeing Nivedon, then what does that make me? I asked. Uncle Salvatore avoided my stare. I heard my mother gasp. None among the Nivens inside the room stirred. They went on as though I had not spoken. We must prepare for whatever is coming. By now, our identity has been compromised, Uncle Salvatore said, dismissing my question altogether. No one has really said so. I heard no news from the west that we are being pursued, Bombay claimed. It is foolish to assume otherwise, the older Niven said. Let us fortify the foot of the mountains, he continued. Each entryway should be heavily guarded. We cannot allow the palace soldiers to march here unguarded. And how are you proposing we do it? Send an arrow flying to any man wearing the palace's insignia? Elder Man said. If we must act in this manner, it must be with certainty. I propose we give it more thought. If we do that, we admit to our existence. We admit to everything we had been trying to protect. It is unacceptable, Uncle Salvatore said. Mother was silent through all these. I wanted to tell her that this was a bad idea. There was no way we could win against the palace, not even if we kept ourselves invisible during the fight. There were just too many of them. But when Mother spoke, it was with grim determination. The time for hiding is over. No one wants to admit it, but it is time we fight. The Emperor's brutal and errant ways cannot be tolerated anymore. We will not remain sitting amidst the mountains and wait for him to eradicate us again. Her voice had tightened. We do not lose our men to him. Not without a fight. My eyes fell upon everyone's faces, looking for a trace of defiance, for someone to counter what Mother said, but all I saw were the accepting faces of my people. I stood up in a rush, pounding my clenched fists upon the table. Mother! We are going against everything Father had fought so hard to protect. I yelled. You can't just all agree on this without him. We must wait for him to come back. I searched her face. It had grown stiff, and I could not read her emotions. What has become of you? I said, barely a whisper. I think the child needs to rest, Uncle Salvatore spoke abruptly. No. I screamed. The man beside Bombay stood up to gather me, and I flailed my arms when he grabbed me. Don't. I shouted. Keep your hands off me. I kept on yelling. I felt myself lifted from the floor. I kicked hard at the man's shin, but it didn't do anything to him. It's as though I didn't hurt him at all. Keep your hands off my daughter, Mother said. She didn't even raise her voice, and yet, I felt the hand of the man grappling me loosen. I was back on my feet again, staring angrily at the Niven who dared to pick me up. Mother looked at me. It is time for bed, Pyper. My mouth hung open in protest, but no words came out. It is not your place to hear the plans, she continued. She said to the rest of the Nivens, no one will dare raise a hand on my daughter, whether to discipline her or otherwise. No one. Elder Mayan stood up and walked to my side. I will take the child to the tree house. Nobody protested. I will hear of the plans through Salvatore. Mother looked relieved at the gesture. I did not protest when Elder Mayan ushered me out. He walked behind me, and I watched as he closed the door behind us. The halls were empty, and there was no one about. Only the lamps gave life to the long path outside the town hall. I was fuming, but there was nothing I could do if all the Niven elders agreed to the uprising against the Kanelan palace. Elder Mayan walked beside me. His strides were short as though to keep up with my pace. Where have you been? What adventures have you gotten yourself into? He asked. I pouted. I wasn't ready for a conversation, but he was watching me closely, and not answering him would render me impolite. I wanted to help a friend, I said. The elder chuckled. You wanted to help a friend, and it ended in a disaster, didn't it? It wasn't my fault. Neither was it Kino's, I protested. How were we supposed to know that going to the Akene festival to present a power would make the Emperor berserk? I mean, Kino is harmless. He doesn't even have any power, well, not until now. What do you mean? The elder asked, suddenly interested. Maybe I spoke too much, revealing more than I should have. However, it was too late for me to turn back. The boy who saved you didn't have any power, so we had to devise a plan so he could be registered as a citizen regardless. It was brilliant. Even Mayo said so. Mayo? Yes. Mayo and Kino are best friends, and I became their friend too. The general's son? I paused to think about what Mayo had told me about his parents. Yes. His father serves the emperor. Even his mother, too. That's why I didn't worry about him as much as Kino. When we got separated in Sinista, I paused and shivered as though a draft blew my way. I don't know. I mean, he must have been caught by the general who was pursuing Mistress Lamare. Lamare? Mistress Lamare Amark is Kino's mother. For some reason, the Emperor's men have been pursuing them. It's a pity, actually, with both of them being so weak in their powers. The elder stopped walking and regarded me. The story you're telling me is quite complex. There are Mayo and Kino, and now Lamare. What is this web you've tangled yourself into, young lady? I stiffened. No one has addressed me like that except for Father. I don't know. I'm as clueless as you are, I said, now uneasy with all the prodding. But will you tell me everything you know? The elder continued. I didn't know what the elder was so keen to find out, but something told me that I had to share what I knew with him. But not until I got some information in return. If I do, will you promise to help me? I bargained. What is it that you need from me? The elder asked. I don't know where Kino is, whether he's been captured or with his mother. But I must find him. I paused, remembering Mayo. Then I said, them. I need to find Kino and Mayo. I don't know how, but I must. I have a feeling that we can only be safe together. Can I have your word, elder? I asked, sounding more desperate than I should have been. Only if you tell me everything, he said. He looked at me, and I saw the sincerity in his eyes. If you trust me enough to share what you know, I will help you. By now, we had stopped walking, and the tree house loomed over us. The moons were all that lit in Ibadan now. I will tell you everything as soon as we're upstairs, I said. With that, I started climbing the tree and did not wait for the elder to follow me. I was hoping to find Father seated on his chair when I reached the door, but all that greeted me inside was the darkness. Somehow, I felt comforted, wrapped in the shadows. Upstairs, I immediately excused myself to eat whatever was left from dinner. I lit a lamp and adjusted its wick so it glowed dimly and would go unnoticed outside. Elder Mayan followed me into the kitchen. In a few minutes, he was already pouring boiling water on his tea leaves. Tell me everything, he said, his cup now almost full to the brim. There was this boy, I began, narrating how I met Kino from the part where he was pursued by bullies down to my taking a few of his coins. The elder nodded upon hearing my story as though the anecdote about the coins was familiar. It was you who confirmed to me that Nivens exist, he said. Was it me? I asked in disbelief. How could it have been me? I said in defense. It could not have been me. My father would disown me if he learned of the deed. The coin. The pig you chased to take back the coin. He was smiling at the memory. But there was no one with the pig. Or were you there? I asked, panicked. Although come to think of it, there's no sense in panicking now. The world already knew about us. Red told me you were coming after her, the elder said, chuckling lightly. Red? I said, now quizzical. The pig has a name, he said. Before you retrieved the coin, I had the chance to see it. And when you wrestled, perhaps thinking that you were alone, you slipped with your power, and I saw you. My mouth must have been hanging open because Elder Mayan gestured for me to close it. I obliged. So, the reason you came back was me? I asked. I knew the answer to my question, but I didn't want to believe it. Put it behind you. As I have told you, I am here to form an allegiance with the Nivens. I am not here to destroy your clan but rather join forces with you and ultimately help bring peace to Akea. But if not for me, there will be no risk of Elder Tala, I said. He's been captured. He's with us, the elder interrupted. Really? But that's beside the point. I feel accountable for everything that happened. I started to sound frantic again. That is not how your father would have wanted you to reckon, he said kindly. Do you honestly believe that? I asked. Elder Man nodded. No other words were needed. I fear that we have digressed from the discussion, he said, breaking the silence. I paused to recall what I was recounting before I digressed to how Elder Man found out about the Nivens. I quickly returned to the tale where Kino, Mayo, and I agreed to present Kino as a citizen with my help. I stopped when I got to the point where the Emperor ordered Kino's execution. Elder Man looked genuinely concerned. His brows were furrowed, his face lines etching deeper on his forehead. What did you do? What was it that the Emperor was afraid of? He said softly, as though he did not mean for me to hear. His fingers glided against the wooden armrest. When nothing seemed to make sense, he continued, but we already knew this part. When you ran away, what adventures did you have? It is another long story. We met a lot of citizens. There were even friends. But what I found odd was that we met a woman who looked exactly like Mistress Lamare, Kino's mother. Is that so? He asked, surprised. Yes. But she wasn't Mistress Lamare. Or maybe she was. She has no memory, which made it difficult for us to assess if she were really Mistress Lamare or this Nia Pasap the twins claimed she was. There's Miroe and Goemi. Miroe is a little sick in the head. Well, he behaves like a child. His moods are outrageously irrational. But Goemi, his sister, is a good person. Or at least that's what I thought until Mayo, and I believe that Nia was Mistress Lamare. You see, it got complicated there. And then there's the general and his troops. The tree runners. And the last sniffler. You met all of them in just a few months? The elder spoke calmly, with enthusiasm hiding under his breath. I couldn't believe it either. How did my friends and I manage to get tangled like that? I shrugged. You wouldn't have, unless these people you met were pursuing you, the elder deduced. I paused to reconsider. Then I nodded. We just wanted to get hold of the Akene Registry of Citizens. Why? Well, of course, to find out who Kino's father was, I finished. You think he's important? He asked. He has got to be someone significant. I mean, why would the Emperor be so mad? Perhaps if we got hold of the registry, we could see if Mistress Lamare's name was listed. If not, that would somehow support our conclusion that Kino was nobly born, I said almost matter-of-factly. And you thought about all of these on your own? He prodded. Mayo was the one who thought of it, I said. That's why we also wanted to find out who Kino's father was. Somehow, we knew that it would have been easier for everyone if we'd known. Elder Mayan didn't say anything after that. I decided to continue. Then, we were in Sinista. Elder Mayan's eyes rounded when I mentioned the place. Sinista was an evil place. It made my skin crawl when I was there, knowing there were hubbubs everywhere. That was where we all got separated. I was taken by Maniren and turned over to Dogen. Maya was somewhere else, caught by the general, most likely. And the rest? I don't know where they were. I stopped, and I felt the chill inside my chest. I don't know where my friends were. If I did not know that, how would I ever be able to help them out? You shouldn't worry about Mayo. If he is a general's son, then nothing bad could happen to him, I suppose, Elder Mayan said logically. That was true, but I couldn't help but worry for him just as well. How about the others? Kino? The rest? Haven't you had any form of communication with them since? The elder asked. There was none, I replied. I didn't see where Kino and Mistress Lamare went. Then, Goemi and Quila were gone, I added, my words trailing off softly, helplessly. Maybe there's a way we can help them. I will leave instructions to search for them, the elder said. I was about to ask whom he would leave instructions to when I realized that he was referring to the animals. Maybe birds to make the search faster. Describe them to me, the elder said. You don't have to describe Kino. I know him. But the others? I took to remember what my friends looked like. Quila Tash was a chubby girl of around 14 moon turns. She is thick of girth with a plump, pretty face and fair skin. Goemi Pasap had dark hair and was about a few inches taller than Quila. Thin and handsome. Not exactly beautiful the way girls should be, but she was attractive. Enough to make people turn their heads for a second glance. And Mayo Calo is a fat boy. The elder's face turned ashen. What did you say? Mayo Calo is a fat boy. He has dark hair too. He has huge brown eyes that were round. He is a few inches shorter than Kino, but his girth could be more than twice Kino's. The elder was still staring strangely at me. And you said he is a general's son? Yes? I nodded. Elder Mayan continued to stare at me like I had grown horns. Then before I could figure out his thoughts, he said, forget the boy. He is not to be your friend. I stared at him in disbelief, wondering what I ever said for the elder to form that opinion about Mayo. No. He is a friend. And I must find him as much as I need to find Kino, I insisted. Elder Mayan didn't say anything, but his lips were set on a firm line. Please. You said you would help if I told you about what happened to me while I was away. Yes, Elder Mayan answered. I will ask my friends to help. I will tell you once I hear from them. The information may not come as quickly as I want, but it will come. The elder stood up and moved as though to leave, but his footsteps were heavier than I expected. By the door, he stopped and regarded me. His parting words to me, keep safe. Wait for any information I will provide. Don't be stubborn and leave Nivedin without talking to me first. The elder was eyeing me, and I blushed. It appears he knew my errant ways. My mouth opened slightly as I said, yes, elder. I promise. It was a promise I hoped I could keep.
Chapter 3, Revelations. Dogan Rhonda. It had been days since I arrived at Nivedon, and I still felt like I didn't belong here. I stopped in front of the tree house where the chief hunter resided and looked up. It was a rather short climb given my height. I wondered if it was all right to climb up without notifying the Nivens. The tree had many branches. The gaps between them were narrow, so in a few seconds, I was able to climb it. I soon found myself standing outside the door, which was left ajar. I peeked inside, and nobody seemed to be around. But who's to say that there was no one inside, knowing that the Nivens were most comfortable when invisible? "Andoni?" I said. Nobody answered. "Andoni," I called louder this time. It was Pyper who magically appeared in front of me. "Hey, little one. Where's your father?" I asked. "I don't know. Mother said he was out there checking out the rebellions," the little Niven replied. Pyper grabbed my hand. "Eat with us. Mother's inside," she said. The kitchen smelled of beef stew and freshly baked beans. It would be wonderful to join someone for dinner. "Mistress Laren," I said when the lady continued moving about in the kitchen, not sensing my presence. The plump lady with golden hair like Pyper's looked at me. For a while, her eyes narrowed before it registered to her who I was. "Dogan," she said. "Join us." "Thank you. I would like a word with the chief hunter. Do you know when he is coming back?" I asked. Mistress Laren returned to her cooking. "It could be a while. I don't know for certain." Pyper grabbed a seat in front of me. "Eat with us," she said. I sat down and waited for Mistress Laren to join us. When she was seated, I said, "The chief hunter asked me to retrieve Pyper." Pyper blushed as she handed me the bowl of stew. "I am grateful, Dogan." "I truly am," Laren said. This time, I felt myself blushing. It was nothing. I was out to search for Kino, too. Pyper told me about it, Laren interrupted. "What are your plans now?" "I must go and find him. I don't know where to begin, but staying here would be futile for me," I said. "I have to rescue the boy." "We could have been together if you had not interfered," Pyper said. "Pyper. Show some gratitude," Laren said. "If it weren't for Dogan, I would have died worrying about you. Do you want that?" Pyper shook her head, her lips trembling. "Maybe what she said is true," I said, chewing on the beef. "I don't know." "Come with me. We'll rescue Kino," Pyper said. I almost burst out laughing. "It looks as though you will have to put a chain on your daughter to keep her in one place," I said. "You will stay here. There will be none of your adventures again," Mistress Laren said, her voice firm. "The world is changing, and I can't let you out there alone." I glanced at Pyper. She lowered her gaze and started on the stew. "Can you give me a specific day when the chief hunter will return?" "I must leave soon," I said. "Nobody knows. You should leave if you must," she said. "Mother!" Pyper gasped. I froze. I finished the food and, without another word, stood up. "Thank you for the meal, Mistress Laren. Send my regards to Master Andoni. Tell him I have fulfilled my end of the bargain," I said, standing from the seat. "Now, I hope he will also consider coming to my aid when I need him." Mistress Laren stood up. She seemed embarrassed, but she did not say anything. Her eyes had gone glassy. Her mouth opened slightly, but she closed it again without saying another word. I took it as my permission to leave. I turned for the door and started walking away. "In case it is you who came across him," Mistress Laren said, "tell him he is sorely missed." For some reason, her voice broke, and I realized how much she could indeed be missing her husband. Ran and Ames had been spending a lot of time with their families. Perhaps the thought that they could have been the ones slain in Sinista and that life could end so easily made them more appreciative of the families waiting for them. I tried to talk to them, but it was as though they were avoiding me. My knowledge of Nivens was shallow, Yet I was never one to label them as cowardly. For whatever reason, they were avoiding me. It could not have been because they didn't want to join me in searching for Kino. Or could it be that? If no other Niven went with me, it would not stop me from going. Although having a Niven with me, even just one, would prove to be useful. Mistress Laren had been cold towards me, and I found it quite unnerving. Nivens were hospitable, and since I was the one who rescued Mistress Laren's daughter, she should have shown a more welcoming attitude towards me. And yet, she acted oddly. I heard footsteps coming in. I stood up, waiting to see who it could be. A pretty little face appeared in thin air a few paces away from me. "Dogen?" she said. Only Pyper's face showed. "Yes," I said, still amazed at how Nivens played with their powers. Pyper looked around her before making her head invisible. "What are you doing?" "Show yourself," I said. Elder Man promised to help. He said he would ask his friends to look for Kino. When he hears anything about his whereabouts, he promises to tell me, she said. Then, we would go and rescue him. "Didn't you just promise your mother you won't go running away again?" "That's the difficult part," she said. "How can I ask her to release me of that promise?" I shook my head, controlling my laughter. "I can do the search for Kino alone," I said. "Well, if Manny Ran and Ames were with me, that would be best, but I don't think I would welcome you on my journey." Pyper appeared right in front of me. "That is just unfair," she said. "I can run faster without a child trailing after me," I said. "But I can turn invisible." "And when you're tired, what would you have me do?" I said. "Carry you?" Pyper glared at me. "I was tired. I'm sorry I made you carry me." I chortled, "It's all right. But I think once Elder Man shared the information with me, I will be able to rescue Kino by myself." "Then, I'm not sharing the information with you," she said stubbornly. "But he's your friend. If you can't go, and you won't share his whereabouts, who will rescue him?" I said. Pyper sighed. "Maybe Elder Man would go alone," she said. "Don't bother the elder," I said. "He has more on his head than the boy's rescue." "Contrary to what you're thinking," a voice from where Pyper came from said, "there's nothing on my head but the boy's rescue." From the darkness, the frail frame of Elder Man emerged. "Are you eavesdropping on us?" I asked. Elder Man didn't flinch. "The boy is important," he said, not answering my question. "I have to do what I must." "Will you go with me?" I said. "I will rescue the boy. Your power will be of great help. There are things in Nivedon that I need to settle first. However, I wouldn't miss the chance to meet the boy again. I know some information, but not enough for me to find out the reason why the Emperor wanted him dead so badly." I stared at him and wondered if I should share what I knew. "Are you certain it is the boy and not the mother the Emperor wanted?" I asked. Elder Man grabbed the nearest chair and made himself comfortable. "What do you know?" he asked. I studied the old man. Pyper was watching us. "He can be trusted," she said. Elder Man chuckled. "How can you say such a thing?" He told Pyper. "Times are dangerous. It is not right to put your trust in someone so easily." "Then, why should I tell you what I know?" I asked the elder. "Information in exchange for information," he said. "You know something. I know some, too. A fair trade, wouldn't you say?" The elder knew how to bargain indeed. "The mother was dead," I said. "That is until I saw her in Sinista." "Lamare Amark, the royal scribe?" he said. I nodded. "She died months ago, and I was the one who buried her. It couldn't be my imagination that I found her in Sinista doing the thing I least expected her to see doing, fighting." Elder Man straightened his seating. "Then, there is hope. I believe she is the one who can shed some light on what happened in the festival," he said. "Nobody knows where she is now. Or what happened to her," I said. "But if she lived when you thought her to be dead, Isn't that a good indication that the chances of her being alive are high? Pyper said. I had forgotten that she was here with us. It was a good point, but I didn't want to plan my next action based on false expectations. I scratched my chin. The stubbles have grown longer already. There are some things I know about the royal scribe, I began. It had something to do with the scrolls she gave the emperor every fortnight. Her exact words were that she had to claim back what was not hers to give away. Another riddle, the elder said. As though the puzzles surrounding the festival weren't enough already. Although, resolving the issues about the festival could probably give us more answers. I have a hunch of what she was referring to, I said, not knowing if it was all right to share that much. The elder stared at me, waiting. The boy had no power before the festival, I said. And Kino has power now. Pyper cried out. We looked at her. When did it manifest? I asked. Right after the festival, she said breathlessly. My heart hammered, although I wasn't that surprised. I still remember Lamare telling me that she was ready. That gives us a clue, but it does not solve everything, Elder Mayan said. Why is that something that would shake the emperor, if that really is the reason? I met Elder Mayan's gaze, but I did not know what to say. If Lamare's power were to right, and she said she was ready. And she said that she had to give back something that wasn't even hers to take, Pyper said, mulling things over. Maybe it was Kino's power she was talking about. But what does writing have to do with Kino's power? Elder Mayan said. It all came back to me. What Lamare wrote about Dirella and the flooding and how these all came true. I felt weak and grabbed the nearest chair. Lamare could prophesy, I said. Pyper did not say anything, nor did Elder Mayan. The two of them were shocked by the revelation. And whatever she wrote came true, I continued. Chapter 4, The Kanelan Palace. Miroe Pasap. None of the travels my twin Goemi and I had brought us near to the Kanelan Palace. There was one time, though, during the last Akene wine festival, that we almost did, but we didn't manage to reach the palace grounds in time. It could be that we were lucky because, in that unfortunate incident, thousands of Akene lives were claimed in a rage that does not deserve to be remembered. Sweat drenched all over my body. It had been a long journey. I had grown accustomed to the stink that now covered me. When I was still pretending to be sick in the head, hygiene was a challenge, but Goemi tried hard to keep me clean or at least presentable. The horse I had been riding stopped and now would not budge an inch. I decided to jump from my mount and drag the horse with me. There was a tree along the road, and I tied the rope to keep the horse from running away. Although, in its current condition, I doubt if it would have the energy to even think of roaming around. I grabbed fistfuls of grass from a nearby patch and brought them back to the horse to feed it. It felt odd to roam the world alone. I wasn't used to having Goemi separated from me. Ever since Grandma died, we had never left each other's side. Now, all that was gone because of Arden. I could not forgive him, even if I tried. He was the one who dared to take from me, my only family. In the end, however, I lost her because of what I did. All the more reason for me to go on this journey quickly. In the Kanelan Palace, I expected that the Emperor would accept me. I would seek an audience with him and ask him to take me into his entourage. I would be a soldier, the way I told Goemi moon turns ago. When we meet next, who knows, maybe then she would have forgiven me already. Eat fast, I told the horse. It neighed as though it understood what I said. When the grass had been finished off, I walked toward the patch to get some more. 3 more times, I fed the horse before I decided to stop and ride my mount. Dust trailed behind me as I kicked the horse. I need to meet the Emperor fast. If nobody ever gave importance to me in the past, things would change now. I would be indispensable to the Emperor. In the evening, the walls of Kanela came into sight. The white gates glinted against the already waning sun. It was like a dream to have this journey done and over with. I trotted towards the gates where Akeens were queued outside, waiting for their turn to enter the grand city. As I passed, several citizens looked my way and covered their noses, glaring at me irritably. "Make way," I said. It felt odd to even hear my voice since I had refrained from talking for a long time. Citizens were stretched for yards. I couldn't wait that long, so I decided to head straight to the entrance. The guard stopped me. "Get back in line, boy," the soldier said. His right palm was raised, his left hand eager to point his spear at me. "I need to see the Emperor," I said. The soldiers, around 6 of them, all laughed upon hearing me. "Did His Grace summon you?" the soldier asked. "I am here because he needs me," I said slowly. All around me, I could feel the eyes of the other citizens scrutinizing me from head to toe. My hair that used to dangle in front of my face and the long tangles that used to hang on my back was now tied. Nevertheless, I could not say that my hair had been tidied. The clothes that I wore had not been washed, and I had not taken a bath in a long time. Admittedly, it did seem like I was the type that an emperor would not summon. The soldier spat in disgust. Then, he veered his eyes away from me. "Next, please," he shouted to the citizen behind me. A couple of Akeens walked past without looking at me. They both had their noses covered. "I need to see the Emperor," I said again. "Please. I've traveled a long way just to get here." "Get in line. If you want to see the Emperor, the first thing you should learn is that you have to obey the rules," the soldier said. "Get back there, boy," a woman said to me. She was fat and dark-skinned. I was instantly reminded of my mother. At that moment, I decided not to argue and went to the end of the line. As I settled at the back, all I could think of was that I was closer to my goal. I could wait. "Wake up, boy," a man who reeked of tobacco said to me. "The gates are opening again. You wouldn't want to miss your chance to see the Kanelan Palace." I stood up from where I was lying and looked for my horse. Luckily, no one took him while I slept. I have heard that robbery was one of the crimes that were rampant in the city. The line was moving slowly, steadily. Only a few hours more before I would be able to meet with the Emperor. The man ahead of me was eating bread. I was reminded that I had missed dinner and lunch and dinner the day before yesterday. "Hey," I said. "Can I have a piece of that?" The man looked at me before handing me a piece of bread. "That's the last you'll get from me, understand?" he said. "Food's expensive." "Thank you," I said. Yeah. No need for that," he said. "We're here, all of us, because we want the same things. Food on the table. A job to let us live without getting hungry. Pass it on." "Huh?" "The good deed," he said. "When it is your turn." I chortled. "I will remember that." The bread was crusty and hard. Without water, it didn't taste any good, but it was better than eating mud. "I came here for the Emperor," I said. "Ain't we all?" he said. "No," I said. "I mean, I want to be a part of his entourage. I want to be one of his personal shield. A soldier." The man chuckled, swearing under his breath. "Why are you laughing?" I asked. He shook his head and continued eating what was left of his bread. I was flushed and humiliated. "Why are you laughing?" I asked again. "Nothing," he said. "You're barely a lad. Maybe His Grace will have you as a messenger or a kitchen aide, but a soldier? Do you even know how to hold a sword?" His eyes glinted merrily. "I am useful even without a sword," I said. "Fat luck," he said, loudly laughing this time. "But I will be useful to him." "Go back to your mother, boy," someone else said. I turned to the person who said those words. "If you don't keep your thoughts to yourself, you will not reach the Kanelan Palace gates," I said. The man, a wide one with a bandage wrapped around his head, glared at me. His muscles bulged as he pulled a punch and threw it at me, hitting me straight in the face. I collapsed to the ground with blood dripping from the wound I thought had healed. It was from the fang of a hubbub, but the punch the man threw managed to rip it open again. I stared hatefully at the wide man. Now was not the time to use my power, I told myself. So, I stood up and rode my horse again. This time, I no longer talked to anyone. The crowd dispersed and fell back to the line. We moved slowly again. The sun had gone up, and it was scorching us all. The other citizens had a cloth covering their heads, and I had nothing to wrap my head with. It would be torture to wait this long, but I had no choice. All of these efforts would pay off once I got to talk to the Emperor. After a few hours, I finally reached the front of the line. I dismounted and walked toward the soldiers. I slipped silently between them. "Wait," the soldier said. "Your business with the palace?" "Same as the others," I said. "Food." This time I knew better than to get myself in trouble. "What's that wound?" "A scratch. Nothing serious." "A bandit?" I shook my head. "Regular citizen," I said. "All right. Register here. Write your name. The palace maintains the ins and outs of everyone." To the front, a man waited with sheets of paper. "Here," he said. I stared at the list of names of citizens who had entered Canela. Too many. Then, I wrote my name and continued towards the palace. Chapter 5, The Innocent Captive. Mayo, Calo. Another day passed, and nobody came to visit me. Whenever there were sounds of footsteps, I got up from my bunk and waited hopefully for whoever could have entered the dungeons. Nobody who knew me came. They were all a bunch of thieves, assassins, and criminals that the soldiers captured during their daily rounds. There was no sign of rescue. My stomach growled, and I instantly knew that it was night time. My body had a funny way of keeping me aware of time. For some reason, it growls once to remind me of breakfast, twice to remind me of lunch, and thrice to remind me of dinner. It was almost crazy. The footsteps became louder. "Calo," a man said outside my cell. "Food," he said. The tin plate was pushed under my cell door, and I stared at the food gloomily. There was burnt rice and burnt bread. Nothing else. At this rate, even if I could break free from this cell, I would find myself lying helplessly outside from lack of nourishment. How could the soldiers believe that the food they gave the prisoners was enough to sustain our health? I stood up and took the food as there was no sense in complaining. The food tasted horrible, but what could I expect? I was held a prisoner here, of course, everything they feed us here would taste vile. The soldier stayed outside the way he usually did. "Hey," I said. "What's your name?" The soldier looked at me, surprised. "Are you talking to me?" "No. I was talking to the rat over there," I said innocently before continuing. "Of course, I'm talking to you. You know who I am. It's only right I should know your name, too." "I'm Northsam," the soldier said before turning his back against me. I gobbled a spoonful of rice and chewed on the burnt bread. They tasted ghastly. "Will you tell me what's going on outside?" I asked. He shrugged and ignored me. "Come on," I said. "There's nothing here to occupy me. I don't even know why I am being kept here." The soldier glanced at me from the corner of his eyes. "Everybody says you're a killer." I coughed and spat out most of the bread I had so skillfully chomped with my bare teeth. I seriously thought that chewing on this burnt bread was an impossible feat. "I am not," I said. "Who said that?" "Does it matter?" Lomer asked. "All I know is that you must be kept inside for being a dangerous boy. Someone who killed people in Sinista." He shuddered as though he had been to that evil place. "That's crazy. Look at me. Do you think that's true?" I yelled. "Don't raise your voice," he said, panicked. "I was informed not to taunt you, or you might unleash your power." "What power?" This was by far the most horrific conversation I ever had. The general himself said that you were with a witch and that your lot can kill people without even touching anyone, he said. That wasn't me. I said. That was crazy Miroe and his power. Even though I didn't know where he was, I wanted to smack him in the head for being a liar and a murderer. And for bringing me trouble even though he wasn't here with me. Are you done? The soldier asked, eyeing my plate that was still half filled with burnt rice. I pushed the plate towards him. Here. Nothing tastes good anyway. I stood up slowly, shoulders sagging, and laid on my bunk. Would I ever get the chance to escape prison? If the soldiers were told to keep a tight lid on my security, then perhaps not. I had no idea how long I could manage to stay here in the dark, dingy cell with nothing decent to eat without losing my mind. The plate scraped against the floor as Lomer pulled it from outside the cell. I'm sorry, he said. Then, his footsteps softened as he went away. When dawn approached, I was still in the same position as when Lomer left. While it was true that back in Wawang village, I barely got up when school was over, now, inside the cell where I could procrastinate all day long, I had every desire to get up and do stuff, it didn't matter what, as long as I could pace beyond these four walls that surrounded me. I turned away from the wall when the right side of my shoulder went numb from not moving, but I stayed lying on the bunk. There was no sense in getting up. If I could only find a way to escape and get a hold of the registry of citizens, that would be awesome. At least something would keep me occupied while outside. Kino and Pyper could be having the time of their lives. I felt a sour taste in the pit of my stomach. Why wouldn't my friends rescue me? When it was Kino who was taken, Pyper, Arden, and I all went to find him. Did no one care for me? With that thought and tears starting to streak down my lopsided cheeks, I fell asleep. Chapter 6, To the Kanelan Palace. Miroe Pasap. 2 days had gone by since I finally made it through the Kanelan gates, and I was yet to find a way to meet the Emperor. I had nothing to pay for food, and because of that, I had to force my entry through the kitchen doors of small diners and inns. The scar on my face, an ugly diagonal line that cut across my right eye toward the other side of my face, ending on the left side of my lips, freaked everyone I met. It was raw, and although the blood had dried, it was just as menacing to look at. But it gave me an ominous glare, too. Men who seemed interested in my horse did a double take every time their eyes fell upon my scar. A huge stable was in front of me, and I eased my way inside. This would be a good place to spend the night and feed my horse. The pungency of decayed manure wafted through my nostrils as I made my way inside. Some horses, all without a saddle, were ready for the night. After feeding my bay, I plopped down and remained still. When Goemi and I were still traveling the world, we spent most days lying on the ground talking about the next places we would go to. Well, she did most of the talking. The condition of our travels before was never better than the one I have now, but her presence made everything bearable. My sister was my world, and I couldn't help but wonder how she was faring now. The company she was with seemed to have suited her. With me, there had been no conversations. With Nia and the other children, Goemi was back to how she was before, when we were still little kids playing inside Grandma's house. Did she really hate me? Would the kindness of her heart win over her mind for her to eventually forgive her twin? A loud clang interrupted my thoughts. A tin can fell from the door frame. It was something of a habit, a personal alarm system whenever I slept in an unfamiliar place. I would awaken and give myself enough time to find my way out. What the? A bearded, stocky man said. He looked around and found the new horse. Then his eyes found me. I stood up slowly. Master, I said. Sir. Who are you? He said. I am a traveler, I said. A weary one. I just needed a place for the night. The palace is very strict nowadays. Soldiers have been patrolling along every street since the last Akene wine festival, he said slowly. Do you know what this means? I shook my head. My heart started to pump wildly inside my chest. I could ask for help easily and get you thrown in the dungeons. Suddenly, I felt queasy. Please, I only need a place for the night. I am not a bandit, I repeated. Yeah, you're not, he said mockingly. Where did you get that horse? I glanced at the horse sideways. It was probably too good a breed for someone who looked like me. Its black mane shone even in the darkness. It's a gift from my father, I said, lying. The bearded man moved towards the horse and stroked the horse's mane. There, good bay, he whispered. Don't touch my horse, I said. The man chuckled. Your horse? Who owns this stable? And who was the one who trespassed it? He asked, daring me to speak. The horse is mine, I said in a low voice. Stay for the night, but in the morning, I better find you gone, he said, turning away from me. But leave the horse. A burst of anger started inside my chest, and I felt the blood rising in me all over. I will leave now, I said sternly. I'm sorry to bother you. I walked towards the horse and took the reins. I pulled at the horse, but the man blocked the way. Do you think you can leave with the horse? He said. My horse? His eyes crinkled on both sides. How could you be so mean? I hissed. I am a foreigner here. I am seeking a place to stay, and your hospitality called for stealing my horse? As a fair trade for you trespassing and not handing you over to the Emperor's soldiers, he insisted. Dismissing his words, in one swift movement, I mounted myself and kicked at the horse's arse, crashing against the landlord, who now toppled backward while I raced towards the exit. Help! He shouted. A thief! The night sky, dark as it usually is, suddenly lit up. I could see every moving person around me. Soldiers at the end of the street were talking under the dim street lamp. They looked at me, so I headed in the other direction and kicked at the horse with all my strength. Help, please! The bearded man kept on wailing. The soldiers took a few seconds before they realized what was happening and came to the wrong conclusion. Halt! One of them shouted at me. Stop! I dismissed his command and kept kicking the horse. The soldiers were now running after me, but they were no match for my horse. I turned a corner and trotted off. On the far end, soldiers appeared and blocked my way. I pulled at the reins and turned left, but there was nowhere to go. I headed back, but before I could push the horse forward, more soldiers appeared, blocking the other way. And suddenly, there was nothing left to do but stop and wait for the soldiers to take me. Or I could kill them with my power. But was this the perfect opportunity to reveal my power? If it was, would the Emperor summon me to the Kanelan Palace? Chapter 7, Akea Islands. Northsam Mendel Amark. When I left Kino in the inn, his temperature had gone down. Sweat covered his body as though his fever had finally broken. I wiped the sweat off his body, although I could not change his clothes. This progress made me more confident about the next steps. I hope that when I return, I will find him better. For now, there is a task at hand that I need to focus on. How much for the boat? I asked. 120 gold coins, the man answered. I am not asking to buy the boat. I just need a ride to Akea Islands, I said. The man looked sullen. No one wants to leave the islands. I have to charge you for the cost of going and leaving that place. Otherwise, I would have to bear the loss. The man offered a hard bargain. How soon can you assemble the crew? I asked. Give me until dusk, and I will have the boat ready for you, sir, he said. All right. Prices had gone up more than double as the economy weakened under Emperor Stormaron's rule. He was a ruthless ruler, changing so many regulations and implementing so many life-threatening policies. It was a good thing I was not in power to argue. After I handed half of the coins for payment, the man left without another word. I returned to the inn where I brought Kino. The barmaid glanced at me as I walked in. The tables in the dining area were filled with people, but nobody paid me any mind, for who would dare look twice at a beaten man with white hair and dressed like the rest of them? The stairs creaked not because of my weight but because it needed repair. I opened the door, and there was Kino, unmoving under the sheets. "Boy," I said upon reaching him. "Wake up." His eyes fluttered open but closed again. I sighed before going down to get water and shrubs for the fever. It was too much to hope that he would be healed when I returned. Kino was still burning up, so I had to force the water and the diced shrubs inside his mouth to help lower his temperature. I used the damp cloth the barmaid gave me to clean the boy, to remove the stench of sweat all over his body. The boy's face was flushed, and he kept moving in discomfort. "Be still, my boy," I said, hoping it would be enough. Not surprisingly, Kino acceded even though he was barely conscious. I removed his clothing and tended to the wound on his left leg. The surrounding flesh was just as hot, and an infection could have developed. The injury itself was already a tint darker than brown. This would heal in no time, I told myself, hoping that I was right. When I was done, I opened the window and peered at the sky. It had gone dark. By my estimation, the boatman would have been ready. I gathered Kino in my arms and took my pack. It is time for this to be over. The road to the port was a pleasant 10-minute walk, and by the time I reached the wharf, the boat was ready. The man who was to be the captain of our journey was already providing instructions to the oarsmen. He lowered the plank to allow me to cross over when he saw me. "The weather's fine, sir," he said. "Our journey would be over 2 days. 3 the most, if the waves grow slightly angrier." "Do you have enough food for all of us?" I asked. "Yes, sir. Everything you requested was gathered in the short hour that you acquired my services," the captain assured. "Very well," I said. "And the healer?" At that, the boatman shook his head. "Sadly, there was no one to be found," he said. "Everyone has been called to the Kanelan Palace to journey. Those who rejected the invitation were publicly executed and their families branded as traitors." Kino stirred in my arms. I wanted to put him down on the bunk. The boy had gotten heavy, and I was an old man. I knew my limits. "It's all right," I said. "Take us where we can sleep for the night." The boatman turned and walked ahead of me. He had taken my pack and swung it over his left shoulder. "There is only one room, and the roof is low. But this would keep your boy protected from the cold of the night." He swung a slightly ajar door open at the end of the deck, adjacent to the captain's room. I peered in and was met by the musky whiff of wood drenched in seawater. The man wasn't kidding when he said the roof was low. There was also very little space. I only took a step, and the edge of the bed was already touching my knees. I put Kino down and sat on the edge of the bed. The boatman left the door ajar. After a few minutes, he peered inside, his face a mask of determination. "We will leave in 5 minutes," he said. Without waiting for my response, he vanished just as quickly. From outside, I heard him shouting instructions to the men. The boat lurched as the waves swept us gently toward the middle of the sea. I had more reasons for wanting to reach Akea Island sooner. It was where I was supposed to wait for Micromania. Chapter 8, Block. Miroe Pasap. A few soldiers had already fallen while another stood behind me. I turned around in time to raise my hand and deflect his sword, but before the metal scoured my body, the soldier who was holding it had fallen, clutching at his chest. I rose and looked around. About a dozen more soldiers surrounded me, but their faces held the shock of seeing me in action. Dozens of their comrades were on the ground, breathless, such a waste of soldiers. If Goemi were with me, she could have quickly revived them all. "Anyone else wants to exchange blows with me?" I asked. "I will use my bare hands against your sword. If I win, you must take me to the Emperor." Their mouths fell open. A soldier with a lone star on his chest stood straighter and coughed before walking towards me, reluctantly at first and then with more certainty, after a few steps. "The Emperor is not around. You will not see him," he said. "Then, stop chasing me," I said. "I didn't steal a horse. This horse is mine." With a sword in his hand, the soldier cleared his throat and pointed all around me. "Not a thief, but a murderer," he said. "You attacked me first," I said softly. "And you saw it. It wasn't me. They just stumbled even though I never touched them." "Are you calling me a liar?" "I saw." He spat out. His eyes narrowed into slits. "You killed all of them." I feigned surprise and denied that my power killed these soldiers. "It's not me. Please," I started to beg. The soldier moved forward and drew out his sword. The other soldiers pointed their crossbows at me. Firm, unmoving, focused on just one target, me. "Please. I swear I did not steal a horse." I tried one more time. I didn't know what to do. Must I kill these soldiers again? Must I always succumb to the taunting inside my head telling me that people are unkind and deserve to die? But Goemi would be mad at me. If I kept on doing it, she would eventually disown me. "Fool." My head taunted me. "You ran away from her. Do you think she could ever forgive you?" I shut my eyes and yelled, hoping to throw off the soldiers. I wanted to shun the voices in my head and free myself from these soldiers. I slumped to the ground, arms raised over my head and eyes wide shut. A sword tip grazed my forearm, and a familiar sting followed. Dark hot fluid dripped from my arm down to my chest. A fist struck my face, and I fell sideways, cursing under my breath. I opened my eyes, anger bursting from my stare. "If you take me to the dungeons, I will kill all of your prisoners," I said. To my surprise, the soldier laughed. "Better to kill them than to have them all loose on this world again, eh?" he said. Then to his right, he called out, "Larid, your power is needed here." A man with a thick mustache walked forward, eyeing me curiously. "What do you think?" "He kills with his mind," Larid said in awe. His breath caught as he said it, his eyes round. While waiting for any of the soldiers to speak up, he also kept on wetting his lips. I heard gasps all around me. I used their fear to my advantage. "You heard the man," I said. "I can kill all of you without even raising a sword. Are you still going to arrest me when I can kill you all so easily?" "A dangerous one," Larid said. "But not dangerous enough for my ability." From behind me, a soldier punched my head. I staggered forward, arms flailing to the sides to keep my balance. A boot landed on my back, and I lay sprawled on the ground. I rolled around to avoid another kick, and when I was facing upward, I stared at the soldier's face in front of me and willed for his heart to stop beating. The man's face twisted as his hands clutched at his chest until he knelt on the ground a few feet away from me. "Stop it!" the general shouted. "Stop it, I command you." "I thought my power was not dangerous enough for you and your men?" I said while trying to kneel. "I know your weaknesses," Larid said. "My power knows no weakness," I said. My back throbbed from the kicking it received. "Your heart softens for people you love," Larid said. "There is none. I came here alone. You cannot use anyone as a pawn against me." I struggled, trying to keep my balance. Larid looked startled for a moment. Then, he closed his eyes as though he was thinking. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "Maybe not now, but we will find her later." I gaped at Larid, surprised by what he had to say. Before turning away, he added, "A twin. No wonder you love her so much." Goosebumps appeared on my forearms. His power was admirable. It was one of those passive abilities that were used in ways that were far more deadly. "Don't you dare touch her!" I yelled after Larid. The other soldiers started laughing. "This guy will rot in the dungeon." Right now, there was nothing I could do. He knew my twin. He must also know what she looked like. Even though Goemi was far away from me now, there was no doubt in my mind that the soldiers would hunt her. My dear Goemi. My dear Bubba. And her power was so passive, one that had no use if it were to be used alone. Put your hands up now, the soldier, who was the first to follow me, said. There's no way you will risk your twin, right? On to the dungeons you go. Bind him and take him to the dungeons, he commanded the others. He is not to be set free for killing the palace guards. There will be no need for a trial, perhaps. He would soon be hanged. I pushed at the soldiers who were closing in on me. I raised a fist, aiming at the closest soldier's face. My heart was pounding wildly. They cannot hang me. I was only defending myself. Goemi Pasap, is it? Larid said. His eyes searched mine. Then, a small smile touched his lips. Don't do anything to her, I said, startled. How do you know her name? Oh, we won't. Because we need her to keep ourselves safe from you, he said, chuckling. I raised my arms in defeat, waiting for myself to be bound. I would probably be spending moon turns in the dungeons. But there, I was sure that I could plan my escape. For now, I let these soldiers think that I was submitting to them peacefully. Dear Goemi, don't let them catch you. I shouted inside my head, hoping that somehow, she would get the message. Chapter 9, Prisoners. Mayo Calo. The walls surrounding me seemed to get thicker with time. Maybe it was the darkness that made everything seem smaller, or perhaps, this was the effect of being confined in a small room for a long time. I sometimes found it hard to breathe. Like any time, I could be choking on my own breath. I dreaded the mornings. It would mean a long stretch of hours spent awake with nothing to do but to plan for an escape that was not to be had. I wished there was some way to do it at times, but I see no possibility of that. The sound of metal scraping against rocks broke the silence. Against the faint light, I saw the food tray as it was pushed in under the door by my guard. I ran towards him. Please let me out, I begged. The soldier withdrew his hand, surprised. He was quick to dismiss my pleas. I recognized him, Lomer. He was the same soldier who always delivered food to me. Please, you have to let me out. I have no dangerous ability, I pleaded. There's nothing I can do that would harm any other Akeen. Please beg my case with the Emperor. I am sure he would remember that there's nothing special about me. Look in the registry if you have to. Except that you came with the boy, Lomer broke the silence. But Kino is not here. And I have nothing much to offer, I argued, although I knew it would do me no good to plead my case further. Please, could you at least send a word to my father? The general is not here, Lomer answered. But he will return. He must be looking for me. He will reward you. My voice reverberated inside the prison cell. It's been a long time, and I wanted to get out. The dungeon no longer smelled of decay as the scent had grown familiar to me. I could not even smell my filth. If I stayed here any longer, though, enclosed in the darkness with nothing but burning lamps to light the halls, I was afraid I would go crazy. Crazier than even crazy Miroe was. Lomer opened his mouth as though to speak, but he closed it again and turned away, leaving me alone with my thoughts. No. I shouted after him. Please, come back. I began to sob as I went back to my bunk. I picked up the food tray and munched on the ration, tears adding saltiness to the food. After eating, I put the metal plate back against the floor. I laid down on my bunk and squeezed against the wall. I curled my knees up to my chest and tucked my arms safely between them. What would happen now? How long do I have to wait? Outside, I was almost sure that better things were happening. Adventures like running away from soldiers, meeting tree runners, fighting against hubbubs, all these adventures that I'd dreamt of having since I was a child, and now, all I could do was sit and wait for a chance to escape. Sometimes, I would find myself dreaming of the Akeen registry. In those dreams, I was flipping rapidly through the pages, searching for Mistress Lamare Amark's entry, wanting earnestly to know what her ability was. In the dream, I wouldn't find her name. Instead, I would come across Kino Amark's entry where it said, ability, Distantecus. Or sometimes, it would be shuffling. On rare occasions, his power would even be invisibility. I have never heard of shuffling before, and I have no idea what it could do. Perhaps, I overthought what was going on outside. That's why I kept dreaming about Kino. I also dreamt about him shifting his ability from Distantecus to invisibility to flying. Everything was so weird, but then again, dreams always were. I was pulled away from my thoughts when I inhaled something different, as though there was someone new that was being taken inside the dungeons. When you are in prison, you get so accustomed to the scent that any change brings you panic. I wiped my tears and held my breath, trying to strain my ears to hear any sound. I didn't bother to raise my head and look at the commotion. I was in that place where I just wanted to sleep and cry. Even eating had lost its appeal to me. However, this commotion was the only excitement I had had in all the weeks I have stayed here. I might as well see what was going on. A soldier opened a cell right in front of me, and two others came in carrying an unconscious man. Shove him inside. A voice said. He might awaken, another voice said. There was a hint of fear in the second voice. There's no need to be afraid. He has been given herbs to make his power weak. He wouldn't be able to use it anytime soon, the first voice hissed. When the cell was closed, the soldiers stopped a foot away, glaring at the man inside the cell. Wait! I shouted. Who is he? None of your business, came the reply. What herb did you give him? I asked. The soldier eyed me with so much burning hatred that I stepped back. Do you take the soldier for fools? Each power has a weakness, and the one in charge here knows your weaknesses are. The herb given to him is different, he said, matter-of-factly. I wasn't given any. And then, I flushed. If most of the prisoners here were given herbs to block their powers, and I was the one who wasn't given any, then the soldiers must know that my power was useless. They knew I wasn't dangerous, yet they kept me here. I felt just about ready to vomit. I swayed and moved back to my bunk. My heart thudded in hopelessness. I would never step foot out of the dungeons ever. One of the soldiers smirked. Lomer, have you been talking to this kid here? Why hasn't he learned that he should keep his mouth shut and not ask questions? From a distance, I could make out Lomer's face clouding from the chastising he received. Please, don't leave me here, I begged. I was bawling this time. My father's a general. General Renner Calo, look it up. Ask about him. I'm sure he's looking for me. Or if not him, please look for Mother, Bettina Calo. She would pay you a lot to have me out of the dungeons. Quiet. The soldier ordered. I fell silent, afraid. If the soldiers would not help me, maybe there was someone else who could. I couldn't tell if a day or more had passed. My stomach growled so frequently that it couldn't tell me the time of day anymore. Since the food provided to me wasn't tasty, I felt as though my stomach had shrunken. I didn't get as hungry as I used to. Sleep was also hard to come by. It was always dark as though it was nighttime. Whether that was good or bad, I could not tell anymore. All I knew was that being in the palace dungeons made time stop for me. I stood up and peered through the bars of my cell. The prisoner was still in his bunk, and I could hardly make him out from a distance. I heard some noises, so I went still to listen to the conversation. Kill him, a soldier said. It is best to kill him. There's no official charge against him, the soldier replied. I could have myself thrown to prison if I do that. The voices receded, but they were still loud enough for me to hear. I'm telling you, the soldier said. It was a mistake to let him remain here. He cannot do anything. Remember the herbs. All it would take is for the soldier on duty to forget to give him the correct dose of herbs, and this place would run amok. I don't think we have to worry about that, came the reply. Please. Think about it. Just give it a thought, the other voice said, almost pleading. There was a pause. All right. Buy me an ale, and I will think it over. Convince some of the other guys about it too. Then, there was the sound of chuckling. I decided to get a good look at the new prisoner. I stood on my toes and craned my neck higher. If he were someone the soldiers were worried about, then perhaps he could help me escape. Hey, I said. Hello? The back of the man's head was toward me, and I couldn't see his face. He was no longer lying down, but I couldn't see his face. What did you do? I asked. The man did not say anything and neither did he move. I wondered what he had done and how he was caught. Was he a victim like me? I've been here for a long time. I'm innocent. But I guess it doesn't matter because no one cares here if you're innocent or not. I don't even know if there's going to be a trial. I can't even talk to my father, I said casually. My voice had gone soft. Somehow, it seemed like I was saying all these things to myself. Perhaps I wanted to hear my own words to make up for the lack of a meaningful conversation with anyone for so long. I waited for a while. When the new prisoner didn't move, I retreated into my bunk, where I lay until sleep finally took over. Chapter 10, An Unfortunate Meeting. Miroe Pasap. The dungeon was dark, just like how I imagined cells were supposed to look. It was damp, yet I could also feel the sweat coursing down my back. The odor was beyond what I had imagined. It was worse than anything I have ever smelled. Maybe, it was the sweat of all the prisoners or the filth they excreted day in and day out. For those who have been here longer, I don't think they could make out the difference. It was good that the prisoner from the other cell had stopped talking to me. I wanted to be alone with my thoughts. I pretended to be Goemi's witless twin all my life, and when people spoke, I just ignored them. Nobody minded. It was how it worked for me. And now that I was inside this cell, the solitude was more than welcome. My eyes had adjusted to the darkness. Everything was coated in shadows, and inside, it felt like daybreak. Occasionally, I would hear someone sobbing. I would close my eyes and meditate, forgetting where I was, trying to clear my head. Images of Goemi's face flashed inside my head as I wondered how she was now. Months had passed, and I still longed to see her and be reunited with the only family I knew. All the more reason for me to escape this dungeon and form an alliance with the Emperor. Submit to his will. That was the only way I could be free again. There was a tightening inside my chest as I felt emancipated from the person I loved the most. I opened my eyes to walk away from the feeling of being weak, and I was annoyed at myself for being the target of such an emotion. After a while, my body was slick with sweat, and my thighs had gone numb. I shifted my position and stretched out my legs. When the sobbing from the other cell momentarily stopped, I stood up, massaging my muscles. When the numbness had subsided, I walked towards the steel bars and peered outside, curious at what I might find here. To my surprise, a pudgy boy was staring right at me. His eyes were bulging probably as much as mine. Mayo Calo. Cratty hell. Chapter 11, Meetings. McQuinstorm Aaron. The meeting with the war generals did not end as planned. It was difficult to say that I had their full, unwavering support. At the onset, yes, I could say that, but now that their backs had turned and I could no longer hear what they were saying, I was not as confident. Turan, I said. I must have this discussion with you. Alone. The man regarded me and bowed slightly. When he did, I turned and started walking towards my chamber, with his footsteps keeping me company. The left side of the wall was almost entirely occupied by a fireplace. Fire roared to heat the room. Maidservants who were tending the fireplace immediately left upon our arrival. I sat at my throne and waited for Turan to be seated. His face bore no emotion, and I couldn't read into his feelings. Earlier, When I declared the tree runners' allegiance to the palace to the war generals, they were almost divided into factions. That declaration would have been in peril if not for my gift of charm. Tell me your views about the tree runners, I said. Turan Aragar, my honorable advisor, usually did not offer opinions when they were unsolicited. He believed that no matter how good a piece of advice was, if it were unwarranted, it was just like a rotten egg, stinking and worth throwing away. Why did you do it? He asked. I thought I made that clear in the discussion. There were gray men, these ghosts that fought us in the palace yards not so long ago. Nothing but cheaters, I said. There were already rebellions all over Akea. The citizens are stirring because of what happened in the Akene wine festival, I said sternly. Nobody understood your actions as an emperor. That is why the people are scared, he said simply. You ordered a boy to die. And until now, you have not given an answer as to why you did it. There is still an ongoing order to deliver his body to you. His eyes watched me carefully, but he did not dare to question me anymore. The tree runners can fight the ghosts. These tree runners, have you seen them? They were covered with bark as though they have rawhide for skins. The war dog's teeth wouldn't sink into them. Swords may stand a far better chance on the battlefield. Arrows might work as well. But it was like the tree runners had armors for skin. Turan was shaking his head. That's not what I don't understand. Why now? For the longest time, you could keep the rebellions at bay without seeking help from anyone else. All 13 provinces bow to you. What are you afraid of? I wanted to say that it was by Lamare Amark's assistance that I was able to hold back all the rebellions, but Turan would never understand. He also wouldn't understand that most of the uprisings in the past were ploys to make me appear as the hero. But the ones that were brewing now, I had no hand in them. Turan took out a pipe and lit it, blowing soft billows of smoke before talking again. You know the history of the tree runners. To let them loose in Akea might endanger you even more. They are gentle creatures that were never meant to fight. Perhaps they never would. He paused and changed his tone after noticing that my jaw hardened with what he said. Forgive me, Your Grace, to be so blunt, talking as though we are equals. Please pardon me if my words are so bold. When I did not reply, he continued, the tree runners were banished in Sinista, and there was a reason for that. The death of the 7 lords, I said. Turan blew out another wispy smoke. That's what we all knew. That's what the former emperor told everyone, but I, for one, do not take the former emperor to be a fool. What do you mean? I asked. I remember it clearly. 7 lords that were traveling to the Kanelan Palace to join the Akene wine festival did not make it because the tree runners massacred them. Sentenced without a fair trial, Turan interjected. If there's one thing I was certain about Northsam Mendel Amark, it was that he wasn't a rash man. If he sentenced them to Sinista to spend all their days there, it wasn't because of a crime that was not publicly tried. I did not like what Turan was insinuating. Just think about it. The former emperor wouldn't blame the deaths on a clan without proof or trial, and yet he did. So, the question is, why? Did he sense that their presence in Akea freely would warrant any risk to his rule? And if the answer to that is yes, why? He was dead serious, and he made my head hurt. I massaged my temples as though to clear my thoughts, but it was how Turan had narrated it, sensical. Now that you set them free and with allegiance to Kanelan Palace, what are the repercussions? He said. It is preparation for battle, I said fiercely. Didn't you witness how the ghosts slaughtered soldiers in the palace yards? Turan flinched. My dear Emperor, weren't they provoked? I stood up, and the chair I was sitting on fell heavily to the marble floor. I thumped my fists on the table and leered at Turan. If you don't believe in how I run things, then say it to my face. Do not puzzle me with your riddles. I am not to be toyed with. My ears were throbbing, and I could feel my pulse racing. Turan's face flushed. Your Grace, it was not my intention. Just tell me what you think. I yelled. My body was shaking as I tried to control myself. The windows slammed open as gusts of wind entered the room. I realized that a storm could be brewing outside as a response to my emotions. I breathed deeply to slowly calm myself. I found myself wishing for Saul's presence because the woman could control my rage. Your Grace, I am sure that you have heard the story of the tree runners and how it was linked to the last great black egg, he said. His voice remained calm, but I noted that it had gone a tad softer. The dragon, I said blandly. The last great black egg is believed to be in the custody of the tree runners. Lucrin, the descendant of King Aram of Charisthea, cursed that peace would be broken once the last great black egg was released upon the land. The ship that Lucrin's daughter was on capsized. She was thought to have drowned, but underwater maidens cared for her. It was said that she lived in the ocean. This daughter had a lover who went on to search for her, and when he did and learned about the egg, he dreamed of ruling the world the way King Aram once did. But Lucrin's daughter knew this was not to be, so when her lover stole the egg, the maiden went after him. Unaccustomed to the land, she fell ill and cursed her lover. She whispered her curse to the trees, the lover would become slow, and his powers would be limited to rearing the trees. And he would never rule Akea. Hence, Turan paused. The birth of the tree runners. I will use the tree runners in war as I intend to. Dragons, eh? I said, considering. Somehow, my breathing had abated. If this is true, I can get a hold of it. Legends. Myths. Folklore. Call it whatever you want, but what I'm saying is that tree runners were not made for battle. While it is true that their skins were like armor, their skills were not for fighting. They were not even faithful. Their very existence defines treachery, Turan said. There were so many things about my rule that are difficult to understand. I know that. However, that doesn't give you or anyone the right to question my decisions. I have ascended to power on my own. I have no birthright. I paused, afraid that I had revealed too much. Sometimes, I forget that nobody knew about who Lamare Amark was and her association with me and the former emperor. Turan's eyes watched me, trying to measure me. It was a slip. I should be more careful from now on, especially with him. This is what I plan to do. Listen, Turan, I said, unnerved nonetheless. The boy must die. The ghosts must die. Any dissenting faction must be eradicated. If I need to start a war in one of the provinces of Akea, I will do so to ensure that people fear me and that they wouldn't think of rising against me. Now, do you have any questions? Turan Aragar sat silently, staring at me for a little while longer before slowly shaking his head. Whatever I say may be taken against me. But Your Highness, I beg you to reconsider. The tree runners should probably just stay in Sinista. Not out here. He stood and bowed down before adding, May I take my leave, Your Grace? Amen arose. Her condition has not changed much, I said. The fever had gotten worse, which I suspect could have come from the wounds. Our hands were not tender enough for the task of cleaning these wounds. Cito smirked as though he abhorred being here with us. He was sitting with his knees close to his chest. It was an odd sight, a tree runner seated like that. He was just too bulky to be able to remain in that position. His eyes were cast somewhere far away. If you want to return to Sinista, Kokoros and I will not stop you, I said. We understand if you want to go home. Cito shook his head. Nothing is there for me anymore. It had been weeks. They've probably already branded me a traitor. His scowl had gone fiercer as though he hated the word traitor. His hair had gone an odd shade of brown some moon turns ago. It was now the color of dried leaves. He was indeed getting older. His head snapped towards me, and he peered at the woman. Is there any chance she could be waking up soon? I shrugged my shoulders. I'm doing my best, I said. I was not accustomed to not sleeping in trees. Since we were banished to Sinista, that was how we always slept, a defense mechanism of sorts to avoid everyone. It was the same for all three of us. Sleeping under the naked sky was new to us, and we hardly got any sleep. It was like lying unprotected from anyone in Akea. It was not a nice feeling, I continued checking the woman's wounds. She must regain her strength, I whispered. She must. Kokoro startled me from behind. When she's well, do we leave her then? Must we? Or do we protect her? I asked. Cetos chuckled while shaking his head. Why must we offer our protection to her? The Emperor banished us, and this woman was being chased by the Emperor's general. That is a parallel, true, but it doesn't mean that we have to protect the enemies of the Emperor too. I am certain that the similarities do not end there, I said. I met Cetos' stare, and his eyes shadowed for a moment before looking away. She is the mother, Kokoro said. I nodded. Yes. That's why the boy asked us to help her. Sometimes, I find myself at odds with what we did. What do you mean? It was Cetos. Maybe it was the boy we should have protected, I said. The soldiers went after him. He wanted to be a decoy to save his mother, but what if she wasn't really in danger, to begin with? What if, I paused. What if it was the mother who acted as the decoy so that the boy could escape? And now, we've ruined it for them. Cetos stood up and sat beside me, watching the woman for any movement. His stare outlined her face as though he was trying to unearth a memory. She reminds me of someone, he said. Someone who I wasn't sure existed, or if she was just a yearning at the back of my head. Do you understand what I mean? Cetos asked. I shook my head. Not really, no. You have lived long years, maybe way too long. I think that is the reason why memories were coming back to you. You were having difficulties thinking about who this woman reminds you of. The woman stirred in her sleep, and her eyes fluttered open, but they shut so quickly again before a moan escaped her lips. We must bring her somewhere else. Village people. She must live. Otherwise, the boy's sacrifice would go to waste, I said. Kokoro's nodded before he pulled the makeshift plank that he had made. We carried the woman on top of the plank. I took the far end with a grunt, and we started moving with Kokoro supporting the other side. Beside us, Cetos was walking as though his feet had grown roots. His shoulders sagged as he walked. Miroe Pasap. It's you. Mayo Calo shouted. Of all the rotten luck. I could have ended up in the dungeon with practically anyone, and instead, it had to be the fat boy who accused my twin and me of lying. Mayo's eyes were still bulging as though he had not recovered from the shock of seeing me. Good that you're here. You should have been here a long time ago. Before you had the chance to kill Arden. He yelled. His cheeks, which used to be plump, had gotten a little thinner. It was not a surprise given the quality of food that was probably served here. You can't fool anyone anymore. He said. No one will ever believe you. You're a liar and a murderer, and all the bad things rolled into one. I hope you rot here forever. His face was flushed even in the darkness. He continued in a softer voice, but I hope I don't rot here with you. I turned away from him, walked back to my bunk, and sat down. I was in no mood to converse with anyone. I needed my alone time, so I could think of how to escape. Wait for a guard to walk past me. Lure him to come closer to me. Make sure that he has the keys to my cell. Then when he is close enough, squish his heart so he would fall helplessly to the ground. Grapple him to get the keys and escape. That would have been a good plan, except I knew it could not be that simple. There were always loopholes and things that were bound to go wrong if I did not think my steps through. That was why I needed my solitude. Fat luck that I ended up with Mayo. All I had to do was drone out his voice with my thoughts. I laid down and planned my escape. What were the other things that I could do? How would I be able to go to the Emperor sooner? It was not as simple as I had thought it would be. When I started on the journey, I thought reaching Kanelan would be the challenge. And that from there, I could walk my way through to meet the Emperor. I thought that once I showed him what I was capable of, there was no doubt that he would take me in as his ally. But this. I looked around, peering in the darkness. The light flickered from a distance as night attempted to swallow the lone ray that lit the hallway. This was not part of the plan. Never have I thought that I would end up in this hellhole. Some faint footsteps broke the silence. Mayo had stopped talking as though he was also listening, waiting for whoever the source of those footsteps to pass by our cells. There was loud clanging as Mayo thumped the steel bars barricading his cell. "Help me! Let me out!" he shouted. "Please, let me out and let me see my father." Ha! That little otter had a father. Big surprise. And for him to shout and beg the soldiers to take him to see his father was very him, a coward who always wanted an easy way out. He should just rot in this dungeon for all I care. I turned to my side. Weariness had caught up with me. I felt my eyelids getting heavier as I began to lose consciousness. "Hey! Let me out!" Mayo shouted even louder this time. His pleas jolted me from slumber. I snorted loudly in annoyance. "Go back to sleep," a hoarse voice said. "Dangerous criminals are not allowed outside." "Please," Mayo begged. "I cannot last one more day in this dungeon. This cell is filled with rats." Then, a loud thud rang in my ears. I sat up quickly and peered to see that Mayo was lying on the ground, clutching his shoulder. His face was broken, and he was attempting to stifle a cry. The soldier chuckled before turning away. I watched as Mayo nursed his shoulder. His footsteps were heavy as he walked back to his bunk and slid sideways. Not even the shadows hid the heaving of his shoulders as he started to sob. I sighed. Mayo was definitely at the top of my long list of hated persons, but I couldn't help but feel sorry for him. He was a child, after all. One who was so blunt with his words. One who would be so self-absorbed that he would, most of the time, disregard everyone around him just to get what he wanted, and yet, the sound of his sobbing bothered me. "What did you do?" I asked before I could stop myself. To my surprise, Mayo yelped. Then he bolted up, his arms crossed over his head as though he was hiding from me. "Don't attack me!" he shrieked. He kept yelling, and some prisoners began pounding on their steel bars, shouting at us, obviously annoyed. The cacophony mixed with the bantering and curses from the other prisoners made my eardrums throb. "Quiet, Mayo!" I yelled on top of all the commotion. Mayo hiccuped, but I could still hear his sobs. I shut my eyes as an ache started to build inside my head. My body was tired from the long journey. I soon fell into a deep sleep. Even Mayo's quivering moans lulled me to sleep. My stomach was growling when I awakened. My eyes adjusted to the darkness for a moment. I stood up, looking for something to eat. Even rats would have been good enough for me at this point. I noticed a metal food tray before me. I quickly grabbed it and gobbled whatever was on it. I could barely see the food and hardly tasted what I was eating. All I knew was that when I finished, whatever was in that tray had satisfied my hunger. The dungeon was alarmingly quiet save for echoes created by dripping water somewhere. How long has it been since I was brought here? Time seemed to move slowly here. I understood why Mayo had been pleading with the guards to release him. Anyone can lose their mind here. My eyes jerked toward Mayo's cell. Even in the darkness, I could see his face pressed against the steel bars while his hands gripped them. His eyes, now fixed on me, were no longer bulging from surprise or fear but rather quizzical and somewhat confused. "Miroe?" he said softly. His voice held reservations. I didn't dare move. Now I understood why he was so baffled earlier. He had not known that I was only pretending to be slow in the head before, and he was caught off guard when I addressed a common question to him earlier. "Miroe?" he called out again. His voice had gone a little louder this time. I cocked my head, staring him straight in the eye. This seemed to alert him. He jumped back, his head popping back from between the steel bars. "Do you know how to speak now?" he asked. I looked away. Mayo was not my favorite person. He was irksome, and that was putting it gently. "Didn't you ask me a question?" he paused, "like a day ago?" I dropped onto my bunk and chose to ignore him. This was beyond torture. Sure, the dungeon was worse than I expected, but being locked in here with Mayo made it even worse. I turned sideways and covered my ears to shut him out. It worked. Mayo eventually stopped talking. I wondered what had happened to my twin. Goemi's face immediately formed inside my head, and my heart became tender at remembering her. She was my only family. And then there was Nia, the woman we rescued who treated me like I was her son. I was grateful to her for a while for making me feel the motherly love that I never received. But then things went out of hand, and Nia soon became another faded memory inside my head. When I left them all in Sinista, they were still together. Mayo, Quila, Goemi, Kino, and Nia. What could have happened that ended with Mayo being thrown into the Kanelan Dungeons? If he was here, was there any chance that Goemi would be next? My heart skipped at the thought. I got up so quickly that my head throbbed. At an instant, I was gaping back at Mayo. He was watching me with tearful eyes. Is Goemi, my voice broke as my heartbeat pounded, here with you? Mayo's eyes grew large, but although he seemed surprised by my question, he tried hard not to show it. I'm here alone, he said. His lips trembled. Where is she? My heart was beating faster. I don't know, Mayo said. I don't know what happened. We couldn't get out of Sinista. We were just going around in circles when suddenly, there was this sound of approaching footsteps, and I saw the general's men riding horses. I shouted to alarm the group, but the general saw me, and he caught me so easily. His voice faltered and softened at the same time. The next time I awoke, I was riding with the general. Goemi wasn't there. Quila was gone. Pyper, Kino, and, he paused, and his eyes narrowed at me, Mistress Lamare were also gone. He stressed Mistress Lamare to tell me he was still standing by his claim that Nia Pasap was indeed Mistress Lamare Amark. I decided to let it go. Now that I was apart from them, I didn't see any reason to argue about it. My twin sister was gone? I asked, shock coating my voice. And you don't even know if they're together? Mayo shook his head. The general thumped my head so hard. It's not like I didn't try to save them, but it's just that I wasn't given a chance to. But I hope that they heard me. I hope I gave them a fair amount of warning. This is bad. When I left Goemi, it was because I knew she would be cared for. But to hear this from Mayo, him telling me that Goemi could be in danger. I shut my eyes. What was I thinking, leaving her behind? If I had been there, all it would have taken was for me to grasp the general's heart inside my head, and he would have been dead. Arg! I grunted. I turned to the wall and punched it multiple times, making it pay for endangering Goemi. I kicked at it, too, when my fists started bleeding. My face burned as the sting of my hands made its presence felt. I wanted to shout. Stop it! Mayo shouted. If you want to rescue her, the first thing we have to do is to escape. I turned to Mayo, my eyes in slits. If I escape this dungeon, what makes you think that I would bring you with me? You have done nothing but spite me. You're the most annoying Akeen I know. I would only take you with me for the fun of squishing your heart once you bore me. I was so mad that I didn't dare filter my words. Mayo jumped back so quickly and into his bunk that it almost seemed funny. However, I wasn't finished yet. After making my life miserable with all your claims that Nia was Lamare, do you really expect that being stuck here in this dungeon would make me take kindly towards you? I hissed. I started to pant uncontrollably and realized that I should have stopped earlier. The shadows swallowed Mayo's figure as he kept pressing against the wall in a vain attempt to get as far away from me as possible. I went back to my bunk and sat with a loud thud. I had to think. Weigh things more. Goemi's safety changed everything. I came here to form an alliance with the Emperor, but that was before I learned that my twin could be in danger. And yet, what if she turned her back on me? Or was it I who left her alone? It was not so long ago, yet the memories had gone murky. My heart clenched in loneliness, and I tried holding back my tears. Bubba, I whispered, calling out to my twin. Do you need me? But Goemi let Arden come between us. That was an act of betrayal. Goemi may replace me with someone else in the future. So, I must not search for her. This time, I must only look out for myself. Mayo, Calo. I tiptoed to the edge of my cell to get to my food tray, and even when I was picking it up from the floor, I made sure that I would not make any sound. I glanced at Miroe's cell and could only make out his form on his bunk. He had not moved in hours. I could only guess that he had fallen asleep. What was I thinking approaching him like that? Even though steel bars separated us, I reminded myself that all Miroe had to do was think about killing me, and it would happen. Distance didn't mean anything to him when it came to his power. A chill ran down my spine at the ghastly thought. But the soldiers guarding this dungeon said they were making Miroe drink herbs, which should prevent him from killing me. There's no reason for me to be frightened then. Regardless, I had to focus on my escape. Every day, I tried thinking about multiple ways of escaping. Was there any way to trick these guards? Was there any power that could help anyone escape the dungeons? If I had invisibility, would it have made any difference? I winced when I made a sound as I sat on my bunk and craned my neck to see if I had disturbed Miroe's sleep. He was still on his back, still as a rock. Porridge stared at me. It looked so bland that even before I tasted it, I knew I ate it only to keep myself alive. There was no delight in consuming it. None whatsoever. Why would I even want to join Miroe in his escape? My grandma always said there was some good in everyone, and maybe, no matter how rotten Miroe had become, there was still some good in him. A little part that I could help grow. Hopefully. I should be prepared in any case. If Miroe doesn't want to take me with him, I should probably just beg him to let me out of the cell. From there, I could go my own way. I would retrieve the registry of citizens and find out who Kino's father was, discover Mistress Lamare's power, and find out if Kino was Cratty royalty. Northsam Mendel Amark. Sea spray was everywhere as the waves hit the bank. Men reached out to take the boy from me, but I refused. Instead, I pointed to the baggage that I had brought. No need to help me with the boy. But my baggage is still on the deck, I said. If you must. The man nodded before hoisting himself up on the boat, splashing some more water on me. I glanced at Kino. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, and his body was damp against mine. The fever had broken, and with some rest, he would be well enough and hopefully regain his strength. I trudged on the water as waves kept whipping me. A big one came splashing and I swayed as the water took Kino and me under. I reached out to a hand, thankful that one of the oarsmen was near the bank. He extended a hand and grabbed me. We sat on the sand with a loud thud. Kino stirred. His brows furrowed, and his eyes opened slightly, but the sunlight could have been too much for him. I coughed and turned sideways toward him, gathering my grandson in my arms. There was a cottage near the waters, and we could rest there. The oarsman was still waiting for me by the shore, and he escorted us to the cottage. The door creaked as he pushed it open. Sand covered everything, and a faint scent of burnt fish hung in the air. It was burlioke, a fish with bright orange meat. It would serve well as a meal. My mouth began to water. There's a mattress where you can lay him down, the oarsman said, pointing inside. I saw the mattress and put Kino down. Some dry clothes, I said. The oarsman handed me a dry piece of cloth, which I used on Kino's hair. He was still dripping wet, like me. I removed Kino's clothes and pat-dried him. There's a blanket, elder, the oarsman said. Thank you, I said as I unrolled the blanket he passed me and used it to cover Kino. The boy's hair was slick, but it would dry immediately in this weather. Gusts of wind kept blowing inside the cottage. When you're ready, just send me a word. I will have someone prepare your dinner, the oarsman said. I nodded at the kindly man, suddenly oblivious of my growling stomach. How about the healer? I asked. Were you able to find one? Not in another 3 days. I was told that a healer would visit the islands, but we must wait and see. 3 days would be good enough. Kino's fever was almost gone, and a good night's sleep was what he needed now. I examined the wound on his leg and noted that it had been healing fairly well. There was no more pus. When the healer arrives, it would just be to confirm that Kino has healed completely. It's all right. I heard about the dearth of healers in the provinces, I said. They were summoned to Kanelan. When all was settled in the evening, I walked outside the cottage and stared at the already waning sun. The moons could be seen visibly on the horizon, and as though by their bidding, the waves crashed heavily into the shore. Gusts of wind disheveled my hair. I was told of your arrival, Elder, a deep voice regarded me. I need not turn around to find that Elder Sika was the source of that voice. It took me some time to finally get a hold of the boy. And perhaps, just in the nick of time. I turned to face Sika. Creases of old age hardly touched his face, but his short cropped hair was already graying. Your grandson? He asked. He is, I said. His training must begin as soon as he is well. The future of Akea rests on his shoulders now. A heavy burden for such a young boy, Sika sighed. And yet, the gods could only get worse. I paused, my eyebrows rising. Have you gotten word of where the seer could be now? I asked, wondering where Micromania could have been. When last we spoke, she promised she would look for the boy, but having stumps for limbs could significantly slow her down. Sika's eyes rounded in surprise. She's been here for about a fortnight now, Elder. She said that you would be here before the moon turns. I chuckled, shaking my head. Micromania might have sensed it when I reached Kino and decided to head straight to Lake Islands before we did. Would you like me to send for her? Sika asked. There is no need. I will be the one to pay her a visit, I said, staring back at the horizon and wondering if it was too late to see her. Perhaps not, given that my purpose of seeing her takes precedence over some protocol about evening visits. I will hold an elder meeting tomorrow, Elder Sika, I said. Please send a message to everyone. It might be a little too abrupt, but we have to act fast. Things have gotten out of control since the Akene Wine Festival. I had heard the news about so many things that it would be foolish to take things slowly. My daughter lives. That came as a surprise to me. I had always thought that the prophecies meant she would perish before Kino's power could be unleashed. There must be something that happened between the time I was gone until now that I was not privy to. All the more reason that I must find her too. No seer had ever predicted everything with such accuracy. Not even Micromania. And she had trivialized everything when she said that out of the Nivan blood, Akea would rise again. While it was confirmed that Nivens did survive, it was still surprising that Nivan lineage would save Akea. Who among them would save Akea? I asked myself how it intertwined with Kino's life. News about the Akene Wine Festival declared that Kino became invisible when he was ordered by the Emperor to be slain. How that happened remains a mystery. From what I know of shuffling, it was not akin to invisibility, unless Kino had been with people who could make themselves invisible. This could be the reason why he was able to manifest that power. Such an intricate web he has managed to get himself entangled in. To meet and be with a Nivan. What a curious thought. My head began to throb as I got lost in thoughts spiraling inside my head. Since I had stopped being the Emperor, I got frequent headaches that became more savage as I got older. There were a lot of things that I didn't understand anymore after I abdicated the throne. Much that I should catch up on. Much that I must do. It is you, as I had hoped, Micromania said as soon as I entered her cottage. She was still the same woman I had worked with many moon turns ago. Recently, she had become a part of my life again as matters of pressing concern came to her. Issues that involved my grandson and the fate of Akenes. I had wanted to reach you sooner, but it was a difficult journey for me, I began. When you said something about where it all started, I thought it might be Nivadan or here on these islands. It was only by happenstance that I chanced upon Sinista. A faint smile split Microm's lips. The woman was a seer. During my reign as the Emperor of Akea, I had always listened to her prophecies and filtered out which ones would serve my rule and which ones I had no use for. Oh, was it? She said in an amused tone. Don't play games with me. I know you knew which province I would find my grandson in. I would have greatly appreciated it if you had told me earlier. I could have avoided a few things and changed how events turned out, I said. You do realize that was exactly why I kept the location hidden from you, she said. Had you known, you would have done something differently that would have caused even more complications, more disturbing than they already are. Perhaps come earlier to take your daughter. I heaved deeply. I understand. As always, I must never meddle with destiny. Micram pointed to the chair that was right in front of her. Only a desk separated us. Where is the boy? She asked. You will meet him tomorrow. He is indisposed at the moment. The journey has not been easy, and he was still recovering from a fever. I am not exactly sure how he was relevant to the prophecy when it clearly stated that from the Nivan heritage, the land would be saved. It may just confuse the boy. Micram gave me a quizzical look. Do you not question the prophecy, Your Highness? It is quite confusing, yes. But I do wish to understand why Kino, who is not of Nivan blood, was still identified by the Emperor as a threat. I knew then that a long conversation was in store for the night.
Chapter 12, The Dreaming. Marcella Benilda. Lara Senda was frowning as he led the way to Karasthea. The weather was not good for travel, but we had no choice. When the pronouncement was made that General Ion Nodo was to be king and addressed as King Ion Nodo, first of his bloodline, I had no other option but to leave Amare in a rush. It was unnerving how people who used to serve my household could so quickly go against me once it was known that the Emperor no longer supported me. Those years they had served me well while I offered them protection were forgotten as quickly as that. Not everyone was so easily swayed, though. Some handmaidens wanted to serve me until my death, but even though that would have been favorable for me, it was in no way fair to them. So, I released them from their oaths, tears streaking their faces as they pitied me, their queen. In the end, I felt like those glances, those weary looks, were what made me push through with the journey to Karasthea sooner. I thought I had left them all, but I should have known that Lara Sendo's support would not waver. And now, as he trudged ahead of me, I could not even guess what he must be thinking. Why? I asked before I could stop myself. Laras turned sideways to glance at me. Then his eyes were back on the road, searching for any danger that might be hiding there. You are a good queen, he said. My queen. I will not tolerate you referring to me as such, I said, trying not to scold. Being with me endangers your life already. And you, acting like I was still queen, would bring much more trouble. How much more do we stand to lose? Your son disowned you in favor of a most annoying man. Right now, I only want to reach Karasthea and from there plot our next steps. I wanted to say something, but Laras was not yet finished. Don't you dare tell me that it doesn't matter. That your life doesn't matter. That you understood why the Emperor did this. His face was red, and his eyes moist with anger. His lips had set on a thin line, and I could see his jaw hardening. The only thing I regret is that I didn't get to plant a knife in the general's heart the first time he visited the palace, I said softly, considering. It might have changed things. Americans would understand why I would do such a thing. Just imagine a general bringing a boy bound in ropes to the palace. All mothers would have agreed with me. I will avenge you, my queen. There is no need for that. I have to see what is to happen in my dreams. Laras knew nothing about the dream world, and this was the first time I inadvertently disclosed it to him. The dreams? He asked. I took a deep breath. Maybe it was time to share with Laras what my power was. He never knew it because being royalty meant that I need not divulge my ability. I dream. He chuckled. So do I. Huge dreams actually, he said, dismissing my disclosure. His eyes glinted as they fell upon my face, and if I was not mistaken, some redness blossomed on his cheeks. I felt my cheeks heating up as well. Laras was a handsome man. Enough. I chastised myself. It is not suitable for me to entertain such thoughts. I dream in a way you wouldn't even begin to fathom, I said. His eyebrows raised, and he had to stop his bay, perhaps sensing that I was about to unravel something significant. I also stopped my horse. The dreams that I have are like warnings. They give me an insight into what could happen, and if I do not follow what it dictates, it ends disastrously for everyone, I said. Does this mean that you had this dream? That I and Nodo would be put to the throne in your stead? He said, his voice steely. Not this one. You see, the events that happen in real life are the actual stories. But the dreams, these are just fragments. Bits and pieces of what might happen. It isn't always bad. Sometimes, there were also good dreams. It sounds rather complicated, he said. I barely understand what you're telling me. And why must you explain it to me now? He said, sounding confused. It is important because I have not had a dream for a long time until after the Akene Wine Festival. It was rather dreadful, I said. If it's giving you a warning, then we must heed it. Whatever dread you feel must be replaced with something more preferable, he responded reassuringly. I wish it were that simple. But the thing is, I paused. A chill coursed down my spine as I remembered the dream I had about myself, Karasthea, and Solarin Douglas. All my life, I have protected my son. I obeyed the warnings. I followed what I must do to save his life. I had a dream that a swordsman would kill him. I told my son about it, but he did not believe me. Forgive me, my queen. The emperor has no hold on me. For what he did to you, his mother, he does not deserve my support, Laras interjected. First of all, do not address me as your queen. I have a name. Marcella. If you must continue protecting me, then it must be as a friend. Call me by my name, I said firmly. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. He closed them again. You must listen to me. I need you to help my son see that what I told him was true. If we come to a point where I cannot be there to protect him, I want you to do it for me, I said sternly. Lara sneered, something I had not seen him do in the past. If you won't be there to protect him, then that only means I have died, for there is no occasion where I would put my life before yours, he said without looking at me. You don't understand, I said, surprised at his response. It is you who do not understand how deep my fealty runs. Had you told me to tear the general's body apart with my sword, I would have done so without hesitation. Now, as I stand before you, if you tell me to go back and reclaim a mare for you, I would. It will not matter if there was no one else to help me with the task. I will do anything to see your word into execution. After this, his eyes had gone softer. His voice was gravelly and emotional. I knew that the guards took to heart their allegiance, but at some level, I always thought there must have been a limit to what they would be willing to do. There was no way for me to change his mind, but the last dream I had, the one where I was to find myself in Karasthea with Solarin Douglas, that was one circumstance that I never thought would happen so soon. I had spent all my life in a mare, save for the time when Gorio and I went to Minoan. But since then, I had no clue that I would ever abdicate the throne. This was why I thought my dream had only a remote probability of happening. Why would I ever leave a mare for Karasthea, the land where all the dragons used to live? And my dream was so specific. It is there where I would meet my death. I could still remember vividly how burning lava hurled towards me. That was the moment when I awakened. Since then, I have not had that dream again. The strange thing was that it had all happened so soon. I still cannot believe I am on the journey to Karasthea now. Listen to me, I said fervently. In one of my dreams, I saw my death here in Karasthea. There was a woman who, months ago, was not even my acquaintance but whom I know now. I've dismissed the dream and buried it deep inside my thoughts because I never thought that I, of my own volition, would choose to go to where the volcanoes are abundant. This is abhorrent. But now that I am almost there, I fear for my life. When? I asked, looking him in the eye. When will I meet my death? The volcanoes are not erupting now, but they will. Soon. My voice had been trembling with fear. The hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood as I faced the reality that I could die any time. There is no stopping the dreams from happening. I tried to avoid them before, but for my life to move forward, I have to react to the scenes in my dreams. If not, that would be the only thing that could ever happen to me. I certainly do not want to always be on my toes, wondering when the volcanoes would erupt, I said, catching my breath. Laras nodded curtly as though he understood. I will stand by you to protect you. That is all I can promise you. After a while, as though an afterthought, he added, Marcella. It wasn't enough. Laras's promise was not to keep my son safe, which was all that I lived for. All the years that I have spent protecting him would be for naught if he ended up dying. Death comes to everyone, but a premature one could be prevented. I would get in between death and wind if I had to. When we get to Karasthea, it could be moon turns, or it could only be days before Salaran Douglas comes here. When that happens, the volcanoes will erupt soon after. We won't push further if you are not going to promise me that in case of my sudden demise, you would not blame yourself for my death. I would have you do no such thing. It would please me if, instead, you would ride to Canela and offer protection to my son. My voice had quivered as I spoke, and I could only hope Laras would finally give in. His eyes moistened when next he spoke. Marcella Benilda, my sword is yours. I would like to believe that your existence paved the way to mine, but should you cease to be here no more, I would ride hard to Canela as your heart desired. To my surprise, he thumped his clenched fist twice on his chest. It was an ancient sign of fealty, a mark to seal his promise. He waited a while for me to speak, but there were no words left for me to say, so I simply nodded at him. It seemed enough. My heart was beating frantically, and I was gripping tightly at the reins of my horse. Could he have made me catch my breath? It couldn't be. I would never allow it. After a long silence, Laras finally broke it by saying, "We must continue with the journey." I nodded and kicked at my horse because I dared not speak further. Chapter 13, A Rescue Mission. Pyper, San Diego. Elder Mayandilo said he could not go with Dogan and me to search for Kino. The elder was very specific, I must only rescue Kino and no other. Whenever I talked about Mayo, the elder would frown at me. But when I asked him why he seemed to dislike my friend, he would not tell me why. He would offer me no explanation, and there was the end of the conversation. I thought elders were supposed to be compassionate, which was why I found it hard to understand why Elder Mayan would not want anything to do with Mayo Calo. The good thing was that I finally convinced Dogan to go with me. He was adamant at first, but later on, he grunted and stopped protesting because I convinced him that the Emperor wanted one thing alone, Kino's death. I could not even begin to retrace how we ended up in this dreadful situation. However, there was only one problem, I did not know where to start looking. Logic dictated that we should begin at Canela. If the general was able to capture Kino, that meant that he would either have killed Kino or have brought him to the Emperor. And while the Emperor frequently leaves the palace, the chance of him being there was still higher than him being elsewhere. Plus, Dogan and I cannot multiply ourselves to cover the whole of Akea. So, we will have to begin the search with Canela. To be more specific, the Kanelan Palace. I sat silently while waiting for Dogan to arrive. Soft footsteps approached. I stiffened, made myself invisible, and held my breath, afraid that if it were another Niven who had somehow learned about our plan to leave Nivedon, he or she might reveal us to Mother. A shadow moved, and when the moonlight fell upon its face, it was Elder Man. I stood abruptly and rushed towards him. "Elder!" I gushed, excited to see him. "Are you finally going with us? Did you change your mind? We will certainly be able to make use of your great power." I stopped in mid-sentence as Elder Man silenced me. "I did not change my mind. I have an obligation here. Your uncle Salvatore had already welcomed me in Nivedon. I promised to help him and your mother guard this place against any attack. But no one would attack the ghost town, I insisted. All those things about how there are rebellions outside and how our existence is revealed to the entirety of Akea couldn't be true. We are safe here. The Nivens are safe here." The elder shook his head gently. "I'm not here to join you." However, a thought crossed my mind. No one living could tell us what happened years ago. There might be no one who could reveal to us what Lamare Amark knew. What her family's relevance was to the Emperor. And why, for the love of the gods, the Emperor wanted the boy dead, but, the elder paused dramatically. There must be something I could do. My eyebrows rose in curiosity. "Tell me, Elder," I said a little louder than usual. "If there's anything I could do to help, then I would." I stopped short as I detected some movements. There was another shadow lurking behind the door. When it moved closer to us, I realized that it was Dogen. The burly man was looking at me. "We must leave now," he said, sounding concerned. "Nobody seems to be stirring. Nivens had taken to their homes." I glanced back at the elder. "As soon as I have new information, I will send you a word," he said. It seemed that the method by which he would extract the information from ages ago was not to be disclosed to me today. "All right then," I said. "We will take leave now, elder man." His eyes took me kindly as he met my gaze. He touched my shoulders as though he wanted to prevent me from taking this trip with Dogen. He released me after enveloping me in a hug, and when I caught his eyes, they were teary. "Your father would be so proud of you," he said. "Be careful. If you need to send me news, please call my friend." The elder looked up and clapped his hands twice. A dove flew and rested on his outstretched hand. Then, he handed me the dove. "Calo would be traveling with you. He won't always be visible to you, but if you need him, clap twice and whisper his name. He will fly to you," he said. "But elder, I don't know how to speak bird," I said in a rush. The elder's eyes crinkled as he smiled. "Calo understands our language. He would be able to tell me what you tell him. He won't use the same words you did, but it's something that won't be difficult for me to discern." I beamed. "Thank you, elder," I said. "Calo will be a lot of help." Dogen broke the conversation. "We must leave now," he repeated. "Forgive me, elder, but you know how Pyper is forbidden to leave Nivadan. We must be on our way now if we want miles behind us before a troop is sent to follow and take us back here." He grimaced as though he despised the thought. "It still singes me that I had to go against my promise." "You promised to take her back to Nivadan. You never promised that you wouldn't take her on a journey after that," the elder said. I smiled gratefully at elder man. Dogen nodded curtly, although he didn't seem to buy that thought. He extended his hand, and I reached out to him. "Goodbye, elder man," I said. "Please care for my people the way my father would. And please tell father the next time you see him that I am sorry for running away again. But it's Kino, and there's no one else who could help him." The elder merely nodded. "May the moons be faithful to your journey," he said. And with that, Dogen and I walked on.
Chapter 14, The Escape. Miroe Pasap. I must escape the dungeons. There was no excuse for staying here this long. For someone like me, who had been roaming all his life, it was not right to be confined to one space. The problem was that there were soldiers that roamed the dungeon regularly. To top that, I had my regular dose of Anotan herb, which prevented me from using my power. Whenever I try to touch someone's heart, it was as though I am grappling with something too slippery for me to grasp. I have always relied on my power. Whenever something went awry, I would seek vengeance and use my ability to get even. But here, nothing. I waited in silence as the sound of footsteps approaching got louder. I peered to see who it was when he finally passed by. They all looked the same to me. The same men garbed with soldier uniforms, similar haircuts, almost identical skin tone, and body type. If only I could get my hands on their hearts, one gentle squeeze ought to do it, and I would be free. There was movement inside the cell in front of me, and then I saw Mayo's face. His dark eyes were scrutinizing me. He used to have a plump face, and the first time I saw him here, he had gone thin. Now, it seemed like he had grown thinner still. He just stared at me, not saying a word. "If you expect me to talk to you, rest easy," I said. "I won't." He jerked as though he was still surprised to hear me speak. "What happened to you?" he asked. "Why did you end up here?" He paused before continuing, "Although I must admit I had wanted you to rot in here. But I don't want to rot here with you. That just isn't right." I moved back to my bunk and sat there, trying to ignore what he was saying. "If I escape this dungeon, I will leave him here." "Talk to me," he bellowed. "Do you know how difficult it is to stay sane here? It's been," he paused, "I think months already since I was detained. And at least now you're here. I must admit that you're not my favorite person, and if I could help it, I wouldn't talk to you. But the dungeon is lonely, and I don't know. Maybe we can escape together? His voice went a little squeaky when he said together, as though he was suggesting an alliance. I know we didn't get along in the past, he continued, but that's all water under the bridge. So, when you finally decide to escape, will you please take me? But after we escape, can you not kill me? It was hilarious listening to him talk. For him to ask me to take him with him and soon to counter it by asking me not to kill him. Dire circumstances could really do so much to a person. Are we friends now? Mayo asked, probably upon hearing me chuckle to myself. Of course not, I answered. Oh. All right, he muttered in defeat. I could hear his footsteps retreating. It was followed by a soft thump, which I guessed was the sound he made when he sat on his bunk. Calo was the fat boy who irritated me each day we were together, back when we were still in Sinista. I would have frozen his heart if not for my twin Goemi, who was the epitome of kindness. She always wanted me to refrain from using my power and think hard before using it. I disagreed with her all the time, though. For me, my power was what would set me apart and would help me accomplish everything that I wanted to achieve. I tried to reach out to Mayo to touch his heart, but I could feel an invisible wall blocking my power from touching it. It was as though the extension of myself, my power, kept gliding smoothly away and missing what I was targeting. But maybe there was a way. There must be. I cannot let myself die here. I tried to touch Mayo with my power again and... What are you doing? Mayo yelled. He jumped from where he was and rushed to the steel bars, his face peering at me. Did you just try to kill me, you criminal? Did you feel that? I said in askance. But how can you feel it when it just kept on gliding away? Help! Mayo shouted. Help! He's trying to kill me. His power is no longer blocked. Shut your mouth. I said. Don't call on them. But it was too late as the sound of rushing footsteps kept getting louder. He tried to kill me. Mayo yelled. The soldier seemed confused. That can't be. Eloy said I didn't need to make him drink another dose of an otten herb. At least not for another 5 hours. Whatever chance I had of escaping was now ruined thanks to Mayo. I seethed inside. The soldier put his hands around his mouth and yelled, "Over here. Bring the potion." He eyed me warily while waiting for the other soldier to reach him. My cell was opened, and the 2 soldiers entered. No. I said as I pushed at them randomly. Laughter filled my ears as the new soldier clucked me on the head. This is no easy task, he grumbled. Tilt his head. The other soldier grabbed me by my hair and forcefully bent me backward while holding onto my hand. I squirmed to get out of their grasp, but it was impossible. A hard fist thumped me on the head. Groaning, I decided to stop flailing. The dark liquid filled my mouth, and I tried not to swallow it, but it was too much already as one soldier pinched my nose, forcing me to gulp hard. When there was nothing more left of the antidote they gave me, they pushed me back, and I fell to the ground. The sound of steel against steel was all I could hear as they locked my cell again. Their footsteps slowly faded. I stood up and doubled over, coughing, and trying desperately to spit the antidote out. Spittle desperately dripped from my mouth, but it was useless. I had swallowed every ounce of it. If I could just avoid that antidote, or if I could replace it with something else before they make me drink it. Or if someone would connive with me, one of the soldiers. If I only had some gold coins to offer, perhaps someone would release me, but I had nothing aside from my power. I'm sorry, said Mayo, sounding apologetic. But he was crazier than I thought. A minute ago, he was yelling so that I could get the herb, and now, he says he is sorry. I ignored him and instead made my way to my bunk. I spat on the ground a few times. I wanted to forget what taste remained of the bitter antidote. I said, I'm sorry. I didn't know the guards were going to do something like that to you, he said. And besides, you did try to kill me. There was the lunatic in him that always contradicted himself. I shook my head, wishing I could get away from this dungeon and this unwanted company even more so. Mayo, Calo. I have been standing at the far end of my cell, watching Miroe for a while now. It probably had been hours already, although it was difficult to tell since it was always dark inside the dungeons. Occasionally, I would hear Miroe snoring, and I would wonder how in the world could anyone sleep so soundly in a place like this, let alone snore. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry," I chanted. Then I started again, a little louder this time. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." "Aren't you going to stop taunting me?" Miroe shouted so suddenly that I jerked in surprise. "I need you to accept my apology," I yelled back. He bolted upright and rushed to the steel bars that separated us. "What need are you talking about? Are you so self-centered that you expect me to accept your apology just like that? And for the love of the gods, do you even mean it?" His hair was disheveled, but compared to how his hair had been before, it looked neater now. It was pulled back in a ponytail. Perhaps he did not get the chance to cut his hair. "I didn't mean for the soldiers to force you to drink that stuff," I said. "Would you stop touching my heart? Could you please promise that?" Miroe looked away. He returned to his bunk, probably not wanting to talk to me anymore. I knew he was irritable and taunting him was the only way I could get him to speak to me. "You know my grandma could be missing me right now. She's wondering where in Akea I had gone off to. She's old, and no one cares for her, and to make her worry, that's something I would like to spare her. But here, what can I do?" "Nothing," I said. I felt some of the weight on my shoulders had lifted as though saying my worries out loud was good enough to atone for my guilt. "Maybe, I know this sounds weird or unnatural to you, hearing it come from me, but I thought that maybe, there's a chance we could escape together?" My voice rose into a squeak, just like the first time I asked him. I have done nothing for Miroe to trust me, but our situations now were so tightly intertwined that I thought we could make some good out of it. "What do you think?" I asked. There was no response from Miroe, and I heard him snoring again after a while. I decided to go to my bunk and rest. The next time I woke, I wondered where I was. It was dark all around save for the flickering light at the end of somewhere I could not begin to fathom. I was about to panic when I remembered that I was inside my cell, in the Kanelan Palace dungeon. And then all my worries came back to haunt me. Where could Pyper be? Or Kino? What happened to my friends? Didn't they care that I was rotting here? There was nothing to eat, and to make things worse, I was stuck with Cratty Miroe. "You should eat," Miroe said, breaking the silence, and I squealed. He laughed in that annoying manner. "You are so squeamish. How in the world are we going to plan our escape if just by the sound of my voice you squeal already?" I looked at him with googly eyes. "Do you really mean that?" I asked. There were many times that we didn't see each other eye to eye, and I don't doubt that there will be more. But what are we to do here if we're not going to help each other? "Chances are, we'll both end up rotting," he said. "You mean like a truce?" I said. "Exactly. But it doesn't mean that I would forget everything that you accused me of." "I did no such thing," I yelled. "Let me see," he said. "You said I was a murderer, liar. What else?" Miroe didn't understand that they weren't accusations at all if it were the truth. But I knew it was not the right time to argue. After all, the truce was more than I had hoped for. "Fine," I said. "Truce it is then." Miroe smirked, and now that there was no touch of crazy in his eyes, he did seem a little friendlier to me. "So, what do we do now?" I asked. Miroe's brows furrowed as he thought. "There are some things we must think through. Like how can we ensure that my power does not get blocked? And then, even though it is unblocked, we're still stuck here if we don't have a key. We can only get to do this once. If we fail the first time, I doubt we ever will because I'm sure they would tighten security. Perhaps even make sure I'm drinking that horrid concoction every hour. A lot to process. Too many concerns. We must keep our voices down," I said in a bare whisper, hoping that he was the only one who could hear me. "We're not the only ones here and..." "Escape, huh?" somebody said from maybe 2 cells away from us. It was followed by raucous laughter. Nobody escapes the Kanelan Dungeons alive. Miroe met my gaze, and we both went quiet afterward. My eyes flickered in fear, but Miroe held steady as though he was confident we were about to make history. Miroe Pasap. Every day, someone would come and make sure I drank the concoction to block my power off. It never failed. The bitter fluid completely stripped me of my power. I had to wash it out and wait for the concoction to lose its effect on me. After a few hours, I would be able to graze anyone's heart, but it was a dead end for me because I would be given another dose of a not herb by then. I had to break the cycle. I was sure that someone from upstairs was monitoring my schedule and that there was probably no way anyone could tamper with it, which meant that only Mayo and I could act on our plans. I jolted up from my bunk as a thought occurred to me. "Are you awake?" I hissed at Mayo. There were faint movements in his cell before I saw his pudgy face. His round eyes were staring straight at me. "Couldn't sleep," he murmured. "I think the wails from the other end of this dungeon are getting to me. Soldiers were there some hours ago. I could swear I heard them saying something about hanging in the gallows." He was right. I heard those murmurs too, which prompted me to be more steadfast about our plans. We had to make our escape sooner. "What's your power?" I asked. "Nothing that we could make use of here unless you want to remove all the bad ingredients from what you're eating," he grumbled. "Crat," I said, wondering if there was a way we could escape. "The soldiers come to me at specific periods to ensure that the antidote has not worn off yet. But after that, they just let me be. Lying here, no guards, nothing whatsoever to report what I was doing." "And?" he asked. "That doesn't mean you can slip through the steel bars and run, right?" he added sarcastically. I decided to ignore his tone. "That gives us enough time to do something and escape," I said. He nodded slowly, but he seemed reluctant. "I don't see how that could help us." "What if we break the schedule?" I said. "How are we going to do that?" He tried leaning closer to the bars. "I'm not sure yet. Do you have any friends here? Acquaintances?" He shook his head. He sighed loudly before saying, "I think that as the days go by, it becomes clearer to me that there must be no way we could escape." "That's not how you should be thinking. It's all in the frame of mind. If you believe that we can do it, then options would arise." I paused before continuing. "Come on. Think fast. What is it that drives your desire to escape?" Mayo's shoulders slumped. "I don't know." "Think of something." "My grandma, my dog," he paused. He hiccuped before saying, "I used to help my friends, but now that I'm in danger, it seems like no one is going to come to save me. So, I won't make them my priority too." "Revenge, then?" I suggested. "Let's say that once you get out of here, you can go after your friends and make them explain why they didn't rescue you. Would that be good enough?" "I don't know," he said silently. "Maybe." He sank back further into his bunk now, pitying himself. "Don't act like that," I said in a louder voice. "If no one is going to come for you, you might as well be the one to pull yourself out of this situation. Think some more. What would you want to do as soon as you're out of here?" Mayo remained motionless and looked down. There was a moment of silence before he glanced back up at me. I could feel his hope sliding away. The darkness in the dungeon does this to people, it drives away the very notion of hope. But we just couldn't let ourselves slide downhill this fast. "The registry," he thundered as though some life had taken over him. "The registry? What about it?" I asked. That was what kept me hopeful all this time. "When I get out, I want to steal the registry of citizens and find out who Kino's father was. And what Mistress Lamare Amark's power is," he said. Now his eyes shone brighter than the faint light of the dungeon's burning lamps. "You know, this whole fiasco about the Emperor wanting Kino dead, this is probably how we're going to get to the bottom of it. If we could only trace Kino's heritage, Then perhaps that would shed some light as to why the Emperor would want a nobody like Kino out of his way, he said. I was hanging on to his every word. It just occurred to me that I did not pay much attention to what had happened to us all this time. And why were soldiers everywhere in Sinista going after Nia, Lamare, if that was her real name, to bring her back to the Emperor? My goal then was simply to remove Arden from my twin's life. And now, Mayo was telling me all these. Hold on, I said. Are you saying that the Akene Wine Festival where the Emperor went crazy and killed 1,000 people, all of that was because of Kino? The boy who was with us? The one who had been claiming Nia was his mother? This time, I was the one who was more than surprised. Mayo nodded vigorously. Finally. You caught on. Mayo said in exasperation. Kino, Pyper, and I had been on the run ever since. We had nowhere to go after the festival, and that's when we ran into your group. The sad thing was that it didn't end well. And, he paused. His eyes had gone misty. Now, it seems like the Emperor's soldiers had won whatever battle their side had started against Kino and his mother. I don't know where Mistress Lamare was. I was able to warn them of the general's men, but that was before the general smacked me on the back of my head. The next thing I knew, I was here. As for the others, I have no idea what had happened to them. I still couldn't believe it. I was with Kino all this time, the boy that the Emperor was looking for. Had I known, perhaps, I could have handed him to the Emperor and gained a place in the Kanelan Palace. This made all this planning even better. All the more that I should be able to get out of here. And perhaps, extend the truce with Mayo until after we were reunited with his friends. I was so overwhelmed with this new information that I could hardly contain myself. All right, I said, forcing my voice to remain calm. Let's plan this out. I'm sure we can figure out how to get out of here. Chapter 15, Old Stories. Kino Amark. The wind was cold, and I clutched the blanket tightly towards me in an attempt to keep myself warm. Some wildering sounds were buzzing near my ears as though mosquitoes were flying about. I raised my hand and thumped it against my ear, and then, I was wide awake. I opened my eyes wider, and all that registered was blurry. It was already bright outside. Sunlight seeped through the cabin's large windows. The waves crashing to the shore filled my ears, and I bolted upright. Where was I? The memories started to flood in, and I could still remember Mother. She finally remembered who I was. When I wrote that I wished she would love me again, she did. But it was a reunion that was not supposed to be. Soldiers from out of nowhere came to pursue us. And beads of tears started falling on my lap. I brushed it away as I tried to remember where my mother could be. She wasn't dead. She must be out there in the world with the tree runners. She must still be running in Sinista. The gods forbid that the general's men had caught her. The tree runners promised that they would take care of her, heal her from the arrow wounds that had torn her body all over. I stood up in a rush, unmindful of the sudden throbbing on my left leg. I looked down, and there was a wooden plank supporting the back of my leg. I bent down, tore the rope that bound the plank to my leg, and when it was free, I stood up again and ran. But I had not gone very far when I heard a voice. It sounded familiar, as though I had heard it before. Stop! A deep voice said. I paused. I wanted to run away, but I felt I had to wait. I felt that whoever had told me to stop was someone I should obey. I turned around to see who it was. There was an old man a few paces away from me. His hair was all white, and it matched his flowy beard. He was wearing a long robe that was customary to an elder. There was also something familiar about him, something that was almost calling out to me, but I could not figure out what it was. Then he smiled. My grandson, he said. Huh? I said, perplexed. Are you calling me your grandson? He nodded, his eyes looking at me with fondness. You have your mother's chin and hair, too, But I'm afraid that's where all the similarities are, he said. I am your grandfather. My name is. I shook my head in disbelief. That can't be. Mother never mentioned you to me before. There was no one in our lives. We only had each other and, I laughed mirthlessly. I don't want to meddle with how things are going in Canela. I am just a boy. I want my mother back. I want her beside me. So please, if you are already done introducing yourself, there are places I need to go to. I must rescue Mother, I said. I wasn't exactly sure where I got the courage to speak up like that. But it seemed like all the things that had been happening to me for the past moon turns had finally sunk in. I am a boy, one who used to have no power. One who only wanted to live peacefully with his mother. There was nothing more that I wanted but that. I used to think I could only be whole once the gods had so kindly given me any power, but that was not the case now. What was important was right there with me all along, my mother. I would renounce the special ability I have now just to have her with me again. The old man's eyes regarded me with pity. They softened, and I couldn't stand it. I had to leave. Then it occurred to me that this place was not Sinista. If it was not Sinista, then where was I? What is this place? I asked. The waves continued to crash against the shore, spraying all around us. The wind blew hard that day. We are in Akea Islands, the old man said. It would be a long journey to go back to Canela. I must go and rescue my mother. I left her with the tree runners. She was dying from arrow wounds, but the tree runners took her away. I must go fetch her now, I said in a rush. I could not believe that I would be somewhere so far away the next time I woke up. Well, at least it was not the blade of an axe upon my neck that woke me. Calm down, Kino, the old man said. Sit down, and we'll talk. I obliged. He turned his back to me and walked back to the cottage. I breathed slower to calm myself. Surprisingly, even though I wanted to go far away from the man who claimed to be my grandfather, I could not get up to do that. He was already walking back towards me by then, holding 2 cups. He handed me one as he bent to sit beside me. I sniffed the cup and was thankful for the aroma. The cup was warm, and it brought me comfort. The coldness of my hands gradually diminished. I am Northsam Mendel Amark, the man said. I glanced at him, watching his eyes, wondering whether he was joking. However, he stared straight back at me with a kind smile painted on his lips. As I looked deeper into his eyes, I saw some of my mother's likeness there, and I gave a start. You have got to be kidding me. I gushed. There's no way that you are my grandfather. Let alone the former Emperor Northsam Mendel Amark, because otherwise, that would make Mother Craddy royalty, and that would, in turn, make me Craddy royalty, and that would. My eyes rounded at the realization. That would make the Emperor want to go after me. My mouth hung open when I finished. I was astonished at what this man revealed. How in the world could this happen? Wasn't he dead? Wasn't his death why Emperor McQuinn Stormare now sat on the throne? It did not add up. I stood up, leaving the cup of tea close to my feet until the old man motioned for me to sit beside him again. It is a lot to take in. I am certain of that, he said. He was watching me, but I didn't know how to react. I don't want to be your grandson, I said softly. I was surprised that I said that, but I could not take back my words. He chuckled. I understand your predicament. But my boy, we are blood relatives. You won't be able to run away from your destiny, he said, sipping his tea. What do you mean, destiny? You say it like it's such a big thing, I said. I don't want my destiny to be anything else aside from just being a citizen of Akea. Nothing more. I want my mother back, my friends back. I want to stay in Wawang village. I want to go and study under Professor Levin, and I stopped because all the things that I was talking about seemed to be so long ago. When was it that I last attended school? That would make it before the Akeen Wine Festival, when Pyper, Mayo, and I practiced the presentation of my power. I commiserate with you on everything that has happened, he said. His eyes were still fixed on me. I had to come and get you because I need you to be ready for what will happen next. What will happen next? I don't think I want to dwell on that thought. I am still trying to remember what has happened and understand the events that transpired because until now, nobody has bothered to explain to me why my mother had to be pursued by the Emperor, why I had to live without her, and why the Emperor wanted me dead, I said. Tears started rolling down my cheeks. The man who claimed to be my grandfather, if he really was, leaned over and gathered me in his arms. It's all right, Kino. It's all right, son, he said as he put his arms around me. I couldn't control it anymore. I sobbed as I have never before, and all the while, wondered when these events would stop. Will there ever be a time that I would just be with my mother again? After a while, there were no other sounds I could hear aside from my occasional sniffing and the waves that had not ceased from crashing against the shore. I swallowed hard, then, breathed in and out, as I tried to clear my head. I am still a boy, someone who did not understand what was happening around him, but with this man beside me who claims to be family, hope began to glimmer faintly. I think that it's time you stand up, he said, extending his hand, urging me to rise. I grabbed it and pulled at him as I moved to stand. There, he said. Isn't that better? Nothing seemed to change, but I guess, I said. He chuckled again. I am here to guide you. First off, with your power, he said. My power, I repeated. I don't know what it is. I have a hunch, the man said. Show me what you can do now. I tried to make myself invisible, but I couldn't. I tried to run fast, but I couldn't. At that moment, I did not know what power I had. Too many citizens that I probably bumped into on the way here, and as such, I could have unknowingly absorbed or copied any power within my reach. I shook my head. That's the problem. I don't know what my power is, I said softly. But what were you able to do before? Turn invisible, run really fast, remove bad ingredients from food, I enumerated. Grow vines. I was able to do that before too. It is just as I thought, the man said. Shuffling. Shuffling? I repeated in uncertainty. What do you mean? Shuffling is an old power. Many thought it to be long gone because nobody has registered that power in a long time. But you see, this usually happens when there were inter-clan marriages. The gods usually get confused about what power to give to the children of inter-clan marriages. In their confusion, they sometimes make the mistake of endowing shuffling. If there were no inter-clan marriages, what usually is bestowed to the child is a mild variation of a parent's power. Inter-clan? But, I don't even know who my father was, I said. The old man's eyes crinkled around the edges as though in deep thought. That is usually how shuffling is acquired, but it doesn't mean it is the only way, he said. Perhaps, there were other reasons. You see, shuffling is a sacred art. Once mastered, it can be the most powerful of powers. I'd like to think that is why very few Akeans have had shuffling as a power. He paused. I was listening to everything he said. I was thankful that for the first time, someone could guide me with my power. And for it to even have a name, shuffling. It sounded so cool. But, he continued, if it is not mastered, it would be as if you have no power because how can you use something you do not know you have? Exactly. I cried out. That was what I've been telling my friends who kept on urging me to try and use my power. I couldn't because I didn't know what my power was exactly. How was I supposed to harness it? And there was this time that I could copy someone else's power to freeze hearts. The next thing I knew, someone was lying on the ground, dead. I stopped and shuddered at my own story. I still remember when it happened. Mayo had called me a criminal, so I decided to run away from my friends. A wave of sadness engulfed me at the memory. Freeze hearts? The old man asked. It surprises me that the old powers were coming back in new blood. Does it mean someone could revive a frozen heart? He inquired. I tried to remember but I did not know what happened to the boy whose heart I froze. I don't know. I ran away after I accidentally froze someone's heart because I feared I had killed him. After that, I only used my power if I was sure the one I copied was invisibility. That is a fair judgment, to use your power only when you were certain, he said. Can you teach me how to properly use it? I asked, eager to know more about my power. I can teach you some aspects of your power, but not everything. What I know of shuffling was only limited to what I have learned from the scholars who taught me before, he said, trying to be as assuring as possible. I heaved a deep sigh, and my disappointment might have shown on my face because the man who claimed to be my grandfather placed his hand on my shoulder. I can guide you, but harnessing your power to its full potential, he paused, eyeing me, that would have to be you alone. Over the next few days, I noticed that the wound on my left leg was healing nicely, and I was thankful for that. I still couldn't control my power, though. If I knew the power of the person in front of me, I could copy that, but if I were clueless, the power buckled. Come on, think of the last time you became invisible, Elder Northsam urged. I breathed in and exhaled slowly. I raised my chin up and focused. I even closed my eyes to try to remember when it was that I became invisible. It was from a long time ago when I was still with Pyper and Mayo. Now what? I asked, opening one of my eyes. Then, try to touch that feeling. Try to recount how it felt that time. Try to grasp what is just hovering above you, the old man said. I closed my eyes again and tried to remember the last time I was invisible. I was in the middle of Sinista. I turned invisible to protect my mother. I tried to push the sadness that came with remembering my mother, and instead, I grasped what Elder Northsam said was just hovering above me. However, there was nothing there to reach out to. It was just a long expanse of darkness. I felt like I was floating. There was a spark of light that kept blinking above. If that's what I should touch, I had to reach for it. I tried to touch it, and... Ouch! I yelled as I found myself lying on the sand. Apparently, the effort had me off balance, and I fell. Elder Northsam extended a hand to me. It's not easy, he said. But keep focused, and you will get to it. Why does controlling my power have to be so difficult? I asked, frowning. I told you, shuffling is an extraordinary power. It can take the highest form if mastered but could be as useless as not having power if left uncontrolled, the elder said. That's why I'm helping you out. Because when we go out there to fight, you must be able to control your power. But I don't want to fight, I grumbled. Why does there have to be a fight? Who are we fighting exactly? An usurper, the former emperor said, his tone suddenly gone serious. The emperor had been controlling you in the palm of his hands for a long time. It must be changed. But if I could just escape him, and once I find my mother, we'll settle somewhere where we can hide, then it doesn't matter what the emperor does anymore, I said. As long as he couldn't get to us. That is how you feel now, he said. But you can't keep running away from the emperor. If his rule remains, his soldiers will be bound to find you, no matter where you hide. There will be no sense of security unless you submit yourself to his rule. And besides, he paused, you are from my bloodline, which means that it must be ingrained in your core that service to the Akene people is the greatest thing of all. Service? I wondered, how will I ever serve? I don't, is there, can I stuttered. The elder looked at me kindly. Maybe it is time we put aside the physical training we've been doing and focus instead on the spirit. For the spirit to grow, you must understand your history, he said. There seemed to be no way out of it, so I listened to Elder Northsam. We were out in the open, about 100 yards away from the cottage, with the shoreline to our front. The waves provided the calm that I very much needed. Up until now, I have not believed this man who claims to be my family. My grandfather, in fact. May I ask you a question? I said. The old man nodded. I blurted out, why does the emperor want me dead? Before I answer that, can you tell me exactly what happened on the day the emperor ordered your execution? He said. I shivered and couldn't control my emotions. It seemed a long time ago, and a lot had happened in between. Up until now, no one has asked me about that fateful day, save for Mayo and Pyper. I didn't want to recount it, but it was necessary. I always wanted to have power, but I never had one. All these past years that I was in school, everybody would gang up on me and call me names because no power ever manifested in me. And then one day, I met this girl. She was sort of a ghost, but she actually wasn't. Well, at least after I befriended her and learned all about her. She could turn herself invisible. I glanced at the elder, who nodded at me to continue. It turned out she wasn't a ghost at all. The stories that went around about the ghost town weren't true. The ghosts were actually Nivens in Niveden. And since Pyper had become my friend and she had, at some point, witnessed how I was being bullied for having no power, she and another boy, Mayo, devised a plan on how I could register a power in the Akene books. Under the guise that I had Distantekis, I presented to the Emperor. I made a wooden box fly around me, although what was really happening was that Pyper was holding and throwing it up and catching it again while she was invisible. Everybody was stunned by my performance. I thought they were happy about it. I smiled at the memory. For that brief moment, I felt like I was happy too. That I belonged in Akea. I stared at the old man, trying to make him understand my confusion. And then, after the presentation was over, the Emperor asked me who my mother was. Northsam's eyebrows rose as though he had heard my story for the first time. Since it happened more than a moon turn ago, I thought everyone already knew about it. I told him it was Lamare Amark. Then after that, the sky darkened, I paused and breathed deeply. Do you know how sometimes in Akea the weather can change so easily? I thought that was just it. But then the Emperor opened his eyes and said, "Kill him." I paused again. Somehow, my voice broke. I didn't know what to do. I just thought that maybe, he saw through the farce that the presentation of my citizenship was just a sham. It was good that Pyper reached out to me and extended her power. We were invisible then, running away from the soldiers. That's how it all happened. It never crossed my mind that this would happen. There were many casualties from what I heard, because the Emperor wanted me dead. And since then, I paused, my voice breaking. I wasn't sure if it was because I was afraid or if I was uncertain. Everywhere I went, it seemed like soldiers would magically appear and go after me and whoever I was with. The elder's brows grew knitted, and it took quite a while before he spoke. Nivens, eh? He said. The Emperor destroyed the Nivens to protect himself. Protect himself? But how? I inquired. The old man turned to look at me. There was a prophecy that out of the Niven blood, Akea will rise again. If the Emperor believes the prophecy, which I think he does, then he would do all he can to prevent that from happening. I still did not understand what he was saying and how it could have involved me. But that's Niven blood. What does it have to do with me? He shook his head, eyes scrutinizing me. There seems to be a mystery here, one that only your mother could give answers to. What do you mean? I prodded. Ah, it is from a long time ago, he whispered. He was looking at the waves as they gently crashed upon the shore. I stared at the waves, too, and found myself calming. It is surreal how the events turned out, especially since. Elder Northsam paused. I waited for him to finish his sentence, but no other words came out of his mouth as he continued staring at the ocean. I itched to know what he was thinking. What? I asked, the impatience gnawing at me. You did not finish what you were saying. A look of concern passed over the old man's face. He must have been thinking about whether to tell me or not. You told me I am your grandson. Prove it to me now. Tell me everything because I still don't believe you. I said, mildly irritated. I mean, here I was sitting beside him, and days ago, he dropped the bomb that he was the former emperor whom the gods only knew was believed to be dead long ago. What right does he have to tell me that I was his grandson? He was only making my already confused brain more, well, confused. It is surreal how the events turned out, especially since your mother has the power that would have been envied by all if they had known, he said. I stared at the old man, confused. She writes. That's her power, I said. There's more to it than that. If it were just writing, there's not much power there, but the thing is, your mother's power is different, the former emperor said. Up until now, I have not shared it with anyone because of the implications that it might bring. It is so powerful that even I was afraid of it, he said, chuckling. What is it? I asked again, eager to know more than ever. I always knew it had something to do with writing, but I never knew its extent. My friends and I wanted to steal the registry of citizens so that we could search what mother's power was. You will not find it there because she is royalty, he replied. Royalty don't declare their powers to anyone. They may do so, but they are never obliged. It is believed that royalty can serve and protect Akea better if the potential enemies, rebels if you will, did not know from which angle they must attack to weaken any royalty's power. Mayo Calo is right, I said in astonishment. He said that I must be crafty royalty, that's why the emperor was after me. A lot could have happened that I didn't know of. You know, being dead has its drawbacks, the elder jested, his eyes crinkling on the edges. Your mother was wed to Emperor McQuinn Storm Aaron. No. I yelled. No. That just can't be. You're not saying that he is my father? This was horrible. This was way beyond what my little mind could comprehend. The emperor, a husband to my mother? That would undoubtedly mean I was his son. You have to listen. I know that it is a lot to take in, and nobody aside from myself probably remembers you, or my daughter, or the emperor, for whatever relationship it was that binds the three of you, he paused. I have no knowledge of how that happened, why I'm the only one who remembers. Unless, he paused again. Unless it had something to do with your mother's power. I just stared at him in disbelief, at this man who claimed to be my grandfather, and wished that everything that came out of his mouth were all lies. And then he told me the story of how when my mother, the former Princess Lamare Ariston Amark, came of age, she was wed to McQuinn Storm Aaron. Shortly after, Elder Northsam went missing. Everyone had concluded that the former emperor must have died. Thus, a proclamation was later announced all over Akea. However, instead of having Lamare Amark as the empress, McQuinn Storm Aaron, the consort, was proclaimed as the new emperor instead. I learned that my daughter was carrying a baby in her womb. I was excited for her, and even though I wanted to be with her, I controlled myself and did not return. I waited until she was about to give birth so that I could see her and her baby, he said, his voice softening as though he wanted to apologize for not being there when I was born. I travel day and night, so I can be with you as soon as she gives birth. While traveling, I would take breaks and spend time inside local inns to learn about what had been happening in Akea. Lo and behold, I was surprised to find that there was no more princess in Kanelan to speak of. I thought I was mistaken, for how can my daughter's existence be so suddenly wiped off in Akea? How can she be a princess and then the next second be a royal scribe, for God's sakes? It was appalling. However, the stories were all the same. Every bar that I visited in every town I traversed spoke of no princess and no baby that had been born and supposedly would have been the heir to the throne. How could that happen? The story you told me earlier, where the emperor ordered your death after he learned who your mother was, led me to believe that he remembers you and Lamare. But save from me, the emperor, and your mother, perhaps, nobody else remembered you. When asked, nobody could give me an answer about the princess and her baby. It was as though you and your mother led totally different lives. But how no one ever remembered you remain a mystery to me, he paused. Unless it is your mother's doing. And since the emperor also remembers you, it could have been something that they agreed upon. What do you mean? But if whatever it was worked on everybody else, how come it didn't work on you? I asked, confused. Your mother's power does not work on me, he said briefly, as though that already explained everything. Hold on. I'm confused. You never told me what mother's power was. Perhaps we should begin with that and then tell me how it never worked on you, I said a little too demandingly. Your mother writes about things, he said, pausing briefly before continuing, and wills for them to happen. At that moment, my mouth fell open. How could that be? If that were true, Mother would have perhaps written for us to live somewhere safe where not even the emperor could touch us. And yet, for all her power, she could not. Which could only mean that maybe it wasn't true? The shock of such a revelation prompted me to stand up and prepare to leave. The elder grabbed me by the arm and pulled me to sit down. "Your mother's power is eccentric." "It is," he said, pausing, his eyes narrowing as though he was trying to recall something. "It was not heard of before. At least I knew of no one who had that power." "Can you imagine what anyone with that power could have done?" "A lot of things." I wanted to belt out. Like she could have given me any power. Like she could have ended my misery for not having any special ability. Like she could have made us run away from the Emperor. I was shaking and felt flushed all over, but I couldn't figure out why. Was I angry at my mother? If she had that power, how come she didn't give me any? "Anyone could have owned the world," the elder said, "if they had her power." And so, I was grateful that such power never manifested in another Akeen. Shaking his head, he murmured, "It should have never happened. It was only because I was young and adventurous." I stared at the old man, wanting to ask him. "What?" I said. His face became serious, as though he had not meant for me to hear what he had just uttered. "Growing up, I had to ensure that your mother developed a kind heart. And mind you, she did. She grew up to be compassionate, but she was logical too. I had asked her to think once, twice, thrice before she used her power. How I discovered her power was quite extraordinary. She was about 5 moon turns then, and her tutor had been teaching her how to write. One day, Professor Daniel, may the gods bless that man, came rushing to my chambers to report that my daughter had been burning paper in his classroom. His face was ashen. I thought the old scholar would collapse and die due to immense shock. I could understand his concern because any power that could lead to arson was to be strictly monitored by the palace, and if your mother's ability were like that, it would be horrible not only to her but also to me. That would mean I would have to declare her power and register it in the Akeen books. But when I reached the classroom, your mother was beaming as she was straddling the whitest pony I had ever seen. Your mother loved to ride. She was making such a ruckus inside the classroom. I had to dismiss Professor Daniel then. He left without raising any questions. That's when I learned that your mother's power wasn't akin to that of an arsonist. She raised a hand to me, giggled, and said, "Look, Papa. I can write on air." And she did. Whatever she wrote dissolved into flames, and it was mesmerizing to watch. "Wait a minute," I said. My heart was beating fast. "When she writes, it burns?" He nodded. "That seals whatever she had written to come true. As soon as the words burned into ashes, it would happen almost immediately." I grew quiet. I wanted to tell the elder that something similar happened to me recently. While I was writing my thoughts the way Regan told me to, I wrote that my mother would love me again. For her to remember me again. And she did. And the words burned to ashes. Shortly after that, my mother stood right in front of me, telling me that she was Lamare Ariston Amark. I brushed a tear that escaped the corner of my eye. I didn't know about it, but by God, if I had copied her power at some point, would that mean that once I mastered shuffling, I could use her power too? Your mother wrote things like she wished she had the whitest, gentlest pony, he continued, and I was thankful that he didn't notice how fazed I had been with his story. And then I made her write again, and I witnessed your mother's majestic power. I remember thinking what a great power that was. I wanted to have that kind of power so badly. However, just imagine the kind of havoc it could cause if the power was given to the wrong person. You could start a war by literally just flicking your pen. Or end someone's life. Or gain even more power than what you already have or deserve. It was while pondering those mortal thoughts that I realized that my daughter was not exactly under my control. I had sleepless nights wondering what would happen if one day, on a whim, my daughter wrote something that could cause me to lose my power. Or any other that could have an impact on me. Children grow. And when they do, they usually do not share the same opinion with their parents. I guess that terrified me. The following day, I had made up my mind. I would make myself immune to my daughter's power. "What did you do?" I asked, excited to know but trying not to be too obvious about it. It was simple, he said, smiling. I went to my daughter's room, sat her on my knee, and told her to write "My power will never work on father." Just like that? I said, surprised it was not as complicated as I had expected. Just like that, he said. Of course, I had watched as my daughter's words burned, marking whatever she wrote as a fact. It wouldn't have worked on me if ever my daughter had used her power on me since then. She had been young, and I doubt if she would remember having written what I asked her to. Wow! And here I am with no power at all, I said. You have power now, the old man corrected me. But what I don't understand is why it only manifested recently. I believe that there are things that only your mother could give answers to. So whatever question you still have, save it for when we're all together. I nodded in understanding. Nobody remembers my mother and me. Nobody knows you're alive. The Emperor wants me dead. He used to be my mother's husband, I said slowly as I attempted to piece everything together. This means that he could be afraid I would go against him. That's why he wanted me dead. The elder nodded slowly. His eyes had dimmed. The brightness in them when he talked about his daughter had faded. I'm afraid so, he said. But we will do something about that. It is time to meet Micromania. Her prophecy could shed some more light. All right, I said. If ever I had been afraid earlier, it was replaced with gladness as it dawned on me that I indeed have a family. The man standing before me, there's no doubt about it now, was Northsam Mendel Amark. He was the former emperor, and my grandfather. And even though I didn't want to be Kratty royalty, I am. But the source of my happiness was in knowing that I belonged. In this crazy world where everyone had been plotting to kill me or wanting to give me to the emperor, there was this kind man. I brushed my eyes again as tears streaked my cheeks. I gulped to control the emotions that I was sure my voice carried. All right, I murmured. All right, Grandpa, I said, choking. His eyes shadowed, and he grabbed me in a tight embrace. For the first time in such a long time, I didn't dream of anything horrible that night. Chapter 16, The Great Escape. Miroe Pasap. I think that somehow, I got it. I thought things through again, and once everything seems adequately laid down, I will talk about it with Mayo, all right. This way. That way. And then a shout, a plea for help. The guards would come running down. And voila! My heart was beating frantically as I got excited about how Mayo and I would escape the dungeons. Mayo. I said. I've got it all figured out. Mayo immediately ran towards the steel bars, his face squeezing between the rods. His eyes popped in excitement, and I could not blame him because I shared the same feeling with him. I finally figured out what we should do. I said again, trying not to sound too excited. Tell me. Mayo shouted. There was laughter from the other cells. No one escapes the Kanelan Dungeons alive. No one, a voice said. But I was confident that Mayo and I would be able to do it. And we can execute it soon too. After several discussions, Mayo and I finally came up with an agreeable plan. At least that was what I thought. The process was complicated because we had to be loud while planning. However, because nobody believed that mere boys could escape the dungeons, the other prisoners who heard us laughed at worst or merely ignored us. This was how it would go. My power would start to manifest in a few hours, and I could then touch a heart. When that happens, Mayo will make a scene. He would shout and ask for help, and the soldiers would come rushing in. The soldiers would be forced to open his cell to take him out. Once he is out of his cell, I would grasp someone's heart and clench it as much as I can. Then, I would speak in a scary, deep voice. The soldier would then shriek in fear and beg for his life. At this point, I would tell him that if he makes one wrong move, he will die. Then I would crush his heart even more. He does not know that I actually won't be able to squish his heart. I will then ask the other soldiers to open my cell. Then, I would come out. I would grab Mayo's hand, and he would stand up quickly. Then we would take the soldier with us as a hostage. 2 boys would be out of this dungeon in a few hours. No one would stop us because they would think that one wrong move from any among them, and I would kill the soldier. It seemed like nothing could go wrong with this plan. Nothing. Except that, come to think of it, I cannot really kill anyone yet because the dose of an otten herb that was given to me would still be blocking my power. Mayo Calo. When Miroe told me the plan about how we would escape, I was hopeful because it meant that this cruddy dungeon would no longer hold me. Ha! All the plans that he mentioned, well, they seemed sound to me. There appeared to be no loophole. I was sure that nothing could go wrong. And yet, my heart hammered because anything could still go wrong. I was just psyching myself that it would all go well, but who was I kidding? Was I supposed to entrust my life to crazy Miroe, who I considered to be my nemesis just months ago? What was I thinking? Right now, the prison guards were already feeding me rotten food. What more would they provide me in case the escape plan failed? Ugh! This was so wrong. My hands were clammy with fear. I was lying in my bunk, waiting for Miroe to give me the signal, but I did not think I could do it. I stood up abruptly and went to the steel bars. I gripped them so tightly that I thought my blood vessels would pop. "I'm scared," I said in a rush. Miroe was immediately near the steel bars of his cell. His eyes bulged in anger at me. "Go back," he hissed. "What do you mean you're scared? Go back. We can't fail now. I will make sure your cratty ass gets out of this dungeon. You hear me?" I nodded frantically, out of fear of him more than anything else. Then, I went back to my bunk and laid down. I started counting inside my head to drive away the panic that fiercely tried to consume me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then, I felt it. Miroe touched my heart. I shivered in fear even though I knew he only did it to give me the signal that we should start now. I breathed shallow, fast breaths. Then, I opened my mouth and yelled, "Help! Help! I can't breathe." There was no answer. "Help me!" Then, I made some gurgling sounds. I waited a while for soldiers to come, but no footsteps came. From the other cells, I could hear muttering. There was also some faint laughter, still, no footsteps. "Hey! A boy is dying here!" Miroe shouted. He wasn't supposed to do that because it could make the soldiers think that this was a ploy. However, because no one minded me, perhaps he sensed the need to do that. Miroe rattled the steel bars, and after that, the entire dungeon went into a commotion. The other prisoners had awakened and were also shouting and banging their cells. "Help!" I said this time as I stared at Miroe, who looked at me in shock. "Lie still," he hissed at me. "Are you crazy? Why are you standing up? Go and pretend." "Oh!" I said and rushed back to the bed. "Help! Help!" I shouted again and coughed, but I guess I was not believable enough. It was a good thing that the other prisoners were rioting now, and no one could hear me clearly. "There!" Miroe shouted. He couldn't breathe. "Please help him." I coughed louder and closed my eyes. Tears involuntarily leaked through the edges of my eyes because of coughing too much. My cell clanged as the door to my cell was opened, and soldiers came rushing in. "Now's the time for me to play dead." I laid down, trying not to breathe, but it was difficult. A guard went straight to me and kept pushing at my chest, urging me to breathe. I wanted to groan because he was starting to hurt me. I opened my eyes in slits and watched as the guard's face came closer to mine until his dry, bearded mouth swallowed mine. He was blowing air through my mouth. Oh, gods! It was gross. His mouth stayed on top of mine as he kept pushing air into my mouth. And then, his hands came pounding back on my chest. I couldn't take it anymore, and I couldn't believe it, I actually fainted. Miroe Pasap. I gritted my teeth as I waited for the guards to come out of Mayo's cell. I couldn't hear him talking. Things weren't happening as planned, and I had to move fast. Think, Miroe, think. What would Goemi do in this situation? God, I shouldn't have abandoned her. Hey! I shouted. What happened to him? Keep your mouth shut. A guard yelled. Send for a healer. He's pale, another guard said. What? The Emperor will laugh at us if he learns we were sending healers for the prisoners. We can't do that. Another argued. But we can't let a boy die here. He's General Calo's son. You don't say. Then, carry him. Another voice said. We must bring him to the infirmary. There were scraping sounds inside as they moved about. The guards were lifting Mayo. That was quite good acting, I thought. Wake up now, Mayo. I wailed inside my head. Wake up. By now, he should have woken up or stirred, and then I would touch someone's heart. But the guards were starting to move away while Mayo remained unconscious. Wait! I shouted. The guards stopped and looked at me. Can't you see we're trying to save this boy? A guard said. I couldn't wait anymore. I need to act as planned. Without hesitation, I reached out to touch the heart of the man who spoke. His face contorted in shock. What the cratty? Now, listen to me, I said in my deep voice. I have touched your heart. It means that I can, at any time, end your existence. But if you unlock my cell, I will not kill you. The dungeon had gone so still that you could hear Mayo's breathing. He's telling the truth, the guard said in a shaky voice. He is touching my heart. The other guards moved in their positions in a panic. What are we going to do? Release him, of course. The guard whose heart I was touching said. No. The other guard argued. Spittle squirted out of his mouth when he yelled. Do you want him out in the world? I'd rather let you die here. The guard whose heart I was holding trembled visibly. Please, don't let him kill me. Is that so? I said in a more menacing tone. I decided to release the first guard's heart and instead touch the heart of the other guard who had refused to open my cell. He let out a yelp. His face immediately paled, and his knees buckled. He turned to the other guard and said in a rush, Release him. Cratty hell. Release him. Let him be. Let him out for the Emperor to see. The other guard moved towards my cell and, in a rush, started to insert the key into my cell. His hands were shaking as I sneered at him. Faster! I yelled. At that moment, the guard panicked and dropped the keys on the ground. He bent to pick it up and wiped his sweating forehead. Luckily, this time, he was able to insert the right key. There was a click, and the door was open. I stepped out, thankful that it was close to being over. Only a few more steps, Mayo and I would be out and about. I could almost taste the sweet victory of being free. Mayo was still lying on the cot outside his cell. Guards were peering about. Wake up! I said, but Mayo remained still. I bent over and shook him. Hey, wake up! The guard behind me moved. Stay there! I yelled. Or else I will finish off this guard. Do you want to be held accountable for his death? I asked the other guard, who shook his head in a rush. Step back! I continued to yell. All of you, step back! To remind the guard that I was still holding his heart, I clenched my fist in the air again, and he jumped. Do what he says. Move back! The guard told the others. All 5 of them moved backward. I was looking at Mayo, wondering if I should just leave without him. After all, he was such an irksome creature. I should go. I looked above and saw the soldiers wildly whispering. Then, they straightened when they saw me watching them. Do not talk to each other, I commanded. Then I stood up, undecided. Maybe I should leave. But I promised Mayo. But he wouldn't stir. I kicked him in the shoulder, and this time, Mayo flinched. He opened his eyes and jerked before sitting up in a rush. "What happened?" he began, but he couldn't finish what he was about to say. "Just hurry up, and let's go," I said. He nodded and went behind me. "We've been fooled," the guard yelled. "It was just a ploy." I stiffened. I knew I should just have left Mayo here. "Don't move," I shouted. "I'm warning you. One wrong move, and you're dead. All of you. One by one." The guard cocked his eyebrow at me. "Oh yeah? If you could do that, why were you just threatening us, huh? I saw you in the Kanelan yards. You didn't stop to think about killing those guards out there. What's stopping you now?" My heart began to beat even more rapidly as I felt our plan crumble to dust. I tried to control my voice from shaking. "Do you want to die?" I sneered, hoping that I terrified him. The guard eyed me warily, studying me. "You know what's stopping you now? It's the fact that you can't," he coldly. "I can't believe you fooled us. You and your friend, it's off to the gallows to you now." Then, he pointed to Mayo and me. "Get them. Don't be afraid. He doesn't have any power. My father's a general." Mayo squealed. The guards moved towards us but in prolonged steps. Their eyes were wary of any movement that we might make. I eyed Mayo, who was practically shaking now. "A general," he kept mumbling. "Father's a general." Then to me, he asked, "What are we going to do? I told you something could still go wrong." A guard moved and grabbed Mayo's hand, and he bleated like a lamb about to be slaughtered. "I don't want to die," yelled Mayo. That was all the distraction I needed. I lurched forward, threw a punch, and caught the guard by surprise. He fell back. But there were other guards, and my only ally was a chubby, clumsy, whiny boy. What kind of catastrophe did I get myself into this time? Mayo Calo. The guard dragged me while Miroe kept on punching the other. "Let go of me," I yelled. My heart was pounding wildly, but only one thing kept running inside my head. If we failed to escape now, we would never escape. Ever. I guess that thought gave me strength because suddenly, I found myself thinking clearly. I pulled at my hand, and the guard's hold on me loosened. I used that moment to kick him in the shin. But there were 5 of them, and they were no longer scared of Miroe's power. "Miroe!" I yelled. "Let's run." "You fool!" he yelled back as he punched another guard. "I should have left you." All 5 of the guards were now circling upon Miroe. They were waiting for the opportunity to pounce on him. But I wouldn't let them, even though Miroe was probably cursing me now. Was it my fault that I fainted? That guard's mouth on mine was disgusting. I still feel sick whenever I remember it. There must be something I could do. I need to help Miroe. We have to make sure that we escape together. But if all the guards were keen on capturing Miroe, that means that I could. Perhaps. Go. The long stretch of the dungeon's corridor called out to me, urging me to make my escape now. A soldier jumped at Miroe, but he was able to throw a punch. The soldier did a double take before pouncing again. No. I must help Miroe. He didn't leave me behind. I must do the same for him. We must stick together. And at that moment, I didn't know what came over me. All I knew was that I needed to help Miroe and that I needed to stop watching the show. "Hey! Over here!" I yelled at a guard. But nobody paid me any mind. That was when a thought occurred to me. I ran as fast as I could to get to Miroe, shouting, "Once I tell you to freeze their hearts, do it." "What?" Miroe shouted. I couldn't answer him anymore. I slid past the guard circling him, and I grappled Miroe. We toppled over, and he kept pushing me away. "What are you doing? Are you mental?" Miroe yelled as he pushed me away. But I wouldn't let him. I latched onto him as though I was clinging to my dear life, for both our lives. And that moment, I closed my eyes and imagined an apple dangling from a tree as I searched for whatever was rotten. There seemed to be none, but I was sure there must be something terrible inside Miroe's body that was blocking off his power. I needed to find the source. I needed to find the Anotan herb was inside his body. I stiffened when I found it. It was coating his heart. I tried to peel the liquid off his heart. It was sticky and wouldn't let go. I pried it stronger, and this time, it gave. The liquid had gone. I felt sickened. I felt weak as a horrible wave of nausea came over me. I bent over and vomited. "Now," I murmured. "What?" Miroe said. Surprisingly, the guards stood behind us, unmoving. They were probably astounded about what happened. "Now," I repeated louder. I glanced at him as I felt another rush of vomit rising to my mouth. I gagged. "Use your power now." Miroe's eyes widened. Then, he turned to the guards. "Not gonna fool us now," the guard said. Then, he raised his hand and pointed to Miroe. "Get him." A guard moved forward, but he stopped a few steps away from Miroe. His face contorted as though he was in deep pain. And then he clutched his heart, his breath came in pants. He fell with a loud thud to the floor. The other guards' faces froze in shock. They scampered away from Miroe. "No!" They shouted in unison. They broke off into a run. "Lomer's dead," they said. "Run. The evil spawn is loose." I watched as they left us in the darkness of the dungeon. We were alone. And I couldn't believe what I was about to say. We were free. I looked at Miroe. His eyes were fixed on the fleeing guards. Then, he glanced at me. "We made it," he said. As though he couldn't believe it, he repeated, "We made it." And then his face broke into a grin. This time, he didn't look like the evil twin. He extended a hand to pull me up. I was still weak, and Miroe supported me as I dragged my feet to walk. We passed several cells before he stopped in front of one. "Nobody escapes the Kanelan Dungeons alive?" Miroe asked. "Well, I guess 2 boys proved you otherwise today," he added, grinning at the wide-eyed prisoner. And then we took the long walk out of the dungeon, leaving the others behind their rotting bars. Part 2. The Battle of Nivedon. Chapter 1, Journey's End. Kino Amark. It started as a habit, waking up early, running along the shoreline, stopping for breakfast, and asking grandfather about mother. There were many stories I was unaware of, ones I never knew I would still learn. Who would have thought that I would have this chance now? I couldn't wait to find my mother. There were so many questions running inside my head. Who was my father? How come nobody remembers us? Could my mother make the Akeans remember us? Why didn't she give me any power? An undefinable emotion filled my heart. Maybe it was sadness, or perhaps it was resentment. I couldn't exactly point a finger to it. Maybe it was a mixture of both, because how could mother allow me to be bullied by everyone all these moon turns if she had the power to write things into reality? There must be a reason she didn't at least give me a pitiful power. There has to be. Concentrate, Grandpa's loud voice suddenly filled my ears. I took a heapful of breath in and then slowly exhaled. Focus is the key to controlling shuffling. That's what he told me. It was difficult to do because involuntary thoughts kept bothering me. I wanted to go back into the world, back to Canela, search for my mother and search for my friends. And maybe, if this was my destiny, do something to help change Akea. "Raise your legs higher," Grandpa said. I obeyed even though I could feel my legs starting to get numb. I breathed in for the 100th time and exhaled slowly. "Now, go into a sitting position. Chest out. Relax your shoulders. Rest your hands on your knees." I obeyed. I kept my breathing steady. At some point, I could almost feel myself dissolve into something so light, like I was air. The cool sea breeze passed through my nose down to my lungs. And then, just like that, I felt a sensation that I had been yearning to feel again. It was that tingling sensation when I was with Pyper, and she helped me turn myself invisible. I opened my eyes and watched as my hands dissolved into thin air. My arms vanished soon after. The invisibility traveled up to my shoulders and made its way to my legs, down to my very toes. I had gone invisible at will even though I had not been with someone with that power in a long time. I stood up, feeling elated at finally being able to turn invisible without help from anyone. I laughed and screamed and ran around Grandpa. I did it! I yelled. I did it! I continued running around Grandpa, who was grinning broadly. His eyes were trained on the footsteps I was leaving behind on the sand. Then, my body became visible again, and I stopped running. It was only for a brief moment, but at least I could make myself invisible now. I bent over, hands on my knees, gasping for air, and glanced at Grandpa, who was smiling back at me. I was pretty sure that my grin matched his. "That was magnificent," he said. "You can only get better with a lot of practice." As I said, the key is to focus. He walked toward me and patted me on the shoulder. But it took me such a long time to do that. I mean, if I were to engage in battle, I don't exactly have the time to concentrate much. By the time I become invisible, the Emperor would have torn me to shreds, I said. The excitement of finally turning invisible without needing to be beside Pyper slowly faded away. Any success, no matter how little, is still a cause for celebration, said Grandpa. Can we go back to Kanelan now? I asked. Grandpa chuckled. You learned how to control your power at a minuscule level, and you already want to go back to Kanelan? Aren't we impatient? I heaved a deep sigh. It's Mother. I know she must be searching for me. Or, I don't know. Maybe she's still under the care of the tree runners. Everything has its proper time. Now, you must learn to control your power. Worry not of your mother. She is in good hands, he said firmly, although in his eyes, I could see that he was unsure about what he said. My friends, I began, I don't know where they were. It isn't just Mother and I whose lives were endangered. And there was a time that Mother forgot about me, I said softly, my voice breaking. I could still remember that day when she finally recognized me. Still, I was unable to celebrate because the general's soldiers had already surrounded us in Sinista, and we soon found ourselves running for our lives. It was good that Grandpa seemed to have dismissed what I said about my mother because I was in no shape to tell that story now. At least, Mother's safe with the tree runners. As for my friends, I could not say the same. I did not know where Mayo was. And Pyper too. While she could turn invisible, I knew that she would have stayed there to find a way to help us, and the mere fact that she did not could mean that. I didn't want to entertain the thought. There were also Goemi and Quila. Goemi was not my favorite person because she and her twin, Miroe, lied about my mother. I hated them for that, but if it boils down to whether I would save Goemi from the Emperor's soldiers or not, I was certain that I would still save her, regardless of the lies that the twins fabricated. And then there's Quila. I never had the chance to be friends with her for a long time. But a part of me wanted to ensure that she was somehow safe too. Arden loved her, and because Arden became a good friend, I want to return the favor and protect Quila. Arden saved my life probably more than once. All of them, my friends and family, were out there. They were probably captured or were dying, or the gods only know what, perhaps even having the time of their lives now on a grand, crazy adventure. I felt Grandpa's hand on my shoulder again. We're going to find them. Don't worry, he said. But it was my fault, I said, almost lost for words. It's not your fault that they're friends with you. They probably wanted to, he said, smiling kindly at me. And friends help each other out. So, when you're ready, we will take the journey to find them. But never before that. Otherwise, you would make yourself vulnerable to the Emperor once again. I understood what Grandpa was saying, but it was difficult to accept nonetheless. I kept wishing that I should have done more, I said. They were there for me. They never left me. And I just feel guilty. We will save them if they need saving or find them if they were lost. But don't throw away all the help they afforded you by making yourself an easy target to the Emperor's men. He crouched in front of me and looked straight into my eyes. I will do whatever I can to protect you, he said. Whatever I was unable to do for my daughter, I would make sure that I would be able to do for you. I owe it to her. Rest easy, Kino. You are safe here with me. As his eyes stared straight into mine, I could see his sincerity. I nodded and blinked back my tears. Okay, Grandpa, I said. I will try not to be so afraid anymore.
Pyper, San Diego. Dogen was riding ahead of me to see if there was any danger in front of us. I made myself and the horse I was riding invisible. This way, in case something went amiss, it would be easier for me to follow Dogen and rescue him. However, I hoped there would be no need for that at any time soon. I nudged my horse to go faster so I could ride beside Dogen. Do you know that Nivedon is so near Canela? He said. We would be there if we rode hard through the night. I frowned. I would know that. There was a time that I ran away from Nivedon and went straight to Wawang village. From there, I met Kino and Mayo and rode a carriage to Kanelan Palace. It was my first time seeing the palace, and the experience was beyond words. The Kanelan Palace rose high enough to rival the mountains in Nivedon. Its walls were so white that they sparkled even in the waning light. And the yard. It was just majestic. Too bad that I was not really able to explore the palace because I did not get to stay very long. Well, who would if the Emperor was chasing you? Yeah. But once we get to the Kanelan gates, how in the world are you going to get past the gates? I asked the burly man. His forehead creased. I always assumed that you could share with me your invisibility, and we will get inside together. He paused before chuckling. You know, I can carry you in case your short legs get tired. I flushed. I told you I wouldn't ask you to carry me again, I said. Besides, we have horses now. Do you think it would be better to sneak inside invisible? He turned to me, or since he couldn't see me, to that space where he believed I must be. His eyes missed me by a few feet. Look at me. Do you honestly think this could go inside unnoticed? He said, hovering his free hand over his face. We passed enough posters of your face to know that most Kanelans would probably be able to identify you by now, I replied. You're right. The best way probably is for us to sneak inside invisible. What's bothering you? He said. I mean, in the past, you wouldn't have minded sharing your invisibility with anyone. I shook my head, knowing he couldn't see me. The truth was, guilt hung over me, knowing all of this started because of my power. If I had not insisted on Kino to present to the Emperor and show that he had Distantecus, and I was not around to make a wooden box float, then the Emperor would not have given the command to kill Kino. If I could turn back time, maybe I would have changed a few things. Like maybe, I would have just kept on torturing the bullies that were taunting Kino in the forest. I sighed too loudly. All right, Dogen said. You can choose not to tell me, but whatever it is that's bothering you, you must put it behind you if you really want to rescue your friends. He paused. I mean, friend. That's weird, right? I said. Dogen said friend instead of friends because Elder Mayan insisted that I only rescue Kino and not Mayo for whatever reason he would not tell me about. I guess, Dogen said. But the Elder must have his reasons. But in case I don't do exactly as he said, I started. Dogen looked at me curiously. Don't tell me that you made a promise, and that you would break it again? Oh, this is bad. He said in a sarcastic tone. It made me smile because this was the first time I heard Dogen sound sarcastic. But really? If Mayo's already there with Kino, what should I do? Keep him locked in whatever dungeon he might be in? I asked. Dogen didn't reply. After a while, he said, all I'm saying is that maybe, you shouldn't keep on making promises if you didn't intend to keep them. Or maybe, the adults should stop making me promise impossible things. I said in exasperation. Mayo's a friend. Did you know that I paused, remembering a memory from a moon turn ago. That he saved my life? Dogen looked at me, But he didn't slow down his horse. No, you've never mentioned that. Well, he did. Mayo saved my life when a serpentess bit me. I turned visible to prove my point. I lifted my skirt enough to show my leg. See that red dot over there? Dogen glanced at the ugly red dot. It would always remind me that the reason I could even ride a horse now was Mayo. He sucked out all the serpentess's venom out of my leg. Dogen heaved a deep sigh but did not argue with me anymore. When we find them, he began. Maybe I should be the one to rescue him. Is that all right with you, kid? I smiled appreciatively. Lovely, I said softly. I knew you were always the kind one. Dogen blushed and grunted, but he did not bother talking to me again. It was funny how he never wanted to be complimented about anything.
Mayo Calo. Whenever it crossed my mind that we escaped the Kanelan Dungeons successfully, my heart would swell with pride, that is, until I realized that food was actually more challenging to come by outside the dungeons. It did not help that Miroe and I were ex-prisoners, which meant that while there were no posters of our faces hanging on lampposts, there still would not be any in the days to follow. This meant that Miroe and I had to be more careful than ever. Here, change first, Miroe said, handing me some garments. Where did you get these? I asked, surprised that just after a few minutes, he was able to come back with what I believe were stolen goods. They won't be missed, don't worry. I found them in the dump, he said. I couldn't tell if he was lying. Your clothes reek of prison. At least if you change into these, you'll just smell as badly as the rest of the vagrants around. I obeyed hesitantly and stripped down to my undergarments. We were on a corner street, and there was no one to see me. I hurriedly slipped on the shirt and pants. When I was done, I brushed my hair up with my fingers, but some hair still fell to my forehead the way it usually does. All right. What's next? I asked. After the words escaped my mouth, my stomach grumbled. Mira's eyes fell. I wanted to get us food, but it wasn't that easy. Well, you understand how having no coins could work to our disadvantage, right? Ever since we escaped, Miroe had treated me a little differently. Before, he treated me like he hated my guts, but now, he only treated me with a wee bit of hostility. Sometimes, he acted as though he was responsible for my safety. Weird. I think we should do that together, I said. I wished Pyper were with us. When Kino, Pyper, and I were traveling in the Lundu market, we had no difficulty looking for food because Pyper could make herself invisible, and it was so easy for her to nick some apples. But now, I guess that Miroe and I would have to make do with anything we could lay our hands on. Even rotting food. The thought made me shudder. We started walking and stopped only when we reached the end of the street. We tried to remain in the dark area to avoid attention. I peered behind him. What do you think? I asked. Keep quiet, he said, obviously annoyed. There seems to be no one patrolling around. Maybe we can slip into the wet market. But act normal, all right? Before I could react, Miroe walked ahead whistling. He sounded confident. I followed after a while, trying to imitate his swagger. We continued walking around until we blended with the crowd. Soon enough, we found ourselves entering the wet market. The vendors were all shouting, and a huge crowd surrounded a food stall where Miroe stood nearby. After a while, I lost sight of him. I craned my neck to search for him to no avail. I decided to just wait for him. I saw him slipping past some bystanders. He glanced at me and walked straight toward me. Then, he handed me a raw banana. It was so green that I had to frown at it. Nevertheless, I peeled it and devoured it since there was nothing else. We started walking again. There's a lot of talk in here. About things that are coming, Miroe said. I mumbled as I continued to gobble the banana. It was still a little bitter and starchy, but it would do. There are talks that the Emperor is on the rounds, ensuring that the provinces still support him. That's weird. Why wouldn't they be? Miroe shrugged. Beats me. I have not had an encounter with the Emperor yet, but there would be pretty soon. I glanced at him from the corner of my eye. Why is that? I asked. Not your business, he replied tersely. No. It's my business too. If you are going to kill the Emperor, then I don't know. I would be happy about it, I guess. That's only because he endangered my life. However, if that happens, there would be chaos after that. Everyone would fight to be the next emperor. I mean, will killing the Emperor be worth it? I wondered loudly. I'm not going to kill the Emperor. He hissed. What makes you think I would do something like that? Well, you've always been a runaway. Maybe. I don't know. Just the crazy side of you still lingers behind that crazy ponytail you wear now. I continued munching on the banana. Miroe chuckled. If I didn't find you so funny, I would have ditched you immediately after we escaped the dungeons. My heart beat rapidly. But you're not going to do that, right? I exclaimed. I mean, we're in this together, right, you and me? You know how bad my power is. I can't fend off the soldiers. Don't leave me. I was practically panicking by this time that I turned around and grappled at his arms. Shut up. Miroe hissed. Quit shaking me. I'm not going to leave you. At least, not until I'm certain you're safe. I wondered how I would be safe again. So, when are we leaving Canela? The gates could be tricky. We need to find a way to get out without being caught. But from what I heard, getting out is much easier. So, it should be easy for us as soon as we make up our minds on when we're going to. Miroe shook his head. We're not leaving Canela. I swallowed the last of the banana, and thankfully so. Otherwise, I might have choked on it after hearing what Miroe said. Why? What are we going to do here? Are you going to help me get the registry? The Akean Registry is the book that chronicles the power of all the citizens in Akea, whoever presented to the Emperor. It makes sure that all the powers can be monitored, and hence, it serves as a deterrent to the misuse of powers for criminal purposes. Of course, it is not foolproof. If you have a criminal mind, the power could still be subjected to abuse, which is why there were always the dungeons and the gallows. Miroe was silent. I owe you one, he said. I think I can help you retrieve it, and then after that, we can go our separate ways. Is that all right with you? The prospect of getting my hands around the Akean Registry was so great that I almost nodded. But you said you wouldn't leave me behind unless you're certain I am safe. All right. We'll get the registry, and after that, I'll find a way to ensure you're safe. Then, I will leave you. I have other plans. He was starting to sound annoyed. I nodded eagerly. The thing is, I simply thought of Miroe's power as evil until that time we used it to escape. I wasn't sure if I wanted to be away from that kind of power, especially since he considered himself indebted to me. Ha! What were you planning to do? I asked. I scrunched my nose as the stench of decaying fish entered my nostrils. We should get out of here, I added. I told you it's none of your business, he said firmly. I decided to let the question go. I would try as much as possible not to be left behind by Miroe. You want to rescue Kino? I said, hopefully. Miroe stopped. Do you know where he is? No. How many times do I have to tell you? Well, all the more reason we should stay here. If any of the soldiers had caught him, he would surely be delivered to the Emperor. My eyes turned into angry slits. Why do you sound happy about it? I yelled. Not happy, he said. Just indifferent. We have to rescue him. Use your power. Don't tell me what I should do with my power. A hopeless case, I thought. Miroe would always be the crazy one. Now, if only I had his power, wow. Imagine what I could do with it. I could make myself the most powerful man in Akea. I could kill anyone. Everyone. I shivered. I wouldn't do that. But Miroe could. The question is, would he? I peered at Miroe from the corner of my eye and wondered what that crazy head of his was thinking. I shivered again. Suddenly, I wanted to run far, far away from him as fast as possible. Louis Monsieur. General Renner Calo had asked me to search for his son, and I thought that I could do it sooner. The first thing I visited were the inns, where gossip lay bountifully. I learned that Mayo Calo, the general's son as they referred to him, was in the dungeons. Though I had received that news in shock, I finished my ale before I went back to the room I rented and wrote correspondence to General Renner Calo. I didn't know how to begin my letter, except I had to tell him the truth about his son's whereabouts. Your boy is in the Kanelan Dungeons. I will do my best to rescue him, but as you know, no one escapes the dungeons alive. After that, I went out again immediately and waited for the most reliable footman to deliver my message to the general. Soon enough, the footman received my note without question. After handing him a gold coin, he immediately trotted off. I had to move fast. Once the general arrives, I must have more news for him. For now, I had to find out where Mayo was being kept. The Kanelan dungeon was quite complex and ran almost the entire underground of Canela. While I planned things out, I decided to return to the inn and have my fill of ale again. Good times were coming. After I retrieve the Calo boy, I will be off to look for Lamare Amark. It was a small prize for all my hardships. Chapter 2, Families. Kino Amark. Sweat coursed down my back as I focused. This time, I was seated. Somehow, my mind seemed more attuned to concentrating this way. Maybe the absence of physical pain made it easier for me to focus. I could still remember my meeting with the seer, Micromania. It was rather weird. She kept smiling at me as though she was expecting that I would do something significant. I did tell her that I hadn't mastered my power yet. And so, she should stop rooting for me because I was no match for the Emperor. I sighed loudly. But enough of that. Focus, Kino. There was something I must be able to do, maybe right in the way Mother did. I never told Grandpa about it, but I believe that I was able to copy that from my mother. But now, I did not know if I would be able to manifest it after I mastered shuffling. I opened my eyes and looked down. Sweat droplets fell onto my lap straight from my forehead. I wrote down on the sand, Pyper, Mayo, and I would be together again soon. I waited, but nothing happened. No words were burning this time, just the sorry scrawl that lay on the sand. Frustrated, I used my palm to erase the words. When Mother and I were running away from the general, I had no inkling about what happened to the rest of our group. Pyper could have easily made herself invisible and followed me, but why didn't she? Could a stray arrow have gone through her invisible body? What if she died in Sinista? My body shivered at the thought. It never occurred to me that my friends could have died there. Perhaps I took it for granted that we always escaped the Emperor's men with just minor bruises and wounds. I pushed aside the thought that Pyper could have been harmed. I had to make myself believe that she was well and that she would try to find me. That was what she would do. She has always been brave, even in instances when I cowered. She found me before when I was captured, and she will find me again. She made good on her promise to help me present to the Emperor even if she was feverish. Somehow, she still managed to be there for me during the Akene Wine Festival. It assured me that she will find a way to reach me. At that thought, hope swelled inside my chest. We will find each other. If she is in danger, then this time, I will be the one to rescue her. My thoughts flitted to Mayo. He was the one who warned us of the approaching soldiers, which meant that he was the one closest to the enemies. It also meant that he could have been the first one caught. I felt my elation melting away. This could only mean that Mayo was in grave danger. And knowing how freely he spoke his mind all the time. Arg! He could have taunted the guards around him. Chances were, everyone around him would have wanted to smack him in the head. He might be the one who needs to be rescued first. Perhaps, it was my mother who needed my help the least. I wondered how Quila was. I needed to know that she was all right too. It was my debt to Arden, I must make sure that she, too, is all right. Now about Goemi. I wasn't so sure about it. I still burn with anger every time I think about her. She does not deserve any rescuing from me. I stood up in a rush, a thought haunting me. I must find Pyper and Mayo. I was the one who got them involved in all of this. How could I live with myself, not knowing where and how they were? After all they have done for me, I must do the same. But Grandpa was here, and he insisted on finishing with my training first. What if, after my training, there are no more friends for me to rescue? I had to convince Grandpa that we must already leave Lakay Islands. Maybe there was no need to convince him. A thought raced in my head. My heart started to pound wildly. I stood up and brushed the sweat that never stopped trickling down my face. My hands were already clammy in anticipation when I reached the cottage. True enough, Grandpa was seated at the head of the dining table. "Are you done with your training?" he asked without looking up. I was halfway through it. Do it, I thought to myself. Grandpa sipped his tea before he glanced at me. "If you were halfway through it only, I suggest." I had to do it fast before he made me return to training. "You and I will leave the Lakay Islands, and we will go search for my friends," I said in a rush. His eyes flew wide open in surprise as though I caught him off guard. Then, he started to chuckle. "Come sit with me," he said. I walked slowly towards the table, pulled a chair, and sat. My eyes never left his face. I realized that to leave the Lakay Islands and search for my friends, all I had to do was charm my grandpa into going with me. Since he was always near me, shuffling would allow me to copy his power, which would have been an easy feat. "You're wondering if your power worked," Grandpa said. His eyes were crinkling on the edges as he studied me. "Did it?" I asked quietly. Instead of answering me, he poured me tea and handed me some bread. I took a bite even though my mind was not into eating. I wanted to know if my power worked on him and if we would leave the island soon enough. We had to. "Do you have any idea where your friends could be?" he asked. Maybe Canela. I wondered if that was true, though. But the more I thought about it, the more it seemed logical that my friends would try to rescue me there. They would probably go to Canela, listen around the inns to find out if I was held there, and if not, they would start searching for me somewhere else. "Canela? Why would they think you would be in Canela when they know that the Emperor wants to kill you?" he inquired. "That's why my friends would go there first. Because once they realize I'm gone, they would think the worst and look for me in Canela. However, they'll likely go somewhere else once they find out that I'm not there." I don't know where they'd go next. I paused, trying to put myself in their shoes and wondering what I would do if I were in their position. After a while, I said, "The ghost town. That would be my next destination, their next destination." I could almost imagine Pyper and Mayo going to Canela on their own, evading the soldiers who were pursuing them, risking their lives to check out the dungeons only to find out I was not there. They would head to Ghost Town next, but they would not find me there because all the while, I have been sitting my ass off relaxing along the shorelines of the Lakay Islands. Crat. Perhaps they would go to Wawang village next and look for me among the cottages, and after that, if they still don't find me there, there would be nowhere else to look for. Akea is just too vast to scour if you haven't the faintest clue of where to look first. It seems to me that you can predict or at least guess where your friends might look for you. So, why the rush? Grandpa's smile never left his face, finding amusement in the situation. "Because if we don't reach Canela on time, they will go elsewhere, and the gods know where else they will go," I said in exasperation, frustrated that my power didn't work on Grandpa. At this thought, I quickly drank the tea. I immediately spat everything out because it was scalding hot. "You have to learn to control your power," Grandpa said. "That is more important. That, and drink your tea slowly." "I could learn," I said before pausing to cough. "While we search for my friends, I promise I will learn to focus. I will keep practicing every day. I just really need to find them, Grandpa." I sounded desperate. When my throat was no longer itchy from coughing, I ate the last of the bread. I poured some more tea into my cup and sipped slowly, more carefully this time. Grandpa was just watching me. His cup of tea was already empty. When I finished, I stood up and excused myself. I will go back to my training now, I said. What time do you reckon you'll finish? He said. In an hour, I guess. All right. Go on, he said. Then, after that, rest and pack some things. We'll have to leave soon to find them. I turned around, eyes huge. Are you serious? I yelled. Grandpa nodded. That's great. You're great. I shouted, jumping at Grandpa and hugging him tightly. Grandpa chuckled. And yes, your power did work on me, he said. You actually charmed me into doing it.
Miroe Amark. I woke up to the sound of birds. Their melodies gave me a sense of nostalgia. When I opened my eyes, I stared at the darkness around me. I squinted and waited for my eyesight to adjust until I began to make out the place where I was. It was a small room that was only big enough to fit the bed I was lying on, with very little space for a few furniture pieces. There was a dresser to the side, 2 empty chairs, and a table where a wash basin was. The door was ajar, and the light flickered from the outside. I craned my neck and tried to peek outside. Suddenly, pain shot throughout my body. My head fell back to the pillow, my eyes wet from unshed tears. This was ridiculous. All I did was raise my head. I lifted my arms slowly and was surprised to find that I was bound to the bed. I tried moving my legs. They were also bound. Is anyone out there? I yelled. Then, I listened and waited for someone to come to me. The silence was deafening. Please, somebody. I croaked. This time, I heard loud, rhythmic footsteps. They seemed measured. Whoever was coming was in no hurry to get to me. Then, a face peered through the door. My lady? He said timidly. He was stooping so that his head could peer at me. His entire body was almost blocking the door frame. May I enter? Of course, you may. I said before coughing. My throat was so dry that I was afraid I wouldn't be able to form any words. Water, please. The huge man moved slowly and looked around. There's no water here. Let me get something first. I wanted to stop him, but I had difficulty forming the words. My throat was dry and itchy at the same time, and the words came out as croaks. It was a surprise that I was able to yell earlier. Who is he? He seemed so familiar, yet I couldn't exactly remember who he was. He was tall, and his skin was so dry that it looked like tree bark. Indeed. He was a tree runner. When I looked up, he was already walking toward me, holding a glass of water. My lady, he said. I raised my head to drink but fell back again, pain shooting at the base of my neck. A warm hand slid underneath my pillow. I could feel the tree runner lifting my head up. Then, the glass touched my lips. I drank greedily. I finished an entire glass of water in just a few gulps. The tree runner looked shocked for a moment. Water would come rising up your mouth. I will put more pillows at the back of your head to elevate you, he said. He did it so gently, and for that, I was grateful. Master. Amenorose, my lady, he said. I raised my eyebrows at him. We have met before, if my memory serves me correctly. In Sinista, my lady. I would not be able to forget you. You, who asked me to join you in your travels, the very first Akene to ask a tree runner to go out of Sinista since we were banished there, he said gently. A solemn look passed his eyes. Where am I, Master Amenorose? He shook his head. I don't deserve to be addressed as such. Just call me Amenorose, bearer of the shame. He paused so abruptly that I thought someone else came in and was listening to us, but there was no one. What was that? I asked. Forgive me, my lady. I am Amenorose, and it has been months since we took you here. Your body was bleeding all over from all the arrows that had pierced it. However, I reckon you will heal a lot faster now. We have found a healer who has been helping with your recovery. I am grateful, Amenorose, I said. What is this place? We are in one of the towns in Karasthea, my lady. It was an arduous journey. We figured that this was the safest place to take you, with all the soldiers running after you, he said nonchalantly. My eyes moistened as I remembered the events that led me to this place. Not so long ago, I was in Sinista with a group of teens. Twins who claimed I was their mother, and another boy who also told me I was his mother. I was confused then because there were events that caused me to lose my memory. But when, for whatever reason it was, I regained my memories, soldiers came out of nowhere and pursued us. Kino. My son? I said. He asked us to care for you. Then, he provided the distraction so we could escape. Miroe looked down as though he was ashamed. Tears flowed freely down my cheeks. They were not meant to. I thought I was the one who was protecting him when I shielded him from all the arrows. And now, I learned that it was not the case. Forgive me, my lady, he said. It was late when we realized that perhaps, we should have protected him. After all, that's what any good mother would do. His head hung low, and he wouldn't meet my eyes, obviously humiliated by his past actions. It would be wrong for me to blame him or anyone else. No, it's not that. You did your best, I said softly. But I am terrified for my son. I shut my eyes, and tears continued to flow. Where could he be? Had he been caught? Remove my binds, I said. Miroe moved quickly, untying the knots. It was to protect you from harming yourself, my lady. Without these ropes, you might hurt yourself with sudden movements, and all the healing would have been for naught, he mumbled as though it were an apology. When my right arm was loose, I raised it and grunted as another shot of pain traveled from my palms to my shoulders. I had been in bed so long that any movement now reminded me of how sedentary I had been these past months, but my goal was to know if my power was back. If I had regained my memory, then chances are, my power was no longer blocked by wind. As soon as my right arm was free, I raised it. Grunting in pain, I wrote in the air, I would be healed. I waited, but the words did not remain suspended in the air. They did not burn the way they used to. Ugh! I groaned in frustration. I don't have my power back, I murmured. I wiped away my tears and waited for Miroe to finish his task. When I recovered from shock, I grew desperate to find my son. In the middle of Sinista, while we were pursued, he could turn invisible. That was how we managed to escape for a while. But when we parted, I did not know what had become of him. If Miroe tells me that my son used himself as a distraction, then there was high probability that he could have been captured by General Ion Noto's soldiers. I must search for my son, I said. I met Miroe's stare, but his gaze left mine. We were not supposed to fight, my lady. My kind, the tree runners, must keep out of your battles. I was destined to, he was cut short. I understand your fear and dedication to your clan, but hear me out, my dear brother. Akea is changing. There is a need for us to save it from this emperor. He has taken us all under his control, and we must fight, I started. The emperor is the supreme ruler of the land. I see nothing wrong with that. If not for him, who will bind all the clans as one? Who will protect the land? How is peace to be maintained? Miroe butted in. He was such a gentle creature that it caught me off guard when he spoke out of turn. The peace that you speak of, where is it? It is merely a concept that everyone wants to achieve, a notion only too good that it becomes ideal in everyone's heads and yet is never achieved. Peace begins when there is peace within oneself. With the emperor and his power, how will he ever be able to achieve that? Miroe opened his mouth to speak but immediately closed it again. He shook his head mildly before sighing. I fear we have stayed much too long in Sinista, my lady. For none of these things matter to us anymore. I am certain you know the story of the last great black egg? His eyes searched mine. I have heard about it, but I had always taken its significance to Akea for granted since none of the dragons existed anymore. It is true, my lady. The last great black egg exists, Miroe said. If someone else gets hold of it, the war will continue until lives have been lost. It is a curse that cannot be broken, for the person who uttered the curse had fled from this world long ago to join the ancestors. I do not see the relevance of the great black egg to attaining peace in our land. If you must explain to me, then do so. All I want is very simple, help me search for my son. He is out there being chased by the emperor's men. If he was the supreme ruler you are talking about, pray tell me, Why would he waste his time chasing after a boy? My voice broke several times. I was unsure if it was because of the dryness of my throat or if it was the emotion raging inside my chest. But, my lady, Miroe said, I was hoping that you were the one who could give us an answer. Even while the tree runners were isolated in Sinista, we still heard news when some people braved the cursed forest. The news reached us about the Emperor's order to have your son killed. However, nobody could give a sufficient answer as to why. And then, before a moon turn ended, Sinista was visited by your group, and it was quite surreal. Suddenly, people were turning up in Sinista, perhaps to hide or to escape, but regardless of the reason, I believe that somehow, all these things have something to do with your son. While I risked myself and a few other tree runners to protect you, as I had promised your son, I believe it is high time everyone understood why the Emperor has taken an interest in your son. I stared at Miroe, dumbfounded. How could I even begin to explain who Kino was and what my relationship with Wind was? The Emperor feared that my son might be a threat to his rule, I said. It was the simplest explanation I could give, one that did not require me to say more but something I hoped would be enough. Miroe's face looked disconcerted. He continued to stare at me, frowning in utter silence. After a while, he said, a threat to his rule? But how? I am not exactly sure, I began, hoping an excuse would suffice for now. But perhaps there were prophecies he had heard of. I was the Emperor's royal scribe, and for that alone, since I stopped reporting to the Emperor, he could have my head too. My son could just be collateral damage. Miroe's face remained deadpan. It seemed like he was not convinced at all. He shook his head slowly. It couldn't be that. I have heard that the man who replaced the former Emperor Northsam was reckless, but death could not be a joke to him, something he would direct on a whim. There must be a reason. He eyed me carefully before continuing. Many moon turns ago, I heard stories that did not seem real, and yet if ever we were living in a world of illusions, they could perhaps be closer to reality. There was an old man who claimed that there was a princess in Kanelan. A princess who was supposed to wear the crown after Emperor Northsam. A princess who was believed to have given birth to someone. However, nobody believed him. He was laughed at and scorned for the stories he told, and in each inn he visited, he was met with furious glances. To make the story short, nobody believed there was a princess and a baby that used to live in Kanelan. I felt my cheek heat up. I had not heard of that story before. How was it that an old man could have known that? Wind made me write that everybody in Akea would have no memory of me. How could a lone man get past what I wrote? Who was he? Miroe watched me. Now, these events, the Emperor, wishing your son dead, and ordering your capture, it just seems a little odd that it somehow parallels the old man's story. Could the princess and the boy be you and your son? He kept staring at me, watching for any reaction, but I trained my face to be just as stoic. He would not get any answers from me. Miroe shook his head after a while. It couldn't be, though. It was just a story. But you see, it somehow fits. I call you my lady because you act like one, and the gods only know why you do. But it might seem like your version about a prophecy could be more likely. He chuckled. And nobody would think me crazy if that's the story I tell them, eh? I couldn't speak after that. Perhaps it was my father? Northsam? But how? When he went missing for weeks many moon turns ago, I had written for him to return. I watched as the words burned in the air yet, father did not respond to my call. It meant that he could not be summoned wherever he was, which led me to believe that he had returned to the ancestors. Otherwise, he would not have shaken off my writing. And yet, the story that Miroe just shared, it sounded like something that father might do. I nodded at Miroe in appreciation. Are you going to help me find my son? I asked again. Miroe avoided my gaze for the second time. I knew I was asking too much. All right, I finally said. If it pains you to help me. It isn't that, my lady, he said in a rush. I want to help search for him. But as of now, our clan could also be searching for us. If we do not hide, we will be found and, who knows, persecuted by the Emperor. I reserved a chuckle. If you will be persecuted by the Emperor, then all the more that you should go with me. But that would bring you more trouble, he said. A woman like yourself can go unnoticed. But for us, we will stand out. We will bring you more harm than good. I understand, I said. You have been most helpful already. You have saved me. For that, I am indebted to you. Should you require my assistance, let me know. I will find a way to assist you. But for now, I would like to get some rest. Of course, my lady, he said abruptly. I will attend to my brothers, and when it is time for us to go, we will leave you with the healer. Thank you, I said. Now that nothing held back my body, I raised my arms again and winced at the pain. I moved my left leg. It felt as though someone was twisting it at an odd angle. But I knew I had to recover soon. So, with all my might, I pushed myself to sit, dragging my feet to the edge of the bed. And when my feet touched the ground, I grimaced as I pushed myself up to stand. I bit my lip to prevent myself from making any noise. My knees wobbled, and my legs felt like jelly. Before I could even straighten up, my knees gave way, and I fell to the ground in a slump. I groaned in agony, and there was ringing in my ears as an immense pain crept up my body. Finally, a sound escaped my lips. The next thing I knew, footsteps were racing towards me. Mama, the lady fell, the boy said. Louder, the footsteps came, and I felt myself hoisted up. I obeyed like I had no bone, and I sagged as my torso hit the bed. I groaned loudly as my head hit the pillow. You shouldn't be moving about so fast. Miroe told me that you have awakened, and I came as soon as possible, a gentle voice said. Tender hands touched my chest as I felt a surge of warmth pass through my body. The heat settled on my neck and every part of me that was hurting. I moaned as some of the pain ebbed away. I opened my eyes and gazed at the healer, who was peering curiously at me. Below her, the face of a small boy stared at me. His round eyes were staring intensely into mine. I looked at the healer again, grateful for her healing. Thank you, I murmured. A smile crossed her lips. You're welcome, my lady. I am Amaya. And this here is Mathis.
Renner Calo. It had been a while before I finally received some word from Louis. It was quite perplexing to read the letter he sent me. He said my son was being held in the dungeons in Kanelan. For the love of gods, how could the emperor punish children? If Bettina learns of this, I would be in so much trouble. I looked at my army, who were but an order away, and wondered if it were right to head back to Kanelan to rescue my son. But what good would that do aside from complicating things further? Some things need to be sacrificed when one is in pursuit of something greater. I could only imagine Bettina's reaction if she heard me say this out loud. I could think of another person who could help me with this task, Suda, my mother-in-law. While she does not like me so much, I know her heart softens where her grandson was concerned. And if I write to her about it, perhaps she could rescue him. The problem was whether I was willing to write her a letter at all. General, a captain told me. There is something urgent that I must discuss with you. I acknowledged him and decided to put Mayo out of my head for the time being. I ordered the soldier to come in. After his salute, he handed me a note. I read it abruptly and was surprised to find out what was written. I know the Emperor reached an agreement with the Tree Runners. An alliance, as he called it, I said, carefully eyeing the soldier in front of me. But this, I said, raising the paper I was holding, was never mentioned to the war generals when we met with him. It is of utmost importance, General, the captain said. I agree, I said, heaving a deep sigh. Although I'm not exactly certain how the Akeans would take this. The Emperor is now on a wild chase, seeking the bearer of the last great black egg. I shook my head in disbelief. This is not the doing of a sane man. The captain winced. He knew that such words could lead you straight into the dungeons. Tell me, do you believe in dragons? I asked the one in front of me. He nodded fiercely, and his face had gone serious. Dragons used to exist, General. I was told that it was the primary animal used in battles of old. I shook my head, a little bit disappointed. It would be great if dragons still existed to help us on the battlefield. But that was not the point now. The thing is, there were no more dragons, I said. The Emperor may go after the last egg, but who the Krat knows where it is? And who the Kratty hell still cares? Wasn't it enough that the Emperor allied with the Tree Runners, allowed them to roam outside of Sinista once again, and asked the gentle creatures to fight with him? The Emperor now has the nerve to declare a search for the last dragon egg. I slumped into my seat, beyond belief of the new orders. The Emperor would stop at nothing to ensure he remained the Emperor. Well, let's see what else he'd do, I said, considering. If he would just search for it, and there is nothing to be found, then no harm is done. General, the soldier said. Please read what is written on the back of the letter. I raised my eyebrows at him. No one ever writes on the back of a letter. But I looked at the paper I was holding and raised it to my eye level so I could read it. My mouth hung open as the words took me by surprise. Bullocknan, a city where the canyons rise, is now under tree runner custody. The war general had brought the tree runners and secured the place, ensuring that no one would rise against the Kanelan palace. A town had already been burned down. I glanced at the captain, who was now looking down at his boots. Is this true? I asked. My gods, if it were, then I could not go after my son. I must leave the rescue mission to Suda, and whether I liked it or not, I must pen my letter to her soonest. God save Akea.
Suda. I thought that if I took this journey, it would be an easy one. Before retiring to my hometown, I had the opportunity to roam the world. I thought that now, as I searched for my grandson, the world I used to conquer would be kind to me. I looked down at the map I held and marked off a landmark that was no longer where it used to be. A lot has changed. The next thing I knew, the hubbubs and the other monsters residing in Sinista would come out of their hiding and walk amongst us in Akea again. Demons were fighting citizens. That must not happen again. There was an inn on the opposite side of the road, and I made my way toward it. Come on, Brew, I hissed. You are a good dog. I thought you would guard Mayo, but that scoundrel is long gone. Why didn't you trail after him? The dog wagged its tail, not understanding me at all. I frowned at it, but the dog laid its buttocks flat against the ground and gaped at me, tongue salivating and dangling. Outside the inn, several burly men sat and talked loudly. I smelled the reek of alcohol surrounding them. The day was hot and sweat drenched my back. I planted a foot on one of the chairs and arranged my sandals before sitting down. A barmaid came and brought me some ale. No ale for me, I said. Bread and soup. I took out my purse and fished for a coin. Here. A man with an edgy face watched me, and his eyes rounded upon seeing my purse. He stood up slowly and walked over to where I was. Are you going to steal from an old lady? I asked. The man sneered. His eyes narrowed, and he stretched his arm as though to grab my coins. I picked my cane, slapped his hand away, twirled the cane with my right hand, and smacked the man 3 times on his bottom. He yelped and eyed me angrily, but he retreated. Brew, I said. Watch out for the likes of him. He's not going to do any good in Akea. Brew only wagged its tail. When the barmaid returned with the soup and slices of bread, I tossed one to Brew, which it ate hurriedly. What could the Kanelan Palace look like now? Would it still have its former glory? The walls shone when the moon's rays fell upon them. How grand it was! I could hardly remember when I last visited the palace because, after retirement, I had always taken to the beauty of the farm. Wawang village suited me just nicely. But my grandson, my only grandson, had to ruin it for me. How could he have thought that a woman so old was still fit to go after him? Oh, he had taken so much from his father's side. Bah! Never from my Bettina. Bettina was always kind and gentle, and mind you, prim. Not a rascal or a scoundrel like Renner. Remember to give me a signal if you should get a scent of him, all right? I told Brew. I let the dog tag along because, with my age, I could hardly see so clearly. I was hoping that Brew would be able to find my grandson for me. I reached out and scratched the dog's belly. It moaned in appreciation. I looked up when someone patted me on my shoulder. Didn't you ever give privacy to old ladies? I stopped when I saw what was being handed out. Right in front of me stood an Amaresian palace guard holding a piece of parchment. For you, madam, the palace guard said. It was a short memorandum from the Amaresian palace. A pronouncement about a change in rule. For the love of gods. This kind of thing used to never happen. Not in all the moon turns that I lived. A change in the rule could only mean bad things are coming next. I grabbed the parchment and read. Hear ye. The Amaretian domain is now under a new rule. His Majesty, King Iamnodo, first of his bloodline, was appointed by His Majesty, Emperor McQuinn Storm Aaron, to rule on his behalf the entirety of Amare. Therefore, all memorabilia of the old house Benilda must be destroyed. The palace guard shall make its rounds, and anyone who would be found to still bear old mementos shall be tried for treason. Signed. Rhodora Tulin. Appointed advisor to the king. I raised my eyes to the palace guard, who was handing out copies of the parchment. He stared at me with a look that meant he would not have second thoughts on smacking my head should I dare raise a question. I decided to get back to eating, but I tucked the parchment inside my purse. Shaking my head, I wondered what Akea was turning into. The emperor had his war council comprised of 13 war generals. They were bound to represent each of the kingdoms in all the provinces. There used to be 14, but Nivedin was dead. And now, one of the war generals has become king. This was the first time it had happened. It seems the emperor was playing dangerous games, but for what? Would it have something to do with Micromanu's prophecies? But regardless, what does a general know about running a land? How will he improve the economy when all he probably knew was the game of war? Too old now. I shook my head. Too old. I shouldn't concern myself with the prophecies anymore. It cost Northsam Mendel Amark his life. I would not risk mine now. Bah. Too old. Too old. All I wanted was to take back my grandson and, after that, settle in Wawang village. I would have none of the wild adventures that my grandson had always professed to have. I would be stricter this time. Maybe it was wrong for me to have been so lenient with Mayo, but I couldn't help it. Not after he was left in my custody by both of his parents. It seemed that the only way I could make up for his parents' shortcomings was to allow him to do as he pleased, but look at where it got him? And where has it led me? Right in Amare where a new ruler has set foot. I sighed and chewed the last of my bread. Without thinking any further, I stood up and motioned to Brew. Come on, boy, I said. We must find Mayo soon. No more delays. Best to be on our way now and go home. I silently cursed that foul son-in-law of mine who had the gall to send me a note. Mind you, a note, to set me off on a rescue mission, knowing all too well how old I was because he couldn't face Bettina's wrath. Bah! The next time I see him, he will never hear the end of it, I tell you.
Chapter 3, An Unlikely Friendship. Miroe Pasap. There he is. Somebody shouted. I pushed Mayo and urged him to run with me. Go! I shouted. Keep running. I could hear Mayo panting as he fought to run ahead of me, but his legs were much too short. To your right, I instructed, and Mayo veered to the right. I shot a look back and saw that only one soldier was trailing after us now. Not to be taken lightly, but at least the rest of them were nowhere to be seen. We came across a wall, and I scaled it. It was much too high for us to be able to climb it unscathed. Mayo was shaking his head at me. No, he said in a rush. We're only going to hurt ourselves. From a distance, I could make out the soldiers' hurried footsteps. I looked around, and there was a door that was slightly ajar. I pointed it to Mayo, who rushed to it as soon as he saw it. Then, I raced him to it. In just a few seconds, we were hunched inside what seemed like a closet. It wasn't an entryway to anywhere at all. And with the thought that I might have actually trapped us inside, I began to panic. I peered between the slits of the door and to my surprise, could not make out any movement outside. I strained my ears to hear a sound, but now, all I could hear was Mayo's frantic heartbeat. There were no more sounds of footsteps. We lost them, a voice away from us said. Then, there was nothing more. I breathed in relief when it dawned on me that the soldiers were no longer upon us. Well, at least, not for now. Then suddenly, a horrible stench burst inside this compartment, and I coughed. What was that smell? I coughed out. Mayo froze. Did you just? I asked in annoyance. Never mind if my voice was loud enough for all the soldiers in Canela to hear. I didn't mean to, he croaked. But I was so scared, and I just couldn't imagine myself being hauled up again to the dungeons. I threw the door open with a kick, fuming. Well, next time, can you just spare me? Or is that your way of thanking me for saving your life? Mayo crawled out of the door. It was only then that I saw how small the space was. Only a dog could probably fit. Fear does many things to a man, imagine Mayo fitting in such a small entryway. I'm sorry, Mayo said, his face blushing. He appeared close to tears. In annoyance, I touched his heart, grazed it just a little bit, and Mayo's eyes rounded. His knees buckled in fear. Oh, come on. You know I'm not going to hurt you. I shouted, even more frustrated than ever. But, you just touched my heart. I rolled my eyes. Heaven forbid. How did I end up with this nutcase? I breathed in and exhaled loudly. All right. I'm not going to touch your heart anymore. Now, let's plan on how you can get that stupid registry. Best be on it. I said, almost yelling. Mayo straightened up. It's not a stupid registry. Just shut up, all right? Mayo fell silent as we continued to step lightly out of the street side. There seemed to be no one around. Going inside the palace proved to be no easy feat. There were patrol guards everywhere. And earlier this morning, I already saw some sketches of Mayo and myself posted all over the place. As if it was not tricky enough to roam around the Kanelan perimeter unnoticed. Guards were standing at every post. I edged closer to the wall, peering out to check if there was any opportunity that we could take to proceed undetected. This isn't going to work, I said, turning to Mayo. But we can't keep on hiding here. Sooner or later, there will be other guards patrolling this route, Mayo said. I know. Let me think for a moment, I said. This had never been a problem for me because I never had to think. All I had to do was follow Go-Emi wherever she wanted to go. That twin of mine has a good head, and I never had to question her choices. Not that I could, given that I was hiding behind a facade that I was sick in the head. Now, I miss her even more. We need a change of clothes, I said. But we just changed last week. It's better to change again, I said. The truth was, I didn't know what to do, and I just had to keep us going. What if we go too? I'm not going to listen to any more of your crazy ideas. Mayo protested. But I haven't mentioned anything yet. Mayo's eyes glared at me infuriatingly. Right. I said. All he ever did was allow me to take charge. Maybe Mayo could make better decisions. What's your suggestion? I asked. Simple. Let's use your power, Mayo said. I knew you had a criminal mind, I said accusingly. But Go-Emi doesn't want me to use my power all the time. I'm not exactly saying that you should use it, Mayo was looking at me knowingly. Just use it the way we initially planned on our escape. Except this time, your power actually works, and if somebody pounced on us, we can, he paused, well, if he pounced on us, that's already self-defense if you make use of your power, right? My eyes were bulging at him by now. Well, I just thought that you wanted to get rid of me badly. That just about sums up the fastest way you can do that. First, the registry and then chuck me in the back of a wagon, send me off somewhere far, far away. And then, you're debt-free. I glanced at him. Somehow, knowing that I would be rid of him soon made me feel a little bit lonely. Weird. I nodded my head vigorously. Deal. I will do it. Here was my original plan, enter the Kanelan Palace and claim my place beside the Emperor, using my power. But the guards messed it all up, and I was hauled to the dungeons instead. No matter how you plan, things have a way of still going awry. Maybe, it really was time. Let's go somewhere to plan. It's not going to be easy. I mean, like the last time. I don't want it to be like that. Many things went haywire, and we simply can't afford it now. Yeah. First, we must find out where the registry is. Then, we will get it. Then, I will leave you to get affiliated with the Emperor, Mayo said. I nodded slowly. It would not be easy, but at least the sequence of events was correct. Food first then? I asked. Mayo beamed. I thought you'd never ask. We scurried carefully along the alleys, looking for inns and crannies where we could get some decent lunch. It was almost midday. Chapter 4, A Visit. Ion Noto. The sun rose brightly the way I presumed it always would, starting that day I was crowned king of Amer. Months had passed since then, and I could only guess that by this time, Marcella Benilda and that filthy guard of hers, Laras Sendo, were already planting root crops at the foot of the Karasthea Mountains. Or volcanoes. The thought painted a smile across my face. I lounged on the dais and waited for the masseuse to come. I lifted my legs and could not wait for her soft, warm hands to remove the knots on my legs. I have never been afforded this luxury, and this is something that I overly welcomed, now that Amer was mine. I closed my eyes, and all manner of thoughts were fleeting in my mind when suddenly, darkness loomed over, as though a huge object overhead clouded me. I opened my eyes and was astonished to find the Emperor descending from the clouds he rode, and walking towards me. His eyes drilled holes at me, and I could feel his icy glare even at a distance. I stood up, clutching my robes, and bowed slightly lower, wondering if a simple bow would do since I was now king. However, I reminded myself to be careful. With that thought, I decided to prostrate on the floor. I waited in silence until I could see his shining boots right before me. "What have you been doing?" he asked tersely. I could feel my insides lurching in fear. When I was still a war general, I had been afraid of the Emperor. However, that was on a different level. I knew I deserved the position because of my ability. But now, I was terrified of the Emperor because I did not want to give him any reason to declare war against Amer and remove me from power. I just could not risk all of that. "I am talking to you," he said steely. "Or have you forgotten your manners?" I asked permission to stand up, "Your Grace," I said in a deep voice. Then, I stood up, forgetting about the robes. Never mind if he caught me close to being indisposed, but I will not falter in front of him. "I heard you've been keeping to yourself," he began. "When you have power, you must use it, Ion." I cleared my throat, wondering if it would be wise to tell him lies about plans I had never quite hatched yet. "Is there something specific you wish to discuss with me, Your Grace?" I asked. "The tree runners," he said. "Groups of them have started moving out of Sinista. I didn't know there were so many, but there were legions. And they were all meek." He said it as though he was disgusted. "Their powers would be wasted if they remain meek. I need a ruthless leader to guide them." His eyes were on me, conveying a message I did not want to hear. I was still enjoyed being a king and had no intention of leaving so soon. My mind drifted for a moment, wondering about the masseuse. "You will lead them, Ion. To the south. I need someone you trust to lead the tree runners on their way to the north. Disperse them as fast as you can. Make sure Akea is covered. We are living in dangerous times now," he said apathetically. I exhaled, not meaning for it to be so loud. "As you command, Your Majesty." I promised myself that more land would be awarded to me once I accomplished this task. And then, I will come back to the Ameresian palace and get that massage. But for now, this was more important than any meeting. "Your Grace, if you would be so kind, let us walk to the lanai and continue our discussion there. And perhaps, I could offer you a cup of steaming tea." The leaves came from rare trees that only grew near the mouth of Karasthea volcanoes. The Emperor did not respond but walked ahead of me, reminding me of my place. I had forgotten that this used to be his mother's palace. Perhaps, he had visited this more than I could ever count with my fingers. I followed him and glanced at the maidservant, motioning her about the tea. The Emperor was already seated when I caught up to him. "There is one more thing," he said. As you may have heard, a town was burned in Bulaknan to prevent further uprisings. I hope it clearly sent out the message that I would not tolerate any rebellion. Tree runners were already there with a war general, but I expect more from you, Ion. These tree runners, they worry me. He sounded impatient. The Emperor looked as though a great thing bothered him. The tree runners are gentle creatures, and I don't know if I could fully trust them. You see, there's nothing that could be deployed faster. And their numbers are many. Also, have you heard about the last great black egg? The dragon's egg? I gaped at him. The tree runners are keeping it. No one knows who has it, but it is within their clan. It was passed on from generations directly from Princess Sonia's lover himself. He paused. You need to retrieve it. I almost fell from my seat when I heard his last instruction. If we have it, no one will dare challenge me anymore, the Emperor said. Does anybody still believe the tale of the last dragon's egg, Your Grace? Please pardon me for my boldness, but, a dragon? The tree runners speak of it. They believed it. If they believed it and were wary of having this information disclosed upon the land, then it must be true, the Emperor resounded. I prevented myself from further gazing at him like an idiot and poured myself some tea instead. Ion, the Emperor said. His voice was low but filled with intent. Find it. Once you find it, bring it to me. There are only 3 things that I ask of you. Give them all to me, and you will hold another kingdom. I will then make you my first hand. I gasped in silence at what that meant. I would be just a little less than the Emperor myself if that were so. Capture the boy wherever he is, breathing or a cold corpse. Second, lead the tree runners south. And lastly, get me the last dragon's egg. Now, he continued, falter in one task, and you will know how it feels like to be my enemy. I understand, Your Grace, I said, putting my cup down, avoiding any splatter. The Emperor stood up without even touching his tea. He looked above, and instantly, a cloud formed and sped down, stopping only inches away from him. The Emperor mounted, and without bidding me goodbye, was gone as quickly as he arrived. I was left staring at the cloud until I could no longer see it, wondering if whatever transpired between us actually did happen. Rhodora, I called out. My most favored person, turned advisor to the King of Amer, was immediately before me. Yes, my lord? We leave soon but in separate carriages. You have to rally north while I will have to go south, I said, fixing my robes. Rhodora's eyebrows shot up. I motioned for her to sit down, right where the Emperor had just been moments ago. I told her about the plans. It had to be done soon because, most importantly, I needed to be back within the walls of Amer and finish that session with my masseuse.
Chapter 5, The Search. Pyper, San Diego. I gazed at the Kanelan gates. They were as imposing as they have always been. While staring at it, shivers rapidly took over my entire body. I held Dogen's hand, and he may have felt I was tense. Are you all right? He asked quietly. We agreed that we should speak in whispers now that we were this close to Canela. Once inside, it would just be a matter of time before we learned what became of Kino, Mayo, and the rest of the gang if they were here. I guess the sight of Canela still terrifies me. My first time here was far from good, I said. I took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and braced myself for whatever may happen. Do you reckon we'll chance upon the Emperor? It is probable. But who's to know? Dogen said. Everywhere we've gone, there were talks of uprising brewing and tree runners moving about and leaving Sinista. It looks like we're not the only ones able to escape Sinista's deathly confines. What do you mean? I asked. With rebellions and all these unusual things going on, the Emperor would hardly be in one place. He would be visiting provinces to ensure that things were tightly controlled. He will quell any sign of insurgents. He paused. I'm not exactly sure why there were rumors about the tree runners and why they would leave Sinista. For some reason, the tree runners gave me the creeps. Perhaps it was because one of them wanted to take Kino. I squeezed Dogen's hand to signal him. "We must go now," I said. I figured he nodded because I could see his gooey figure walking ahead of me. I walked faster. "Wait up," I said. When we were about a mile away from the Kanelan gates, memories flooded me as I caught sight of the long queues of people wanting to go inside. Dogen and I walked past them because there was no need for us to fall in line. All we had to do was squeeze through the gate since nobody could see us. I was sweating all over. I wanted to get some rest first, but my emotions were crazy, and I couldn't bring myself to stop. The slightest noise made me turn my head around, only to find that it was just the usual hustle and bustle of the crowd. When somebody spoke behind me, I jumped and let out a yelp, which I was able to control, but I could feel Dogen's hand tightening against mine, warning me to keep quiet. We were nearing the gates now, and the number of soldiers around the streets had doubled. Dogen pulled my hand to stop us. "What is it?" I asked him. "There are war dogs near the gates," he said, obviously worried. "They won't see us," I reckoned. "But they would be able to smell us. We cannot go inside on foot. We have to find another way." So instead of moving towards the gate, we retreated and studied the long queues of citizens. Among the flurry of people, there was a huge cart pulled by several horses. "Do you think we can?" I started. "Exactly what I was thinking," Dogen cut in. "Let's go." It was quite tricky having Dogen with me and having to hold his hand. If I were alone, I could so easily get past these throngs of people and then slip inside the wagon. But with Dogen's gigantic size, getting past the guards posed more challenges. That and Dogen moved a little clumsily, which was quite a surprise because he was so skillful with swords, and I always thought sword fighting was like dancing in a way. I moved forward and managed to get in between citizens. Dogen moved carefully too, but there were times that I would hear an annoyed grunt from behind me. I could only surmise that Dogen had inadvertently bumped into someone. Finally, we reached the wagon. I pushed myself up and scooted inside. There were crates of vegetables, and my eyes rounded when I saw carrots. Dogen pulled himself up, and the wheels squealed, probably because of his weight. I held my breath when the wagon stopped, and a man came to my view. He was peering inside the wagon, scratching his head when nothing suspicious came to his sight. After a while, we started moving again. Dogen and I squeezed behind crates, and when we felt safe, I made ourselves visible. Dogen was already helping himself to a carrot. He was grinning at me. "Such good luck, eh?" he said. I quickly grabbed a carrot and started eating too. "Maybe we should have just risked it with the war dogs," I said in between bites. "No, it's too dangerous." "It's not dangerous, you're strong. If the war dogs get near us, you can fend them off." "With one hand, because my good hand is holding you to keep myself invisible?" "Well," I said. "But you're good. You can easily kill the war dog." "What do you think the soldiers will do if they see the war dogs riding about with nothing touching them but air?" I nodded, realizing what a crazy suggestion I had offered. "They'll probably close down the gates and be on a hunt to check what sort of evil was roaming the Kanelan walls," Dogen said. Without knowing that the bigger evil is already inside the Kanelan walls, he laughed. The wagon halted, and I could hear voices outside the carriage. I peered outside and saw that we were already at the gates. The owner of the wagon was talking to the palace guards. One guard nodded and moved to the back of the cart to check the wagon. I quickly grabbed Dogen's hand and turned both of us invisible. My heart was thumping wildly. Moments later, I could hear the wagon flaps being raised, and then I was facing a palace guard. He steered straight past me, towards the crate stacked behind my back. A wag dog sniffed and growled. There, the palace guard said to the war dog. "Nothing there." "All right, let him pass." I sagged in relief, and Dogen let out a breath. I could feel his grasp on my hand loosening, but he did not let go. Better to remain invisible while we are still in motion. "We're inside," Dogen muttered. "After this, we'll best be searching for them." I figured I could cover the east side. "Maybe you should begin inside the palace." "The palace?" I yelped. But, was it really necessary for me to start my search there? "I thought you said you wanted to rescue your friend immediately. The palace will be the best place to gather information. If I could go invisible like you, I would gladly volunteer to do it myself. My chest froze, but Dogen was right. All right? I don't like it, but I know someone has to do it. Why don't you just join me then? There are other things that I can scope out outside the palace. Like what's happening down in the dungeons. I will try to find out as much as I can in there, to see if there are any new prisoners, to see if there were recent executions. Executions? I butted in. Do you really think that Kino would have been executed if he had been caught? Do you remember how the Emperor caused the chaos more than a moon turn ago? What made you think that he would be so forgiving now? Dogen said simply. He heaved a deep sigh. I pray we're not too late. I peered out of the wagon, watching the road that we passed. The Kanelan courtyard that welcomed us now was far different from the one I visited with Kino and Mayo. The ambience used to be jubilant and festive, but now, even with the number of citizens milling about, it felt somber as though the city had undergone a complete transformation. There was still debris around the streets. Potholes were everywhere, and there were dingy tents erected all around. I gazed at them, scrunching my nose as a wave of pungence entered my nose. What do you reckon were those? I said. Might be for the refugees, Dogen said. But they did not seem to be meant for refugees. No one was moving. The horrible stench grew stronger, and I gasped, covering my nose. Death tents, Dogen said. He was frowning. Remnants of the Akea wine festival. But why haven't they been buried? They were, Dogen said. But there could have been too many. There might still be some being subjected to further inspection. My eyes filled with tears. I wondered for the 100th time again, if I had not pushed Kino to present a sham power to the Emperor, would any of this have happened? My heart filled with a leaden weight as I realized that perhaps, I already knew the answer.
Chapter 6, Meetings. Mayo Calo. Tonight, we slept somewhere north of the castle. Miroe was already snoring, but I could not sleep. Tomorrow, we would have to go around the market again and try to eavesdrop on what was happening inside the palace walls. After this, what's next? I thought to myself. The Akea registry gave me something to look forward to, but it would not give me back my friends. Can I really call them friends even if they didn't look for me? I grunted. Once I have the Akea registry, I could check for the entries and go back to Wawang village. Perhaps I should wait for my friends there until they return. Then, we could all go back to school again. I have not seen Professor Levin in a long time, and I certainly have not heard any news about the school bullies, Conrad and Lima. Even if they were bullies at school, I still wish they did not die during the Akea wine festival. I sighed, willing myself to sleep. On his cot, Miroe moved and spoke in his sleep. I lifted my head to listen, but he had already stopped talking. I heaved another sigh and shut my eyes tightly. Maybe instead of going back to Wawang village, I should just go hunt for the last great black egg. I think I would not like to go back to school and face the bullies alone. Perhaps Pyper could also go to school with us. I am sure I could get Grandma to pay for her school fees if Pyper did not have any money. I put my arms over my eyes, trying to sleep, but it was hard to fall asleep when you were forcing it. I let my thoughts drift away and after a while, lost all ideas inside my head. The following day, I awoke to Miroe as he shook me awake. I pushed his hands away. Wake up. Today's the big day, he said. I groaned and dismissed his hands away. They were relentless, and so, I opened my eyes and sat up. I didn't sleep well. Can we stay a little bit? I stopped talking as he chucked an apple inside my mouth. Eat. We have to talk about our plans. Rehash it one more time. Miroe sat in front of me. He looked wide awake, his eyes already sharp and bright. Unfair. He snored all throughout the night. I bit on the apple grudgingly and watched him. The registry is inside the palace. According to my sources, it's on the second or third floor, inside a locked room. There will be palace guards around. I need to create a distraction so you can get inside and take the registry. Once you have it, find your way out and wait for me. I think I could hold the palace guards for 20 minutes. Do you think that's enough time for you? He said methodically. I nodded absent-mindedly. I did not calculate how long it would probably take me to retrieve the registry, but I was just not in the mood to talk. Too early for me. I yawned loudly, and apple chunks fell into my lap. Miroe grimaced. I still suggest you use your power. No need to create a distraction if you will just squish some hearts, I said in between yawns. Miroe shook his head. A look of concern veiled his eyes. You didn't seem so cautious about using your power before. I say, you never intended to use it sparingly. Have you turned into a sissy? I said, munching the apple core now. The seeds crunched as I bit them. I would have spat them out in the past, but now, I spared no edible part of the fruit, or I would get hungry. It's different now, he began. There was always Go-Me to revive the hearts I froze. But now, if I should do it, there's no reversing it. That's why I'm trying my best to be careful. I'm not as evil as you may think. I choked on the apple core and coughed. I could not keep my laughter in, so much so that I almost choked. When I was done coughing, a grin was still plastered on my face. I caught sight of Miroe's red face and felt ashamed of myself for reacting that way. But did he really expect me to believe that he was not the monster everyone knew he was already? Miroe stood up and walked away angrily. I had to put on a straight face to prevent another altercation. I'm ready now, I said cautiously. I threw him another glance out of the corner of my eye. He seemed to be seething with annoyance, but instead of barking at me, he just nodded and walked ahead without saying another word. I followed immediately. The grass was wet from the dew, and they soaked my shoes as we walked toward the palace. I said. I still don't exactly know what to do. Just follow my lead, all right? Miroe said. He quickened his steps and we found ourselves in the docking bay, where stevedores carried crates into the castle. Miroe picked up one of the crates and went straight to the open door that likely led to the storage. I swallowed hard and carefully picked the smallest crate, but it was still so heavy that I swerved upon heaving it up. Out of nowhere, a hand grabbed my arm, and my heart started beating frantically. Take that other one, the man said. It's much lighter. I looked up at him and quickly nodded. Shouldn't have hired kids to do this kind of work, he said, grumbling. Times are hard. The parents couldn't help but allow their children to work, another voice said before it faded in the distance. I carried the other box that the man mentioned, and even though the crate was bigger, it was much lighter. I then trotted off to where Miroe had gone. Inside, the storeroom reeked of spices, onions, garlic, and other cooking herbs. I clutched at the crate and looked around, trying to search for Miroe, but I could not see him. I kept moving forward. Here, boy! A burly man hollered, pointing at a particular side of the storage room enclosed with ropes. Put it down here and bring the other crates, he added, pointing at another side of the room. I proceeded to obey the man, wildly swerving my head left and right, hoping to chance upon Miroe. If I see him sitting around while I slave myself away, I will shout at him. However, he was nowhere to be found. I walked back to the docks, a bit flustered from carrying the crate. This time, I tried lifting several boxes before settling on the lightest one. I was sweating after carrying my fourth crate inside, and Sisis was beginning to peer behind the clouds. By now, I was muttering under my breath, annoyed at having to do this when all I wanted was to get my hands on the registry. I dropped the crate on the floor with a grunt and a pant before settling on an open seating area. Miroe was still yet to be found. If he expected me to keep on carrying these crates, then he's wrong. I stood up and decided to move further inside the storeroom. There were many roped-in containers. I figured there had to be another door that led somewhere else. I was moving between piles of crates that smelled powdery and minty at the same time when a hand suddenly grabbed mine. I looked up and saw Miroe with his forefinger pressed against his lips, motioning me to keep quiet. I nodded, and he pulled me, both of us walking stealthily towards a gap between the crates. Follow my lead again, he said softly. But I don't want to carry more crates. I argued, but he no longer heard me. He went to another loading bay, only it wasn't really a loading bay. It was a dispatching area where the crates were being issued in order to be brought inside the kitchens. Miroe fell in line behind the other men. The smaller crates were being handed to them. I decided to follow them too. The man who was handing out the crate gaped curiously at Miroe. "Are you allowed entry into the palace?" he asked. Miroe nodded. I could sense his shoulders straightening. The other man who stood beside the man shot a look at Miroe and nodded. "I know him. I've seen him before." They then allowed him to enter the path that led to the kitchen. I wondered where the other man had seen Miroe for him to think he was familiar, then I froze in fear as I remembered the posters of Miroe's faces all over Canela. Perhaps that was why Miroe had seemed familiar to that man. When it was my turn, the man eyed me warily. But seeing that I didn't look dangerous enough, he immediately handed me a crate and was motioned to proceed inside. While I was walking, I studied my surroundings. First, I went down a long tunnel where many delivery activities took place. After several minutes, I went up a flight of stairs and found myself inside a clean storage space. People were bustling about, all wearing white clothes. I was about to put down the crate I was carrying when someone grabbed me again, and I yelped in surprise. "When will all this grabbing end?" My heart almost leapt out of my chest. "Arg!" I gasped. Miroe pinned me against a wall, chucking a set of white clothes to my chest. He was already wearing white garments that were identical to the other workers. I quickly changed, and when I was done, I hid my clothes behind sacks of flour. "Now, act as though you know this place," Miroe murmured. "We're now inside. We could be leaving any time, so just be on your toes and keep your eyes on me. Before the day is over, you'll have the registry." He sounded so sure. I nodded incessantly, excited at the thought of having the registry and suddenly lonely at the idea of having to say goodbye to Miroe.
Pyper, San Diego. I watched Dogen walk ahead of me, his hulking figure moving stealthily away, wondering if it was right that we separated. He was such a burly man. I wasn't exactly sure if he would be able to move around without drawing attention to himself. However, he insisted that it was easier to cover more ground in less time if we were not together. Dogen disappeared from my view. I uttered a short prayer to keep that big lug safe. Now that I was alone, I decided to take a look around. Kanelan Palace was still the same. The white walls shimmered against the bright rays of Sisis. Sure, the place was no longer filled with the jovial atmosphere of the past Akean wine festival, but I was still overwhelmed to be standing right in front of the palace. I heaved a deep breath, uncertain if it was because of the excitement of being here again or out of fear of the unknown. My fingers and toes slightly tingled. What if Kino and Mayo were not here, and instead of rescuing them, I would be captured by the Emperor's men? That would be such a disaster. But Kanelans can't see me, I kept reminding myself. That was my advantage. I can go into any unlocked room and peer through any gap undetected, just like what I did in the Amaritian Palace when I searched for Kino. Unlike the Amaritian Palace, though, the Kanelan Palace was much grander, which could be advantageous to me, or is it? I mean, where do I even begin to look for Kino and Mayo? Unlike the last time, there was also no Arden to go around the surrounding taverns to listen for gossip. I sorely felt Arden's absence. As I have learned in the past, the easiest way was to go to where the ladies in waiting were, where the maids and servants lurked, so that I could understand what was happening in the palace. This was something Arden would have done. I jogged lightly towards the palace stairwell and was grateful for the carpet since it muted my footsteps even more. I was cautious, though, not to leave any footprints. I spotted two servants that carried brooms and rushed to where they were. When I was close enough to listen, I slowed down. One was humming to herself while the other was just walking, clutching at the cleaning materials. When they finally reached the bottom of the stairwell, and none had uttered a word, I paused and wondered if I should pinch them on the buttocks to make them talk. I decided against it and left them behind, searching for other people to spy on. Soon, I found myself in the grand hall, where many palace visitors come in. They were walking around, their noses suspended up in the air and trying as much as they could to ignore each other. Regardless, the grand hall was still buzzing with gossip. It seemed to be the best place to start. I tiptoed around, careful not to attract anyone's attention or bump into anyone. The Emperor has some good strategies. Yes, I know that there's flooding in Dirella, but mind you, he was there before the week ended to bring aid to. Never mind that. He has driven his mother out of Amare and into Karasthea, said a hushed voice, obviously afraid someone might hear. Someone cleared his throat, and I almost jumped from where I stood. Well, I think it was how an emperor should act. Imagine having his own mother, the former queen of Amare, go against his wishes and provide shelter to the very boy the emperor has ordered to be executed. What kind of mother so blatantly disobeys his highness? I shuddered at the thought. Some people were saying that there were factions now, that the Achaean Empire was no longer as united. Well, I didn't think that was impossible, not when some things were going around about how the voice trailed off as I slithered away, carefully picking out the other group's conversations. There was no need to dwell on things that I already knew. Dangerous times, I say. Even here in Canela, a man with spiky hair said. The woman he was talking to frowned. There were palace guards everywhere. I don't see why it could even be more dangerous now, she said, shaking her head. Didn't you see the posters? There were all sorts of criminals seized almost every day. Crimes don't discriminate against age anymore, mind you, he said matter-of-factly. The woman gasped, what do you mean by that? Even children are being thrown into the dungeons now, he said softly, as though avoiding any attention to himself. My heart caught in my throat when I heard his remark. It felt like a good idea to check the bulletins outside and see if there was any clue about Kino and Mayo's whereabouts. But the palace was doing all it can to minimize the spread of crimes and uprisings, another said. Uprisings? A voice bellowed. Who would organize such a thing? There was a burst of laughter from behind me. The Emperor is crazy. He wouldn't stop until the boy is dead. And then, did you hear about the tree runners? They were freed. Released from their banishment in Sinista. Those monsters would roam Akea unguarded. They were not monsters. They were gentle creatures. Now, the hubbubs were a different matter, another guest rebutted. Who said anything about hubbubs? The bellowing voice muttered. It was a ploy, somebody murmured. The former queen was sent to Karasthea to search for the last dragon's egg. Once found, she will reunite with her son. I moved away, confused and somewhat more afraid of what I heard. Talk of dragons and rebellions makes me fear for my clan, but for now, something about what they said stood out in my head. I needed to check the bulletin boards. My short legs shook from hunger and anxiety as I rushed outside the palace to search for the bulletins. I breathed the fresh air as soon as I was out in the courtyard and willed my heart to pump regularly. The throng of people milling around made me nauseous, but nothing could stop me from discovering more. The knot that started wiggling inside my stomach grew tighter the longer I stayed within yards from the Emperor. There was no bulletin board to be seen, but lamp posts were everywhere. I sprinted to the closest one and searched through a pile of posters. The most recent one showed a man who was probably middle-aged, gaunt, with long, untidy hair. I leafed through the pages, and one showed Dogen's face. My hands shook as I studied the poster. The sketch was inaccurate as it portrayed Dogen with his top knot, but even though the sketch was not as good a representation of Dogen, the poster bore his name in large print. I pulled it off the pile and tucked it under my belt. I continued to leaf through the pile until I saw Miroe's face on one of the posters. I gaped at it. Yes, it was really him. The sketch was quite accurate. His eyes looked angry, and a solid line was drawn underneath his eye, the scar he got from the hubbub. His hair was neatly pulled to the back. It was unlike the way I remembered it, shaggy and unkempt, that it kept falling down to his face. For some reason, he did look a bit. I searched for the word to describe his expression, but nothing came to mind except normal. But he was hardly that, from what I remembered. Oh, great. This is just so great. I muttered under my breath. Another one that's begging to be rescued. Then, I looked at what was written below his sketch: murderer on the loose. Escaped the Achaean Dungeons. For any information about his whereabouts, contact any palace guard immediately. Well, he was probably not begging to be rescued after all. I shook my head in disbelief. It served him right for killing Arden. At least, Arden was vindicated. I wondered where Miroe could be and what would happen if he had been loose for a long time. Without Goemi beside him, Miroe could pose a real danger to anyone. I wondered if his power would work on me if I remained invisible. I continued going through the posters. There was no information about Mayo at all. Best to return to the palace, I told myself. If Mayo were captured, perhaps there would be no information that would be released to the public. His father was a war general. If he ever learned of it, it could mean trouble. This means that I would need to do all the sleuthing. There was also nothing on Kino. I went back to the palace, careful not to get in contact with the people roaming about. I noticed a massive shadow from outside, stealthily lurking around. My head quickly swiveled about, watching for any sign of danger. On the other side of the walls, several palace guards were doing their rounds. Someone seemed to have spotted the huge shadow. I squinted my eyes to where the shadow had been, and when I was sure who it could be, I ran towards it. I reached my hand to touch him and quickly extended my power of invisibility. "What were you doing here?" I said in a hushed voice. "Looking for you," Dogen's hoarse voice answered. "It's dangerous for you to be here." Thankfully, I was around. "Come quick," I said, pulling him to the other side. Dogen followed me, expertly avoiding contact with anyone. When we were out of anyone's earshot, he said, "The palace guards down the dungeons were going crazy. They spoke about prisoners who had just escaped. Do you know what that means?" "Honestly, yes and no. I saw a poster of Miroe," I said. "He was the one who managed to escape." "Didn't you hear me?" I said. "Prisoners," Dogen said. "Was it Kino?" I asked, although I doubted it. If Kino was kept a prisoner, the Emperor would have had him executed without much thought. I looked up at Dogen's gooey figure, and he shook his head. "Not Kino. Everyone was talking about a general's son, so it could be Mayo." "That was quite a surprise," I said, stunned. "Don't regard him much?" "No. It's just that his power doesn't work like that," I said. "His power is great, as I told you before, Mayo was able to save me using his power. But I don't see how he could have escaped the prison if it were just for his power. Unless," I stopped as a thought occurred to me. "What is it?" Dogen said. "Unless he decided to work with Miroe," I said. I felt suddenly queasy. If Mayo decided to go with Miroe, he would be in grave danger. And I didn't know what I would have preferred, Mayo confined in the dungeons or knowing that he was with Miroe, who could, at any time, unmercifully end his life. "Do you reckon Kino was captured with them too?" I asked after a while. "I didn't hear anything about the boy the Emperor wanted dead. That's how everyone refers to him now. Nobody even knows his name. I guess the violent incident addled the Akene's brains and made it impossible for them to remember Kino's name even more." "Where could he be if not here?" I said. "What did that mean if he wasn't here? Was he dead? Or was there someone else who has gotten hold of Kino? Since we're in Canela, may I suggest that we stick to our plan and rescue whoever is here? Once we're all together, we can perhaps devise a new plan," Dogen said. "You're right," I muttered as I started climbing the grand staircase inside Kanelan Palace. I hesitated before going in. "Are you going with me? Or are you setting off on your own?" Dogen paused. "I think it would be better if I just wait for you outside. There might still be other things I can find out here. However, be careful because it would be difficult for me to enter the palace undetected. But in case that by the end of the day, you're not outside, I will find a way to get in the following day," he said. "Got that, kid?" "Thanks, Dogen," I said. Somehow, my fear had lessened. I had to go down the staircase again and bring Dogen somewhere safe before letting go of his hand. I watched as he mixed with the crowd effortlessly, avoiding the palace guards at every turn. Then, I went back to the palace to see if I could learn something about Kino. I pushed all thoughts of Mayo and Miroe away since I knew that they were already able to escape the dungeons.
Miroe Pasap. There was no time for me to worry. The entire day was packed with many things, getting hold of the registry and my freedom from Mayo. I glanced at Mayo, who was walking ahead of me, while I pretended to push a cart full of cleaning supplies. It has been a tiring day. We have had several changes of clothes already. I hoped the ones we were wearing now would be the last. Being a cleaner allowed us entry to the palace and more freedom to roam around the palace walls. Mayo stopped in front of me and peered behind one of the doors. Shaking his head, he looked at me and said, "Not here, just supplies again." As soon as he started talking, he started complaining, "How can there be so many rooms with just supplies? We are just checking the rooms. Didn't I tell you it was probably on the 3rd floor, where the library was?" I said matter-of-factly. "Then, why do we have to take such a long route?" He irked. I exhaled loudly to control my temper. "We are pretending to be cleaners in this palace. If we just saunter off from one floor to the next, we will look suspicious," I said slowly and sarcastically. Mayo's face flushed. He continued to grumble. "All right. Let's be quick about it so we can leave this place," I said in annoyance. Just then, Mayo stopped so suddenly that I almost crashed the cart against his back. "What the?" I said. "The bookkeeper," he said, smiling at me widely. "I think he's the one we should be looking for." I stared at him because I had no idea what he was talking about. "What about the 3rd floor?" "Quick!" he said as he rushed to the end of the hallway where there was a directory of the palace rooms, a finely sketched map of the palace to boot. "There!" Mayo pointed excitedly. "It's on this floor. This is the room of the bookkeeper. All we must do is go there and ask him." Mayo sped off while I tried to catch up after him, throwing the cart forward and careening it through the hall. "Oops," I said. "Too late to go after it now." There was a loud bang as it hit the left wall. Mayo had already sprinted, and I had to run after him. He turned to the right and ran as fast as he could, but his short legs were only able to outrun me for a while. "Where is it? Are you sure?" I asked as I fell beside him. He nodded, breathing through his mouth. The bookkeeper was the one who wrote on the registry. Every time someone presented to the emperor, he would write the presenter's name together with the presented power. If we find him, it would mean he could tell us where it was kept. "You're crazy," I said. "And I've been following your lead, so maybe I'm crazy too. But what makes you think that the bookkeeper will just hand you the registry?" "I don't," Mayo said, pausing. "While in the dungeon, I just needed something to keep me going, so I set my heart out to obtain the registry. I didn't think about how to actually do it, nor did I think it will be easy." Mayo stopped in front of one of the doors and lightly pushed it open. He peered inside and went in without waiting for me. I followed behind, carefully shutting the door. "There!" Mayo yelled. "The bookkeeper is here." A gaunt man stood inside the room that seemed to me like a mini library. The walls were covered with bookcases, and ladders were hanging on each bookshelf, which I assumed was for getting books beyond an arm's reach. "What are you doing here?" "I never asked for anyone to clean the room yet," the tall man said, eyeing us warily. "We need to see the registry," Mayo said. The man's face looked rather confused. "The registry?" he repeated. "And why would a cleaner want to look at the registry?" "I need to know Kino's heritage," Mayo answered in a rush as though he had rehearsed all his responses before our encounter with the bookkeeper. "I don't know how I could be of help to you, nor how the registry would be able to," the man said. "The registry does not state anyone's heritage." "Please," Mayo pleaded. "I just need to see the last entry you made to the registry." "No," the bookkeeper said. "Leave now. Whatever was written in the registry is no business of yours." "Please?" "It's really important to me," Mayo pressed. The bookkeeper raised his eyebrows in shock. "Why are you insistent about it? Leave now before I call the palace guards." I knew then that it was up to me. I touched the bookkeeper's heart and gave it a squeeze. His eyes bulged as he stared at me. "What are you?" he croaked. "Do not threaten us with the palace guards because I can kill all of them. Cooperate with us, or else I will have to kill you," I said in a menacing tone. When the bookkeeper still wouldn't respond, I nudged at his heart again, and this time, his arms flailed. "Stop," he said, gasping for breath. "I will do what you say." I let his heart loose, and the bookkeeper stood up, rushing towards the registry. Mayo was quick to follow him. "Go to the last entry," Mayo said. "The last entry?" the man asked curiously. "That is a complicated matter." "Yes. I know. It was Kino's entry. The one where you wrote his name and his power. I want to see it. I want to see the other entries that might tell me about his life, what his parents' powers were." Mayo's voice trailed off. The bookkeeper shook his head gently. "It amuses me, that Kino Amark's name, I was able to write, and yet, I couldn't write Distantekis beside it." Mayo's mouth hung open. "What do you mean?" he asked. "The registry does not lie. What is written here were the true powers of Akeens. I remember writing Kino's power multiple times. However, after I wrote Distantekis down, my hand would involuntarily strike the entry off as though my hand had its own life. And then, he paused and turned away from us, walking towards a metallic bookcase. He opened it and pulled out a huge book. It was almost a foot thick. He put it down on the table, leafed through the pages, and motioned for us to go near him. "There," he said, pointing at Kino's name. I could write his name, but the power remained blank. But I swear, I did write his power multiple times, and it always ended like this. That was when all the ruckus started. "Impossible." Mayo breathed out. "I couldn't believe it either. This has never happened to me before, but it is just how it is," the bookkeeper said. "Watch." He took a quill and dipped it in black ink. Then, he wrote Distantekis across Kino's name. It remained there for a while before it was stricken off by the quill. In a few moments, the word vanished completely. "What does that mean?" I said. The bookkeeper stared back at me and shrugged his shoulders. I can only guess that the boy had been lying about his power. That is why the registry would not accept it. "I told you, the registry doesn't lie." Mayo was flushing. "Spill," I said. Mayo squirmed. His eyes darted towards me. "There's nothing to spill," he yelled. "Then, why is it that Kino's power was not registered?" Mayo looked ready to burst. His eyes had gone watery. The bookkeeper was standing close behind me. Surprisingly, he was as calm as when we started talking about Kino's power. "Now, tell me. What do you know about Kino? Help us to help him." "Tell us," the bookkeeper said. Mayo looked at both of us alternately before blurting out, "Kino doesn't have any power before. It was just a show so that he could get himself registered in the books, and no one will bully him in school anymore." "What? Is this true?" the bookkeeper said, obviously shocked. "So, that is why the Distantekis kept on vanishing." "Does anybody else know about this?" I asked. The bookkeeper shook his head. "Well, I figured nobody needed to know. The boy was already in a lot of trouble. Do I need to tell everyone about this rather uncanny incident? I mean, why bother? If it were up to me, I would make the world forget about Kino Amark. By doing so, I would probably spare his life. Why must I tell the Emperor? You saw what happened at the festival. Do not get me wrong, I am loyal to the crown, but I cannot fully support the hunt for an innocent boy." The bookkeeper fell silent after that. "What if there's something else I want to see? Like Lamare Amark's power? Can you leaf through that too?" Mayo asked. "Lamare Amark? His mother, I suppose?" the bookkeeper said. Mayo nodded. This time, I was the one who blushed, perhaps embarrassed at myself for having perpetrated a lie a long time ago about how Lamare was Nia, and Nia, my mother. The bookkeeper bent over the book. The man closed the book and tapped on it 3 times before saying Lamare Amark, and as though it had its own life, the book opened on its own. The pages started turning slowly until it gathered speed, and when the last page was reached, it did not stop. Instead, the book closed. "Ha!" the bookkeeper barked. "She has no entry in the registry." His eyes met mine. "If she has no entry here, that means that she's unborn, one whose power did not manifest," He paused. Or she is royalty. At this point, the bookkeeper slumped on a chair, his face still shocked. Mayo, on the other hand, swelled with pride. He grinned widely at me. I told Kino that he was Craddy royalty. That's why the Emperor wanted him dead, Mayo said. And this, he continued, gesturing towards the registry, just proved that I was right. You forgot, I said. The bookkeeper said that it's either Lamare was royalty or an unborn. She can't be unborn, Mayo argued. She has power. Remember, she always went to the Kanelan Palace before. Is there anything else you need from the registry? I asked Mayo. Because if we're done with it, we need to go. Kino's father. Mayo yelled. I told Kino that we'll have a hunch what his power was if we could only get to see both of his parents' powers. Then, he looked up expectantly at the bookkeeper, who stared back at him. Yes. The bookkeeper said. Tell me what Kino's father's power was. What's his name? Mayo looked helplessly at us. I don't know his father's name. I stormed out of the room, annoyed at Mayo. If I stayed there another minute and he continued to give me nonsensical answers, I knew I would need to control myself from strangling him. I waited outside, fuming. I told myself that I should not worry anymore because this would be the last day we would be together. After this, once he was done with all his questions for the bookkeeper, I will send him off to Lundu or whichever forsaken province he preferred. Suddenly, I heard Mayo running towards me, hugging the registry close to his chest. What were you doing? I hissed. Mayo continued running past me without glancing back. He wouldn't help me with my query. He yelled. Well, that was because you didn't know the father's name. I yelled back in annoyance. The bookkeeper was fast approaching, and he passed by me. Hey! The bookkeeper yelled. Help! Guards! The registry was stolen. I looked at the people watching us as we waved through the crowd. Nobody dared to move and block our way. I kept running and in a few seconds, overtook the bookkeeper, who panted loudly. Help! He yelled. Guards! Arrest them! For such a pudgy boy with short legs, Mayo could run really fast. There were still a good few yards separating us. I sprinted more quickly to catch up to him until finally, we were running side by side. That way, I said, pointing to my right. Mayo turned obligingly and kept on running. We were doing so well, and you had to steal it? Now we will be pursued all over again. I hissed at him. Mayo looked determined, and he kept on running forward. It's not like we aren't being pursued already, he yelled. Loud footsteps approached us, and I grabbed Mayo so he would stop. Right in front of us were palace guards. I froze, wanting badly to smack Mayo on his head. All thoughts of escape fled my mind, but I would be damned if I let myself be hauled to the Kanelan Dungeons again.
Pyper, San Diego. They went that way. Please. A gaunt man shouted at the guards. He looked familiar to me, but I struggled to place him. He pointed towards the end of the corridor. They turned right. He yelled. He was surrounded by spectators, but none of them seemed to take him seriously. They just stared at him in the direction he pointed at. I listened carefully and could hear footsteps from afar. Then, the steps halted. Please. Somebody help me. They took the registry. He said. He looked past me, and that was when I realized where I had seen him before, at the Akea Wine Festival. He was the one who wrote the names of the children who presented themselves to the Emperor. And if he was after the ones who took the registry, then it could be, my heart pounded, Kino and Mayo. I immediately ran to where the man pointed. It was another 100 yards or so. I could hear some banging and loud thuds that made me want to appear magically to where they came from. When I reached the end of the corridor, I looked to my right, and true enough, Mayo and a boy with a ponytail were there. Wait, is that Miroe? In front of them were palace guards. Mayo was shaking, but he was hugging the registry tightly.
Miroe Pasap. There were about 4 palace guards ahead in front of us, and I knew we were wasting precious minutes. The more we stayed here, the greater were our chances of getting caught. I had to make my move soon. But what do I do? Do I freeze their hearts? I wanted to, but I was not sure if I should. I mean, it is murder. Without Goemi, I wanted to be more careful in using my power. Use your power, Mayo said to me. Use it now? He yelled in an agitated manner. No. A loud voice bellowed. Was that you? I asked Mayo. Mayo shook his head, and then, he was gone. He vanished into thin air. Mayo? I shouted. The palace guards looked around them and drew out their swords. They were bent and in a fighting stance, waiting for the right moment to attack me. Mayo spoke from behind the palace guards, and they all jumped, almost in unison, swinging their swords at nothing but air. I took that as my opportunity and skidded to the left, avoiding contact with their swords, and scampered away. If you can make yourself invisible, then why the cratty hell did you have to make me bring you here? I shouted, hoping that Mayo could hear me. Then, his head popped in midair 2 feet away from me and said, I can't. I yelled in surprise and almost ran into the walls. His face vanished again. Never mind that crazy kid. I must focus on getting out of this palace. I could reach the kitchen unnoticed, but more danger lay ahead. It seemed like the palace guards had been alerted by now. Some of them were talking to the men stationed near the docks. I kept myself hidden behind sacks of produce, trying to clear my head and figure out how I could escape. Then, a short girl appeared in front of me, her forefinger pressed against her lips. She touched my hand, and in a split second, I vanished. Now, just be careful. We must walk out. No bumping into someone or anything, she said softly. My heart was drumming, but this time, it was not from fear of being captured again and chucked into the Kanelan Dungeons, but rather, fear of not seeing myself. I realized it was pretty terrifying. And then, hand in hand, I jogged beside the little girl who looked like a ghost, hoping to be out of Kanelan grounds in the shortest time possible. Mayo Calo. I clutched the registry to my chest. My chin would not stop quivering. I felt as though there were still palace guards chasing after me. Talk about great timing. If Pyper had not come, we would have been goners for sure. I was now hiding near the grassy mounds by the moat surrounding Kanelan Palace. I squeezed closer against the hedges so that I couldn't be spotted by anyone. There was movement behind the bushes across the mounds, followed by even quicker movements on the grass. Someone was stepping on them. Pyper? I whispered. She appeared right in front of me with Miroe beside her. It was the first time that I felt gratitude swell inside me. I stood up in a rush and hugged her, squeezing the registry between us. Thank you, I said. She smiled at me, and her eyes were moist from unshed tears. I'm so glad to find you here. But where's Kino? She said. He's not here. That's all we know, I said somberly. Pyper's eyes clouded upon hearing that. But don't worry. If he's not here, that only means that the Emperor has not gotten him yet. We still have a chance of finding him. Miroe coughed to interrupt me from speaking. I see that you're safe now, he started. No. I said. Please don't go. Pyper's eyes bulged from their sockets. What are you saying, Mayo? She asked, obviously astounded. Are you actually asking him to come with us? We still don't have Kino with us, and his power is quite useful. We'll need it along the way. I don't think that was our agreement, Miroe said. I'm not yet safe. With the registry, I'm sure palace guards would go after me now. Are you really going to leave me behind? I said, trying to sound as frantic as I could. Wait. Pyper interjected. Don't I have a say in this? She faced me. Her eyes concerned. Mayo, you must remember. He killed Arden. And she stopped, then eyed Miroe. Wait, How come you're no longer deranged? Miroe stood silently. Oh, Cratty Hubbub's ass. Pyper said. Were you just pretending? Look. It wasn't really. Oh, my gods. I am not going to talk to you again. You killed people on a whim, lied to Mistress Lamare, and fooled even your twin into believing you were sick in the head? Pyper was shouting this time. I tugged at her hand to quieten her. Miroe remained unfazed. I don't need your judgment. He bellowed. You don't know me. You don't know the kind of hardships that I went through. You don't have the right to judge me like this. Pyper and Miroe were eyeing each other levelly, both fuming. Pyper, I said. I think that. I have to go now, Mayo, Miroe said. His voice had softened, but he was still eyeing Pyper warily. I have delivered my end of the bargain. You got the registry. You are with a friend. She can turn invisible. You are safe now. What makes you think that you can go away like this? Pyper said, deepening her voice. Do you think you can hand me to the palace guards? Miroe said. You are a killer. And people like you should rot in the dungeon where other criminals like you are kept away from the rest of us sane, normal Akeans. Pyper, he did help me escape the prison. I think that should somehow atone for what he has done in the past, I motioned. Pyper was trembling, and her entire face had turned red. I only helped rescue you because of Mayo, but it doesn't mean that I wasn't thinking about what a vile creature you are throughout our flight. Pyper bellowed at Miroe. Miroe's face darkened. Then, he turned to me, completely ignoring Pyper. Goodbye, Mayo. I will be on my way now. He turned to look at Pyper. And you, this is not over. Someday, you will eat your words. You will regret that you judged me. Hey, I cut in. But before I could say another word, Miroe had scampered off. Pyper looked ready to run after him. Arg! Pyper grunted. I can't believe him. She then went on spewing curses, but in my head, I kept remembering what Miroe wanted all this time. You just let the Emperor's most powerful weapon loose, I mumbled. Pyper's face paled. What do you mean? He wanted to go serve the Emperor. I was trying to keep him from doing that. However, you've managed to just set him free. So now this is my fault? Pyper shouted at me. I came rescuing you, and just because that nuthead immediately goes running to the Emperor, you're blaming me for it? It doesn't matter that that same nuthead could have been planning to do that since he left us behind in Sinista. She paused to catch a breath. Because you just want to blame it on me. When she finished her tirade, she was panting. My ears burned. I'm sorry, I said. It's just that now that I realized how helpful his power could be, I had hoped he would join our side. But you're right, if he's rotten to the core, he won't change, and staying with us could mean endangering our lives. Pyper started calming down. I'm sorry, too. I guess I was just disappointed that Kino's not with you, and instead, I see you with his sort. We're cool, right? I asked. Pyper slowly beamed. Of course. I've missed you so much. She then enveloped me in a big, warm embrace. Squeamish as I was, this time, I welcomed it and actually returned her hug. Wouldn't you know it? I actually missed her quite a lot too. Now, I can't wait to find Kino. There's another surprise, Pyper said as she released me from the embrace. Dogan's with me. Chapter 7, Invasion. Jor Pasap. Months had passed, and there was hardly any sign of improvement among the group of fighters I joined. The soldiers who enlisted still had difficulty fighting me. The best that most of them could do was parry with me for a few minutes before they fell to the ground, clutching at their sides and groaning in pain as though parrying with me had done them considerable damage. The group still reeked of mediocrity, and I wondered how I could train this lot in such a short time to make them ready. There was news that the Emperor was making new regulations and releasing new policies all over Akea. And to top it all off, I heard about the alliance he formed with the tree runners. If he could create a coalition with Hobubs, he probably would have too. Maurice walked towards me, puffing on his cigar. Tough one to beat, he said. He was referring to the tree runners. I haven't lost hope, I replied. Tree runners were gentle creatures. If the Emperor was using them against Akeans, I don't think there will be much bloodshed. Maurice seemed thoughtful. His bushy brows were knotted. Well, that remains to be seen, eh? In front of us, several soldiers were practicing with their wooden swords. It was such a sorry bunch that at the back of my head, I somehow regretted my decision to enlist. Put yourself out there. Teach 'em kids how to hold a sword properly. You meant wield, I corrected him. He chuckled. No. I meant hold. Look at 'em go. They couldn't even hold 'em swords. I smiled because he was telling the truth. The young leader, Chief Sonnet Borababu, strode in front of us, looking annoyed. We need to talk, he said. Maurice and I exchanged glances before following the young leader, who had begun to walk away from us. To my right, the soldiers' parrying continued. An occasional yelp could be heard every now and then. A moment later, we were inside the leader's tent. Sonnet had dark skin, and his arms and legs were as thick as tree trunks. His belly jiggled when he walked. He didn't seem to have knowledge about fighting. I never saw him wield a sword or shoot an arrow. And so, it remained a mystery to me as to how he came to be the leader of this group. Could he move fast, given his physique? What power did he possess to be able to lead this group? He raised his arms as though in surrender. The tree runners are arriving together with the Emperor's men, he said with a touch of nervousness. Maurice and I stood in front of him, waiting for what he would say next, but he remained silent, as though he was waiting for us to speak. Well? He asked. I didn't realize there was a question, Maurice said good-naturedly. You've been here with us for months already. You've seen what kind of volunteers we have around. None among them was ready to fight. All of them would scamper about, begging not to be killed if any of the Emperor's men got a hold of them. And what would happen to us then? The young men are training day and night and should show some improvements soon. Improvements? Soon? Bah! Sonnet said, leering. These men are not ready to fight anyone, let alone the Emperor's men. He said. How did you know the tree runners were on their way here? I asked. Sonnet glanced up at me. His cheeks puffed out as though he was controlling himself from bursting into another tirade. At least some of the volunteers were quick-witted. Some were stationed at the borders of Mount Ricus, and when the day seemed slack, they sometimes visited the town and got their fill of ale. The news could be heard everywhere. The Emperor was moving his men all over Akea like pawns, giving out instructions to capture rebels, suppress rebellions, and the moons only know what will happen if we were found out. Sonnet started moving around inside his tent as though in deep thought. He would shoot us a glance from time to time. We'll be ready, I said. Maurice and Sonnet stared at me. Their reactions were so different. Maurice's face held a suppressed grin while Sonnet's held a mask of great surprise. We will move south, I said simply. We cannot do that. He yelled. Didn't you hear me say that they are everywhere now? The Emperor is moving everyone around, north and south, east and west. That's leaving us nowhere to hide. We will be massacred. It was a mistake. Control your temper, I said. If we are to rely on you as a leader, you must learn to control your temper. Sonnet flushed beneath his dark skin. Oh yeah? I've fought battles in the past, and I'm telling you, if not for the calm that I had learned to master, I wouldn't have reached this age, I said. Maurice sat down, and I did the same. Sonnet remained standing and moving about. What do you say we head to the ghost town? I asked. Maurice choked on his words and coughed. Then, he kept licking his dry, cracking lips. He shook his head. I have never argued before with you, my friend. But this one, I don't think, it's not the best way to go now, he said. There are only 3 places I can think of where I believe we would be safe, I said. First, the ghost town because nobody ever goes there since the province was declared dead. Second, we can go to Sinista, I said. Sinista? Sonnet said. He shook his head vehemently. I was avoiding a massacre from the hands of the Emperor's men, but I never said I wanted to swing the axe on this lot's heads, which is what I would practically be doing should we go to Sinista. Sinista used to be where the tree runners lived. If all of them were going all over Akea, then it only means that the place could be taken over by us. I fear you do not know what you are talking about, Maurice said. Sinista is such a sinister place, and the tree runners were what was keeping the area somehow neutral. I say neutral because even with the gentle tree runners, the vileness of the place was not lifted by their presence. There are hubbubs there, Maurice continued. And these men don't stand a chance of surviving there. What's the third place you would suggest? I wondered if it was right to bring it up. Karasthea, I said and waited for what they would say next. Never. Sonnet hissed angrily. What in cratty hubbub's ass were you thinking, sending our men there? I glanced at Maurice, meeting his stare. He seemed to be thinking about it, and after a while, he nodded slowly. It could be a good place, he said. Sonnet stopped, grabbed a chair, and pushed it close beside us before sitting down. His eyebrows were raised as he waited for either Maurice or me to speak. From what I heard, the Emperor banished the former Queen of Amare there, stripping her of her title and handing over the kingdom to Ion Noto. If the Emperor banished someone somewhere, it means that he had no intention of going there. Sonnet finished. He was nodding speedily. All right, he said. I don't need any more convincing. It seems sound. He stood up again, walking in circles inside the tent. The Queen of Amare? I asked, surprised. No longer a queen, Maurice said. And probably rotting in Karasthea by now. My face flushed, and I could not think. This was not, I couldn't believe it. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. After a moment or two, I said, I hope you had not dismissed the ghost town so soon. While Sinista and Karasthea are 2 viable options, I think that we stand a better chance if we just go to the ghost town. Heck, even I get scared of that place. All eyes were on me. The ghost town is folklore, Maurice said reproachfully. It's just like any other place. It offers us no protection. I racked my brains really quickly. I just couldn't go to Karasthea. Never wanted to before, never wanted all the more now. If there are really ghosts, then we can make them our allies, I said, hoping against hope that Sonnet would buy what I was saying. Maurice smirked. I had not taken you for a fool, Jor. Sonnet, on the other hand, watched me with wide eyes. I'm afraid of ghosts, and I am the commander of the group. So that means that anyone could be afraid of ghosts, he said slowly. Which means that we'll be safe there, right? I said, egging on our leader. For this moment alone, I was thankful that he was the leader. Although later, I would again question his wits and our chances of survival if we continued to have this man as our chief. Maurice shook his head vehemently. No. We're not going there. Sonnet raised a hand, and Maurice quietened. His eyes squinted at Maurice as he kept murmuring to himself, assemble everyone and get them to leave before. He kept muttering to himself as though he was no longer oblivious to our presence. I stole a glance at Maurice. I think we can go now, I said. It seems like the matter has been decided upon. The ghost town? Maurice said helplessly. You really believe that's the best place for us to go? We can go around Akea. Nobody can hold us in one place, but the most important thing is that, for now, we get moving. Otherwise, we will be captured. Maurice stood up, but he shook his head. I still can't believe it. Let's just wait for the official word from him. Then, we headed out. Of all the places I suggested, I didn't want to go to Karasthea. For one, it was full of volcanoes that had not erupted in quite a long while, which could mean 2 things. The volcanoes were dead, or the volcanoes could erupt any day soon. And now, there's another thing that I didn't know about. Maurice talked about the former Queen of Akea being banished there. How come that news never reached me? I must stick with Maurice more. I wouldn't have suggested Charisthea if I had known about that. I continued walking back to where the soldiers practiced, but this time, I dragged my feet laboriously as though I carried some heavy weight. I couldn't help but think about the former Queen of Akea.
Go a me Pasap. Tash sat beside me while we waited for Professor Levin to enter the classroom. I had always wondered what it was like to go to school. One could guess that it would be full of excitement as one looked forward to new learnings and acquaintances. Sadly, that was not the case here. Professor Levin was the only remaining professor in the rural school of Torona village. It wasn't only the professors that were lacking. Everywhere I looked, the seats remained empty because there weren't many students that enrolled. There will be more students later, Quila told me as though she read what I was thinking. It is just sad. Nobody wants to go to school anymore. Even the professors or mere substitutes didn't show up. And to think that this was the first day of class, so supposedly, I don't know, it should be fun, right? I asked. It might have been different moon turns ago, but the citizens could still be terrified of the Emperor. Not many roam the grounds alone anymore. You will notice that most people walk around in groups, if not, at least in pairs, Quila said. Aren't you glad you're with me? She teased. Her teasing should supposedly lighten the mood, but it did not. It made me sour because I had ended up stuck with her. I was still angry at Miroe for what he did. But he's still my brother, and I often wondered what had happened to him. No one could harm him, I suppose. It was with this thought that I would find myself calming. At least, I knew he would be all right. If I ever chance upon him, I hoped I would have already forgiven him by that time. Before the class started, several more students came. I found it weird that the students of one class were of different ages. I could understand that about Quila and me because we had not had the chance to study before and so we must have been included in the lowest grade, but it was just surreal that it seemed as though all the students, regardless of the level, were only in one class. All right, Professor Levin bellowed. He forced a grin as he surveyed us. 11. He said in a discouraged tone. He heaved a deep sigh. This is our first official day in class after the Akean wine festival of 2 moon turns happened. Don't be worried. This is just a start. As soon as the parents learned that there were other parents who actually allowed their children to go back to school, then more children will be enrolled. For now, it will just be us. So, he said as he went to the table in front of the classroom and sat on the chair behind it. Get your books, turn to page 88 and... Page 88? I said. Professor Levin looked at me quizzically. Yes? Why do we have to start on page 88? Page 88 tells us about the history of Akea and the provinces that comprise it. This is the... He paused as he eyed me. I flushed. Unless you don't. I shook my head, ashamed. I could feel my face coloring. All right, for the rest of the class, please proceed to read page 88 until 120, Professor Levin said. Then, he glanced back at me and said, Miss Pasap, I said. Miss Pasap, please see me outside, he said. I stood hastily and passed in front of Quila, who had her head buried in the book. When I went outside the door, Professor Levin was watching me. Is it as I thought? He asked. I can't read, Professor, I admitted. I could feel myself blushing even more furiously. I looked around to see if there was anyone near us who could have heard and let out a breath of relief when I saw that we were still alone. I see, he said. What happened? What do you mean what happened? I stammered. Why don't you know how to read? Professor Levin was scrutinizing me. I wanted to make up all kinds of excuses, like how I was always traveling or tell him the story about how Grandma died, and since then, I had no time to learn something to further my knowledge. Instead, I merely said, I had not been lucky enough to have the opportunity to learn. Professor Levin remained silent. Looking at him this close to me made me realize that he was almost as handsome as Arden. Which is why I'm here, I said. I want to learn as fast as I can, the basics first. Like reading, of course. And then writing. Arithmetic, perhaps, although I could already make use of simple calculations. And of course, I want to learn power toning. My voice broke in uncertainty. All right, he said. It will be a challenge because I never had a student like you before. I usually handle more advanced classes. But anyway, I will provide you with different learning materials. Go back inside and let me get some materials for you. He walked away, and I went back to the classroom. Quila glanced at me as I sat beside her. What did you talk about? A special class. For what? I could feel my cheeks heating up again. Just something. I'll tell you later. Everybody's heads jerked up as the sound of footsteps grew louder. There were loud voices as though there were arguments. Then, above the commotion, rushed footsteps came running towards us, and in came Professor Levin. Class, I hate to say this, but go as quietly as you can, he said quickly, panting. Go home. It's not safe here now. There were palace guards all over, and there were also tree runners around. Tree runners? Hushed voices said almost in unison. I've never seen a tree runner before. Is there really a tree runner? A young boy walked over to me, asking. He looked just about ready to cry. Quila glanced at me. We both knew very well that there were tree runners. We came across them in Sinista, but I shrugged and said, I don't know. The boy came near us. His lips trembled, and his eyes that looked so innocent grew round, probably in fright. Come here, I said. I embraced him and felt the boy settle in my arms. We have to go now, Quila said. I know, I said. Dumb. A woman outside yelled. The boy jerked and loosened from my embrace. He ran towards the woman, yelling, Mama. I watched as they scurried away with a pang of jealousy hitting me solidly and making me wish I had something like that. Come on, Quila said, pulling at my hand. I don't have your twin's power. But I will do my best to protect you. I took her hand and scrambled up and thought that maybe, come to think of it, I might have something like that. Quila Tash. All the students had left by now, but Goami and I were still inside the classroom. We could hear loud voices and thumping footsteps from outside. We need to go now, I said. I really think we should have left a while ago. Goami was staring outside, her face serene, masking her true emotions. She shook her head. I want to wait for Professor Levin. He promised he would give me some materials to study. Do you honestly think he'd still come back after seeing what's happening outside? He's the one who told us to leave. The rumblings from outside the school grew even louder. Men started shouting, and the women were screaming. I grabbed Goami's hand and pulled her away from the window, scurrying to hide behind a bookshelf. I let go of her hand when we got there and peered through the gaps between the shelves. A tall creature with dark, coarse skin that seemed like tree trunks walked into the room. It stood far taller than most men. When the men beat it with a bat, the creature ignored their attacks and just continued walking, obviously oblivious to their provocations. It then pushed a man standing in front of it, flinging him several yards back. The tree runners were really here, Goami said, her voice shaking. Exactly. I said. What were they doing? Another man tried to attack the tree runner, but the latter just shook the man off. This man flew across the classroom, landing on the floor face first. He lay unconscious. I screamed inside my head, but I stopped myself from making any sound. Goami, on the other hand, covered her mouth with her hand. Then, she gripped me tightly and pulled me closer. Let's go, she whispered. We really have to go now. I was already shaking by then. The screaming from outside was getting louder and louder, and I was unsure where exactly to go, but we had to find a way out of all this. I followed Goami, who was already opening the back door. She immediately dashed off, with me following close behind. Don't look back now, she said. But for the life of me, I did not know why I did turn around. To my horror, I saw the school grounds covered with palace soldiers and tree runners. They were scaring everyone off and destroying school property, for no reason at all. Some citizens were lying on the ground, seemingly lifeless. The fields surrounding the school had turned crimson. A tree runner raised its large arm and swung, hitting an unlucky citizen who had his back on it. He collapsed to the ground, his body spasming before it went completely still. I could hear my heart pounding loudly, and I screamed when a hand grabbed me. "It's me," Goemi said. "Let's go." As though I was doused with cold water, I began running with Goemi. Shrubs and branches hit me, but I did not stop. All I wanted was to get out of that place. Goemi ran back to where we were staying. She only stopped when we got there. She was bent and panting, and I was just as out of breath. "What in the gods' names is happening to Akea?" I asked. Goemi was shaking her head, her face flushed. "I don't know. Why would the tree runners and the Emperor's palace guards attack a school? More importantly, why were the tree runners here?" I said. "They were stories from when I was little, and I believe that they were hiding the last great black egg. However, not one of the stories mentioned that they had a temper. From what I know, they were supposed to be a gentle bunch. None of that matters anymore. We must act as we see fit. Do you think we are safe here?" Goemi asked. "If this attack continues, I think it's best we leave sooner. I just wish that Miroe was with us. He can be a burden, but not one person would be able to hurt us if he's with us. I'd rather die." I jolted at her. Earlier I was shaking out of fear, but this time, I was shaking out of anger. "He murdered Arden, or did you forget that?" Sadness swept over Goemi's face. "I know. I will never forget that. But I wish we could use a power strong enough to defend ourselves. If the soldiers were to capture us, there's nothing much that our powers could do against them." When Goemi didn't say anything else after that, I decided to shift the topic. "Do you think we should stay a while longer to see how things go? A few more days, perhaps?" "I don't think we have a few more days," Goemi said. "You saw what happened back there. They came out of nowhere, and they literally smashed everyone that stood in their path. Savages." A cloud of sadness engulfed me, and there was nothing that I wanted more at that moment than to see Arden again. Or go home. "If this was how the world will end, I'd want to go home," I said. "Home? Do you have a home?" I stopped before answering, considering my response carefully. "I did. A long time ago, before I met Arden." "Why would you want to go back there?" I paused for a moment. "I guess I want to see the place I grew up in. If this kind of chaos and uncertainty existed, wouldn't that be how everyone would feel? I mean, even you said that you wished Miroe was here." We remained silent for a while. Goemi stared at me blankly until, at last, she nodded. "All right. There's nowhere I can call home, so wherever you go, I will go with you." There was nothing much to prepare. We hardly had any possessions, and now that we both decided that it was time to go, we could begin the journey right away. "Tomorrow, then?" I asked. Goemi nodded. "I hope the tree runners have not gone to the place you call home yet." "Where is it?" "Caristhea. The home to the volcanoes," I replied, undecided if I should be proud or not. Goemi's mouth hung open. Miroe had always wanted to go there, but I was too afraid the famed volcanoes would erupt, so I decided it wasn't for us. She shrugged. "Oh well, perhaps now is really the best time. The tree runners would be crazy to go there." I hoped she was right.
Ion Noto. The Emperor wanted me to rally in the south, and there were other things that he asked me to do. 3 things, he said. However, I will deliver more than that to him. In doing so, he will remember that even though I had spent some time relaxing in a mare, I could quickly deliver exceptional results to him. My thoughts wandered off to that event in the Kanelan Palace yards moon turns ago when, during a meeting with the Emperor, the generals had to come out of the palace and fight ghosts. Imagine. Ghosts that vanished right before our very eyes attacked us and killed some of the palace guards. And not only that, but the war dogs had also gone crazy and bit some of us. I shook my head as I remembered why we could not go after these ghosts. Gray men. When we were about to go after them, the horses refused to trot. They remained motionless, no matter how hard we kicked at them. The Emperor, though, had a lot on his mind, and this was proof of that. He had not asked me, and perhaps that meant he had not asked anyone to really check about what happened there. And now, without denouncing my responsibility and duty to the Emperor, I believe it would be best to traipse to the ghost town and see what I can find there. Who knows? Maybe something special awaits me there. Jor Pasap. If there was one thing I could praise the rebels I was with, it would be that they could keep quiet when needed. Just like now, as we travel to Ghost Town. A few hours ago, I breathed in terror as we passed by one of the palace guards' camps. They were so quiet that even the slightest creak from twigs breaking could be heard as we slowly made our way away from the camp. The rest of the journey had been quite uneventful. The ghost town, huh? Maurice said. He chewed on some beef jerky as he walked beside me. I decided to ignore his remark. If we're going somewhere, it should be because we will benefit from the journey, he said. I thought survival was the primary objective and that anything else came second? I replied. After all this time, I had become irritable every time Maurice brought up why we were headed to Ghost Town. No one was going to look for us there. There were no Akeens there. Nothing. The place is dead, he retorted. Lucky that the land is fertile. Crops kept growing as though people were tending to the plants. How long before we reach Ghost Town? I asked, trying to change the subject. 2 weeks if we walk, a few days if we ride, but best to be careful about it. We must travel with utmost care. We must remain undetected. I thought you said that the place was dead. Why should we take the utmost care? Well, he began. Take Sinista. Evil creatures lived there. I let out a laugh. Sometimes, you puzzle me too much, my friend. You don't believe in ghosts, yet, the evil lurking in Sinista horrified you. I could see Maurice's cheeks glow a red tint. Sonnet remains a mystery to me, Maurice said, studying the soldier in front of the troop. Sonnet was a huge man, with layers of fat dangling on his belly. Riding a horse, his one hand was on the pommel while the other held a beef jerky. He chewed so loudly that I swear I could hear it from where we were. What is his power? I asked. Didn't really bother asking. But look at all these men, Maurice said, gesturing at everyone riding around us. They trust Sonnet. I corrected him. We trust Sonnet. We are also his soldiers, and yet what do we know of him, aside from the fact that he can eat 2 chickens, 3 ducks, and 1 large pineapple all in one go? Maurice and I chuckled. Are we crazy or not? Maurice said, looking at me. Times are crazy. But we? No, I don't think we are, I replied, still laughing. But don't you wonder what he can do? Maurice asked again, squinting. We can always ask him. He would tell us unless he's Cratty royalty. He is, Maurice said. What? I said, astounded. That's how we're getting funded? Maurice shrugged. Probably. Does he even know how to fight? I asked. You're being judgmental. Just because he's a huge man doesn't mean he cannot fight. Besides, all the royals, well, at least most of them, are trained from childhood. I'm just unsure if our chief here underwent the same kind of training. At that moment, Sonnet turned around and raised his flabby arm, motioning for all of us to hurry. I woke up to the sound of Sonnet's loud rumbling. The sky was still dark outside. True enough, Sisyphus was yet to rise. I stood up, running my fingers through my hair as I approached Sonnet's tent. You! Sonnet said to me, pointing his flabby finger upon seeing me. Why did you ask the troop to march to Ghost Town? He said angrily. His face was crimson, and although the air was sharp, sweat rolled freely from his forehead down to his cheeks. I was rooted to the spot. It is a good, safe place for us, Sonnet, I said. I believe that no one had settled here for a long time. For many moon turns, nobody has ever dared to stay in Ghost Town, even for more than a day. Soldiers or passers-by would complain of the eerie feeling that the place brings, which makes it perfect for. That's not true. Sonnet shouted. I had scouts march ahead, and they've all returned, saying that Ghost Town cannot be penetrated. What do you mean? The horses stopped by the foot of the mountain leading to Ghost Town. No amount of pushing, kicking, or hitting could make the horses move forward. Sonnet's face was red, and his mouth was frothing as it trembled. Maurice soon followed suit and stood beside me. Where were they? Couldn't it be that they were too scared to enter? Maurice offered consolation. How many did you send? 4 of them. They are our strongest. Sonnet said, still fuming. Come here, you nutcases. He yelled at the men, his flabby arm waving in the air, motioning the scouts forward. 4 young men approached us. All eyes were on them now, waiting for the story they would share. It's true, Chief, one of them said. The horses just stopped walking. It was like invisible walls were blocking us. Do you see this bump? And this bruise? He said, pointing to several of his body parts. I was thrown off my horse when it hit the invisible wall. Sonnet leered at us. See? Now why the cratty hubbubs asked, did you even suggest Ghost Town? I wanted to laugh, but I was able to control it. From the corner of my eye, I could see Maurice attempting to do the same, but he was unable to succeed, and instead, he barked up a laugh. What do we do now? Sonnet roared, although I doubt if he really meant for us to hear his words. I stared at Maurice. We were surrounded by young people. We were the only ones approaching our senior years. It meant that there was a high chance that it might do the group some good if we took the lead. Go on, I told Maurice, who nodded as though he understood me. Sonnet, he began. Don't be impatient. My suggestion is that we should rouse the men. He paused and looked around, beaming even, when he saw that everyone had already awakened. And then, we travel together. I believe these 4 soldiers who so bravely cleared the way ahead for us, but the day is young, and it could be that they were already tired. Let us all, as a team, approach Ghost Town together. So that our nerves won't be racked in fear, I said. I tried hard not to laugh, but my face still broke into a huge grin. Sonnet eyed me angrily but said nothing. All right, he said. We will march to Ghost Town together. Once we reach the foot of the mountains and we cannot proceed, I will smash your crazy head onto that invisible wall, cut it off, and send it to the Emperor for his dinner. Maurice smiled when he inched closer to me. I guess we take the lead then? He said. I nodded. Only up to Ghost Town. Sonnet needs our support, and we should give it to him. All right then, he said. Let's take a horse this time. Maurice rode beside me, and together, we went ahead of the group. Right behind us were Sonnet and the throng flanking him. His forehead was sweaty and creased in annoyance. What if the place was barricaded when we get there? Maurice broke the silence. While that could be true, we must still find a way to get inside. While people believe it to be haunted by ghosts, it should not be impenetrable to Akeans. Only to the ones who are afraid of ghosts. Maurice chuckled. I could almost see the huge trees that sprouted like mushrooms at the foot of Mount Recus, which bordered the ghost town from the west. There were loud rumblings from behind as Sonnet's group moved faster forward. We're almost there. Hurry up, Sonnet said. Maurice trotted forward, and I kicked at my horse so that it galloped immediately after him. Behind the 3 of us, I could hear the increasing neighing of the horses as our troop rallied forward, perhaps optimistic of what we could find when we reached the entrance to Ghost Town. Clouds of dust billowed into the air, covering the rebels on foot. I pulled the horse to a stop. Maurice did the same. Sonnet was behind us, his face could not hide his curiosity. He jumped off his mount, and I swear I felt the ground shake a little after he did. I dismounted and walked towards the entryway, which stood just a few yards away from us now. Maurice dismounted and followed us. I tried catching my breath as I reached the entryway. I stepped over the boundary, half expecting myself to be knocked down or thrown away by some magical force, but it did not happen. Instead, I was able to cross the boundary. I turned around and met Sonnet's stare. I shrugged my shoulders. See? There's nothing to it. Come on, I said. Maurice followed me, and we took some steps forward to ensure we could cross the border separating Pryl from Nivedon. What do you reckon those young rebels were talking about? Maurice said. I will attribute it to lack of sleep. My words got caught in my throat as a loud voice yelled. Why can't I cross over there? Sonnet shouted to me, his nostrils flaring, which made him an even more frightful, greasy sight. He was now back on his horse. Give the horse a little nudge. I shouted back. That's what I've been doing. He ranted. Then, Sonnet dismounted again and walked backward to gain traction before running towards the border with all his might. Perhaps he was expecting the invisible wall to be there. There was no invisible barrier, though, and Sonnet lunged forward with such force that he crashed against a tree before dropping to the ground. Maurice rushed over to where he fell and scooped him up. The lad looked a bit disoriented, I tell you. What the cratty hell, just happened? He said, his voice stuttering. Having witnessed what happened, the other rebels kicked at their horses and forced them forward, but none of the bays moved. It's the horses, I said in disbelief. They cannot enter Ghost Town. The rebels reacted almost in unison. Their eyes rounded in disbelief. It can't be. What sorcery is this? One by one, they tried kicking at their horses, and when the horses wouldn't budge, they leapt off from their mounts and walked towards the barrier. Reluctant at first, but once one leg had crossed the boundary, they soon stepped forward with more confidence. That's odd. One of the rebels said. This was greeted with the other rebels' agreement. Maurice and Sonnet were right behind me now. How in the cratty world did that happen? I thought you said that the ghosts weren't real. If they're not real, how do you reckon this happened? Sonnet said, his voice still shaking out of either fear or disorientation. I shook my head. I don't know, I said. And with all the experience that I've had traveling across Akea, I have to say, what just happened, was absurd. I had no answer for it. But we're inside now, Maurice said. We'll be safe here. What about the horses? Sonnet said. We've got to leave them behind. Maybe a few of the lads can look after them, lest we find ourselves without transport. Sonnet was nodding. Let's find the chief ghost, he said. My eyes rolled at this ridiculous suggestion, but when I turned to face Sonnet, I saw Maurice nodding in agreement. This was such a crazy world. Elder Mayandilo. There were too many of them, and my so-called friends, the horses, were difficult to convince that they should not cross the boundaries between Pryl and Nivedon. After much discussion inside my head, the horses finally succumbed to my wishes. They came back like you said they would, I said to the blonde woman beside me. Ever since her husband passed away, she had taken on a more significant role in Nivedon. Laren San Diego eyed the intruders with much curiosity. I can't make out their accent, it seems they have many, she said. That's true. They could be rebels. She nodded slowly. They are not welcome here. If they are rebels, it means that they are fighting against the Emperor, and I don't want any more reason for the Emperor to go against Nivedon. It's already such a surprise that he has not decided to attack us after all that had transpired in the Kanelan Palace courtyard months ago. I tried my best, Laren. I can only talk to the horses and tell them not to enter the province, and they have obliged. However, as you can see, this is not foolproof. We were lucky that the first 4 rebels who came were all on horses and hence, could not cross Nivedon. However, our luck has run out. And now, they're all here. The rebels were beginning to camp just a few miles into Nivedon. They were still at the foot of the mountains. What are we going to do now? Laren said, starting to sound worried. I was confident that the right thing to do was to consult Salvatore, the new chief hunter. I have done all that I can. It's time for the chief hunter to decide on such matters, I said. Laren observed the rebels who were busily setting up camp. Their horses were forced not to enter the boundary, so some rebels were left to camp outside. Let us hope that they put more importance on the horses than the refuge that they seek to find here, I added. Maybe you can talk to the horses again. Ask them to leave, Laren said. I shook my head. I could try, but I don't think I would be able to persuade them to do that. Times are hard, and even the animals prefer to be cared for rather than roam around without any assurance of food and shelter. With their masters, they were properly fed. Laren had become invisible, and she grabbed my hand. Instantly, I became invisible too. We walked to where our own horse was bound. She mounted first, and for an instant, I became visible as her hand slipped from mine. I hoisted myself on the saddle and mounted myself in front of her. Again, I was invisible as she touched my shoulder. I gave the horse a soft kick and rode onward. If any rebel had wandered away from their camps and saw us, he would only be able to see a horse trotting inside the forest. It still took us about half a day to reach the Niven tree houses. By then, it was almost twilight. Only a handful of houses had their windows open, the faint flickering light visible amidst the darkness of the night. Tomorrow? I asked. Laren shook her head as she dismounted, adjusting her skirt before walking briskly towards the town hall. They will still be awake. When we left, they knew there was something of great concern for us to report. I know my uncle. He would not sleep unless he has received word about it. I stifled a yawn and walked after her, but I could no longer match her speed. Too old for that. Laren was right. As we reached the new chief hunter's place, the receiving area was still well lit, and there were some Nivens that he was still talking to. Salvatore stood up and met Laren halfway in the middle of the room. The blonde woman kissed her uncle's cheek before sinking into one of the cushioned chairs. She motioned to me as though leaving it to me to discuss what we had seen. Salvatore turned towards me as he took the other chair. I was parched, so I took a glass of water first, gulping down the entire content before moving to sit right across them. Stay for this one, Salvatore said to the other two Nivens. This concerns the safety of everyone. The rebels have discovered that it was just the horses that couldn't enter Nivedon, I began. And then, I went on to tell what Elderman and I witnessed. Laren sat still in deep thought, probably trying to figure out what could be done to prevent the rebels from staying. If they're already on their way here, then there's nothing much that we can do for now except do what we have always done to strays. Uncle, it's different this time, Laren immediately cut in. Scaring them off is not going to work because there are too many of them. Several hundred by my estimate, she added. Laren sounded tired, and I could only guess how tired she must have been, staying up late in the night and mourning her husband still. And now, she was worrying over her daughter again. She had asked me once if I knew where Pyper was, and the only thing that I could deduce was that she was probably off to rescue her friends. We cannot let them stay here for too long. Resources are scarce, and sanitation is going to get worse. Besides, how are we going to get around here? He paused. Salvatore looked around the room thoughtfully. While we as a clan are still used to hiding by being invisible, lately, with all the changes that are happening outside, more of us are becoming a little careless and turn ourselves visible even more often than we should. It is too risky to have outsiders here. If the children start to cry, they will still be mistaken for ghosts. Even if it isn't to be planned, the outsiders wouldn't be able to help but think that there really are ghosts here, Laren said. But there have to be more ways to scare them off. There are too many of them. Even if one or two fear ghosts, they would just decide to stick together as a group, Bombay said, the younger one between the two other Nivens who were with us. I agreed. Suffice it to say that even grown men are scared of ghosts sometimes. What must we do then? Salvatore asked. His forehead creased as he pressed his fingers against his temples to massage them. Then, he looked at me sideways, saying, "Can't you do anything more with the horses? The loss of horses is going to cost any rebel group. They can't expect to rally against anyone, against the Emperor even more so, if they don't have anything to ride on." There was still something I could do, but I decided not to share it with Salvatore. I reminded myself that I would be endangering myself tenfold by using my power on the horses, should anything happen to them. I shook my head. Not at this point, but allow me to think about it. Salvatore's face looked stern and hopeless at the same time. He looked at Laren for a while before shaking his head slowly. In the meantime, let us inform everyone of the ensuing danger in the coming days. Let no one be caught walking around without using their power. The rebels must not deduce that we are not spirits. Otherwise, they will come and destroy everything, Salvatore said. What about allegiance? Laren asked. Sadly, we have not formed an alliance with anyone in the past. If I must remind you, Salvatore said, pointing to me, the only allegiance we have is with the elders. And it would not have happened had none of them proved their loyalty to the clan. I don't expect these rebels to side with us, let alone prove their loyalty to us. There are too many. It would be difficult to send them away. We will see in the next few days. As for now, once they reach Nivadan, we let them be. Do not touch them but scare them in the usual ways we do. Let them believe we are ghosts. Let's leave it at that. And then, if days turn into weeks and weeks into months, we must find another way of driving them away from our land. Salvatore's voice sounded resigned to the fact that we could only do so much. Laren stood up. No sooner had she done so, so did Bombay and the other Nivan. Laren will take her rest, but as for you two, spread the word to all Nivans. Let them welcome the day informed and alert, Salvatore said. Salvatore stood up and left the room, walking ahead of us. We must be ready and even more vigilant. There was hardly any rest for me as Sysis soon woke Nivadan. Its bright rays touched the land, and the atmosphere still seemed jolly, as though everyone was unaware of the potential danger that awaited us. Instead of sleeping, Salvatore had a change of mind and called all the Nivan elders into a meeting. I had to agree that it was a wise decision. Now, we have several Nivans in several sectors across Nivadan. Whenever a perimeter was crossed, the Nivan manning the area would send word to us. This way, we knew when to expect the rebels. Many of us gathered inside the town hall. Breakfast was served, but nobody touched their food. I felt anxious about what the next hours would bring. They're coming in fast. If they don't rest, they will be here before nightfall, Salvatore told the group assembled inside the town hall. There were less than 20 of us. When they enter the 1-mile perimeter, a group of Nivans will scare them off, Laren said. I will be with them. And Elder Mayan, would you like to join us? I nodded in acceptance. Elder Tala is here with us. We can make use of his power. Distantekis will work very well if one of you stands beside him and makes him invisible. I am certain that the intruders would be shaken when that happens, I said. He is way too strong, Salvatore said. If we let him out, he might be able to escape. If he wanted to escape, he would have already, I began. Forgive me, Chief Hunter, but even the fortified dungeons would not be able to hold someone with Elder Tala's power. He can crush boulders without much effort. If he is not showing us any intent to escape, he might be remorseful when Romeo's group brought him here. I don't think the elder is to be trusted, Romeo said. His hoarse voice was firm as he eyed me warily. We were able to capture him, that is true, but it was so easy that sometimes I wonder if infiltrating our province was his goal all along. You ran after him for days, and your group put up a good fight, Salvatore began. But when we caught him, he was having a bath in the middle of the forest. And when we approached him, he didn't seem to be concerned at all. He is a dangerous man. Dangerous? Romeo spat out at me. You were the one who said that Elder Tala is the Emperor's man. So, even if he has the power to level the mountains surrounding Nivadan, we will let him rot in the dungeon. It doesn't matter if another group of rebels takes over Nivadan. Them, we can fight, but the Emperor is treacherous, and his power is beyond comparison. I apologize to this assembly, but I choose to fight these rebels instead of selling our entire clan to the Emperor's man. Romeo was shaking, and his eyes were still shooting daggers at me, but I did not avoid his gaze. Everyone had gone silent. Please hear me out. Elder Tala is a dangerous man, but it's almost a moon turn now since he was brought here. There has not been any incident that would lead us to believe that he was insincere. He had been sincere when he surrendered to join your group here in Niveden. Maybe his soul had been tainted by exposure to the Emperor's charm, but Elder Tala is no longer near the Emperor. Perhaps some of the charms had worn off. I'm not certain, but I'm saying that if it comes to protecting this land, wouldn't it do us good to afford the Elder a little trust? I asked. Romeo was still scowling, but he no longer spoke. He turned towards Salvatore, who seemed to be at a loss for words. We could use him as a last resort, Laren said. Do you agree, Chief? Salvatore's jaw hardened, and he cast a look that told me to back off. I did not dare speak as well. As a last resort, Salvatore agreed. Romeo grunted in disagreement but said nothing more. Dead silence filled the air until it was broken by Salvatore. All right, he began. Everybody, onto your respective groups now. Secure your positions. It is time to protect Niveden. Jor Pasap. Maurice and I had fallen behind the rebel group while Sonnet and his entourage were somewhere in the middle. The goal now was to reach the heart of Niveden before nightfall. But since none of us had been to Ghost Town before, this proved to be an impossible task. And besides, everyone was still worried about losing their horses. The soldiers stopped, and somebody blew the whistle. It meant that it was time to rest. Enough for the day. It seems safe, Maurice said to me. This ghost town may be the best place for us to hide. We've been traveling all day. Even days before then, and we've yet to bump into a single soul. He chuckled. No jokes intended. I smiled at his odd attempt to jest. This might work, I said. Haven't been here before, so I don't know what to expect. But did you notice that food is scarce? There seem to be very few animals to hunt. I doubt these men would last more than a few months if we just eat fruits and wild vegetables. Root crops at the very least. They will make us full quickly. And plenty of water, I said. We'll just sweat out the water, Maurice said. We need meat. I dropped my cargo on the ground and bent down, releasing the clasp that tied the tent together. Help me with this one, I told Maurice. He walked towards me and, in a few moments, was busily separating the tent flaps from the poles. All around us, the other rebels were doing the same task, but we were one of those who could immediately pitch their tents. I sat on the ground, fishing a cigar from my pocket. Maurice reached over and took my already lit cigar to light his own. In 2 days, we would be able to settle at the center of the ghost town. Once all tents were pitched, we can proceed with training these younglings, Maurice said as he gazed upon the men who were still busily pitching their tents. Nivens used to have tree houses, do you reckon? No way. Maurice said, his voice loud. Then, he shook his head repeatedly before puffing from his cigar. It doesn't matter to me if the Nivens have died moon turns ago. You won't catch me climbing their tree houses. Cratty stupid. His face twisted as though he had tasted something terrible. Well, I just thought that maybe some of the men could take comfort in those tree houses. If we're going to stay here for long, might as well live in decent housing. Take comfort? Decent? Maurice asked, his eyes bulging at me. Are you out of your wits? If you don't want to, you don't have to, I said. Never mind, he said, waving me off. Aren't you tired of talking about such crazy stuff? Maurice stopped talking. We heard some eerie sounds carried by the breeze. Shh, he said. Listen. He paused again. I could not precisely figure out the sounds. Did you hear that? I nodded, straining my ears to listen to the sound. It was like the wind was howling and singing at the same time. It was unnatural. The wind sounded like it was haunted. Maurice was flattening the hair that had stood on his arms. That is so creepy, he said. Ghosts are just spirits. They won't be able to hurt us. Ignore the sound, I said. However, the younglings in front of us looked agitated. Some of them had stopped putting up their tents and were withdrawing to one side of the camp. It was not everyone, though. Some resisted the urge and remained unfazed. But the sound just would not stop. Sonnet yelled, "Ignore the sounds. What are you, cowards? It's just the wind playing tricks, and you're retreating like children. How will you fight the Emperor's men if a breeze scares you?" Even though Sonnet had shouted at the troop, the effect was not immediate. Most men still stood by the sidelines, waiting for the eerie sounds to fade. "Finish setting up the tent and lock yourselves up inside," Maurice yelled. "Once you do that, you'll be safer." I wanted to laugh. I didn't expect Maurice to be so scared of ghosts, too, but if ghosts were his fear, I would not hold that against him. True to his word, Maurice scurried into our tent and closed the gap halfway. His head popped in between the remaining gap, and he asked, "Are you coming in?" I shook my head at him. "Haven't been in contact with ghosts before. I find this quite interesting." "Well, if you change your mind, just come in," he said. His head was already lost inside the tent. In the meantime, some men followed what Maurice did. After a while, more than half of the men were already inside their tents. Sonnet was wandering around, kicking at the shelters randomly in irritation. "Cowards!" he kept shouting. He stopped beside me. "You? Aren't you going inside too? Ghosts might whisper scary things in your ear," he taunted, gesturing. I decided it would be best to ignore him. When Sonnet saw that I remained unfazed, he stopped taunting and stood beside me. "Let us find their leader," he said while looking around the filled tents. I almost choked. For all his talk of being courageous in the face of these ghosts, he was actually considering seeking out the ghosts. I played along. "What do you mean by finding their leader? The ghost leader?" "Yes." His eyes were fixed in every direction as though expecting to see ghosts materialize right in front of him. "If we are to settle here for a long time, we must make peace with the ghosts. I won't have it otherwise. It is no fun hurting this witless band of buffoons here. How will they train if all they do is hide inside their tents?" A loud swoosh reverberated in the air, followed by some eerie rustling as though there were females under attack, sick people dying, and well, it depended on one's imagination and what they would make out of the sounds. Even Chief Sonnet let out a yelp, but he quickly regained composure. He looked me straight in the eye. "I trust you, Jor," he said. "Let us summon the leader of the pack. I'm sure there's someone high-ranking in the spirit world too. We need to come up with some sort of peace treaty or something." The tent where Maurice had opened, and he came out. He did not look any less scared, but at least he had the guts to come out. He always liked discussing strategies. Perhaps, Sonnet's talk about having a treaty with the ghosts interested him enough to momentarily forget his fear. "Come on, Jor," Sonnet insisted. "You don't look scared. You can lead us in the negotiations. We remain in this land, but we will not destroy anything. We will not hurt the spirits. We can also give them gifts and proclaim holy days to commemorate them. What do you say to that?" My face was frozen stiff as I tried so hard not to laugh. Maurice looked about to volunteer, and I guess I wanted to see how he would negotiate with the ghosts. I pointed to him. "Sonnet, I think that our friend Maurice here will do a better job at that." Sonnet turned to face Maurice with raised eyebrows. "Is that so?" "Yes, I can do that," Maurice said haughtily. "And, of course, Jor will come with me." I turned to Sonnet. "And you, Chief? I suspect you would also want to join us?" Sonnet waved his hand to dismiss me. No, he said, shaking his head. "This task is for you. You can do it. Plan already while I retire." He turned his back and walked away. I let out a titter when suddenly the wind howled again, and Sonnet, for all his pretense at bravery, leapt in surprise. It was a low jump, but a jump, nonetheless. The night went by uneventfully while I kept turning in bed. I hardly thought that my imagination made the tent sway so strongly. The wind's howl was so loud that it seemed otherworldly. Maurice, for all his fear of ghosts, passed out as soon as his body hit the ground. He started to snore almost immediately, leaving me disturbed by the sounds both inside and outside the tent. Eventually, sleep came. When I woke up, the sky was bright, but very few soldiers emerged from their tents. Maurice came out of the tent soon after I went out. Maurice recounted the negotiation points we planned to have once we reached the heart of the ghost town. I nodded in agreement with everything that he said. "Questions?" he asked me. I shook my head. He eyed me curiously as though he doubted my response and motioned me to follow him. In about 20 paces, I found myself in front of Sonnet's tent. His tent was bigger than any of the other tents in our troop, almost double the size. "He's still sleeping," came a rough voice. "This can't wait," I said. Sonnet's instructions were to start moving the following day. "Then, so be it. I will tell him that you stopped by." Maurice turned around and started walking away. I had to jog a little bit to catch up to him. "Best left to us," he said. By midday, Maurice and I had already approached what I believed was the heart of the ghost town. Gigantic trees surrounded a clearing, and the town center was, as hard as it was to believe, clean. A few dried leaves were scattered along the corners, but it was just surreal that remnants of what could have been made by natural disasters were nowhere to be found. It was as though the Nivens had lived and that there were indeed no ghosts in town. Maurice, too, was in awe, his mouth agape as though the same thoughts had entered his mind. He turned to me and said, "How do you propose we do it?" I coughed out a laugh because up until now, I thought that it was still just a notion, not something we would actually do. "Stop laughing. If Sonnet hears you laughing, he'll leave you behind," he said. I stopped laughing, not out of fear but out of concern for the troop. "Let's put these down," I said before laying down the goat that I caught along the way. It was bound by ropes on its legs. I still say that's such a waste. Men are starving, and we'll just be leaving these to the ghosts. They won't even be able to take a bite. It doesn't matter. These are offerings we must give them before we start any negotiation. Maurice caught my eye, and he said, "All right. Let's start." He heaved a deep breath and said in a loud voice, "Greetings. I am Maurice Malo, and I represent our chief, Sonnet Borobabu. I am here to seek refuge from this province." Maurice stopped as we waited for any response. "With me is Jor Pasap. We wish to negotiate the terms of our stay in this province with you." He paused. When there was still no response, he continued, 1. We will not destroy the trees. We will ensure that if a tree dies or is destroyed, we will plant 3 to replace it. 2. We will keep the surroundings clean and respect everything in the province, be it insects, fowl, or any living object. 3. We will eat the fruits of trees and vines, anything that we find in this place, but we will not destroy the thing that gave the produce. 4. We will reside, or at least some of us, in the tree houses. Maurice stopped as a gust of wind blew towards us. It could be nothing but knowing that we were talking to ghosts, it made us feel as though there might be something lurking around. Something could be spying on us, wanting to hurt us, or drive us away. I motioned Maurice to continue talking. He gave me a curt nod before proceeding. 5. You will not scare us. The wind blew harder this time, and I thought something slapped me on the back. Maurice grunted, scratching his head as he looked around, making me believe that something unseen could have slapped him too. "Is there anybody out there?" I said. "We want to negotiate with you. We want the terms to be clear. Please. We come in peace." Nothing happened. "We need a settlement. Outside, everybody is worried about what's happening. What are we to do? We can't just allow the Emperor's guards to harass us. We have our principles, and we honor the Emperor's rule. But if you step outside the ghost town, you will see what's happening. There are soldiers deployed everywhere, and the tree runners with them too. Together, they were terrorizing everyone across Akea. It's like the Emperor fears something that could harm his rule. We are rebels. We don't agree with the Emperor. That's why nowhere is safe for us now. We are here to ask that we share this land with you," I shouted to the wind. Nothing stirred. Maurice caught my eye. When there was only silence, we took it to mean that the ghosts were giving us permission to stay. We knelt to honor the ghosts of the land and walked back to where we pitched camp. Then suddenly, a loud voice bellowed out of nowhere. Chills coursed through my spine as the sound permeated the air. Birds hovered above us, an enormous flock flapping their wings wildly and obviously scared. Above us, they circled for a few moments before flying away. The breeze blew all around, and an eerie moan made me want to believe in ghosts at that moment. I turned towards Maurice, who at this time had already turned around to face east. We saw a ghostly female at the spot where we placed the animals as offerings. Her hair was blown by the wind, a pale yellow that scattered and flew back. Her eyes met ours. Her body flickered. My body tensed. But if she were a ghost, then I was sure that the spirit would not be able to hurt me. It was enough to assuage my fear. "Kneel down, Maurice," I said. Maurice's face had gone pale, and his eyes were fixed on the specter. "We do not accept your plea. You are not welcome here. Do not trespass upon Ghost Town." She paused. A blast of air shot down towards us. It was enough to make me want to run away. All around us, I could hear hooves. They were loud as though they were running, trotting faster to ram into us. Then, all the sounds stopped. I looked up, and the ghost's body was still flickering. "When this place was still Nivedan, you were free to enter this province. But what did your kind do? You destroyed Nivedan, killing its people with no mercy. You are a disgrace to the ancestors. You do not deserve to be here, now that this town is the home of the spirits. Go now, I tell you, or suffer death." The ghost's body flickered, and this time, all the animals within the province made a sound. It was crazy. The goats were bleating. The pigs were oinking, cats meowing, dogs barking. Whatever remained of the birds was chirping. The bigger animals were making noise so loud that it was enough to scare anyone alive into hiding. While the noise broke, the ghost and the offering that Maurice and I made vanished into thin air. The cacophony grew louder and louder, until it reached its peak and exploded into dead silence. Sweat poured down my face. I didn't realize that I had been trembling all over until I finally stood up and noticed my knees shaking. Maurice was even worse. He could barely stand up. I reached out to him and pulled him up. His face had drained of color. When we looked back, Sonnet was there. I didn't know what he witnessed when he arrived, but if his open mouth and wide eyes were indications, I would say that he saw enough. "We have to leave," I said. I was surprised that my voice did not shake when I said that. Sonnet and Maurice nodded. We rushed back to the camp at high speed, trying not to scamper too much along the way. Elder Mayandilo. From an outsider's perspective, what I just witnessed could have caused a traumatizing scare. When Laren San Diego appeared in front of the offerings, her hair blowing and her voice coldly ethereal, I had been scared too, even though I knew she wasn't really a ghost. I could only imagine the tremendous fear it imbibed into the hearts of those poor rebels. Laren walked briskly beside me. She was invisible, and held my hand to extend her invisibility. "Thank you for helping out, Elder. If not for the animals' participation, I doubt it would have been so convincing," Laren said. "It was terrifying," I said. "The rebels would surely have a lot to talk about. Now, they know that they have no place here." As we entered the town hall, Laren released her hold on me, and our bodies slowly appeared before us. "Good evening, mistress," said a Nivan to Laren, who nodded her head in acknowledgement. We continued walking until we reached the end of the hall, where the Nivan elders met. I pushed the door open, held it, allowing Laren to pass by me. Then, I walked after her. All heads turned towards us as we took our seats. Salvatore was smiling. "We heard," he said. "It was grand. Those who witnessed it were all amazed beyond words. They said that had they not been Nivens, they would have scampered away too." Laren dismissed the praise with a curt nod. "It still remains to be seen," she said. "We must be prepared should they still decide to stay here." Why would they want to stay here after that display? They were afraid, but it is either they were afraid of us or afraid of the Emperor more, Laren said. Let us not discount the help that Elder Mayan provided. All heads turned to me, acknowledging my presence, to which I responded, I have pledged my allegiance. I will not waver in my oath. The animals were my friends, and I can talk to them. When Laren was scaring off the rebels, I provided the special effects. If only Elder Tala had been allowed to join us, I was sure the rebels would have had no second thoughts about it. In the meantime, let us continue to be discreet. Always stay invisible. Inform every household. We are still not entirely safe until we see these rebels out of Nivadan. They might not be strong enough to pose any real threat to us, but just the same, they were the ones who could tell the world about us. Salvatore's voice trailed off. The war generals fought against us right there in the Kanelan Palace yards, I said. The world probably knows about us by now. The rebels were just another set of unnecessary distractions. Salvatore nodded in understanding. He became worried as he turned to Laren. We must be ready when the Emperor sends his men to annihilate us again. We must try to remain hidden, Laren replied. I thought that part of our lives is over now, no more hiding. What we are, the world must know. We have a rich heritage, as Elder Man made us realize more than a moon turn ago. It is not right to hide behind our powers, Salvatore said. Laren's face clouded. She shook her head, a slim hand grazing her face. When she spoke, her voice broke. It isn't what Andoni would have wanted. He prefers the peace that came with keeping our identities secret. He wouldn't call it hiding the way you so bluntly put it, but rather an act to preserve our clan. The other Nivens with us hushed and nodded in agreement. Your husband is not with us, Laren. It is time for a change. Although I must agree that we should only fight when we are threatened and not rally ourselves to attack the Kanelan Palace. Salvatore's voice remained firm, but it had lost the bluntness it carried earlier. Romeo spoke out, I will continue to train the Nivens to fight. I will not leave anyone ignorant of the ways of the sword. When I am done teaching them, no one would wish to cross Nivadan ever again. His face was grim as he stared at Salvatore as though to invite comments from him. However, the new chief hunter did not reply and instead, nodded in agreement. And may I say again that if there is a dire need, perhaps we can begin toying with the idea that Elder Tala may be used to further strengthen our defenses. His power will be of great assistance to us, I said. Romeo glared at me. His jaw hardened, but he did not say anything. It is not our desire to use him to fight for us, Salvatore said. Once an enemy, always an enemy. Any display of action to the contrary is only a betrayal to what his principles really adhere to, which speaks highly of how he will treat us too in the long run, with betrayal. I did not argue after that. Instead, I hoped the Niven's power and mine could stand against the Emperor's attack together.
Pyper, San Diego. It had been weeks since we finally caught up with Mayo, but up until now, there was still no sign of Kino, anywhere. The Kanelan soldiers kept putting up new posters of Mayo, Dogen, Miroe, and Kino's faces anywhere that was still bare. While all this was happening, Mayo, Dogen, and I tried to stay hidden as much as possible in one of the rotting houses squeezed inside the marketplace, which nobody seemed to miss. It played its part by being a safe hiding place for us. For one, it was almost invisible because people were more interested in going to stalls rather than paying attention to a dingy door that the gods only knew what was hidden behind it. And since we were in the middle of a market, food was quite easy to procure. I could almost say that Mayo had gone a bit heavier since we were reunited. Mayo just sat in the corner, squinting at the big book of the Registry of Citizens. There's really nothing here, Mayo said. Nothing about Lamare Amark. Nothing about someone who could do what Kino can do. Nothing that would tell us anything about Kino's power at all. I walked over and sat beside him, peering at the open book in front of us where names were listed pages after pages. If Mistress Lamare's name was not written there, then she must really be royalty. Dogen spoke from the other side of the room. What are you talking about? He said, his voice a low rumble. Lamare was a princess, and Kino, because he is her son, is probably the heir to the throne. I gasped. What? Why didn't you tell me before? Mayo's eyes were bulging from their sockets. Because no one would believe me. Why would anyone believe me? What proof is there? Why didn't you tell Elder Man? He would have known what to do with that information, I said. I wanted to use it as leverage. I would tell him about it once he had more information that he could exchange with us. Besides, no one would believe me. I didn't even believe it myself when I first found out, Dogen said. I paused, wondering about it. It does seem pretty far-fetched, but I might have considered believing you before. Now, I definitely believe you. Why? Dogen asked. Why do you believe me? Is there any indication that Lamare used to live in the Kanelan Palace? Does she do anything that could lead you to think she could be royalty? If she were, why doesn't she live in the palace? Why did she run away? But then again, even runaways have history, and for the love of gods, Lamare Amark does not have any. How was I supposed to know that anyone would believe it if I had spoken about it? Dogen's voice rumbled in agitation as though whatever he was saying meant so much to him. How did you find out? Mayo asked. He had closed the registry of citizens by now. We were both looking at Dogen, who met our eyes helplessly. I have always fancied Mistress Lamare, he began. He seemed to be blushing. She is kind and beautiful, and well, I was just a soldier. I never thought she would become my friend. And then there was this time that we were together in Bulaknin. Every time I looked at her, I was reminded of someone. That someone was a beautiful princess that seemed to have drifted away from existence a long time ago. It was as though the memory of the princess was there, and yet it wasn't. Do you understand what I'm saying? Am I making any sense at all? It was like she was a memory, but I couldn't recall which memory she was a part of. And then, when the Emperor chased us on our way to Nibadin, it was there when I learned that Lamare used to be the Emperor's wife. Cratty Hubbub's ass! Mayo yelled. He was gripping my hand tightly. How did that happen? Does it mean that the Emperor was Kino's father? That would explain a lot of things, you know. I squeezed Mayo's hand. Quiet. Let Dogen finish, I said. Dogen was shaking his head. I don't know, he said. Does Kino look like the Emperor? Has he inherited anything from the Emperor? It doesn't seem like that. I see no likeness between Kino and the Emperor, I said. And if Kino were the Emperor's son, why would he want Kino dead? It doesn't make any sense. So, I could only be led to believe that. Kino's adopted. Mayo yelled. Dogen shook his head. He's not adopted. I don't think that's it. Otherwise, why would the Emperor feel threatened? If could be that. Kino's adopted. Mayo shouted once more. Quit it, Mayo. Let Dogen finish. I said. He's not adopted. I don't want to think about it, but there could have been indiscretion here, Dogen said sadly. Indiscretion? I asked. Like an affair? I don't want to believe that Mistress Lamare could do such a thing, but that's the only valid explanation I can think of. Ever since I thought Lamare was dead, I have been trying to relive our conversations and everything I've heard about her. I've tried to put two and two together to form something coherent. It seems to me that this is the only explanation. Lamare could have had a child with someone else while she was married to the Emperor. The Emperor banished her to avoid humiliation. And now that he's learned about Kino's whereabouts, he felt threatened, afraid that the child could grow up and usurp him, which was not far from happening because it is actually Kino's birthright. But only if my deductions were correct. I could not take all of it in. Chills kept running down my spine. It was amazing, no, totally nerve-wracking, to learn about Kino's possible heritage and why he was ensnared in all of this. There are many questions. For one, how come no one remembers Mistress Lamare? How come nobody knows who Kino is? How come no one made that connection, the same conclusion you have reached? How come it is only you who knows about it? I asked one after the other. Dogen fell silent for a while before answering. I think that someone else might know. Who? I asked, my interest piqued even more. And how? Dogen met my eye. Do you know the Lady Salarin Douglas? She was always with the Emperor. She acts as his advisor. That night, when Lamare and I were pursued by the Emperor, Salarin was there. And when the Emperor claimed that Lamare used to be his wife, Salarin heard. She seemed to be as surprised as I was. Dogen squinted beyond us as though trying to recall more details. I never really talked about what happened that night when Lamare died because, Dogen said, his voice breaking, it was tough for me. Lamare was important to me, and I wanted to save her from the Emperor. I promised Kino. I promised I would protect his mother, and I failed. In the darkness, Dogen's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I walked over to where he was and sat beside him, leaning against his massive shoulders. I did not realize that I was crying too, until tears fell from my cheeks down to my knees. Salarin knew since then. That makes two of us. However, the rest of the Akeans have no idea who Lamare and Kino were. All they know is that she was the royal scribe and Kino will always be the boy the Emperor wanted dead. Nobody knows the reasons. It's just us, Dogen said. He didn't speak after that. Mayo remained silent too. Occasionally, I heard Mayo hiccuping. A few moments had passed, and I had to say something. What do we do now? I asked. We have to find Kino, Dogen replied. I promised Lamare that I would take care of Kino, and this time, I intend to keep that promise, no matter the cost. I nodded, but deep inside, I was scared. Now that I knew the truth, it made what happened during the Akeen Wine Festival even more terrifying. The Emperor's order to execute Kino was a murderous ploy to ensure that Kino would never be able to take the Empire away from him. It did not matter that Kino was just a boy. To the Emperor, any threat to his power had to be quelled. Was I still willing to rescue Kino after learning all this? Maybe I should just go back to Nivedon. Everything was too scary to even imagine. Mayo dried his tears and closed the registry of citizens. He walked over to me and sat beside me. Leaning closer, he whispered, Kino needs us, Pyper. He has no one else, we need to rescue him. I knew then that now was not the time to have second thoughts. We have to rescue Kino even if it is the last thing we do. I hugged Dogen, and Mayo embraced us both. At that moment, even for a little bit, the fear slowly ebbed away.
Kino Amark. The sky was still dark. The boat we were on swayed to and fro as we rode the huge waves. Grandpa was helping steer the ship, and I was told to go inside the cabin for safety. However, I couldn't stay there knowing that Grandpa was out here battling the waves. There must be something I could do to help. Another wave crashed on the boat's deck, bashing a fair amount of water with it. I swayed as the ship hit a bump. I grabbed the pail to gather water from the floor and threw the water out. That's not going to help out, Kino. Northsam, my grandfather yelled. Go inside, so I don't have to worry about you. I wanted to argue, but as another huge wave crashed upon the boat, there were more puddles, and indeed my efforts were futile. I decided to go back inside the cabin and wait there. The boat kept swaying, but a week in the water had familiarized me with the feeling of riding the waves, and now, I did not feel as nauseous as I did before. I sat and wondered what would happen next. As soon as this storm passes, our journey will get easier, and I will be reunited with my friends again. We would then go looking for my mother. After that, we would go into hiding. The Emperor must not catch us. Or. I shook my head. I did not want to face the Emperor or his men. It did not feel right. I realized that the best course for me to take was to hide from the Emperor and run as far away as possible from his men. I did not have to kill him. It matters no more that he wanted to kill me. But in case he catches up with me, that is another story. I would have to defend myself, and if it comes down to choosing between his life or mine, without question, I will choose mine. I must be able to protect myself then. Staying invisible was one way to do it. It was a blessing that I had been in Pyper's company for a while, and because of that, I was able to copy her power for a limited period. Now that I am beginning to understand my power, there have been instances when I could turn invisible even without Pyper around. Recently, I have found a way to keep the last 3 powers I was able to copy. With even more practice, I could manifest these powers, even those I had copied a long time ago. Which made me wonder, could I copy the Emperor's power? I was yards away from him when I was presenting, but was that enough? The Emperor's power was stormcrafting, and that meant that this storm, which we are battling now, could so quickly halt if only I could successfully copy the Emperor's power. I smiled as I slowly stood up, edging toward the cabin's door. I pushed the door open, and a wave of cold air blew at my face. I shivered. I kept walking until I reached the deck, holding onto the railings that lined the boat on either side. I closed my eyes and tried to focus. In spite of the storm, with the wind howling and the waves crashing all around me, I tried with all my might to concentrate. It was a tough feat with all the distractions that surrounded me, but eventually, focus settled upon me. I found myself calm, and nothing was inside my head save for a desire to control the wind. At this point, I was devoid of emotions. When I opened my eyes and swayed my arms around, the wind followed my movements. I lifted my hand, flailing wildly before making a throwing motion. The wind redirected its path and left our boat. The boat still swayed but not as hard as before. I met my grandfather's astonished look. I was equally as surprised, but more so, I was beaming. I grinned at him and shouted, "It worked. Grandpa, I stole the Emperor's power. I can command the storm now." Grandpa smiled, and the boatmen cheered, so much so that we did not see that wind was blowing back. It roughly crashed against the boat's sails, and I was thrown off balance. I fell on the deck. My face was planted on the planks with water splashing from all sides. I pushed at the floor to stand up, but the boat seemed to have gained speed, and it kept on swaying roughly. The boatmen were shouting all around me. From my back, somebody was helping a man thrown into the water. I stood up, terrified at what I had done. Grandpa and the captain gripped the wheel hard, trying to fight the wind and the waves. I closed my eyes, trembling, and focused on redirecting the wind again. I was able to grasp the wind, but it was difficult to control. It kept lashing all around me like it had its own life until I cried out, letting go of the wind I was trying to control with my mind. The wind bounced back, crashing upon the sail. At the same time, a giant wave crashed against the boat. It hit me, and before I lost consciousness, I heard Grandpa's voice rising over the chaos and calling out my name. The next thing I knew, my torso was wrapped in bandages. Grandpa was sitting inside the cabin. "I was about to wake you," he said. "Where are we?" I asked, trying to feel if the boat was still gliding over the rough waters. "We have docked. About an hour has passed since." I sat up slowly and grimaced as a wave of pain hit me. "Does anything hurt?" I shook my head. I would no longer trouble anyone about the pain that I felt. I wanted to act like a grown-up now. I am out to save my friends. It will dishonor me if I whimper at the slightest pain. "I don't remember what happened," I said. Grandpa was studying me. "Take your time. There's no need to rush now. We have reached the docks of Amare. We will be safe here as long as we don't draw attention to ourselves. Thank you for saving me, Grandpa. When I lost consciousness, I thought that was the end of me. I didn't know I would have a second chance here." "Not everyone was as lucky, grandson," Grandpa said. His words gave me chills all over. "What do you mean?" "2 boatmen were lost in the storm. One was thrown out when a strong gust of wind rebounded. The other boatman trying to save him was thrown overboard as the boat lurched. No one was able to save the 2, Grandpa said solemnly. "It's my fault. I tried to control the wind to make the storm pass. I shouldn't have done that," I exclaimed as tears welled in my eyes. Grandpa hugged me closer. "It happens sometimes. There can be casualties even when we yearn to do something good. There were unfortunate incidents, I agree. You don't understand. I thought I was doing it so well. I wanted to." I paused. "I wanted to show you that I've progressed in my studies. I could control my power now, so I tried imitating the Emperor's power. I was wrong." Grandpa gave me a solemn look. "Having power is new to you. Controlling your power's strength even more so. I do not dare chastise you for what you've done. Sometimes, in our hope of doing something good, we end up doing the opposite. We don't mean to, but it doesn't mean that we won't be able to. Your power is much more powerful than I thought. I gather that this is the first time you tried to copy the Emperor's power, yes? I nodded. You must take precautions. Never play with your power. If you have not used power in the presence of its owner before, do not attempt to use it. Shuffling is strong, but it has to learn the foundations of the power it is trying to copy. If you use power because you only knew it was another's power, you are building up your own rules, dictating how the power should work. In essence, you are working on something you have no idea about. That is very dangerous. Use the power that you have copied in its owner's presence, because only then will shuffling absorb the power's properties and how it must be wielded. Only then will shuffling know how to work the power and keep it in memory so that later on, you can shuffle among the skills that you have copied. Do not despair. Like with everything else, it is a lesson you must learn, Grandpa said. How can I not despair? 2 people died today because of me. All right, he said. Mourn for them, but not for too long. Their deaths should remind you to be more cautious about your power. When this is over, we will search for their families and offer our condolences. Grandpa looked sorry, and I was also sorry. I wished that there was something else I could do. But for now, we must go according to plan. We must find your friends, he said. He stood up and walked towards the door. He glanced back at me. When you are ready, get dressed and follow me. And by ready, I mean that you are ready to search for your friends and move on. I dried my tears as I looked at him from my bed. All right, Kino? He said. I avoided his eyes as a fresh well of tears filled mine. Then, without looking at him, I nodded. I dared not open my mouth because I knew my voice would betray me. The door closed as Grandpa went out. As soon as I was all alone, I let myself cry some more. Grandpa told me to mourn the fallen, so I would, even if that meant only for a few more hours. Chapter 8, The Joint Forces. Ion Noto. I looked at the tall mountains and grinned at my men. This is Mount Anale, do you know that? I told the soldier beside me. He was an excellent swordsman, but I sorely missed Rhodora's presence. I should not have sent her elsewhere. The Grey Men attacked the Kanelan Palace almost a moon turn ago, but nothing had been done about it since then. The Emperor did not even ask us to scout the ghost town or never asked us to find out who the Grey Men were. That is, until last week. He commanded me to take charge of the south. To scare the Akeans here. To ensure that they submit to the Emperor, again. And again. And again. He also instructed me to find the boy, Kino Amark, whatever it took. Dead or alive, it did not really matter. It was only out of pride that I still yearned to bring the boy alive to the Emperor. And now, this. The Emperor sent me a missive informing me that the Grey Men were, in fact, Nivens. He said he was not as sure, but since my men were going south, I reckon they should take the route that led us straight to the heart of Nivedan, and do what needs to be done there. I wondered if all of this was true, though. Nivens, ghosts, Grey Men? Were they really referring to the same Akeans? And yet, somehow, it seemed to make sense. I mean, there really could be no other explanation for the Grey Men. They vanished into thin air and had attacked the guards at the palace. Twice I have fought them, and twice I have failed. The thought twisted in my gut. I needed to have my revenge, to avenge the deaths of the men who fought alongside me in Sinista. If it were true that the Grey Men were the ghosts of Nivedan, and if they were all but flesh instead of what Akeans think, then I swear by my soldiers' graves that I would eradicate their clan in vengeance. I could feel my heart racing in anticipation. It was the chill that I welcomed the most, the anxiety that I felt right before any battle. Let's ride! I shouted to my men as I trotted ahead towards the foothills of Mount Anale. Jor Pasap. My men and I were weary from travel. For us to learn that the ghost town was not as welcoming was disheartening, to think that we risked leaving our horses at the province's boundaries. Maurice was now busily packing the tent that we used last night. We've stayed here long enough. If the ghosts do not welcome us here, I expect their wrath will be upon us soon. He shook his head. I don't want that to happen while we're still here. Sonnet has instructed all the men to leave Niveden, I added. But where do we go from here? This sounded like a perfect place for us to hide. Now that we are certain that ghosts abound here, isn't it all the more worth it to remain here? What do you think? Do you reckon we can convince Sonnet? Maurice asked, still packing. That made sense, except how sure could we be that if there were others to come here, the ghosts would pick our group to side with? What if it were the other way around and the spirits sided with the newcomers? Awful. Just awful. I shook my head at Maurice and picked up my pack. Best to start traveling again. Perhaps we should try Karsthea? Now that the ghost town is off the list, then maybe it should be our next destination, I said, leaving our pitching site. Perhaps it was time to see what had become of the former Queen of Amer. I could hear Maurice's footsteps trailing behind me. From a short distance, I could see Sonnet. Some men flanked him, and they were having quite a discussion. It is not to be done any more. I told you, didn't you hear the lady ghost? She didn't want us here. What part of that was difficult to understand? Sonnet bellowed. Then, he frowned at the surrounding soldiers. When he saw me, he waved at me. He motioned for us to join the discourse. Tell them what happened. Sonnet said, almost at the top of his voice. I've told them 100 times already, I said. We must leave this place. The ghosts will haunt us if we do not leave. But the ghosts sounded like Akeens. Of course, they sounded like Akeens. Sonnet bellowed again. What are ghosts? Weren't they people once? It's just that now they're dead. The rebels flushed. But Chief, if we leave, we risk running into the Emperor's men and the tree runners. The tree runners are gentle creatures, Sonnet argued, but he was cut off. They used to be gentle creatures before the Emperor freed them from the curse that banished them to Sinista. Have you heard about what they've been doing all around Akea? One of the men bellowed. When Sonnet eyed the rebel angrily, he stopped talking. It doesn't matter if there were tree runners around, and we meet the Emperor's men along the roads. We will fight them if we need to. At least, we can still avoid them if we must, Sonnet said. I wondered how he could have said all of that without his voice breaking, as though he believed there was a chance we could win a fight against the Emperor's men in case we ran into them. Why would the Emperor's men want anything to do with us anyway? We don't look like bandits. We're just a harmless group of men on a trip, Sonnet said. Exactly. That's what we are, another rebel said. A group. It doesn't look as though we are on a mission to praise the moons either. Look at everyone. Does at least one of us look meek? If the Emperor's men come across us, they would kill us on the spot. They wouldn't think twice. The Emperor's instructions to his men were clear, didn't you hear the news? Teach every dissenting body a lesson. And a lesson we will definitely get. I couldn't blame the men. Their concerns were real. Calm down, I said. We must not let anything get in between us. We are already a faction, the one that dissented from the palace. We must remain united if we want to stand a chance going against the palace. Sonnet looked as though he wanted to thump me in the head for speaking before he could open his mouth to retort to the rebel. Chief, if I may, I agree with you. If the ghosts do not want us here, we should leave and find a different hiding place for all of us, I said. Sonnet nodded vigorously. It's not a matter for discussion anymore. If anybody here doesn't agree with me. I raised my hand to stop him from what he was about to say. Chief, there's no more discussion needed. We must leave. It's still a long journey towards Karsthea, so we must leave now, I said. Sonnet grunted before turning around and shouting, "Follow me." I turned to Maurice. That's not the right way, I said. Maurice shrugged his shoulders. Weren't you listening? He said no more discussion. Let's just follow him. I wonder how long it would take him before he realizes that he's taken the wrong direction. He chuckled. We are going to waste even more time, I insisted. This is the only time we'll be here in Ghost Town. Who knows what kind of treasure we might find here? Look, I'm not a fan of ghosts. I am terrified. But the sun is shining brightly, and nothing can hurt us. Let's just teach the chief a lesson or two about pride. The moons know he needs one, Maurice said. I had to agree. All right. It's going to be a very tiring lesson. I hope he learns what you want him to learn sooner. Trust me. He will be able to lead this group better if he learns this lesson well, Maurice said. The rebels had started moving by now, following Sonnet's lead. They were carrying their packs, some of them looking more warily at their surroundings, while others hid their fear by humming old folk songs as though enjoying the morning hike. Look at them go, Maurice said. I don't think any of them realize that Sonnet is leading us towards the heart of Niveden instead of away from it. Maurice exhaled in resignation. This bunch is really hopeless. Why don't you take the lead? What? And miss all the fun? I said. Leave Sonnet be. I wonder how he ever made this throng of rebels follow him in the first place. Sonnet's large frame swayed as he kept on walking. He raised a hand and scratched his armpit. Definitely not because of charisma, I said. Maurice chuckled, shaking his head. No. I'm sure that's not it. But I wonder how he became chief of the rebels, every waking moment. Elder Mayandilo. I have never seen them act like this before. When Nivens went on a rescue mission to retrieve Jarasa's body, they had assembled but not to fight. It was different now. Everywhere I looked, I could see some trace of fortification. As Salvatore instructed, Nivens were now manning every possible entry point to Niveden. It would have been a solid strategy except that all were also told not to touch any intruder, only to watch out for their movements. Nivens hoped that intruders would just carry on without causing much damage to Niveden. And now, there were two sets of intruders. One was the rebel group, while the other was composed of the Emperor's men and tree runners. The rebels were an easy group to handle. But when one of the Nivens spotted the Emperor's men and tree runners approaching Niveden, it stirred the elder Nivens. The scouts said something about the tree runners, like they were not supposed to fight, not supposed to side with anyone, and so hope blossomed in everyone's chest that whatever threat this second group posed, it too shall pass. I stood beside Laren since she still offered me protection by making me invisible. We climbed the highest tree in all of Niveden because it could offer us a good vantage point and view. From the north, I could hear hooves, still faint. But with the passing of each hour, it was bound to get louder to announce the arrival of the Emperor's men. Elder Mayan, Laren spoke. They've come too soon. I thought we had more months to prepare for this. It was true. The Nivens' only power was invisibility. While they could hide, and invisibility could still provide them some protection when it came to offensive fighting, their power gave them only a slight advantage. At this moment, what was I to tell Laren to make her faith grow? Romeo had been training the Nivens. They are good fighters now. They may not be a match to the Emperor's men, but as they can cloak themselves, there is a chance that we would not only give the Emperor's men a hard time but hopefully drive them away from Niveden. There was some rustling from behind us, and a man appeared. It was Salvatore. No one must fight this second group of intruders. Romeo would make sure of that. Not unless I give the word, Salvatore said. A wise decision, Chief Hunter, I said. If we can avoid bloodshed, it would serve us well. We must not make hasty decisions. Our number must not be diminished out of these false threats. Salvatore shook his head. Sadly, the tree runners give us reason to worry. Laren became visible. She was frowning, and her forehead had creased. Since her husband died, her age had begun to show on her face. It was odd that when she learned Pyper had run away with Dogan for the second time, she seemed relieved somehow. Tree runners are gentle creatures. Yes, yes. Gentle creatures indeed. Salvatore cut in. But they have allied with the Emperor. They are not as gentle anymore as one might think. The only reason they came into existence is that the first of the tree runners betrayed his lover by stealing the last dragon's egg. It was part of their clan's curse because the last dragon's egg must be protected. If the Emperor had allied with them, our clan would think they had offered the egg to the Emperor. And if there's only one dragon left, then how would the other provinces stand against Kanela? Fear of a dragon, of a mighty creature that flies and obliterates everything into cinders, can cause a man to lose faith, he said. As long as we don't fight them, they would just pass Nivadan. Salvatore laughed sarcastically. This second group is not like the first one. It's a curse that there should be so many of them now so they could protect the dragon's egg. But if we remain quiet and invisible to them, they won't know about us. Just like the other intruders from the past, I said. Salvatore shook his head. Laren looked at me, wanting to say something, but it was Salvatore who spoke. A long time ago, when the Nivens had yet to be driven into hiding, back when the tree runners had yet to be banished into Sinista, they worked closely together. The tree runners reared the trees and were the ones who helped us identify which trees to pick out to build our tree houses. They were once our partners, and we had developed a particular affinity with them. Before the Emperor's men came into view, one of the Nivens had already come running to tell us that the second batch of intruders was approaching. I asked him how he knew, and he could not give me any specific answer. I had some concerns and a hunch of who this group could have been. Nivens can feel the tree runner's presence, as they are with us. Being invisible only affords us little protection. They would know we are here, Salvatore said. I felt the blood draining from my face. If this were true, then we could be facing catastrophic repercussions. You should have kept their animals at bay the way you did with the other rebels, Salvatore said. It didn't work with the rebels. They are still on their way to the heart of Nivadan. If I did the same to the Emperor's men, it would have had the same effect on them. They would only want to get closer, I replied. There seemed to be no way out of this. I shook my head slowly, pondering other options. It seems our luck may have run out, Laren finally said. Then, as an afterthought, she added, it was a good thing that I let Pyper run away with Dogan. Laren turned to face me. Don't be surprised, Elder. I know how my daughter's mind works. I also know she wouldn't remain here when she thinks she should be out there saving the world. I didn't call her attention to it or bother to stop her. I made her think that she was disobeying me. And because that's what she believes to be true, she would find herself always drawn back to me to make amends. She will always come back to me. I gazed at Laren long and hard. One could never really fathom the way a mother's mind works. She was brilliant. We looked ahead at where we were expected the second batch of intruders to come from. She is safe, for now, I said, stealing a quick glance at Laren. I received word from a bird that Dogan and Pyper have safely arrived in Kanela. I didn't know how long they would remain safe, but for now this was some assurance I could give Laren. Laren's eyes moistened. She nodded slightly to acknowledge that she heard what I said. If the intruders conquer Nivadan today, I would rest easy knowing Pyper is safe. Thank you, Elder Mayan, Laren said. Nivadan will not succumb to usurpers, Salvatore said from behind us. Let us hope for the best. My husband died trying to protect our clan. I will not let his death go to waste. We will fight if we must, Laren said. I closed my eyes and called out to my friends. If this was our last stand against the Emperor's men, I would prove to the Nivens that I would not falter in my allegiance to them. Ion Noto. We rode towards Ghost Town, and as we arrived at the clearing, the eerie silence of the province greeted us. I was unsure if it was because we knew that this place was Ghost Town or if the eeriness of it all was too surreal to deny. I raised my hand to halt the troops, and everyone heeded. My men surveyed the place for any sign of life, but not even the birds stirred. It was as though the town completely fell still when we reached its center. What do you expect to find here, Your Grace? Lou, my second in command, asked. The ones that we fought not so long ago in the Kanelan Palace when the war dogs went crazy and bit the Emperor by the neck. Do you remember them? The Grey Men. I was informed that they could be the Nivens or the ghosts of Nivedon, I said calmly. My eyes were still wandering about, taking in everything about the ghost town. Again, nothing stirred. Lou followed my gaze. It is ironic. This place thrives bountifully, yet no one here seems to be left breathing. Why would you suspect the gray men and the ghosts were one and the same? I decided to ignore his question and trotted over to where the tree runners were huddled. I still wondered what made the Emperor do what he did, releasing these tree runners from Sinista. They deserved to be imprisoned there. You! I said, pointing to one of the tree runners, who seemed to be the oldest among them. It was challenging to put an age to their faces, especially with their skin's dark brown and coarse texture. The tree runner stood up and walked over to me. He was so tall that I had to look up. What's your name? I asked. Rimalo, he said blankly. There doesn't seem to be anything here. I need your lot to bring down the tree houses, I said. Rimalo looked up at the tree houses that were settled on the canopies. There were many houses, and rope bridges connected the homes, making it seem like an entire community still lived here. And while the place did not stir, it seemed off to me that the surroundings were quite kempt. How this was possible, I was unsure. Unless, of course, ghosts really live here, and for whatever reason, they could maintain the upkeep of this place. Rimalo looked as though he was reluctant to obey me. He glanced at the other tree runners, looking anxious to tell them something. That's why you're with us, I said. Because your bulk gives you strength, and your strength is something that we can use to ensure that whatever the Emperor commands, we deliver. So stop looking at your lot, seeking their approval. Whatever I say on behalf of the Emperor, so obey me, I tell you. Lou was standing beside me. Let's shoot arrows up in the air. Make arrows rain. I know ghosts won't feel the arrows, but if the Emperor's hunch, that the gray men reside here, is true, an arrow would most likely hit at least one of them. I raised my right hand to dismiss him. I've tried that before. I know that tactic. You don't have to tell me how to command these men, I said. I sorely wished that Rhodora was the one with me. She wouldn't have behaved as though she were better than I. This Lou was making my blood boil with his simple suggestions. Regardless, it did make sense. Lou, there's something that I need you to do. Lou turned to look at me, waiting for my instructions. Tell everyone that we will stay here for the night. The men are tired. Tell them to set up camp or occupy these tree houses, whatever they prefer. But in the morning, we must be ready to leave. In the meantime, tell them that they are also free to destroy whatever they wish. Just leave me somewhere I can spend the night, I said. Destroy the place? Lou asked. Yes, I said nonchalantly. That's what the Emperor wants. Make sure that wherever we go, we leave a mark that no one is safe unless they are under the protection of the Kanelan Palace. Nivedon, being Ghost Town, would be made an example. Destroy everything. All right then. I will make sure it is done. I will involve the tree runners, Lou said. After he left, I decided to survey the area further. It was too quiet here. Too peaceful. Something is amiss. But what? I remembered the stories the other soldiers told about how they could clearly hear baby ghosts crying when they passed by the ghost town. The younger me believed in those stories, they excited me. I had always wanted to visit Nivedon, but now that I am here, I think I would have wanted some action. Disappointment, though, is what I actually got. There were no ghosts. No signs of gray men. No animals, even. I stopped in front of a massive tree that supported a huge treehouse. Most houses were almost the same size, but this one was by far the biggest. This would be my home for tonight. I climbed up effortlessly. After a few moments, I was already on the landing of the treehouse. I touched the railing with my bare hands and examined it, surprised that there was no dust. There were some specks, but the treehouse would have been dirty regardless of weather conditions if the place had not been inhabited for a long time. It was just odd that this house, perhaps all the rest of them, were clean. When I pushed the door ajar and entered the treehouse, it seemed like it was lived in by Akeans. Ghosts or gray men, whatever. However, I could be wrong. And yet, this place was just too livable. I entered quickly, my suspicions arising. I proceeded to what seemed like the kitchen, and true enough, some scent of food still wafted in the air. Something minty must have been cooked here. Its scent still leaving traces in the kitchen air. Investigating further, I found containers filled with water on one of the countertops. I took one, opened it, and inspected the water. It was clear, not tepid as one would expect. I drank it. Why was I not surprised that it was fresh as though it was recently fetched from a spring? My heart pounded. This could be a trap. But if it were, where were they? Where were the gray men? Unless, just like what they did in the Kanelan Palace, they were cloaked in invisibility. Unknowingly, I dropped the water container onto the wooden floor. It smashed into pieces, but it didn't matter to me. I wandered inside the house, kicking each door open, expecting that someone would jump at me any moment, but there was still nothing. No one. I stopped in one of the rooms and felt the bed. It was still warm, as though someone had just risen from slumber. It's a trap. I sprinted back to the main door and looked down at my men. They were already dispersed, some were setting up their tents already, while others were busy talking. Others were just lying on the ground, resting. It's a trap. I shouted. They're here. I don't know where, but be ready on your toes. Soldiers, assemble. As I said these, I jumped down from the treehouse. Lou trotted his horse towards me, holding the reins of my horse, which I quickly took. I mounted my bay and galloped away. Move back. Move back. I shouted. Everyone had been alerted by now and were mounting their horses. We don't know where they are. Lou was behind me. General, if we have no idea where they are, let us release some arrows. I nodded firmly. Give the order, I said, keeping a careful watch of what was in front of me. Where are they? Where are they hiding? Elder Mayandilo. It was difficult to hide one's presence, even if one could turn invisible, all traces of living were still there. There were too many of them, and the tree runners were with the Emperor's men. Even while the Nivens hid, the tree runners could feel them out. They sense us, Salvatore muttered from behind me. There's no way but to fight them now. We will lose our people if we do, I said, although I shared his sentiment. Do we stand a chance? Laren asked. I could feel her hand tensing as she held mine to keep me invisible. We have a better chance if we send the women and children away first. They might still be able to escape as long as they remain quiet, Salvatore said. I should have given them the signal to leave hours ago. There's no sense overthinking about these now. They wouldn't go anyway, I said. Your clan, its people are too honorable to run away from a fight. Especially if it meant defending your heritage, I said. Then, we fight. It seems like it's the only way to go about this, Laren said gravely. Elder, we will need your friends. They are ready? All right, Salvatore said. Take charge of your task. I would go and see what Romeo is up to. When the signal is sent, we fight, the chief hunter said sternly. He left Laren and me as we hid amongst the trees, waiting, watching what the outsiders would do next. Ion Noto. Arrows. Lou yelled. At the count of 3, release them. The archers surrounding me had their arms stretched, knocking arrows to their bows and holding their positions, waiting for the instruction to let go. The arrows were at an angle that would shoot down about 300 meters beyond our perimeter. Release! Lou shouted. The slew of arrows pierced the air. It was followed by the thudding sound of arrowheads penetrating tree trunks, the ground, rocks, everywhere. I looked at Lou and raised my hand. 3 times, I said, to which Lou nodded. Again. He shouted. Draw. And release. The soldiers repeated the act 3 times and lowered their bows when it was done. "Time to search," Luz said, instructing the men and rallying them. I moved forward, too, searching for any sign of the gray men. They might be able to move things and put on a ghostly show, but they will never be able to warm a bed. That was what I found upstairs in the treehouse that I visited. The men were moving about, retrieving their arrows, and carefully scouring the surroundings. There seemed to be no one here, but I could not be mistaken. The desire to capture the gray men and seek revenge for the men I had lost in Sinista was burning me up from the inside. And once I get a hold of them, they would face my wrath first. Whoever survives would then be brought to the Emperor. If, and only if, any would survive. Jor Pasap. I stared at the sky, waiting for more displays of the arrows. We were a reasonable distance away from where the first batch of arrows fell upon, but the second batch of bolts was too close. By the third batch, we had to scurry away to avoid getting hit. Unfortunately, not all of us were able to make it to safety. "Will he make it?" I asked. One of the men lay on the ground, an arrow piercing his chest. He was squirming, but Maurice's sturdy hands clutched and kept him in place. Maurice looked at me and shook his head. "There's no way we can remove it without tearing his heart all the more," he said in a mournful voice. Sonnet came bustling from our back. "What the cratty hell was that?" he asked. His eyes had bulged in surprise, and as he stared at the dying comrade in front of us, his face contorted in rage. "Whoever did this will pay. Those ghosts dare attack us?" he said in a loud voice. I doubt if ghosts would resort to releasing arrows. Besides, we made peace with them and agreed that we would no longer stay in this place, I said. But this is something that's even more dangerous. By avoiding the Emperor's forces from the south, we might just have come across one that was coming from the north, I said. Maurice tightened his grip on the man whose body now spasmed. The man let out a wail before his body went limp. Maurice stood up, backing away. His hands were dripping in blood. "He's gone," he muttered. "Are there any other casualties?" The others shook their heads. Their faces were all scared, probably imagining that this dead body could have been theirs. "They will not get away with this, whoever they are," Sonnet said threateningly. "That's not how we should go about it. We must skirt away from this place and leave stealthily." "These men are not ready, Sonnet," I argued. "They are trained to fight." Sonnet yelled at me, his spittle spraying all over my face. "It is not important if they do not know how to fight well. What's important is that they know how to fight." Sonnet bent, panting, as though having to shout had taken an awful lot of energy from him. I shook my head. "It doesn't make any sense. Why are we going to engage in this? They haven't found us yet. Let's bury the body and be on our way." "Save our lives," I said, pointing to everyone. Sonnet's eyes narrowed at me. He repeatedly pushed a forefinger to my chest as he said, "Save their lives or save your ass? What are you scared of, Jor? Are you too old to fight? Bah. Then leave. I don't need cowards in my group. Go. Save yourself." I ground my teeth in annoyance, and then when I was about to punch him, Maurice gripped my arms. "Don't," he said. "It's not worth it. You are not making sense. Why did we avoid the other troop if now that we encounter another one, we're going to engage with them when logic deduces that we'll never win against them in the first place?" I yelled at Sonnet. "We avenge the dead," he yelled back. Then, suddenly, there were loud footsteps from behind us. We turned around and saw, to our astonishment, the Emperor's men with their swords drawn out and their bows and arrows aimed at us. Their group parted in the middle, and a war general came trotting forward. He stared at us for a long time before laughing. "This is all that we have?" he said. "Kill them, and we shall continue our search for the Grey Men." Elder Mayandilo. "How fast?" I asked. Information was flowing from one barricade to the others at high speed. There were no reported casualties from the other groups. The danger is still imminent, though, and we must stay hidden, Laren said. I don't understand. It appears they were already convinced that there was no one here, and suddenly, the war general gave the instructions to let it rain arrows. There must be something that triggered him, I said, although I could not exactly give any reason. I stopped, my heart still racing in anticipation of a war about to break loose. The gooey figure stood in front of us before it became visible, revealing Romeo. They found the other group, the first batch of rebels that wanted to hide and stay here in the province, he said in a rush. They said that they would be leaving. Laren paused as though she was shocked by this. We scared them enough.
They will be slaughtered, and I don't know.
Can we just let them die there? It doesn't seem right. We must help them. No. Romeo said. This is their fight. We drove them out of Nivedon. It wasn't our fault that the Emperor's men caught them here. Besides, this could pose as a good distraction. Laren revealed herself. Her cheeks were red, and her eyes narrowed in anger. She stared at Romeo intently before slapping him across the cheek. If you don't change and remain as hardened with your cold heart, you will never be fit to be chief one day. You will never replace Salvatore? Laren said. Romeo sneered at her. Laren raised her hand again to strike, but this time, Romeo caught her hand and gripped it tightly before forcing it down. I am protecting our people. I am the one who wants to ensure that this clan is not going to fall into pieces, he growled. Show compassion to those men, and let's see how many more Nivens will die. Never mind that if we remain hidden, no one would be lost. Never mind that. Say it to my face if that is not a better decision. I will talk to Salvatore. He is the chief hunter now, and he will decide if we will join this war or not, Laren said. Romeo threw his arms in annoyance. Send the Nivens to their deaths if that is your wish. I will make sure they know who risked their lives. He then turned around and vanished into thin air. Laren was shaking. I reached out to touch her shoulder. Am I wrong to be compassionate, Elder? She asked. I say we save who we can. War knows no race, no clan. When we fight as one, Akeens one and all. Now we side with whom we believe is fighting for the common good, I said. Laren nodded grimly. Then, we fight. I will search for my uncle, she said. From where we were, we could see most of the Emperor's men heading southward toward the rebels. The fight had yet to start, and it seemed there was still hope of dispersing them. Then all at once, the Emperor's men surged forward, swords raised and aimed at knocking the rebels dead. Everyone could hear the screaming that came afterward. Jor Pasap. I drew out my sword and prepared to fight. Maurice stood ready by my side. The rest of the troop scampered about. I looked behind me, heart racing. It was precisely how I pictured my last day would be in this world, very much alive, fighting for my life, fighting for a cause I believe in. And when the time comes that a sword would end my life, I would somehow be rid of the guilty feelings that still burdened me to that very moment. Where were the children that I fathered? What has become of them? I have abandoned them and in doing so, perhaps contributed to how they turned out now. Good or bad, it didn't matter. I still hold myself accountable for whatever shortcomings they had in their lives. I prayed that death would take me swiftly, although I have no fear of physical pain. What was not welcome was remembering the past mistakes that I made. No. There's certainly no more room for that. The first soldier came at me. Before he could strike, I moved quickly to my left and parried before thrusting my sword into his body. The blade went straight through his stomach. The soldier's eyes widened in shock, but before I could see whatever pain he was feeling, I quickly withdrew my sword from his body, and he slumped to the ground, lifeless. There were too many soldiers rushing about. I had no time to spar with one, so without looking back, I rallied forward, meeting each sword that was trying to hit me with equal ardor. The fact that we were fewer than the Emperor's men fired me up and awakened a fierceness that I thought had been quenched long ago. I swung, and another soldier fell from his horse. I looked behind me to find another soldier who was about to hit me with a staff, but before he could do so, I caught sight of Maurice as he swung his blade at the soldier. The body fell with a loud thud. I nodded thanks to Maurice and took to fighting once more. There were so many of them, and everyone was out to kill us. There was no sympathy in their eyes, but then again, it is foolish to act as though you have a heart in war. Remembering this, I parried against 3 soldiers at once. All of them lay dead in a matter of moments. I am proud that I was still fierce in battle, that much I could say. But there were so many of them, and if 2 were slain, 3 or more replaced them. I now found myself surrounded by more men than I could ever fight against at once. Screams filled the air. There were desperate cries of men who wanted nothing to do with the war. The rebels' numbers, our numbers, were dwindling slowly. If this were how we were to fight, we would all end up dead in this carnage in about an hour. One soldier approached me, and although I had backed away quickly, the tip of his sword still came to contact with my chest. Blood gushed out and stained my shirt. I retaliated and thrust forward, ignoring the pain that quickly spread across my chest and hit the soldier just below his chin. I thrust forward a little more and heard his bones cracking as my sword found his neck. He fell lifeless on the ground, blood spurting from below his chin. I did not get to rest as another sword swung against me repeatedly. I raised my sword to block it, but I wasn't quick enough. So, I fell to the ground, arms still raised over my head. The soldier moved forward and swung hard at me, but I blocked it. At this point, I wondered again why Sonnet became the leader of this weak rebellion. Why would the rebels choose him? Why choose someone who had not displayed any fierceness in him, any skill in fighting? Why him? I kicked at my assailant, and luckily, he lost his foothold and slipped. Blood was everywhere, and it made the ground slippery. Before he could get up, I was back on my feet and planted my sword just between his ribs. He gave one last cry, but the sound on his lips vanished immediately as his soul left him. The other soldiers surrounding me earlier had gone on to fight the other rebels. I looked around and found Maurice already lying on the ground. An axe was jutting out of his stomach. Sweat coursed down my face and body, and there seemed to be no way to win this war. It was a slaughter, and there was no other way that this battle could end. For a change, I shouted, raising my sword. For changing what is right now. I would fight for a new beginning. A new emperor behind the Kanelan palace. The fighting did not stop. It was as though nobody heard my wails, but somehow, I felt the rebels gaining some strength, and after a while, some voices echoed what I shouted. To change. To a new beginning. Came some of the voices. A tear slid down my cheek as I mourned Maurice quietly. I had to fight, keep fighting, to avenge his untimely death. However, death to us old men was like a lover's call. It beckoned. And so, I just kept on fighting, waiting for the time that it would be my time to meet the ancestors. For a brief moment, I envied Maurice. Then, from a distance, I saw Sonnet. He was riding his horse, and he was surrounded by the rebels. His arm was raised as he held a sword. Fight! He shouted. Fight! Do not let the oppressors take you down. And then, suddenly, it was as though there was an energy that permeated my being. My sore muscles did not seem to bother me anymore. The wound that was throbbing in my chest seemed bearable. And all I had inside of me was courage. I stood up, and this time, there was no fear inside of me. My heart was still racing, but it was in anticipation of killing and fighting those that wanted to end our lives. I swung my sword faster, and more soldiers fell to the ground. The rebels around me, the ones scurrying away when the battle started, seemed to have been deserted by their own fears. They were fighting alongside me, and even though they were not as good at wielding the sword, their courage shone, and they defeated the soldiers around them. In a moment, we were gaining momentum. We moved forward, pushed our enemies behind and drove them back inside the ghost town. Fight! Never waver! Sonnet shouted, His face was covered with blood, and his sword dripped with soldiers' blood. He was, at the moment, a monument so fierce that I hoped curdled the enemy's blood. Ion Noto. I couldn't believe what was happening. As I stood behind the lines, I was confident that my men would be able to turn this place into a slaughterhouse in no time at all. But suddenly, my men were scampering about, fearful of their lives. I searched for Lu and saw him giving orders to the archers. "Release!" he shouted. Arrows rose in the air and rained upon the savages. Rebels fell, clutching at the arrows that hit their bodies. And yet, to my surprise, they tore at the arrows that jutted out of their bodies and stood again, welcoming the fight, some, not even bothering to remove the arrows at all. Lu shouted again, "Release!" Arrows fell torrentially upon the rebels, but only those that died upon being hit stopped fighting. Their courage was incredible. I never thought that I would need the tree runners in this battle, but it seemed like that is what I needed to do to save my men from perishing right before my eyes. So, I rode towards the tree runners to rally them to the fight. Jor Pasap. It didn't seem that we could even be at par with the Emperor's men, but as the battle unfolded, the odds swayed gently to our favor. I swung my sword again, and one soldier fell. Then, two came running toward me, and I danced to the side, thrusting my sword at the soldier to my left. He was able to avoid it. He parried against me, but this feeling of courage left me fearless, so instead of avoiding his sword, I struck against it and pushed against him. He slipped, and that millisecond when he lost balance gave me the advantage I needed, and I pierced him with my sword. I turned around in time to see another sword flying toward my neck. I blocked it and pushed back, then withdrew my sword and swung fully, but my opponent was able to block it all the same. He advanced toward me, meeting my strike with an equally strong blow. But before I could be on the offensive, a rebel had put a dagger into my opponent's back. I stood up, looking around. It appears we were now on equal footing. The Emperor's men no longer outnumbered us. Sonnet was still rallying the rebels. We all ran forward, chasing the Emperor's men even though arrows had fallen upon us like rain. Another wave of arrows swooshed upon us. This time, it was difficult to avoid them. And then, to my surprise, tall men with very dark skin came into view. They moved slowly as though their joints were hardened, but when they swung their arms and hit the rebels, they flew. There were many of them. "Tree runners!" Sonnet shouted. "They are fighting for the Emperor now. Do not be afraid. Fight!" We moved forward, but the tree runners were too strong, too many, for us. I stood in front of a tree runner, and while I undermined his speed, I was quick to regret it when my sword thudded bluntly upon hitting the tree runner's body. I stared in horror. How does one kill a tree runner? Before I could decide, the tree runner lunged forward, and his long arms hit me on my stomach and flung me away. I rose in the air as though I bore no weight and ended up several yards away from where I was standing just a moment ago. I moved to stand up but found it too difficult. It occurred to me that I may have broken some bones. I grunted as I tried to stand and stop myself from yelling in pain. There was only one thing on my mind, that I would somehow right some of my wrongs as I stood there fighting for what I believed was right. No more running away from responsibilities. There were soldiers and tree runners to fight now. While the tree runners were slow in coming, the soldiers came galloping on their mounts, brandishing their swords at us. It was the second wave, and while Sonnet was still acting like a beacon, illuminating us and making us courageous, we knew we had our limits too. Against the soldiers, maybe we stood a chance. But with the tree runners, it would be foolish to continue this tirade. But Sonnet was still pushing forward, the hordes of rebels still surrounding him and fighting against the Emperor's men. Silently, I saluted the chief. I now understand why he became the leader in the first place. His power probably had something to do with pushing people to be courageous. It was something that far extends beyond one's skill. It was a power fit for battle. But while everyone else was fighting, it happened so suddenly. A tree runner finally came close enough to Sonnet. Rebels pounded and struggled to stop it, using their swords, but the tree runner paid no mind. He kept pushing forward until he was right in front of Sonnet. It only took him a moment to stretch out his hand and strike at the chief. "No!" I shouted. "Not Sonnet. Not him!" But Sonnet's body floated in the air, and even though it had not hit the ground yet, I knew that the strength by which he was struck had rendered him lifeless. How did I know? My heart was suddenly filled with terror of my impending demise. Sonnet's body fell to the ground, and as though some magic defense had broken, the rebels surrounding Sonnet fell into a frenzy, thrusting swords randomly at the soldiers. One by one, they fell, as the soldiers fought them back with renewed energy. Wails and the sickening sound of flesh being gutted filled the air. "Do not be disheartened. Keep fighting!" I shouted. And with that, I ran towards the enemies while gripping my sword tightly with both hands. I swung against the first soldier I came across. The soldier I was fighting with was younger than I am, much stronger, and definitely swifter, but I could not afford to falter now. He swung against me. I could not block it in time. The edge of his sword grazed my arm, making me lose my balance. I fell on my back. The soldier then lunged toward me, but I kicked him hard. He fell back but was quick to rise, and in a moment, he was right above me, arms raised and sword about to swing at me. I held my breath, convinced that my death was about to take me. To my surprise, a person appeared right beside the soldier, and he swung a sword against him. The soldier fell to the ground. Before I could react, the body that wielded the sword vanished in thin air. My mouth hung open in amazement. I looked all around me, and everywhere, I could see the bodies appearing in and out, fighting against the Emperor's men. A new flash of hope surged inside my chest. There will be fighting until the end, I told myself. Sonnet was lost to the war, and so was Maurice. However, the rebels who remained needed someone to look up to. Fight. Until the end, we must fight. I shouted again. The ghosts were fighting alongside us now, and if I was not mistaken, the Emperor's men were the ones who seemed to be wavering now. Ion Noto. "General, we must retreat," Lu said. He was panting. I looked at him and could not understand what he meant. I moved away from the battlefield an hour ago. It was just a matter of time before the enemies were butchered by the tree runners. "What do you mean?" "There's no way we could lose," I said. "The Grey Men, General. You were right. They're here. The rebels' leader is dead, but the enemies won't be retreating, now that they've found a new ally." I could not believe what Lu had just told me, so I quickly straddled my horse and galloped closer to the battlefield. True enough, Grey Men were fighting about. 1 or 2 tree runners had already fallen. "What the cratty hell is happening?" I yelled. "This confirms it. The Grey Men and ghosts are one," I said, seething. "Cheaters. A bunch of cheaters. That's what they are. Call back our troops. We must leave this place. We would lose a lot of our men to this treachery. We must send word to the Emperor." Lu nodded before hurriedly going back to the battlefield. I watched in horror as yet again, the Grey Men cheated on me. Twice now. It was time to use a different strategy. Elder Mayandilo. There was no need for me to request the assistance of my friends as the Emperor's men, including the tree runners, retreated from the battlefield. They rode away without looking back. The tree runners were slow in fleeing, but for some reason, the Nivens did not bother to go after them. I remembered Salvatore telling me that tree runners could sense the Nivens' presence because they had some kinship. Perhaps, it was the reason why the tree runners could run away even at a slow pace. The sounds of hooves faded in the distance. I looked around me and found Laren several yards away, tending to those who were hurt. Salvatore was on a bay, surveying what became of the land. Relief flooded everyone's faces, but it was not just that. It was a mixture of sadness, loss, and relief all at once. A few wails permeated the air, delayed cries of despair, while at random moments, I also caught the sounds of what I could mistake for jubilation. Dead men piled on the ground. Some were missing body parts, while others simply lay there as though they were sleeping. Unmoving, their faces almost looked solemn. There was no distinction among the men in death. Nivens lay beside the Emperor's men and the rebels. All victims of the war. They were gone too soon from Akea. Elder, someone broke the din. I looked up to find a rebel before me. He was old like me, but where my body lacked muscles, he was defined by them. He had fought in this war and survived. It spoke highly about his skills. I stood up to face him. My men have nowhere to go. We lost our leader. He died in the battle, but I would like to believe he had served his purpose. He is dead now because he didn't want to surrender to the Emperor's men. He paused. I am Jor Pasap. As of now, I am taking the leadership of the rebels. We fought against the Emperor's men together, and the ghosts. He paused, uncertain of his own words. His eyebrows were knitted in confusion. The ghosts fought alongside us. If your group would take us, we would like to join you. Rally us to the north, and we will follow. Order us to the south, and we will heed. We will submit to your leadership if we share the same plight. We believe we are both unsettled. Unrest echoes in our hearts, and we desire to put an end to the Emperor's rule. He has been a tyrant for too long. I fear he will never stop if we do not stop him. He looked behind me, and I followed his gaze. Laren and Salvatore were now standing beside me. I am not the leader of this group, I said. Then, I turned towards Salvatore. Do not think that just because we fought with you, we are allies, Salvatore said. Ghosts, you call us? We are not that. We are Nivens, long thought to be gone. Before today, we fought a war in Sinista, an effort to keep our identities secret. We have also fought a war in the Kanelan Palace. We thought that even then, we were still able to keep our identities secret, but I guess we cannot assume that anymore. The time for fighting has come. It is our war as much as it is yours. You may ride with us, but it doesn't mean we would not be watching you. Betrayal from your troop would mean death. I warn you, in this war, it is better to have more friends than enemies, Salvatore said. Why did you turn us away when we sought your help? We were looking for refuge, yet you turned us away, Jor said. We wanted to keep our identities hidden. It was our last attempt to avoid the war. We stand ready to fight, but if peace was still an option, we will choose peace over war. But this war, Salvatore said, looking around, this awakened us. We may be able to save our clan, but Akea is crying to be saved. And so, we heed her wails. Jor stared at Salvatore, carefully considering what the chief hunter had said. After a while, he offered a hand. Salvatore took the hand and shook it. An alliance to fight this war, though temporary, is still an alliance. No Niven will touch you. No rebel must touch us too. This war brings us together, but once the war ends, we too must go our separate ways, Salvatore said. Jor nodded. Nothing left to be said. I am grateful that there will be no bloodshed between us. You have my word. Then, he let go of Salvatore's hand, nodded curtly at us, and turned to walk towards the band of rebels. They lost more men than the Nivens, more men than what the Emperor's group lost. We'll send them our healer, Laren said. If they will help us fight, that's the least we can do. If they had not started the fight with the Emperor's men, the soldiers would still be hounding Nivedon, looking for what they call us, grey men? Laren said wonderingly. Yes, I think that was it, she said, pausing. And so, we must help the rebels in any way we can. Salvatore nodded. Elder, we must plan, he told me. My heart was heavy with the loss of so many men, but such was the way of war. We must plan how to lessen the deaths and achieve what we want. With that thought, I followed Laren and Salvatore to the town hall. I raised a hand and rubbed at the corners of my eyes. I had not realized that I had started to cry. Chapter 9, Until the End. Mayo, Calo. My hunch was correct all along. Even when Pyper and Kino didn't believe me, I knew there must have been some link between Kino and the Emperor, and now that everything was more evident to us, our course of action was to rescue Kino. The problem was, where the cratty hubbub's ass was he hiding? How were we to save him if we could not find him? I heard someone rapping against the door. I stood up quickly, peering at the small hole. There was no one outside. Still, I had to be careful. I opened the door slightly and looked out. A bird flew inside. It flapped its wings so vigorously that I had to cover my head. I pushed the door closed again. The bird had settled on Pyper's outstretched hand. "It must be from Elder Man," she said. Then, she examined the bird's tiny leg. There was a scroll attached to it. When Pyper had successfully retrieved the letter, the bird flew inside the room as though it wanted to go out. I had no choice but to open the door slightly ajar to let it fly. I shut the door behind it and moved towards Pyper, but her face had turned pale. She looked up at me with wide eyes. "Elder Man said that the Emperor's men attacked Nivedon. Mother was safe, but there were many casualties," she said in a trembling voice. "He said that the Nivens will take the fight to the Emperor now." I took the parchment from her and read it. It was concise and straight to the point. Nothing more. "The ghosts are going to fight the Emperor's men now," I repeated, stunned. The ghosts had kept their identities secret for so long that it felt odd to actually read that they would be rising against the Emperor. Pyper nodded slowly. Tears streamed down her cheeks. I gulped when I saw the tears because I did not know how to make anyone stop crying. I was never good with words. In fact, most of the time, if anyone was crying, it probably was because I said something stupid. But not this time. I reached out to hold Pyper's hand and gave it a squeeze, but that did not seem to be enough. She pulled me closer and hugged me tightly. I could feel her heart beating so fast, and right at that moment, I was struck with an immense feeling of loneliness. What has become of our world? Wars would mean people were dying. I could die any time too. And Pyper. And Kino. My eyes moistened from fear, and I clutched Pyper just as tightly. Moments later, the door opened, and Dogan entered the room. He looked grim as though he knew what Pyper and I had just read from the parchment. "There were talks about the Emperor looking for the last dragon's egg," he began. "If that's true, and if he gets hold of the dragon, then we stand very little chance of winning this war." I gaped at him. Pyper and I disentangled from the embrace. "Eggs only hatch if there's sufficient warmth. How would the egg even hatch if there's no mother dragon?" I said. Dogan looked taken aback. "Yeah. That's something we should think about." He walked towards us, noticing that we were crying. "What's wrong?" he asked. We told Dogan about Elder Man's letter and what it meant. Basically, we were crying because there would be a war. And a war would mean we could die anytime. And a war would mean that it would be impossible to look for Kino. "We've stayed here for too long," Pyper said. "The Emperor's men could find us anytime. I don't think we can be lucky for a lot longer." "Maybe we should leave," I said. "But where do we go? We have no idea where Kino is." "There are two things we can do now," Pyper said. "Go somewhere else and find out what the Emperor is planning. Where is he looking for the dragon's egg? If we get hold of that egg, wouldn't that mean we'd stand a better chance of winning this war? Or at least, we know that we'll be meddling with the Emperor's plans." Dogan nodded. "That was what I was about to suggest. Yes, if Kino's not here by tomorrow, we must leave. We cannot stay here forever, waiting for him to turn up," he said. I did not know what to say. I wanted Kino to be with us already, but Pyper and Dogan were right. We cannot wait forever. I moved to my bunk and laid down, thinking things over. I did not feel as good about the news Elder Man and Dogan delivered. I thought about other things, how everything could go better, but I fell asleep thinking about the possibilities and not coming up with one sound solution. Kino Amark. Grandpa had been terribly quiet ever since the incident in the boat. He said I should not dwell on it, but how could I not if he would not talk to me? Perhaps there were other things on his mind, but it was just the two of us traveling now. If he did not speak to me, I was left to my thoughts, a lot of them, and none of which was good. I sighed. It was a tiring journey, and I could not decide which was better, traveling with Grandpa or traveling with my friends. With Grandpa, I get the chance to sleep in inns. Somehow, he had connections, and people were helping us. But then, he dared not share any plans. Now, when I was with Pyper and Mayo, we would be lucky enough if we could lie down with some straw to make the ground a little softer and sleep for longer than 4 hours. Food was difficult to come by, but at least then, we talked to each other. We decided together. Grandpa, I said, no longer welcoming the silence. Where are we now? We're in Alangelan, a town in Amer, he said. I shivered at the thought. I had been to Amer before, and the experience was not entirely pleasant. General Ion Noto captured me and delivered me to the Queen. Luckily though, Pyper had helped me escape. Pyper, Arden, and Regan. I felt sad when I remembered Arden. I wished he were still here. As for Regan, I do not know what had become of the soldier who helped me. I prayed he was well. But where are we going? I asked. To your friends, as you wished, Grandpa said. In Canela? I asked. Grandpa nodded. Canela was the scariest place for me. Sinista was a horrible place, but only because of the hubbubs and other monsters that lived there. Aside from that, I would still think that Canela was, by far, the most terrifying place in the world. But what if they're not there? What you said before made sense. Your friends do not know where you are. Hence, they would wait for you somewhere they know you would be at, in case you get caught, he said. Don't worry. We will find them. He sounded very sure. Why have you been ignoring me? I blurted out. I did not intend to ask him so directly, but traveling with a companion who spoke very little made the journey quite lonely. Ignoring you? Grandpa asked. Then, he broke into a laugh. I wasn't ignoring you. He was still laughing. But if you weren't ignoring me, why weren't you talking to me? I asked. Grandpa pulled the reins of his horse and looked at me. I did the same and halted my horse. Since we started the journey, you barely had any chance to practice your power. You must master it much sooner than you think. He paused, studying me. It wasn't your fault, what happened when we were out in the waters. I blushed when I remembered my blunder. 2 men had died, and this time, I had a direct hand in the matter. But you need to master your power so that you would be able to use it well. And yet, this journey we're taking cannot be put on hold either, as you've made me understand its importance. I do agree with you. But that means that I must give you time to concentrate. Thus, you must, at all times, focus on your power even when you're riding a horse. Even when you're eating, even when you're sleeping, it should be second nature to you. I sighed. I had wanted to have power for such a long time, but that was before I learned that having power translated to so much responsibility. However, it was time to accept that. Do I need to save the world? I almost laughed at that thought. Almost. Do you understand me, Kino? Grandpa said. I looked at him, ashamed that I had let myself entertain such ridiculous thoughts. Yes, Grandpa, I do. And I promise I will keep on practicing. Good, he said. Then, he kicked at his horse and trotted off. Let's go, he yelled. My horse trotted after him. How I wish this was over. How I wish I was back again with my friends and mother, and... What was I thinking? If I could master shuffling, I would be able to use any power I had copied before. And that included, sniffling. The last sniffler may be gone, But I could copy his power before, so I must be able to do it again. I was suddenly filled with excitement at the thought that I could find my friends sooner than I had expected. I pulled my horse to a stop and closed my eyes. Please, 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 I uttered inside my head. Please work. I emptied my head of all thoughts and dulled my hearing from any sound. I just feel hollow, as though nothing consumed me. And then, I thought about Pyper. Her pretty little ashen face and all images of her I could conjure inside my head. Back to that day when I first met her. Back when she was practicing Distantecus with Mayo and me. Back when I traveled all the way to the ghost town to ask her father to let us live in Nivedon. Pyper had such a pretty face. Even when she was suffering from a fever caused by the Serpetus's venom, she still looked like a fairy. And at that moment, I could almost smell her. A feeling so strong engulfed me. I opened my eyes. Grandpa was trotting back to where I was. He had probably realized that I had stopped following him. When he finally reached me, worry made the lines on his forehead go deeper. "Are you all right?" he asked. I closed my eyes again and inhaled. And then, with a smile, I opened my eyes and said, "Never been better." Grandpa looked confused, but he did not ask me any more. "Let's go," he said. "We cannot dally any longer." I nodded and trotted after him. I could sense Pyper. She was still far from where I was, but I could already sense her. And where Grandpa was heading, I could feel the gap between Pyper and me narrowing, and with a light heart, I trotted at high speed. I shouted jubilantly. And starting that moment, Sisis seemed to shine a little brighter. Part 3, The Last Dragon. Chapter 1, Journey's End. Kino Amark. There are times that my power works and times that it does not. When the power I am trying to copy is that of the person near me, I succeed. But when it is a power I had used in the past, and the owner of the power has long since been away from me, harnessing that power becomes challenging. "Are we still going to Canela?" Grandpa asked. He was riding his bay ahead of me, his snowy eyebrows furrowed. I made my bay canter to catch up with him. "I think so," I said. "Yes." The lines on Grandpa's forehead deepened in worry. He was an old man. He used to be such a great and important man. He is Northsam Mendel Amark, the Emperor of Akea, before McQuinn Storm Aaron took over. How that happened is still a mystery to me. I only got acquainted with him recently, so there was not much to talk about. So far, all we ever discuss is how I can harness my power. It had been an okay moon turn for me. I practiced religiously so that I could manifest shuffling, which according to Grandpa, is a magnificent power. One that could equal the Emperor's power if mastered well. Or otherwise, shuffling could be so rotten that it would be as though I had no power at all. Before we began the journey to search for my friends, Grandpa and I talked lengthily about where we should go first, and we both decided that Canela should be our first stop. I told him about the last sniffler and how, for a while, I was able to copy his power. That was what I was using just now to track my friends. It was challenging to use sniffling now, unlike when the power first manifested in me. Grandpa said it is because the last sniffler is already dead, and even though I was able to copy his power, the power that I am using now is no longer magnified by its owner's presence in this world. Grandpa said that shuffling works best if, at any one point, I was able to use the power beside the person whose power I copied from, because that means that I will be able to replicate the exact pattern of wielding the power. Also, if I was close to the owner of the power when I used it, the power could be magnified because it feeds on the original source of the power. This might explain why I was having difficulty using sniffling. I get some sense every now and then, but it is not enough to give me an exact path to follow. At first, I thought the weak sniffling was only because I had not mastered shuffling yet, but it turns out that I would still lose hold of sniffling even if I was greatly concentrating. The length of time that I harnessed it was only enough to pinpoint if we were still on the right track to reach my friends, but the scent never lingered long enough for me to follow an exact route. It was still useful, though, because all we had to do was travel as fast as we could to hopefully find my friends. I have yet to get the chance to think about my mother. What I wanted to do was focus on finding Pyper. Once we find her, I will focus on finding Mayo next. Come to think of it, maybe I should try and search for Mayo before Pyper. Mayo Calo has been my best friend long before Pyper came into our lives, and I would hate for Mayo to learn that I did not look for him first. I am pretty sure that he would be mad at me. But then again, Pyper is also his friend, and my decision to search for Pyper should be alright with him. Knowing Mayo, I doubt my initial assessment of the situation because I'm pretty sure that Mayo would have preferred that I search for him first. Maybe I should look for Mayo. I closed my eyes and tried to picture his face. Images of our past adventures entered my mind, and for a brief moment, I was filled with nostalgia. Mayo was the one who shared his sandwiches with me at school. He was also the one who kept on popping into our cottage to tell me about our homework in class. Not only that, Mayo would always jeer me with his thirst for adventures. I wonder what he could be doing now. Nothing came to me, though. Even as I closed my eyes and conjured Mayo's plump face, his dark hair that always fell to his forehead, his little pointed nose, and his dark eyes, there's nothing. A scent came to me, but at such an inopportune timing because right that moment, the horse jolted to a stop. I gripped the reins tightly and let out a yelp. "Kino!" Grandpa shouted. I opened my eyes and saw that the horse had trudged away from the path, and I was close to a precipice. The wind blew against my face, and chill coursed down my spine as I imagined falling onto the steep slope. I suddenly remembered those times when I would wear wings that were made from leaves and jump from a hill like this one to try to fly. I had been courageous then, but looking back now, I understand better why my mother had forbidden me to do it. The thud of the horse's hooves came closer, and when I turned around, Grandpa was beside me. He quickly took my horse's rein, dragging me away from the cliff. I breathed out in relief. "What came over you?" he asked. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I was trying to find Mayo and..." Grandpa shook his head with slight dismay. "Focus, Kino," he said. "We cannot save all of your friends if you allow your emotions to control you. We'll get Pyper, and then we'll find Mayo next. Riding your bay with your eyes closed is reckless. I just wanted to know if Mayo was closer to us, and if that were the case, then it would be easier to get him first. He would be mad at me if he learns that I chose to get to Pyper first and not him," I responded. "Oh," Grandpa said, shaking his head, "he will understand. He's the one you said that wanted to be a soldier, right? If memory serves us right, then he would want to save the ladies first before the men. Trust me, Kino, he wouldn't mind." I wanted to tell Grandpa that Mayo doesn't think like that. Even though he is my friend, he could be quite selfish too, but I decided not to contradict him. "All right, Grandpa. Let's go," I said. I was still breathing fast, and my hands were clammy from the immediate surge of fear. Somewhere to the north, I could almost feel Pyper. There was something wrong. Yesterday, I could sense her in one location, but now, it felt as though she was moving. I could feel a change in her course, and now, she was slightly to the east. "Grandpa, I don't think Pyper is in Kanelan," I said. "I can still sense her, but now she is a little bit northeast." Grandpa's face turned ashen. "Well, I'll be damned. Why? What lies northeast?" I asked. "The grand volcanoes of Karasthea," was Grandpa's reply.
Pyper, San Diego. The sky was still dark when Dogen, Mayo, and I started the journey to Karasthea. We knew it was going to be an arduous journey, but there was no other option for us. Kino was not captured by the Emperor's men, which was a good thing. And since he was not in Kanelan with the talks about how the Emperor was on the hunt for the last dragon's egg, we thought it wise to distract the Emperor by going on a wild goose chase after the egg as well. Before I met Arden in Quila, I was not exactly aware of the last dragon's egg. To me, it was all just a myth. Something that the elders made up so that Nivan children would always obey them. Tales about the dragons and how their breath could scorch anyone were known to all Nivens, but they were just tales. After all, I have never seen one, nor any evidence of such existence. But to learn that the Emperor is on the hunt for the last dragon's egg somehow qualifies the fact that there really might be a dragon's egg. Mayo was quiet for a change. Perhaps his time in the dungeon has made him accustomed to keeping his thoughts to himself. "How did you manage to escape the dungeons?" I asked. "Miroe used his power, and I also used mine," Mayo said. Dogen turned around. "Really? In all my days serving the palace, no one has ever managed to escape the dungeons alive. Didn't they give you the Anatan herb to block your power?" "They did it for Miroe, but they never gave me a dose. My power is so passive that they probably thought I didn't need it. To be honest, I never thought I would need it too." "So if Miroe's power was blocked, how was he able to use it?" I asked. "Do you remember how my power was so weird that I thought it had no use at all? Apparently, it is quite powerful if I just put it to good use. What I did was search for the toxic components in Miroe's body, and I extracted it using my mind just like the way I did when I sucked the snake's venom from your leg." "Wow," I said. "That is quite brilliant. I'll keep that in mind. Chances are we're going to encounter a lot of the Emperor's soldiers, and we can make good use of your power." Dogen was also looking at Mayo in amusement. Perhaps he could not believe what he had just heard. "Do you think you can extract the power of the soldiers once we come face to face with them?" I asked. Mayo shook his head. "I don't think I can do that. I can only suck out what's bad from someone else's body." I thought about it some more. Mayo was probably right. I wish there was some way to know how else we could harness his power. "Have you been to Karasthea?" Mayo asked after a while. I shook my head, but I caught Dogen nodding. I had been there before, but only to scout the place. There are so many volcanoes in the vicinity that winter never touches that place. I remember things my father told me about Karasthea, that it is like hell, and I never quite believed him until I set foot in that province. You will understand what I'm saying once we get there. I'm not sure if we're doing the right thing. Why are we chasing after a dragon's egg again? I wish we were still in Canela, I blurted out. "No. You're only saying that because you're scared of the volcanoes," Mayo said. "And who wouldn't? I've never seen a volcano erupt before. The volcanoes haven't erupted in a long time, and I doubt if they will soon, so just focus on the task that we have right now." "Which is what exactly?" "Find the dragon's egg?" Mayo said, doubt unable to hide in his voice. "I don't think now is the right time for us to talk about it. We can't turn our backs after agreeing on this decision. Remember, if we can only get hold of the egg before the Emperor does, that's the only time we're going to stand a chance against him. And the best part is that we will probably get to save Kino," Dogen said. "I don't know how getting hold of the dragon's egg would make a difference." "Yeah. Me too. If I had my hand on such a thing, I would throw it away or crush it," Mayo said. "Better kill the dragon if the Emperor wants it that badly. I don't think we can control a dragon anyway," I said in agreement with Mayo. Dogen fell silent for a while, but he had no comforting words to offer us. He was probably as lost to the cause as Mayo and I was. But we must keep pushing forward. As we continued the journey, nobody said another word anymore. When evening came, we discovered that the path we took led us to many long stretches of land with hardly any fruit-bearing trees. It was a good thing we at least had horses, otherwise, it would have been an even longer journey for all of us. Dogen led us to an empty spot. He looked around, scouring the place for any potential danger, and when there was nothing to see, he gestured for us to join him. We set out to pitch an old tent that Dogen retrieved from one of the stockrooms in the Kanelan palace. He knew where all the supplies were kept. Being a former palace guard had its perks. Minutes later, we were all inside the tent and relaxing. Inside my head, I wondered what our chances of survival were in case a group of soldiers passed by. Would they slaughter us, or would they just let us be? "It gets so boring," Mayo complained. "I thought you liked going out on adventures?" I asked. "I never said, without any food. That's part of the thrill. To survive through all of these, in this condition." "I'm sorry," I'll try to find some food for us tomorrow, Dogen said. His eyes were solemn, and he sounded accountable for us again. It's all right. We knew what we were getting into, and it's all for the common good. Dogen nodded, but I could sense that he was still concerned. He got up and said, I will take the first watch. Go and rest. I will come in and wake you up when it's time to continue the journey. I glanced at Mayo, who still had a frown on his face. It would take a lot of convincing, so I lay down and ignored him until all loose thoughts vanished from my head. The last thing I remembered was Mayo's stomach growling so loudly that I thought it was him snoring. The following day, I was surprised to find that Sisis had already risen high on the horizon. I got up quickly and went out to check where Dogen was. Mayo was still inside the tent, snoring. Why didn't you wake us up? Dogen shrugged. I figured, what's the rush? What if the Emperor was out to set out a false trail for us to follow, and we just believed him? What if it's just a ploy? I'm the old one in our group, and I should have more sense about these things. Oh, no. You shouldn't think that way. We all agreed to this, and we've been traveling, both Mayo and I, without you by our side for a long time. We were able to make it, Dogen. I know you feel accountable for us, but we're with you on this one. We want to rescue Kino. We want to save Akea. Dogen grinned upon hearing that. Then he handed me the biggest root crop I have ever laid my eyes on. Have a taste. It's quite juicy even when it's not cooked. I grabbed the root crop and eyed it reluctantly but took a bite to satisfy Dogen and to make him stop worrying about us. I was pretty surprised when the juice splattered inside my mouth. There was a blend of sourness and sweetness in the root crop's juice. Mayo is going to love this, I said before sitting down beside Dogen. We were both looking at the tent. He's probably still dreaming. Dogen chuckled. Yeah, he probably is. The clear sky was suddenly spotted with a flock of birds. Look at that, I said to Dogen. His eyes were already trained on them, and I felt him tense. Could be anything, he said. Could be the elders' friends watching over us, I replied. Yes, but it doesn't hurt to be careful. For all we know, the Emperor could also have spies. Then one of the birds swooped down. Dogen stood up and extended his hand, and the bird landed on his arm gently. There. Tell your friend that we are safe here, Dogen said. We are on our way to Karasthea. I stood up and studied the bird, wondering if it was Calo, the bird that Elder Mayan asked to be our messenger. A white feather near its head made it distinct among the flock of birds. Calo, I said, extending out my arm. The bird cocked its head, and its beady eyes were studying me. It flapped its wings to fly and transferred to my outstretched hand. I giggled. It is you. We need to know how far we are from Karasthea. Can you check for us? Go there to see and then find us. Tell us how many more days we need to travel by flapping your wings as many times as there are days before we reach it. Can you do that for me? Calo chirped several times, but I was unsure if it understood. Elder Mayan said that Calo would and that I'd just have to talk to it. The bird pecked on my arm several times before it flew away. Here's to wishful thinking that Calo understood me, I said, hoping that we could have this journey done and over with soon.
Miroe Pasap. I did not want to see Mayo go, but I never liked his friend. That pale girl Pyper has always hated my guts for no reason at all. She probably thinks that she's better than all of us, and I hate people who think that way. I may be a waif, but that does not make me any less of a human being. It just so happened that I had no family to take care of me. Pyper got lucky. She has a family, an entire clan, that cares for her and the loyalty of friends that surround her. I figured that with Mayo beside me, I would almost be invisible. No one would be able to block me, and at the same time, I could give him the same level of protection. No one would be able to hurt him. Too bad that he went out to rescue his other friend now. Enough of that. His location concerns me no more. I must remember why I went to Kanelan in the first place and see to it that my plans became a reality. If no one else would take me in, not even my twin, then an alliance with the Emperor is the only thing worth fighting for. I would protect him if he would have me. It has been days since I have started patrolling around the palace, and still, there was no sign of the Emperor. I eavesdropped on the conversation of the servants and yet had no clue as to when the Emperor would be coming back to Canela. Supposedly, this should have given me more time to think about how I would introduce myself to the Emperor. I planned on making a grand entrance, but how would I ever do that if he was not even here to see it? My stomach grumbled, and I was reminded that I had not eaten since last night. Now that Mayo has left, it has become easier to nick fruits from the market. I laughed inside my head when I remembered how Mayo would complain if I just handed him 1 or 2 apples. He always wanted 3 or more. Without him, the task of stealing apples becomes so much easier. I have never been used to eating on time, and quantity was never my problem, and so now, I do not need to steal as often. Right now, though, I found myself headed back to the market. I wished I had a few coins with me so that I could eat at a diner, but with sketches of my face plastered all over Canela, I doubt if anyone would take me in even if I offered them 100 gold coins. But perhaps someone would, although that someone would likely hand me over to the Emperor for even more gold coins. I walked faster to reach the market sooner, and in just a few minutes, I found myself standing in front of the Kanelan marketplace. People were bustling about, trying to get a better price for their trade. It should be pretty easy for me because the vendors and buyers were busy haggling and negotiating their products. I chose the one with the biggest crowd and slipped through the buyers unnoticed. When only one person was blocking me, I reached out and took an apple. I polished it and glanced sideways, and when I was certain no one was looking, I quickly hid the apple inside my pocket. Then I moved away from the crowd as discreetly as possible and chose another store where I could get some more apples. I had to do it at least 2 more times so that I would not have to go back here for the next 2 days. I have always been successful in stealing, and it was probably because no one wanted to look at me twice. Once they see me, the smile on their faces would turn into a sneer. They probably think that I would bring trouble to them. This suited me. In this sense, I have become invisible. Going back to the Kanelan Palace is challenging because the guards are patrolling everywhere. I took the trouble of borrowing a hat with a wide brim, borrowing because I intend to return it after I become a member of the Emperor's Palace Guards. Something similar to what Arden used to wear. The hat did not conceal my identity completely because I had a scar that stretched across my face that was so distinct even a child would be able to identify me in a crowd. But enough of all this rambling. I have to focus on finding the Emperor. I was busy trying to steer away from prying eyes when the sky suddenly darkened. I looked up to see a cloud formation big enough to dim the Kanelan sky. The rest of the Akeans near the palace gates were also staring above, and I heard hushed voices murmuring, "The Emperor must be back." Perfect. If the Emperor is here, I could pledge my loyalty and form an alliance with him soonest. I should have been done with my mission already, except that, oh, gods, for once in my life, I feel real fear. My heart thudded inside my chest, and sweat started coursing down my back. How I wish that the Emperor would take me with him. But what if he orders to have me executed instead? Would I stand a chance? Would I be fast enough to squish his heart? Would I even dare do that? I have heard a lot of bad things about him, and it is not like he is going to treat me any differently. The only consolation that I have is knowing for a fact that the Emperor is good to those who serve him well. He made a general into a king in one of the provinces in Akea, but at the same time, has deposed his mother from the throne. Why would I be an exception to how the Emperor treats people when I mean nothing to him, and we are not even related by blood? Would I not be as disposable to him as the rest of his soldiers, lest I have that one chance to prove myself? As I wiped the beads of cold sweat from my forehead, I wondered if I should head on straight to the canals of the palace or if I should still try to come up with an alternative strategy first. All I know is that I am running out of time. I took out an apple from my pocket, bit it, and started running after the cloud formation. There was no going back now. This is it. I was panting when I reached the Kanelan Palace. The cloud formation had gone, which meant that the Emperor was probably inside his chambers by now. It would be difficult for me to enter the palace unnoticed, and I cannot use the same route that Mayo and I took the last time we were here. After the registry of citizens was stolen, security had been tightened, and the soldiers probably distributed copies of the sketches of my face to all of the workers of the palace. One wrong move and I would be captured for sure. So I must make up my mind now. To get to the Emperor, I was left with no option but one. I hurriedly went inside and prayed that no one would stop me, but fat chance at that. I had only walked a few yards when a soldier approached me. "Hey, you!" he yelled. "Stop right there." I dared not look back and instead ran past him. The chase was on. I kept running and took the grand staircase, hoping that this route would take me to the Emperor sooner. If I remember correctly, his chambers were still on the top floor of the palace. It would take me some time before I reach it. I could still hear the footsteps of the soldier who was pursuing me, but it was good that the others had not joined in the chase, yet. "Stop him!" he shouted. I ran faster, taking 2 steps of the stairs with each giant leap. While I could hear my heartbeat pumping frantically, my energy doubled with an intense desire to reach the Emperor soon. There was a voice inside my head that kept chanting, "No one can save you but yourself. No one." On the 4th floor of the palace, I found myself almost face to face with several soldiers. I stopped in my tracks and decided to hide inside the nearest door that I was able to find. "What are you doing?" I heard someone say. "Go after him. He is an intruder." At that, I heard rushed footsteps. I crouched from where I was hiding and hoped that when the soldiers went straight inside the room, I could trick them and lock them in. I waited for the perfect opportunity, and when the door banged open and the soldiers walked in, I grabbed the nearest object beside me and threw it opposite my direction. The soldiers glanced towards that space and hurriedly rushed towards it. That was the moment I was waiting for. I stepped out from where I was and speedily went for the door. As I ran out, I closed the door behind me, but I was not able to lock them in. I was panting hard, and I was unsure if I could still make it to the top of the floor, but I really had to try. I only get one chance, otherwise, once the soldiers catch me, they would lock me in the dungeons, again. If that happens, I know that I will not have the same chance of escape as last time. Lucky for me, I was able to make it to the 8th floor unnoticed. This time I changed my strategy. Stealth was my only ally now. I watched out for palace guards patrolling and crossed the hallways only when no one was around. There were several cleaners that I ran into, but they did not pay me any mind. They were busy doing their tasks and did not think a lad like me would be of any threat to the palace. My heart had not stopped with its frantic beating until I finally reached the landing of the Emperor's chambers. I surveyed it closely as a rasping breath escaped me. Of all the places inside the palace, this was the most heavily guarded. The Emperor's men's shield were all here, and there was no way that I could get past them without drawing any attention to myself. I counted inside my head. At least 20 soldiers were stationed at the entrance to the chambers, and I would count myself lucky if inside, there would be no one else aside from the Emperor. I had to expect and prepare for the worst. I braced myself for the final stretch of my mission. I breathed slowly, trying to calm myself. A steady stream of sweat coursed down my back, and my hands were shaking when I finally decided to come out of my hiding place. There is no other way. All 20 sets of eyes were immediately fixed on me. I heard the clashing of the swords against leather and steel as they were drawn out of their sheaths. "Who are you?" one of the soldiers bellowed. I observed them, trying to identify who among them was the leader. "I am Miroe Pasap, and the Emperor has summoned me." It was a surprise that my voice did not break and that I sounded far more relaxed than how I felt. "Why would the Emperor summon you?" came back the reply. The man's eyes were trained on me, and his hand held tightly on his hilt. Sysis hit the blade at an angle, and it shone brightly, reminding me of how painfully this could end. "I have a special power, one that the Emperor would need, so you must let me speak to him. I have come to pledge my allegiance to him. His Grace is not going to receive any visitors today because he has no time for mongrels like you." One of the soldiers inched closer to me but stopped immediately in his tracks nonetheless. His eyes bulged out of their sockets, and his mouth hung open when he finally realized who I was. "I know you. You're the one in the posters. The one who killed many palace soldiers." the one who escaped from the Kanelan Dungeons. At that, all of the palace guards shifted to a fighting stance, hands ready to wield their swords. You are that criminal. Surrender to us or perish. My face was flushed in anger, and I could feel the heat seeping through my veins. I only want to serve the Emperor. So please, just let me meet His Grace. I am not going to hurt him. I told you, I only want to serve him. No one is going to believe you after what you did. You have such a horrible power that no one in his right mind would take you to him. You will not be taken as a servant and certainly never in a position that would keep you near the Emperor. No matter what vow you swear, you will always pose a great danger to him. Do not take us for fools. Surrender now so that we can take you back to the dungeons, and perhaps if you do that, His Grace might decide to spare your life, the soldier sneered. You don't understand. Let me through, please. I insisted. My heart was thumping because I knew that at this moment, there was no other option left for me but to use my power. I bent down, readying myself to attack the soldiers and to dodge any weapon that would be cast at me. I tried to calm myself and fed anger to my already burning chest. They will not capture me. I did not come here to die. The soldiers in front of me all moved into a fighting stance, but none dared to step forward. They held the door to the chambers steadily, and it was clear that they had no intentions of letting me pass through. Suddenly, the door of the chambers opened, and out came an elderly man. What is all this ruckus? He asked. Don't you know that the Emperor is not taking any visitors for the day? He said in an admonishing tone. His eyes fell upon the soldiers, and seeing their odd stances, his eyes were quickly diverted to me. He's an intruder, General, the soldier said. An intruder and a criminal. His head is wanted for the death of many Akeans. The general's eyes narrowed at me. If he is a criminal, then what are you waiting for? Go ahead and take him to the dungeons. He was shaking his head in sheer disappointment at how the soldiers were handling the situation. He is a dangerous one, General. No one is dangerous enough. There are 20 of you, and he's just one scraggly lad. He was chuckling now. If you do not take him now and I decide to take him alone, I will send you to the training yards and let you fiddle with wooden swords for moon turns. General, I interrupted, please give me a chance to talk to the Emperor. That's the only thing that I want to do. I promise you. I will never hurt him. What arrogance! The general spat out. What makes you think that you can even hurt the Emperor? Don't you know what his power is? Don't you know what he's capable of? General, a soldier said, if I may, the lad can kill anyone using just his mind. The general's eyes were back on me. Is that true? He asked, his interest suddenly piqued. I didn't answer his question, which was probably a better confirmation than if I opened my mouth to answer him. The dark heart, the general said slowly as he studied my face. There was a flash of recognition in his eyes as though he remembered seeing my face from one of the posters. That's what your power is called. It was gone for a long time, and many people feared its return because the prophecies say that it would only manifest again if there is going to be a great turmoil upon the land. His white brows nodded. But what about the good heart? The dark heart cannot exist without the good heart. The gods willed it so that there is a balance. One cannot exist without the other. I have a twin sister. I didn't really care about what our powers were called. Where is she? The general asked. Is she with you? I don't know. I left her in Sinista a long time ago. Very well, then. I cannot let you loose upon this land, especially since your sister is not here to counter what your power can do. Soldiers, take him to the dungeons. The general ordered. Please, don't do that. I bellowed. 2 soldiers were already moving towards me, their swords were drawn out and now pointing at me. I will surely be captured if I do not use my power now. That was not the reason I went here. I closed my eyes and let hatred flow through my veins, and then I grasped both of their hearts and squeezed them so that they would stop beating. In an instant, their swords clanged to the floor, the soldiers gripped their chests. Panting, they fell to the marble floor. Stop it! The general yelled. "Don't move, or I will call upon the emperor so he can banish you himself." "You don't understand," I said in a cold voice. "I am not here to bargain. I can end all of your lives here, right now, without even raising a finger. If you do not let me pass, that's what I intend to do. I am not here to beg, but still, I had to say please so many times, and you failed to listen. I do not kill unnecessarily. No one has to die unless you remain stubborn." My voice had gone cold and low. Emotions were raging inside of me now. This coldness seemed to have affected the soldiers because they stirred from where they were standing. The door to the emperor's chambers was wide open, and all I had to do was walk in, but surrounding that entrance were the soldiers and the general, and they could very easily attack me as I passed by. "Throw your sword to the ground as a sign that you will not kill me when I turn my back on you. You cannot stop me from going to the emperor and serving him. I told you, I'm not going to hurt him. I am here to serve his grace." The general raised his arm to signal his men to drop their swords to the ground, and one by one, they obeyed him. When the last of the sword was thrown to the ground, I walked forward, trying to predict what this group of men would do. They were all muscular that, even without a sword, they could wrestle me effortlessly, so I ambled, watching them from the corner of my eyes. The general was glaring at me. He stood ready to pounce on me. When I was already a few yards away from them, I stared ahead of me and saw the throne where the emperor was sitting. If he had been there since I started walking in, then perhaps he had seen what had happened. I stopped and bowed down even at a far distance to show him my respect. It wasn't enough. The men who were surrounding him moved forward, threatening me with their swords. I knelt down quickly to avoid any bloodshed. I prostrated in fear in front of the emperor after hearing the soft, rushed footsteps from somewhere in the room. The footsteps did not stop, and so I stood up in a rush, only to find that a soldier was already trying to jump at me. His arms were outstretched, and he was ready to grapple with me. I raised my hand, and with all the power that I could muster, I squeezed his heart. There was a moment when his eyes bulged before his body dropped lifelessly to the ground with a loud thud. Another one came after him, but I was faster this time. Before he could even leap from the ground, I had already squeezed his heart. It seems like they would never stop. They kept on coming at me, and most had their swords already drawn out, but before they could swing at me, their bodies fell in a heap while their swords clanged to the floor. I was wondering what the emperor was making of this fight when an arrow pierced me through my shoulder blade. I fell to the ground as the searing pain shot through my entire body. Blood instantly soaked my shirt, and I could feel myself getting nauseous. The sight of blood had never done me any good because fighting for me never required bloodshed. A fist found my face, and I grimaced when it struck me. Another soldier now towered me, kicking me all over. This must be it. This must be how my mission would end. The emperor did not even get the chance to hear my vow. My body was throbbing all over from the punches and kicks that it was receiving. But a thought came to me. The good heart, the general had said. For some reason, the fact that the general knew about my twin scared me. What if he goes after Goemi? I could never let that happen. I was born with her, it was not right to let her out into the world without me. Not when everything had become so chaotic. So even when I could feel my eyes shutting from the bruises, and my face was all bloodied, I opened my eyes and gazed at the soldiers' faces. I may not have had the energy to stand up, but I managed to squeeze all of their hearts until they fell on me like lifeless sacks. All of a sudden, the wind howled from somewhere in the room as though there was a storm brewing. I heard a cold icy voice above all the ruckus. "Who are you?" he asked. "Stand if you are still alive." It was the voice of my master, the one whom I vowed to serve for the rest of my life. And so, even though my entire body was hurting, I pushed at the bodies that piled on top of me, trying to stand up. Everything hurts. Finally free from the pile of bodies, I knelt in front of the emperor while gasping for breath. My head felt heavy, and the headache that had started to build up exploded into something more excruciating. I winced, but I couldn't make his grace wait for me. He, my master, was talking to me. I tried to stand up, but my knees buckled, and I fell to the ground. Blood dripped from my mouth to the floor. What is your name? The emperor asked. I did not know why at that moment. It was the general's words that came to me, so when next I spoke, I said, "The Dark Heart, Your Grace. I am Miroe Pasap, and I possess the Dark Heart. I have no desire but to serve you." My gaze traveled from the boots that were in front of me upward to meet the silver eyes of the emperor. They were burning as he watched my every move. He had walked over to where I was, and only several feet were separating us. "I will serve you, Your Highness." The emperor did not move, but he continued studying me, and when I could not bear the silence any longer, I asked, "Will you take me to serve you, Your Highness?" It matters no longer what his answer would be. For me, it was already enough that I had asked. I would leave the rest to the emperor. "Show me what you can do." "Stand up and show me no fear," said the emperor. I looked around as gasps filled the air. Everybody seemed to have lost blood as they understood the full meaning of what the emperor was asking me. He wanted me to slay someone in front of him so that I could display my power, as though the dead bodies surrounding me were not enough. I looked at the emperor, never letting myself cower from his glare while I raised my right arm, pointed it in a random direction, and made a gesture to close my fist. Inside my head, I was already squeezing someone else's heart. Someone choked in the direction that I pointed. I glanced and saw a man writhing slowly, clutching at his chest. I have not entirely ended his life yet because this man did me no wrong. But as I stared at the emperor's cold eyes, it seemed that my display of power was not enough. So I did what I had to and closed my fist and, at the same time, squished the soldier's heart. I could almost tell the exact time that his soul left his body as a shriek pierced the utter silence of the emperor's chambers. The silence was broken again as the soldier fell to the ground with a loud thud. The emperor glanced at the body of the lifeless soldier before looking me in the eyes again. A slow smile formed on his lips. "Excellent power. One that would be of great use to me," he began. "Your Grace," the general protested. "He is dangerous to you. Forgive me for talking out of turn, but he could at any time kill you without lifting a finger." The emperor turned to the general. His eyes were burning. "A valid point. But I would rather have him fighting for me than release him to the ones who are rebelling against me. Don't you ever use your head to think?" he said in a menacing tone. The general's face turned red in anger. "Your Grace," he said. "It is evil. When everyone else has turned against me, when everybody else wants to plant a dagger at my back, this lad will be there to kill anyone who would even dare raise a hand against me." The emperor paused. "Even you." He continued, "I appreciate your warning, General, but this decision is mine to make. With him beside me, Akeans will see me as the lesser evil." He laughed. The soldiers shifted in worry from where they were standing. After a few seconds, the emperor turned to me. "If I give you an order to kill someone, do not falter. For that, I would bestow upon you the honor of being my new man shield. As you know, the last one defected." He turned away from me and walked back towards his throne. "Come, I need to talk to you alone." The soldiers surrounding us were stunned in disbelief at what had just happened. Perhaps they were all thinking that if that soldier was so dispensable to the emperor, how much was their own lives worth? I began to ask myself the same question, except that I had quite the advantage. If I sensed someone wanting to kill me, I could easily counter that. I stood to my full height, though limping, and began to walk after the emperor. For some reason, all the pain that I was feeling seemed to have slowly vanished. In my head, I was triumphant. The Dark Heart has finally found its way home.
Chapter 2, A Reminder of the Past. Saul Douglas. After everything that had happened, I am still amused that I have chosen to remain steadfast and kept my vow to stay with the Emperor. This promise which I vowed to the former Emperor Northsam Mendel Amark's general bound me to always serve whoever bore the title Emperor, and yet, seeing Wind act the way he does makes me wonder if it was all right to break my promise altogether. I have tried to influence Wind's decisions and to guide him to the right path, but most of the time, he would do an entirely different thing, if not the opposite of what I would counsel him. I know that my conscience is intact and that I have done well in my task, but remembering what had happened almost 2 moon turns ago in the forest leading to Nivedon still gave me shivers. Did I really kill Lamare Amark? And if I did, does that make me a bad person? I hardly got any sleep last night as these thoughts continue to haunt me. Wind is back in the Kanelan Palace, and I have just started hearing about the things that he has been doing while he was away. I was certain that half of what I have heard were fabricated stories embellished with grandeur as they traveled from one mouth to the next, but still, it put him in a bad light for searching for the last dragon's egg. He could not have been wasting his time going on such a wild hunt. He should not have. Does he truly believe that his empire was nearing collapse that he would resort to such thoughtless actions? No one in Akea believes the existence of the last dragon egg, and yet, there he is, looking for it. I wish I could put an end to this. Akeans need him to solve their problems and not glorify an ancient past when dragons roamed the lands. Times have changed, and the age of mysticism has long passed. There is only one thing that Wind wants, and that is to rule Akea for as long as he can. If I could help him with that, I wonder if he would be content and put an end to all this madness. I have always used my power to support him, and I would keep on doing so. The problem is, uprisings have sprouted about. There is news of them in provinces where I least expected them. Talks of tree runners taking over lands have reached me as well. There are so many things happening all at once that it has become quite challenging to track altogether. While the tree runners and some generals remain loyal to the Emperor, how many have already defected? How could they, now? My power has always helped me whenever there was trouble brewing, because I could bring peace if I wanted to. It did not matter who the enemy was. If I speak, he will listen. And now I wonder if it is right for me to win over more allies for the Emperor. If I do that, I should be able to convince Wind that no one would be interested in taking the throne from him. I must begin my journey. I believe there is still a way for me to help Wind, and I would do everything in my power to ensure that. This would be my last chance to win him back. Once he is all settled as Emperor, he would have time to remember how it was for us before life became too complicated because of his unquenchable thirst for power. The door to my room opened, and I was caught off guard. I stood up in a rush. Who told you to? I stopped mid-sentence when the silhouette by my doorway moved towards me, and the light from my room touched the Emperor's handsome face. His silver eyes glittered in the dim light. They were cold, and yet, they were also beautiful. There is something that I need to show you, Wind, the Emperor of Akea said. He called out, Miroe, come here. A tall, lanky lad well in his teenage years came into view. He had dark hair, which he had tied quite untidily. A long scar stretched from the outer corner of his left eye down to the left side of his lips. This is Miroe Pasap. He is my new man-shield, Wind said. I tried to remain calm, but this was preposterous. Another one of his bad decisions yet again. He is entrusting his life to a lad. What would this boy know about fighting, let alone defending an emperor? You cannot be serious, I said. He laughed. He usually does this when he is confident about a decision. His power knows no boundaries, Wind said. His eyes were still glinting. I recognized that it was from excitement. My eyes fell upon the lad again, wondering why, if he had such potent power, I did not remember him. Was there an Akeen wine festival that I had missed? He likely would have presented about 4 moon turns ago, and by then, I was already in the Kanelan Palace. No, I was certain that I would remember not only his face but also his name if he ever displayed power with such strength, so much so that it would excite Wind. What power does he possess? I asked. You will be surprised, he said. He turned to Miroe and gave him a curt nod. Let us amuse Lady Salarin, Wind added in a mocking tone. The lad paled, but he nodded. His lower lip quivered. He turned to me, and as I gazed deeply into his eyes, I was reminded of a memory, but I could not put a finger on it. I waited for the ostentatious display of power, but the lad just stood there in front of me. His lip quivered slightly some more, his nostrils flared, and his eyes squinted, but aside from these facial movements, there was nothing else. I was beginning to get impatient when all of a sudden, a sharp sensation crawled towards my heart. It was like a force that gripped my heart. My eyes popped in shock upon discovering what power this lad possessed. I could almost feel his invisible fingers as they slowly squeezed my heart. I gasped and clutched at my chest. "Wind," I croaked, wanting him to command the boy to stop. But he just stood there in front of me. His eyes never left my face, and there was a curious glint in them. "The dark heart," Wind said. I couldn't believe it either. I wasn't even looking for it, and yet, when my supporters started rebelling, here he is, submitting his allegiance so willfully. Everything truly has a right place and time in Akea. His voice sounded so calm and without any trace of panic. I began to worry if he would allow this lad to kill me. "What are you going to do about the lad, my lady?" He crouched down so he could look me directly in the eyes as I struggled to remain standing. I could hardly breathe anymore. "Stop it, Wind," I said in between breaths. Wind just stared at me without doing anything, as if he found it amusing to watch me die. Was he truly this mad? My face flushed in anger. Wind would not command the lad to stop, and if he did not, I could die soon. Tears streaked my cheeks as the pain of betrayal hit me. All these moon turns that I have served him, and still, he tests me. Emotion as cold as ice burst inside of me, and I was able to pry the invisible fingers gripping my heart. I then twisted it and hurled it away as I screamed in agony. With my energy spent to its fullest, I fell to the floor gasping for breath, and when I was able to stand up, I did so to protect myself from the lad should Wind order him to attack me again. The lad had been thrown to the other side of the room. I walked briskly towards him with arms raised, and this time, I was the one touching the lad's heart. "Do not ever do that to me again." I yelled at him as tears continued to streak down my cheeks. I was shaking. With my power, I never thought that I could be one whose composure could be broken by anyone. "My lady," he murmured. "You are hurting me." This close to him, I could see his young face as it twisted in agony and realized that I had been dousing him with a calmness that was enough to send him to sleep for a month. That must have caused a lot of hurt to someone with his power. I let my hands fall to my side, still in disbelief at how my facade of serenity had crumbled down so easily. Just as I thought, Wind began. "Powers that are controlled by the mind can counter each other." Wind's voice sounded pleased, and I wanted to hit his crazy, egotistical head. "With you and Miroe by my side, I wouldn't even need the crafty dragon's egg. It would be good to have it. Still, the two of you may be enough for me already." "Get up, Miroe," he said. "A woman must not be able to beat you up like that." The sound of his laughter deafened me as he turned away. I sat on the floor, still catching my breath. My eyes were still unfocused, as though I had passed out and only came to. When I looked up, Miroe was the one standing now. His shoulder was covered in matted blood. He held out his hand. "I'm truly sorry, my lady," he said. "You must not apologize for following the orders of that crazy man," I said. I bit my tongue. Never have I spoken against Wind in the past, and it was not time to start now. I shook my head, disgusted with myself. He was still my emperor. Regardless of what emotions he evoked in me, regardless of what foul things he may make me do, I will still honor him no matter what the odds are. Besides, I hurt you too. But you must remember not to do that again because I know so much more about your power than you probably do, and I intend to use that knowledge to kill you, should I sense that you desire to hurt me again." Miroe looked appalled but quickly bent towards me and grasped my elbows before pulling me up. I swayed a little when I was finally on my feet. "No one has ever done that to me before," he murmured. "I've had moon turns of practice. Your power has not reached its peak, but I hope I won't be the one you would practice on for it to grow further." Miroe blushed. "I didn't mean to, my lady. I only want to serve the Emperor," he said. "Don't we all?" I asked. For the first time, I studied his face, and I was taken aback. This close, I swear I could remember Wind when he was younger. His eyes, jawline, and face with the sunken cheeks reminded me of Wind. I swear Miroe was the spitting image of Wind when he was about his age. The Wind that I fell in love with. This young man had dark hair, and his eyes were not silvery gray. I walked as far away from Miroe as I could, intending to escape him. "What must I do, my lady?" Miroe asked. All I wanted was to serve him. "Do not talk to me like we are friends. Find your way with the Emperor. But if I will tell you this, you need to wash up first. The Emperor doesn't take kindly to those who stink." He chased after me, and he held onto my elbow. "My lady, must I beg?" he asked softly. His voice sounded amiable enough, a stark contrast to the brusqueness of his actions after having attacked me. Perhaps he was not a loathsome creature. Perhaps there was a kindness in him that I needed to unravel. In serving the Emperor, you must remember that he will ask a lot from you. Denying his request will mean your death. At some point, you will be bound to choose between what you believe in and what he believes in, and if they are not the same, what must you do then? His gaze never left my face, but he did not answer. Even with the long scar on his face, he looked so vulnerable, which was so ironic considering the power he had. He nodded. "I have not served anyone before. I don't know how to do it. How do I even begin?" "You heard the Emperor. He has made you his man shield. It means that his life comes before yours. You must never lose sight of him. How will you protect him if you're not by his side?" I was unsure if it was my imagination or if the lad in front of me shivered visibly. He nodded. "I will do what I must, my lady," he said. He opened his mouth as though wanting to say something but instead closed it abruptly. He turned around and walked away. He stopped so quickly that I almost bumped into him. "I don't know where to go," he said shyly. "Oh, don't be so timid. Come with me."
Chapter 3, Decisions. Elder Mendel. The Nivens have all agreed that indeed it was time to leave Nivedon. The general and his men knew that Nivens existed, there was no doubt about that. He would likely send a messenger to the Emperor, and the gods only know what the Emperor would do if he gets the confirmation that the grey men who attacked his palace were Nivens and that there were never any ghosts to begin with. Several moon turns ago, the Emperor had ordered the complete eradication of the clan for no reason at all. At least, for no reason that was known to us. But who knows what he was actually thinking? He could attack us more swiftly this time around, now that he is not making any attempt at concealing his darker, more evil side. Salvatore could be right when he suggested going to Amare, but I have heard stories about that province as well. There is a new king, and if I am not mistaken, he was the one who led the army to Nivedon, a former general and an ever-loyal supporter of the Emperor, Ion Noto. Oh, he will be back to destroy us. My friends told me that everyone was in a rush. Not only the Akeens but those who fly and have 4 feet as well. The animals have become so wary about everything that is happening in Akea, and I have heard from them that everyone seems to be moving away from Karasthea, apparently after sensing some impending darkness that loomed over the province. On the other hand, I have also received word that there are many groups still en route to Karasthea. The Emperor himself came in his search for the last black dragon's egg. I wonder if Salvatore would ask the Nivens to veer away from Karasthea once he learns that the Emperor has focused his efforts on the province. It would be a slaughter, carnage that we could avoid, because the Nivens, even though trained to fight, are not ready to face the Emperor just yet. But in war, was anybody ever truly prepared? In an hour, the meeting would begin among the Niven elders. A decision has to be made. But where must we go? News has traveled far and wide that the tree runners have allied with the Emperor and that they were out there bringing havoc to any province they go to. It seems like there will be no place safe for us. For anyone. I hurried to the town hall, and I was surprised to find that Laren was already there. The blonde woman had lost significant weight since her husband's death. Her eyes had lost the innocence they once had, and now they reeked of something else, a quiet determination perhaps. When she glanced my way, she looked almost ready to fight. Her every movement seemed poised and prepared for battle. "You startled me, Elder," she said. "You are quite early, but I am glad to find you here," I said, finding myself a chair. "I worry about a lot of things. Is the world ending? And if it is, will I ever find my daughter again? Will I get to see her one more time before death takes its toll upon me?" Her eyes shimmered in the darkness, holding back tears as much as she could. "Indeed, these are dangerous times, but we must not lose hope. Peace will settle upon Akea eventually, but sadly, not without cost," I said, wondering to myself if part of that cost would be any one of our lives. But then again, I am already old, and so I am willing to pay the price if it is due. Where must we go, Elder Mayan? She asked. I am torn between going where we can all be safe or going somewhere else where we can have the advantage to fight the Emperor. Is it even worth fighting if it means we would die anyway? She continued, if we overthrow the Emperor, what assurance do we get that the one replacing him is not going to be just as bad? All these things keep running inside my head, so much so that I hardly get any sleep at all. And above all, I have a daughter to worry about as well. A tear slid down her cheek, and my heart broke upon seeing it. I kept thinking about my last conversation with my daughter, and it kills me that I could not even remember if I told her I love her, she sobbed. As a parent, it is only right that you should worry, I began. But your daughter has a good head on her shoulders. Not only did she manage to escape the Emperor once, but twice, she told me. Continue praying to the gods that they would guide her, but other matters must occupy a leader's mind. Our people need you to make the right decision at this time. It was my way of comforting her, although I was unsure if it worked. Sometimes, I find it difficult to distinguish between my personal life and my service to the Nivan people. Yes, I serve the people, but I am also a mother who has lost her husband and is afraid to lose her daughter. What would Andoni say if he learns that our daughter has managed to run away from me again? A wry smile touched her lips as her hand moved towards the corners of her eyes to wipe the tears. She sat a little straighter as though she was trying to draw more courage. Your husband knows that you have a free-spirited daughter, one that you wouldn't manage to keep if there was a greater calling beckoning at her. You should be proud that your daughter acts as she does, and perhaps that's what she has become, a hero, for saving her friends. You told me that you would tell me once you learn about my daughter's whereabouts. Please, Elder, let me know if you have information on her whereabouts. As I promised, I will when the information reaches me. She drew several deep breaths, and after a moment's pause, she turned to look at me again and said, before Niven's eager to hear our plans fill the town hall, give me your counsel. Where must we go? I have been giving it much thought myself. There are only 13 other provinces in Akea. If you're going to be conservative about our plans, then the best place for us to go would probably be the Lakay Islands. We could build a fortress there. While the sea protects us from the Emperor's footmen, our position would give us enough advantage to somehow diminish their numbers even before they set foot on the islands. On the other hand, we can also opt to go where the fighting has already begun. If we come to their aid, we can rally the rebellion survivors to join our cause. There's Bulaknin and Kanela, although I doubt we would be able to sway Kanela. It is the capital, after all. Those who had been there long enough would always prefer to support whoever is sitting on the throne. I paused. Aside from that, there is also Amer and Karasthea, I said after some thought. I know nothing of war. This was what my husband did, and he was good at it while I stood by to support him, she said. Laren was not an emotional Nivan, and it was difficult having to listen to her like this. It must be the time of the night that brings about this emotional side of her. She was surely missing her family so much, who could blame her when Andoni was snatched from her without as little as a goodbye, and her daughter was on a wild chase to save her friend, who has become the focus of the Emperor's wrath. There was some rustling, and we both turned around to find Salvatore entering the room. And I thought I was early, he said. Good to find you both are already here because there are many things we need to discuss. I have learned that the Emperor is interested in finding the last great black egg. I do not worry too much though, that he would find it because from what I know, it is merely a tale. But this will give us an advantage. While his mind is preoccupied with mythological creatures, we can make our presence felt by following him there and engaging him in battle. Laren opened her mouth to speak, but before a word could form, she closed it again. I have heard that news as well, but I am uncertain how to make good use of that information. What about the rest of the Nivens? I asked. I'm the chief, and the people will follow my orders knowing that I have their best interests in mind. I just wished to discuss this with you to hear your thoughts about it first. I am not even familiar with Karasthea, nor have I any knowledge about volcanoes. Are we truly ready to fight? Are Nivens trained enough to fight the Emperor's men? Laren asked. I would like to think that all these years in hiding were put to best use by training. Every day, Romeo and Andoni led the training of our men. When we fought the general's men not so long ago, our men displayed the courage I had always expected them to possess. You said yourself that we have no other option but to fight. I believe that, too, and with this belief comes the acceptance that we must be ready to die to reclaim our rightful place in Akene society as Nivens. We are as much a citizen as any Akene is. Laren and I remained silent. I believed in Salvatore's plan. I did not doubt that it was the path to follow. I could only guess what was going on inside Laren's head. If you both agree with me, I shall propose this to everyone at the town hall. Ready yourself to answer questions once they start arriving. There will be much planning to do in such little time. You have my support, I said. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Laren nodding as well.
Chapter 4, The Separation. Quila Tash. Ever since our encounter with the tree runners in the school, Goami had become jumpy with even the slightest sounds. Awareness of one's surroundings is a good thing except when it crosses the line toward paranoia. I am afraid that this is where Goami is headed. It was as if she had completely transformed and was no longer the courageous twin who was ready to protect Miroe under any circumstance. Goami walked silently beside me as we tried to hide behind the shadows. We traveled at night to avoid the risk of bumping into any of the general's men. Are you all right? I asked for like the 100th time this evening. Goami looked at me and put a finger to her lips, signaling me to be quiet. You have to talk to me at some point, you know, I said. There's no one around to bother us anyway. Goami visibly shivered and snapped at me. You're too noisy. Won't you be quiet at least this one time? Well, at least I know that she was still catty. I understand that you're scared and all, but don't you think that this is already ridiculous? I know we have to be careful, but aren't you exaggerating things a bit? It's not helping, so please, just talk to me about what you're thinking, I said, sounding like I was pleading already. I want to find my brother. He would be able to protect me, and I would be able to protect him too. It was wrong of me to not go after him, and instead, follow you and the rest of your group when none of you ever cared about me. That's not true, I said. Arden cared about you. I care about you. The rest of them probably cared about you too, even with all your lies. Mistress Lamare probably cared about you too until now. I'm just a living mess. I get panicky because I know that my power is worthless, she said grumpily. I completely understood how she felt because I felt my power was just as worthless, but there was just no sense in dwelling on that. May I suggest that we leave these thoughts behind and just focus on reaching our destination sooner? Karasthea is home to all the volcanoes in Akea, so forgive me if I'm suddenly having second thoughts about going there, she said. I sighed. There was no point arguing with her. She would just ignore everything that I would say. So instead of annoying her further by asking too many questions, I decided it best to just be quiet along the way. Fine, she snapped again. Don't talk to me now. I felt heat washing over my face as annoyance tugged at me. I only stopped talking because you kept snapping at me. I yelled. Then in a much softer voice, I added, I'm as scared as you are, and that's why we both decided to travel at night. Don't you remember that we agreed on this? You're the one who said that traveling at night would make us invisible to the Emperor's men. But if we are to succeed, I need you here, with me, and when I say I need you, I mean I need that clear head of yours to help with the decisions. Stop floating around. I said the last sentence with a tinge of annoyance, and perhaps Goami had sensed it because she stopped pouting. Finally, Goami grabbed my hand and squeezed it. Shh, she said. I heard something. There's no, I said, but I stopped mid-sentence. Goami dragged me behind the bushes. We bent quickly as we hid. I didn't hear anything. Are you sure? I whispered. Shh, she said, pressing her index finger against her lips. But there was nothing for me to hear. I don't think there's anyone. I stopped at mid-sentence when all of a sudden, I saw a pair of boots right in front of where we were hiding. This time, it was my hand that gripped Goami's arm. My breath started to race and Goami was also breathing hard. My body began to shake in fear as the thought crossed my mind about what could happen if we got caught. To my surprise, Goemi seemed to be more composed. She was still breathing heavily, but that was to be expected when one was feeling great fear. "Do you see anyone else?" she whispered. I shook my head as my eyes were still fixed upon the boots in front of us. It began walking away until it was totally gone from our view. Then, as quickly as the boots had gone, I yelped in surprise as a strong arm grabbed me. "There are girls here," the man roared. I stood up in surprise as the man dragged me. "Let go of me," I yelled. Goemi was staring at me, and before anyone could react, she attacked the man and kicked him in the groin. The man bent forward and clutched at his crotch. "Run!" Goemi shouted. I ran as fast as my chubby legs could take me. Branches of the trees kept swatting my face, but I ignored them as I focused on only one thing: survival. I could hear Goemi running behind me. I took a turn to the left, and no sooner had I done that did I hear a loud thud as though someone had fallen to the ground. I stopped and turned around but could not find Goemi. "Run, Quila. They have me!" she yelled. "Save yourself." Tears streaked my face as I stood motionless, torn between running away or going after my friend. She was so scared earlier about getting caught that I wondered what would happen to her if she were surrounded by the Emperor's men. Rescuing her seemed like such an impossible thought. But I had to save her. "Run!" she shouted one more time before I heard her grunt. They must have punched her unconscious. Running footsteps became louder, and I knew then that I had dallied enough. I started running away, praying that Goemi would be all right. Oh gods! I pray that she will be safe. Please do not let the soldiers harm her. Was she right? Would we have fared better if her crazy twin was with us? I was already thinking about how I could possibly rescue Goemi, but nothing came to my mind. Oh gods, oh gods, oh gods. I was so scared. And that thought seemed to have fueled my feet as I sped away from the men who were pursuing me.
Chapter 5, Mysteries of the Past. Kino Amark. I must be dreaming because only in dreams do I get to see this beautiful place I used to call home, Wawang Village. It was the only place I could ever remember living in, and looking at our cottage now, I wanted so badly to go inside, lie down on my old bed, and just reminisce how it was before. I suddenly longed for my mother's stew and bread. I entered our cottage and was disheartened as I saw what was left of our cottage. Dust covered everything, and the roof had been torn off. It was probably from the recent storm that hit Wawang Village after Mother and I left. I surveyed the small living room and noted that nothing was as it used to. All the furniture was either broken or filthy. Indeed, it has been almost 2 moon turns since I was last here. "Mother?" I said. There was a slight movement in the other room, and I hoped it was Mother. I slowly made my way there. Hiding by the doorway, I tried to see who, or what, was inside the house with me, but there were no other movements. I went to the kitchen and checked inside the cupboard for food, but all I saw were maggots that had long ago been festering the fruits and vegetables that were left behind. At that moment, my stomach growled. I put a hand over my stomach and rubbed it. There was a sudden movement under the table of what seemed to be a giant rat. It stopped under the chair and then jumped at my foot, biting me. I kicked my foot in surprise, flinging the rat into the air. It fell on the floor, squirmed for a second, but got onto its feet and ran away. It was good that the rat only managed to scratch my toe. I miss home. I miss my mother. Even if this were the condition of our cottage, I would still love to come and live here again. I wondered when I would see Mother again. She was safe with the tree runners, and this gave me enough reason to fight through all that I was facing now. Everything is clear to me now. The Emperor wants me dead because he sees me as a threat to his rule. Mother was married to him before, although I cannot fathom how that could have been possible. I wish that this nightmare would be over soon. I hope that everything will be back to its. "Kino," a deep voice said while arms grasped me on my shoulders, shaking me. I woke up startled and sat up immediately, almost bumping my forehead against Grandpa. "You're dreaming again," he said softly. I drew out a long breath. It felt so real. I was inside our cottage in Wawang village. The house was exactly as I remembered it. It was as though, I paused, as though I was there. The cottage is badly damaged now, and there was no sign of Mother. It's all right, grandson, Grandpa said. Yeah, I guess I have to accept that even in dreams, Mother isn't there. We will find her soon, Grandpa said. His eyes scanned the length of my body before his eyes fixed on my foot. Did you hurt yourself? I shook my head. No, I started, but when I looked at where Grandpa was staring, I realized why he asked me that question. There were faint traces of blood on my left foot. I examined it and saw that there were scratches where the rat bit me in my dream. Where did you get that? He asked. I was dreaming, and there was a rat that attacked me. Are you saying that you can enter the dreaming world as well? Grandpa said. What is that? I said in surprise. I don't even know what the dreaming world is, let alone that you can physically enter it. Some people have that gift to enter the dreaming world, Grandpa said. What does that mean? Everything is a fabrication in the dreaming world, although it sometimes replicates what is in Akea. It is what the Mima wants you to see. The events could be in the past, the present, and sometimes a hint of what might happen in the future. If you can enter it, then it only means that whatever happens there happens to you here in the real world. I haven't heard of anyone entering it in the present, although the Mima had told me once that it can be done. The most dangerous time period to be entering the dreaming world, she had said. Why? Grandpa studied my face and said, because if it's the present, then there's a chance that what you see in the dreaming world is real. My mouth hung open in amusement. So the reason that I have a scratch is that I entered the dreaming world in the present time? Is that what you're saying, Grandpa? It was a scary thought because you cannot control what happens in dreams. I have had my flight dreams before, but I have never hurt myself in the past. I dreamt about the Emperor and how he attacked me with lightning, and I wondered, if the lightning had struck me then, would that have killed me? A chill ran down my spine. I'm afraid so. You must have copied the power from someone that you met because shuffling is not known to be paired with dreaming. Is that what the power is called, dreaming? There are many variations to dreaming, and a lot of people covet it, but very few are blessed with it. It can be used to one's great advantage. I am curious, though, because I could not remember anyone who registered dreaming during my reign, he said. You must have copied it from someone young. A classmate, perhaps. Or one of your friends. I tried to remember my power toning class with Professor Levin and could not recall any of my classmates having the power. It could have been from anyone in the marketplace in Lundu. Or it could just be from anyone that I bumped into somewhere else. It was a crazy thought to learn that you can copy almost anyone's power and not even know who you copied it from. I don't know anyone with this power, so it's not from my friends, I said. Grandpa looked concerned now. His eyebrows were furrowed, and there were deep creases on his forehead. It could only mean one thing, that you have copied it from someone who is royalty. I know of such a woman. A woman? Suddenly a memory flashed inside my head about a woman who seemed to know me. She had visited me once in Wawang village, and if I remember correctly, she was the same woman who took me in when I was burning with fever during the time that General Ion Noto captured me. It was such a long time ago, and my fever was high when I met her, so I was not exactly sure if I had just dreamed it. But if this were not a dream, I believe that she was a queen. There was a woman I met before who called me by my name even though I didn't know her. She seemed so mysterious. At one point, she had touched me, and it was like there was an explosion inside my head. She was as appalled about it as I was, I said. The memory was from a long time ago, even long before the Emperor ordered my death. Interesting. What more can you say about her? He asked. I believe she is the queen of some land. Grandpa's eyebrows rose. A queen? And how did you make that acquaintance? I met her twice. The first time was when I found her inside our cottage in Wawang village. The second time was when I was captured by General Ion Noto. The general thought that the emperor was in a mare, and so he brought me there so that the emperor could get hold of me faster. But the Emperor had left already. Queen Marcella Benilde of Amer, Grandpa cut in. Former queen now, I guess. Queen Marcella Benilde of Amer. I believed her to be a kind soul, for if not, how could I have survived that night? While it was true that Pyper and Regan came to rescue me, the queen herself could have quickly summoned the Emperor. Instead, she instructed someone to tend to me. I'd like to believe that she had a hand as to why I am still alive today. What happened? I asked. My interest was piqued. Turmoil has come upon the land, but I have yet to hear much news since Grandpa and I took our journey. Many things are happening in Akea that are beyond our control. Some dangers lie ahead that not even the Queen was able to prepare for. Treachery resides even in the hearts of allies, and that's how the former Queen was deposed. He paused. His eyes had narrowed in anger, but when he looked at me again, the anger in his eyes had gone. General Ion Noto is no longer the general you once encountered. I believe he is now the king of Amer. My eyes widened in surprise. Yes. The province was handed to him by the Emperor. Was it because the former queen did not surrender me over to the Emperor? Was that why she was punished? Visions filled my head, memories from my past. The queen had gazed furtively at the wound that was on my left leg. She had ordered me to be taken in, bathed, and fed. The look she had given me exuded pity, although back then, I took it for disgust. I could have been wrong to have jumped to conclusions. If she were deposed because of me. It's not your fault, Kino, Grandpa cut in, breaking the thoughts that were already wildly filling my head. The former queen has a good heart. But Grandpa, how many more lives will I destroy? It wasn't exactly your fault. The former queen and the Emperor have a long history. If he had removed her from power, it is likely for a deeper reason, and it couldn't just be because of you, he said. What other reason could there be? I asked, feeling guilty about how badly it turned out for the queen. People who helped me always ended up beaten, jailed, or in this case, deposed. The queen is the Emperor's mother, Grandpa said so levelly that at first, his statement did not sink in. Only when he continued with his story did I start to believe. The queen left her son and took her rightful place in Amer. It was probably a surprise to her when, tens of moon turns later, she was bowing down to the Emperor, her son. But that is as far as I can tell you. I was never privy to what happened in between. All of these revelations were making my head throb. That was why the Emperor hated her for letting me escape, because she was of his blood. It would be treason. And the punishment for treason is death. Is she dead? I blurted out. Grandpa shook his head. She's still alive, but she was exiled to Karasthea, and that would mean that she's as good as dead. Tears escaped my eyes, and I raised a hand to brush them off. It was not my fault, I quietly told myself. Not my fault at all. Grandpa sat in front of me, staring directly at me. After a while, he said, "It is a good power that you copied, and if the former queen was the source of such power, then I can help you. But be warned that there are dangers that come with this power." How can I even be careful when I don't know when it will manifest again? I don't sleep to dream, if you know what I mean. I just doze off and dream, just like any ordinary person would, so the only way I can avoid danger is to teach myself how to wake up when it seems like there's danger lurking around in the dreaming world. I am glad you understand the task at hand then, Grandpa said. He walked towards the window pane and looked outside. It was still dark. We have a few more hours before we begin traveling again, so if you can go back to sleep and get some rest, that would be best. He turned away from me to go back to his room and sleep probably, but at this point that I knew having a nightmare could kill me, I think I preferred to stay awake. Wait. I said, trying to rack my brain for some questions that I could ask him just to make him stay with me. Right now, if I can avoid it, I would rather stay awake. Who knows how many more rats are waiting for me in the dream world? Worse, what if it's the general's men that are out there? Grandpa turned to look at me, but I had nothing to say. But he understood what it was that I was afraid of. Don't want to sleep, eh? He said, jesting me with a smile. I nodded slowly, ashamed of what I was feeling. Grandpa said, "That's normal. All right, it would probably be best to stay here with you. There's no other bed here, so if you don't mind, may I squeeze in with you?" I obliged, and Grandpa laid down beside me. I started a conversation with him to make the awkwardness go away. "Grandpa, if you were an emperor before, then who is the empress? Who is my grandmother? How come I never heard of an empress? But there must be someone, otherwise, how would mother have come to life if no one gave birth to her?" Grandpa was silent for a while. I knew he was trying to think about his own story. Now that I have opened up that question, I wanted to know its answer. But Grandpa remained silent, so much that I thought he had already fallen asleep, but when I peered over his side, I saw that he had his eyes open. "I don't think now is the right time to talk about it," he said after a while. "Why, Grandpa?" I asked, and then I felt ashamed of myself. For all I know, Grandpa could be avoiding the discussion to avoid any hurt that he was feeling, and here I was, prodding him on. "Mother never told me anything about Grandma," I still said. "Come to think of it, Mother rarely talked to me about Grandpa. And during those times that she did, I did not believe her." Grandpa got up from the bed, and I sat when he did. He seemed to be in deep thought. He then grabbed a chair and turned it to face me. His shoulders heaved when he let out a deep sigh. His eyes were observing me, but I could not read the emotions beneath his eyes. "It is time you learn about the women in my life," he said. Grandpa edged forward in his seat and held out his hand to me. I looked at him, uncertain of what he wanted me to do. "What?" I asked. "Take us to the dreaming world, and I will show you," he said. "I can't do that," I said. How could he expect me to do something that I only do unawares in my sleep? "I have been there before," he said. "Many times. I can guide you." I was unsure of what to do. If I grabbed Grandpa's hand, what would happen? He said that he would guide me, but how could he teach someone who has no clue about what he is doing? Was I not supposed to know at least a little bit of how dreaming works before he could guide me? Grandpa must have sensed my discomfort. He said, "Trust is essential, grandson. It is difficult to know who to trust, especially after all that you've been through, but sometimes, you also need to take a risk on trust. We have been traveling together, and while I have shared some knowledge with you, I understand that there may still be moments when you feel uncertain about this connection that I have with you. If you still have questions, listen to the blood that flows through your veins. I am there. I am a part of you."
I stammered, shaking my head.
"It's not that. If you still have doubts about who I am and who I am in your life, then all the more that you must go with me to the dreaming world," he said. There was something in his eyes that bore a hole through me as though he could read inside of me. There was no reason to doubt him. He could not have been pretending to be my grandfather all along. What was the whole point if he was? If he were the enemy, he could have killed me in my sleep a lot of times already. He really must be my grandfather. I reached out to hold his hand. It surprised me that his hand was soft and did not bear calluses, which convinced me even more that he was royalty. And then I trusted him. I closed my eyes and felt a swirling sensation. It was as though I was floating for a while, and then I was falling quite fast. I screamed. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in a place that was very much like the cottage where I came from. I had forgotten that I was supposed to be in the dreaming world only until I heard some footsteps, glanced back, and saw Grandpa walking towards me. "Where did you come from?" I asked. "I was with you, but I landed in a different place. I have been here before, and there is a place that has become my favorite landing spot, so to speak." His eyes crinkled on the edges, and I caught a brief smile. "Nothing seems to be different here except for the fog," I said. He chuckled, nodding. "Yes. Many things here seem like how they are in Akea because this is Akea itself. It is a parallel world. But that is not why I asked you to bring us here. Come," he said. He walked ahead of me, and I followed. There were no birds here, nothing that made a sound, save for Grandpa and me. I struck a tree that I passed by, and it hardly made any sound. It was a weird feeling. It was like when you know you are walking, yet it is as though you are floating. Grandpa stopped in front of an enormous cave, studying it. "Are you ready to learn about the past?" he asked. Was I ready for that? Grandpa didn't even have to ask. I knew I was. Ever since that unfortunate incident in the Akea Wine Festival, I'd always yearned to learn more about who I was and what my heritage was. If Grandpa meant that entering this cave would shed light on my questions, then I was all for it. I nodded curtly. Grandpa looked somber and still seemed slightly reluctant. "Nevertheless," he said, "all right. I believe it is high time you learn about it." Upon entering the cave, a strange sensation engulfed me. There were prickling sensations all over my arms and legs and on the back of my neck. The coldness was seeping right through my bones. Then, as though it had not been hazy enough already, inside the cave, as soon as my eyesight adjusted, I could see only a faint light. It illuminated Grandpa's face when he turned to look at me. "Are you ready, Kino?" he said. "Yes," I said.
He reached out to me and held my hand, and in that split second, I felt as though I was falling from a very high place.
It seemed never-ending, until there was a loud thump as my body hit the ground. Interestingly though, I did not feel any pain from the fall. It was as though we had entered a different world again. "Grandpa?" I asked. I wanted to look for him, but my attention was caught by someone laughing from a distance. The tune was so melodious that I thought it could only come from a goddess. I walked towards where the sound was coming from and found a place to hide behind the bushes. I found Grandpa there too. "What is this place?" I asked. "This is the past. Where we came from was the present and where the Mima resides," Grandpa said. "The Mima?" "Yes. An almost godlike being. You might meet her, or you might not. One can never really tell." I was about to ask another question when Grandfather nudged me, cautioning me to be quiet. He chuckled a little when I bent down and hid further behind the bushes. "There's no need for that. They won't see us. Remember, these are people from the past, and there is no way that they would be able to interact with us." "They won't see us?" "No, they won't." As soon as Grandpa said those words, I saw a man and a woman emerge right in front of us. The man seemed to be at his prime while the woman was almost still a girl. One could hardly tell with the clothes she was wearing. It was a gown the color of aged wine, which hugged her body tightly. The girl laughed every time the man's mouth opened to speak, as though listening to the man's voice had already brought her happiness. "Who are they?" I asked. Grandpa seemed taken aback. "Don't you see it?" he asked. I stared at the figures again and tried to remember who they were, but I couldn't make out anyone from their faces. The girl was a delight to look at. The man already had peppered hair, though he seemed much younger the longer I studied his face. He glanced around, and for a brief moment, he stared at where I was standing, and it was like he was staring straight at me. "He's you," I said. "He is the younger version of you. I can see it now. The eyes, the jaw, the way he moves." I let my voice trail off. Grandpa was nodding. "But that woman, girl. Who is she? Is she my grandma?" Grandpa's face clouded. "Sometimes, I still wished it was she that bore Lamare," he said in a sad tone. "But no, she isn't Lamare's mother. She was the first person I ever truly loved, but our houses were different. She was to be betrothed, but it will never be to an Amark." I could feel the sadness coating his words. I looked up at Grandpa, trying to dig further into his emotions. "You look happy together. At least, from what I see now, she looks happy," I said. "I'd like to believe that we were," he said. "But then, something must have happened, because a few moon turns after this day, she had forgotten me. She vanished and was never to be found again. At least, not by me. Even her family did not know where she went. I had not taken a wife to court because I was waiting for her to become a full-grown woman. Since our families did not get along well, a betrothal was out of the question, so we were not promised each other. There was a ball thrown for her, and I was there, and she was with me, but her thoughts seemed to be flitting away. I told her she must rest and ignore everyone, the people, the lords, and ladies that traveled all over Akea just to be there with her, and retire instead to her chambers. She had looked at me with her wide eyes, lovingly, I thought at the time, but looking back now, perhaps the look she gave me was tinted with a faint trace of nostalgia. She was looking at me with her future self, knowing that I was already lost to her. The following day, when I was already on my way back to Canela, I received a message delivered to me by the swiftest bird, telling me that she had gone. It didn't say if she was kidnapped, or gods forbid, dead. The message just said that the princess was gone. Grandpa paused, and I waited for his next words, but none came. He was still watching his younger self talking and flirting with the girl in front of us. "Who is she?" I asked again. "She is the only one I know who has the power to travel in the dreaming world. She dreams. Perhaps that's why she went. Perhaps there was a dream that was so ghastly that she had to run away from me," he said. "She is the former Queen of Amare, Marcella Benilda. Banished to Caristhea by none other than her son." I stared in awe. "She was the one who touched me," I said after a while. Grandpa turned to look at me. "Then, my hunch was correct. You have gotten your power from her." His gaze fell upon the couple again, his eyes were sad but were not moist from unshed tears. Probably, he had somehow forgotten her. "Let's go. There's somewhere else I want to show you," he said. "I want to bring you somewhere," Marcella said. She still looked like a girl, so it was in the same moon turn that Grandpa was showing me. "You really do love to ride," the younger Northsam said. "Come, I will ride with you, my love." A peal of soft laughter escaped the girl as she shook her head. "No. Where we're going, we're not going to need horses." She held out her hand to Northsam, who took it reluctantly after some thought. "Where is it, then?" he asked, eyebrows raised but a smile frozen on his lips. "The dreaming world," she replied. "It is the place I go to play, where the gods take me when they want to show me something. This year, my power has grown. All I have to do is take some of this potion, and when I fall asleep, I can be in another world." Northsam was curiously eyeing the vial filled with a green liquid. His face held a smile. "This?" he said in a ridiculous tone. "Are you mocking me?" she asked, jesting the young man. Northsam was quick to shake his head. "No, no. Hand it over, and I will drink some." "I need to consume it first," she said. After a while, she added, "At least that's what I think. Then when I'm asleep, drink some and hold my hand." "Is this the first time that you're going to do this with someone?" he asked. Marcella blushed. "I believe you should be honored that you're the first I'll be taking to the dreaming world." "I am honored," quipped Northsam quickly. His eyes crinkled on the edges, but his mouth had drawn into a straight line, trying so hard not to laugh. "It doesn't seem like you believe me," she said, starting to pout. "We live in Akea. Everybody has power here. What would be so hard to believe?" he said. Marcella seemed satisfied with the answer he gave her, so she opened the vial and drank some of the potion. A few seconds later, she swayed, and Northsam was quick to catch her body before it fell to the ground. Carefully, he sat while cradling Marcella's head towards his chest. He sighed deeply before taking the vial and drinking from it. Then I watched as both of their bodies slid slowly until they were both lying on the ground. Grandpa nudged me and took my hand. "We have to follow them," he said. Then there was that feeling again that engulfed me as though I was falling from a very high place. When I opened my eyes, I could already hear voices floating nearby. I walked to where they were coming from. "What is this place?" the younger Northsam asked. "I told you, it's the dreaming world," Marcella said. "Let us wait. Sometimes, something magical happens here. Sometimes, there's nothing at all. It depends if there's a warning that I need to heed. They just stood there as though they were waiting for something, but when nothing happened, I started to get bored. Grandpa, I said. Are you sure this is what you wanted to show me? Yes. We just have to wait for it. I saw the younger Northsam reach out to Marcella to hold her hand, and I could feel myself blushing. When I asked Grandpa who my grandma was, I only really wanted to know who she was. I did not ask for a show. I was beginning to regret having asked Grandpa and wished we could go back now to the real world. There, Grandpa said. Do you see him? There was a tall man who was walking towards them at a slow pace. He was dressed in dark gray wool, and he had a hat on. From where I was, it was hard to see his face. Who is he? I asked. I don't know, Grandpa replied. I have always wondered if he was the reason she went away. My lady, the tall man said. Both Marcella and the young Northsam turned to where the man was coming from. Northsam immediately moved forward in a protective stance. As Marcella stood behind him, she had a mixture of emotions evident on her face. She seemed afraid, annoyed, and yet half happy to see the man. The man in gray wool bowed down and said, I am not here to cause you any trouble, but I need to speak to my lady. He straightened up and removed his hat, and when I saw his face, I gasped. Northsam's eyes also rounded because we were staring at a faceless man. That man has no face, I said to Grandpa. Why is that? My hackles rose, and I could feel goosebumps on my arms. It was peculiar to look at a face that was so smooth, and where the eyes and nose and mouth were supposed to be, there was only skin. His face was flat. When I look back now, I think that this was supposed to be a metaphor for something, Grandpa said. That man has a face, but during this time, Marcella has not met him yet in real life, and so, his identity was still hidden. We continued watching. Look at her, Grandpa added. My gaze returned to Marcella, who was all red in the face. It's as if she knew him. I didn't see her face back then because I was carefully trying to size up the man in front of me, what danger he posed, who he was, but looking at it now, he trailed off. Look at her, Grandpa said. She was curious. Even when she couldn't see his face, it was as though he was familiar to her. Who are you? The younger Northsam asked. I am only relevant to my lady, he said. I have two. His voice trailed off because, at that moment, Marcella started to run away. Marcella! The young Northsam shouted. The two men ran after her, but a few moments after, the man who had no face was gone as though he was just a figment of our imagination. Aren't we supposed to follow her? I asked Grandpa. He stood beside me, shaking his head weakly. She was gone. She left me here in the dreaming world. I didn't know how vast this world was for me to find her, or if she was hiding from me and never wanted to be found. Or if she decided to run away from the man who had no face and went back to the real world. Regardless, it was what eventually led me to have you. I didn't understand what Grandpa meant by that, but before I could ask any question, he continued, we're supposed to follow me. Let's go. Northsam Mendel Amark. After all these years, I wasn't sure if I was ready to face what had happened to me. There was Marcella in my life. Someone that I loved and desired. And then there was Lamare, my daughter, whom I treasured more than life itself. Marcella wasn't Lamare's mother. It just so happened that it was through her that I had fathered a daughter. It all happened to me in a blur. I was in my prime, and I wanted to have a queen by my side, but I knew not where to find the woman who could truly capture my heart. There was Marcella, but then again, she kept on slipping away from me even then. I squinted, waiting to see what would manifest before me. Kino was trailing behind me. I know what I would find here because this was just from memory, a memory that I dreaded to remember. We were in a forest, and some of the trees here were unfamiliar to me. They had leaves that glimmered and changed color as the wind blew against them. There were animals that I had not seen outside of the dreaming world. Indeed, while the place was parallel to Akea, there were significant differences that one would surely notice. And then I saw it, the memory that I wanted to share with Kino. My younger version had found a horse and shook his head in amazement at how he came to have a black stallion the first time he entered the dreaming world. I remembered what I was thinking then: what is this place? I would never want to come back here again. I heard loud, galloping noises. Kino and I turned around to see where they were coming from. My heart skipped a bit as I found myself staring at the Mima. She was just like how I remembered her. She was young and beautiful, her face was unparalleled by anyone I had ever seen before. While Marcella's beauty could hold an entire province's adoration, the Mima's face was more incomparable. I could not even begin to describe her beauty. She was beyond beautiful. She passed by me while she rode her bay and stopped right in front of my younger self. "Mother!" Kino shouted. He was staring at the Mima hard as though he could not believe what he saw. "She's the spitting image of my mother." "That she is," I answered. I wanted to stay longer in the dreaming world and remember briefly the love that was not to be. A love that should not have been. But until now, it hurts me to think that it was because of my longing that the Mima was somehow tarnished. She gave me the most beautiful gift, and yet, what happened to her after was why she lost part of her immortality, and for that, I will never forgive myself. "Let's go, Kino," I said. "I think you have seen enough for now." It was strange to see her look like the way she was tens of moon turns ago. The last time I saw her, the Mima was quite different. Youth had long ago deserted her, and only her eyes remained youthful. When I saw her at the dreaming world earlier, it was as though the same emotions that she made me feel moon turns ago were the same emotions that I have now. But it was never meant to be. If I could turn back time, perhaps I would not have done it. Yes, some good came out of it, but some very bad things came with it, too. No matter. It was time to say goodbye now. Kino might not ask me any more about his heritage. I thought that I could take him somewhere farther so that everything could be revealed to him. But to share those with him, I will need to unravel memories that were too painful for me to remember. Maybe I would be able to share it another time. Not now, though. Not yet. Kino Amark. Grandpa remained silent even after we left the dreaming world. Somehow, I understand him. What I saw in the dreaming world was too much for me. What does this mean? That mother was the daughter of a, what do you call her, godlike being? While Grandpa did not say it exactly, his silence told me that I was able to uncover the identity of my grandmother. Now, I am able to put the pieces together about my heritage. The only thing that remains a mystery to me is my father's identity. Is it still important, though? I just need to see Mother, and when that happens, I will beg her to tell me who he is. Or was.
Chapter 6, Long Nights. Quila Tash. When I thought traveling with Goemi could not get any harder, just imagine my surprise when I found myself on my own and realized that being alone was so much more difficult in all aspects. For one, there was no one to watch my back. No one could offer me the same protection that I could offer in return. To top it all off, the nights were long, and with no one to talk to, I was afraid that I would lose my mind in just a matter of weeks. When I lost everything, that was when I realized that I had taken many things for granted. This realization, however, made me courageous enough to go after the general's men that had taken Goemi prisoner. I needed to have something worthwhile to live for, and right now, that was my utmost desire, to save her. It was for purely selfish reasons because I knew that by saving her, I would be saving myself too. I'm no crafty heroine. Before dawn broke, I was already up, making sure that the Emperor's soldiers were not able to maintain a far distance from me. My goal was to keep the enemies within my sight, close enough to figure out how to rescue Goemi. And if the opportunity opens up for me, I could then make my move. Before that could happen, though, I needed to prep on my basic survival skills. In times like these, I miss Arden all the more. I wanted to blame him for making me so dependent on him, but come to think of it, It took me only 3 tries before I was able to catch a rabbit on my own last night. I would not have done that if he did not teach me how to properly hold a knife. I sighed. It seemed like the world was running amok and that there was no imminent future left for me. And so I decided to just take it one step at a time. I will focus on rescuing Goemi first. No matter what it takes. The problem was that we hardly had any coins left after we paid most of what we had to attend Professor Levin's classes in Wawang village. This class has probably been suspended until now because of the tree runners and the Emperor's men. Such a waste of coins, which Arden fervently saved for his traveling show. But he has passed on, and that was the end of that. From where I was standing, a good mile away from where the Emperor's men were encamped, I saw a trail of smoke rising in the cloudless sky. It was more prominent a few minutes ago, but now it has begun to dissipate, which would mean that they might either be preparing to move out or to turn in for the night. My stomach growled, reminding me that I had not eaten anything since earlier today. I sat down and took out whatever remained of the cooked rabbit from yesterday and wolfed it down. The meat had started to taste sour, it was likely beginning to spoil, but I had no choice. I had no other food on me, there were no fruit-bearing trees of any kind, so if not for the leftover rabbit meat that I had, I would be left to gather leaves for dinner again. I still wince whenever I remember the bitter aftertaste of the wild leaves I had the other day. It has been almost a week since the Emperor's men took Goemi, and I still have no idea how to rescue her. Perhaps at this time, having her crazy twin Miroe would have been my best chance of saving her, but where is he? Besides, I'm not entirely sure if I would be all right with the idea of having him next to me, when I know that he could end my life so quickly. He loves his twin, though, that I am sure of. I shook my head. Now is not the time for any of this. I will try to rescue Goemi without her crazy twin. Whatever it takes. I had to come up with something fast, but what was I supposed to do when my power was sorely limited to imitating voices? I felt disheartened that this close to Goemi, I still could not rescue her. It was as though I was watching her from a distance with the knowledge that they could have been torturing her. I didn't want to admit it, but I was starting to miss her. Yes, even that quiet, snotty side of her. I will find a way. I would do so as soon as an opportunity comes by. I will be there. Wait for me, Goemi. Chapter 7, The Wrong Captivity. Goemi Pasap. It seemed like a long time ago since I last felt alive. How many days has it been? 5? 6? 7? Time seems to slow down when you have been captured and bound to a horse most of the time. I am not a weak person. I have never been the type to whimper and cry when things go wrong because my childhood molded me to become strong. Mother died. Father deserted us. Grandma died. Our relatives took us in, but after a few months, Miroe and I were out in the world, young and unprotected, because nobody loved us enough to care about what was to become of us. No matter how tough it had been, Miroe and I were able to make it through. Once you experience all of these, you find yourself with no right to succumb to weakness. Miroe and I were used to just having each other until we met Nia or Lamare Amark, if that really was her name. And then there was Arden Ruby Moeller. Oh, how he filled my days with happiness that I never knew existed in this world. The song sounded lovelier, the colors more vibrant, and I was so alive when Arden was still by my side. Everything was better until the day he died. I can do it. I am strong. This was what I kept telling myself all this time, that nothing could break me. But why were there tears streaking my face? She's inside, a gruff voice said, cutting my train of thoughts. There was laughter. The tent flap opened, and I could see the silhouette of 2 men entering the tent. My arms were bound, so I could not protest when the first man lifted me. I grunted and instinctively bit his hand. A loud sound came after as the back of his hand hit my face. I could taste the blood that dripped from the corner of my mouth. How could these crafty men desire me when I stank and had had no decent baths since they captured me? I was barely a woman. Had they no mothers, sisters, wives? The other man lifted me effortlessly as though I weighed nothing at all. I was too tired to fight anymore. As both of them took turns hurting me and taking my honor, I prayed to the gods to end my life now. This was not how I wanted to live. This was hell. Somebody grunted while the other one laughed loudly. I could hear one man go out. "You're an ass," spat another man. He just laughed and replied, "When you side with the Emperor, you cannot do anything wrong. This is just a reward for serving him. Don't you know? If you want, just enter the tent and do your thing." Their words died in my ears as my sobs racked my entire body. I felt dirty, and I wanted to rid myself of my skin. It sickened me so much that I vomited myself to unconsciousness. Chapter 8, A Destiny for Three. Pyper, San Diego. The journey to Karasthea was proving to be a daunting task. Mayo kept on complaining. Well, at least I was convinced that he was back to his usual annoying self. On the other hand, Dogen kept to himself. I wondered what he was thinking of. "How long have you been traveling?" Mayo asked. The question came so randomly that I was caught off guard. "It has been about 3 months since Dogen and I started the journey from Nibetan." "Why do you ask?" "Nothing. I guess I just didn't realize that it had been that long since I was put behind bars, and..." His voice trailed off, and his eyes got misty. "What is it?" Mayo shook his head. "Nothing," he said under his breath. "If you're not going to tell me what you're thinking, then why did you even have to ask me?" I tried squeezing in a smile to ease his worries. Mayo's face crumpled, but there were no tears in his eyes. When he spoke, though, I could sense that he was trying very hard not to cry. "It's just that. Nobody came to rescue me," he said, sniffing. I felt flushed all over. "I'm sorry, Mayo. I wanted to find you and Kino, but it was more difficult to do that than I thought. I will never forget what you did for me, and I swear, there's nothing that you can do that will make me desert you. I will do everything to keep you alive. A life for a life. And didn't I just prove that? I got here, didn't I?" Mayo hiccuped and wiped a non-existent tear from the corner of his eye. "I know you would come to rescue me," he said. "But what about my parents? And Suda?" Suda was Mayo's grandmother. She was the one who took care of him because his parents were in Canela serving the Emperor. Mayo's father was the legendary General Renner Calo, while his mother was Bettina Calo. She wasn't a general, but from what Mayo told me in the past, it might not take long before she becomes one. I put my hand on his shoulder. "I'm sure they were worried about you, but it wasn't exactly easy to locate you. We've been running away forever and nobody knows where we've been," I said. "You're fortunate," Mayo said to me. "When we were in the ghost town, I sensed that your parents love you a lot. It must be nice to be wanted like that. You also are. We just have different situations, though," I said. "And perhaps, when we get to see your parents, we can do something about that. Tell them how you feel." "Not going to happen. They're not the affectionate type. Father will probably just tell me to study and read my books," he protested. "I'm sure they have their own ways of showing their affection towards you," I said. "Yeah, you're probably right," Mayo replied, calming himself. "Hey," Dogen said. "Enough of that. Whatever you're discussing can wait. For now, we must focus on reaching Karasthea. The gods know what we'll face when we get there." I was grateful for Dogen's intrusion because I was unsure how to cheer Mayo up. He was right about one thing: my parents loved me a lot. I honestly wish there was some way to make Mayo feel better. Mayo heaved a deep sigh and ran a hand across his face to wipe away the sweat. "The bird did not come back," he said. "I know. That's too bad," I said. Dogen stopped walking and wiped his sweaty face too. Beads were falling from his face down to his shirt. "Do you feel the heat?" he asked. I ran a hand on my cheeks and the back of my neck. I was surprised to find that I was sweating a lot too. Mayo's face was flushed, and he looked so cute with his rosy cheeks like he was a ripe apple. "It's impossible not to," I mumbled. We finally reached a clearing, and I stared in awe as the tall volcanoes of Karasthea came into view. "This is it," Dogen said. "Welcome to Karasthea, the land of the lost dragons." "That's why it's so hot. We're finally here," Mayo complained. "Remind me again why we came here." "The last dragon," I said. "The Emperor is looking for it, so we might as well look for it too. If it gets into the wrong hands, Akea will be ruined. If ever there's still a dragon, that is, Mayo said. It's not a dragon yet, Dogen said. The Emperor is looking for the last egg, not the last dragon. If there still were a dragon, someone would have captured it already, or perhaps tales about its flight or monstrosity would have reached Kanelan already. It's just an egg. It's surreal. I mean, now that we're here, I don't know where to start. What are we going to do? I blurted out. I looked at Dogen, and his eyebrows were knotted. He was also as uncertain as I was about what to do next. I told you that I'd been here before, but I wasn't able to familiarize myself with the place. Anywhere my eyes fell, dried land greeted me. There were hardly any trees, let alone fruit-bearing ones. I wondered how we would survive here. Mayo seemed to have reached that conclusion as well because he did not budge from where he was standing. Let's go, I urged. Mayo shook his head. What about food? What are we going to eat here? We'll find something, Dogen said. When Mayo still refused to walk, Dogen added, I will make sure you'll have something to eat, and if the portions are too small, I will give you my share. Come on, I said and walked on. Mayo would follow us for sure because what option does he have? Either we stick together, which means we could have a better chance of survival, or each take a separate path, which could lead to our early demise. It was not an appealing thought. I heard Mayo's footsteps rushing after me as though he had broken into a sprint. When night fell, the sight that greeted us was even more fascinating. Karasthea had embers burning atop the volcanoes, as though moonlight were not enough to illuminate the sky, and it needed the volcanoes to add spice to the solemn evening. We were sitting together, ready to settle in for the night. Mayo took a big bite of a brown root crop that I somehow found along the road. It's amazing how this land seems to come to life at night when, in the morning, it looks so barren, Mayo said. I thought the volcanoes had not erupted for a long time? Then how come I see burning embers on top of the volcanoes, I said, sitting beside Mayo. Isn't that lava? Dogen was walking towards Mayo and me and soon sat down lazily beside me with a loud thump. His forehead was creased. That's what I was wondering too. How come the volcanoes are acting up? He said. Eat first, I said, thrusting a piece of the root crop towards him. Dogen eyed it warily before taking it. Never tasted good, he said. You've eaten this before? I asked. Bokbok is what this crop is called. The only root crop that can survive in this land despite the heat, he said. On the other hand, I took a bite of the apple that I was holding. I gave them both an apple as well. Dogen and Mayo were biting and munching on their apples and Bokbok alternately. In a few days, our supply of apples will be depleted, and we will have to settle with Bokbok for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. What are we going to do with the last black egg when we find it? I asked, confident that we would. We'll have to destroy it, Dogen said. At the same time, Mayo bellowed, we'll sell it to the highest bidder. What? I said. Of course, we're not going to sell it. We didn't come here to make some profit on a trade. Our purpose is greater than that, Mayo. I turned to Dogen and said, but do we really have to destroy the dragon's egg? I mean, if it's the last, shouldn't we save it? Try to hatch it or something? If we're starving, we can eat it. Who knows, maybe we'll even learn how to belch out a fire, Mayo said matter-of-factly. The Emperor wants the dragon's egg, and if he wants it, I'm sure that nothing good would come out of it, Dogen said. The egg has to be destroyed. As soon as we get hold of it, we must not think twice and crush the egg. Pound the shell with a huge rock. Somehow, I felt saddened by what Dogen said. Dogen stirred and looked around. What is it? I asked. Dogen immediately placed a finger on his lips to silence me. Mayo's eyes widened, and the apple he was biting on remained stuck to his mouth. I crouched low, and Mayo did the same. Dogen crouched beside us. The weird thing was that I did not sense anything or anyone around us. What is it? Mayo asked. I shrugged. We stayed in this position for a while, but when nothing happened, Dogen got back on his feet and offered a hand to pull me up. I graciously accepted. I could almost feel the tree runners, he murmured. I could sense them, and I swear I felt them, but why they would never show themselves to us baffles me. I remember the tree runners and my encounter with them. They wanted to take Kino because they saw him transform into a little tree runner. How Arden had laughed at that. Upon remembering Arden, a hollow feeling engulfed me. I've seen tree runners before, Mayo said. Vile creatures. They're not vile creatures, I protested. Oh, yeah? Well, they didn't offer to help us when we were fighting in Sinista. Right before you found us, they were just all around, and they didn't even lift a finger on the general's men. They just watched. Mayo exclaimed. All I know is that they built our houses a long time ago before they were banished to Sinista, I said. They were our friends. But why are they here? Dogen said. Unless they are also on the hunt for the last great black egg. That's exactly what Quila said. Mayo exclaimed. That the egg is under the care of the tree runners. That's right. I exclaimed. Quila had told of how Lucrin's daughter's lover kept the dragon's egg, and how this lover was cursed and turned into a tree runner. If we can catch any of them, maybe they can tell us where the last dragon's egg is. Dogen's brows drew a straight line. We have no other clues as to where to start. We may continue roaming Karasthea and then see if we will come across them. If I use my power, I may be able to grab one. I nodded reluctantly. I was unsure how this was going to help us with our mission. Maybe we should just have stayed in Canela and waited for Kino. Sometimes, destiny works mysteriously, Dogen said. We are where we are supposed to be. I looked around at the grand volcano surrounding us and wondered if that were true. Or maybe, we were just here to burn. Chapter 9, Healing. Lamare Amark. I could walk for a long time now without feeling any pain because of Amaya's healing. Some of my wounds have yet to heal fully, but perhaps it is my motivation to fight that makes me feel stronger than I have ever been. Now, if I could only find a horse. My lady, Amaya said, waving as she approached. I waved back at her. There's no need to address me as such. Call me Lamare, I said. How are you feeling today? She asked. Like I could eat a horse. Amaya chuckled. I could do that too, she said before putting a hand over my forehead. She smiled. I am pleased to find that the fever has left you and has returned no longer. It wasn't gone as quickly as I wanted it, though. All that time lost, and I'm still here, waiting it out. Amaya sat on the unoccupied chair near mine. We were out on the porch watching the solemnity of the surroundings. If I was not so keen to search for my son, this was the kind of place that I would have wanted to settle in for a long time. I am obliged not to ask you what your plans are, Amaya began. I laughed. A wise decision, I said. You wouldn't want to be involved. I wasn't finished, she said. But logic dictates that I should. Oh, I said, wondering if I should take her offer. I stood up too quickly and grunted as my knees buckled. Amaya was quick to come to my rescue. I know that you can't wait to return to your journey, but you must remember that your wounds are still fresh, and your body is recuperating. Allow us to help you, and if you must go, take us with you to heal you along the way, she said. Do you have horses? I asked. I have two. Then perhaps we can go sooner. I don't know what's happening out there. I have yet to hear any news, but I want to find my son. His safety is most important to me. From what I know, the tree runners have affiliated with the Emperor, and they are on the move to pose a stronger control over all the provinces. What? Yes. That's what I've heard. Bulaknin is already under the leadership of the war generals, and the tree runners are roaming Akea to bring fear among the citizens. But they are gentle creatures, I said. They were. But it doesn't mean that they cannot be turned if they are promised freedom. The tree runners were supposed to be in Sinista because they were banished there by my father, the former Emperor of Akea, Northsam Mendel Amark. They were banished because of the death of the seven lords. But no trial was held, and hence, they felt they were treated unfairly. I know it is time for them to set foot outside of Sinista's confines, but this was not what I had in mind, I said. Amaya was eyeing me warily. Neither was this what many of us had expected. Who would have thought that they would side with the Emperor? Are you saying that you have defected your support to the Emperor? I asked, surprised. I did not defect, but sadly I was branded a traitor. All the healers were summoned to the palace, but I was not quick enough to comply. She paused. The tree runners brought you to me, and I couldn't leave a dying woman. Well, at least, not if I could heal her. You didn't have to, I said, unaware of the consequences of my presence. I am grateful that you didn't leave me behind, but now that I've learned what it cost you. Nonsense. A healer never says no to healing. You were barely breathing, and had I left, you would have died for sure, Amaya said. Besides, Mathis insisted that I heal you. Mathis was likely sound asleep already at this hour, so I must remember to thank him later. Your son is such a nice boy, I said. He is not my son. He was left under my care by a young girl who promised to care for him, but you know what happened during the Akene wine festival. A wave of sadness flashed upon her eyes. She was beyond healing when I found her. I was saddened upon hearing that. There were too many deaths that happened that night, and I found myself somewhat accountable for those deaths. He's lucky to have you, I said after a while. I hope to give him a good life until I get the chance to give him back to his father. Right. That would be the right thing to do. A week passed, and it must be the unrest that I felt that made me slightly irritable. All I wanted was to search for my son, but instead, I was stationed here, bound to wait for myself to fully recover. Aside from what Amaya has told me, no other news has reached us. Desperation tugged at my heart, and all I could think of was to rescue my son as soon as possible and have him back in my arms. I barely had any belongings, and that made packing easier. When Amaya left the hut and found me with my pack, I was ready to go already. You told me before that you wanted to accompany me, I began. I'm ready to take you on this journey. I would value your presence not only because of your power but because I trust you. I believe that I might also be able to offer you some level of protection too. Will you join me? It was not how I rehearsed it inside my head, but it came out rather straightforward. If Amaya had changed her mind during the past week, I would have no intention of convincing her otherwise. If she wanted to join me, it should be because she wanted to. Yes, Amaya simply said. The Emperor is after you, and I need more time to see if you are worthy of my healing or if I should just turn you in. If I surrender you to the Emperor, perhaps he would reconsider having me branded as a traitor. Fair enough, I said. I never asked for her loyalty, only her company. And for now, it was very welcome.
Chapter 10, My New Man Shield. McQuinn Storm Aaron. Reports were coming in. Bulaknin was now under the leadership of General Ion Noto, and the tree runners had been stationed in the province to provide much-needed control. The remaining provinces of Akea were under the other general's control, so I am not supposed to worry too much about losing my empire. Still, there are rebellions that I keep hearing about. I have already given instructions to my men about dealing with them. I laughed inside my head when I remembered my exact words, kill them all if you must, there's no need for trial. I am the law. I stand above the law. Protect my rule, and I will honor you graciously. When I made this pronouncement, I was worried most about Turan Aragar. He is a reasonable man, but because there were uprisings, he understood the need to not only bend, but also, twist some rules. Besides, what would he have me do? Call for a vote to pass it into law? The very point of that would have been moot because no one among my war generals would dissent from my instructions in the first place. Now, the generals are mostly back in the provinces that they govern. Where before there were kings partnered by war generals, now there are war generals acting as governors, which put them as equals of the kings and queens of these provinces. And who would oppose them when I have given my blessing that allows them to dispose of those who do? What's more, the tree runners have pledged allegiance to me. If the thousands of soldiers who come with the generals do not instigate fear among Akenes, the tree runners would. Their allegiance still loses me sleep. They were once meat creatures. It is their nature to nurture and protect the trees, and if I am not mistaken, care for the last dragon's egg. The reason I was able to bind them to serve me was that they had been tainted for staying such a long time in Sinista. This has probably muddled their gentle minds. They must serve me well, or I would not have second thoughts of killing them all. Regardless of all these, I must not lose focus. I must find the boy. Kino Amark is still out there, and I must have him as soon as I can. It still angers me to learn that after being captured by Ion, I have lost him again because of my mother's own doing. How preposterous. The latest I heard was that the Nivens had survived the genocide. If not for Ion, who sent me the information, I would not have believed the rumors altogether. But although his account was quite limited, as narrated in his missive, the message was clear: the Nivens are alive. It has been confirmed that they are the ghosts. They fought against his men alongside the rebels and defeated the tree runners together with Ion and Nivedon. While he mentioned that not much harm fell upon his troops, this report still reeked of failure. Was I to let this pass? If my top general could not defeat these Nivens who were assisted by a handful of rebels, was it not reason enough to further tighten the control over all of Akea? This is why I have ordered my generals to hunt these Nivens and slay them. My strict instructions were that there must be at least 3 generals to attack them all at once. If the Nivens still survive that, then I will remove these useless generals and banish them to Karasthea too. By this time, my men should have been deployed already. In a matter of weeks, I will receive the news of Niven's demise. I will not have it any other way. And yet another piece of information has reached me: everyone is traveling to Karasthea. The tree runners are going there, the rebels are going there. I even banished my mother there. I have been there myself in my quest to find the last black dragon's egg, but that journey was unfruitful and unfavorable. I will be back there soon enough. We are ready, Saul said, suddenly disturbing my stream of thought. I had not taken note of her arrival. She was, as usual, as discreet as an assassin. Beside her, the lanky lad stood. He looked cleaner after taking that bath. He was also better clothed now, although his face was still covered in bruises. They were red and raw, but they will heal soon. Didn't you call on a healer to attend to? I stopped, trying to recall the lad's name. Miroe Pasap, Your Highness, the lad said. You should have taken Miroe to them first, I said to Saul. Saul flushed. You said that we would be leaving soon, which is why I did not bother to. Nevertheless, I will call on someone. She turned around without waiting for my permission. I would have scolded her on other occasions, but I had a lot on my mind, so I let her be without admonition. The lad bowed and was peering at me curiously. His volunteering to be my man-shield was not much of a surprise to me. Nowadays, everybody seems to want my favor. There have been instances where I would catch mothers and fathers eagerly parading their daughters right under my nose. It was quite disgusting, but this was how it works, especially if you are the most powerful man in the land. I studied the lad in front of me. He was still bowing as though looking up to catch my eye was a sin. He was taller than most lads his age. Where are you from? I asked. Your Highness? He stuttered. I raised an eyebrow at him. I asked him a question, and I expected it to be answered. I came from Babala, Your Highness. And after that, I was adopted by my aunt in Prile. Babala is such a far-off place in the southwestern part of Akea. Tell me more about your family, I said. Miroe looked up at me and hesitated before opening his mouth to speak. I have a twin. Her name is Goemi. And your parents? Miroe looked down but did not say anything anymore. Rage started to build up inside me, and I heard the rolling thunder outside. Through the large open windows of my chambers, I saw lightning bolts splitting the sky. Let me tell you this. I am not an ordinary man. I am the Emperor, highest in this land, and I do not take kindly to anyone who does not respond when talked to. Choose your destiny wisely, lad. If you want to serve me well. And start by answering my questions. I paused, heaving a deep breath. Now, tell me. Who are your parents? Miroe shuffled his feet and cowered before standing straight with his shoulders pulled back and his chest thrust out to display confidence. My parents are long gone, Your Highness, he said. My father deserted us, and I never got the chance to meet my mother because she died giving birth to me. His voice did not break. It was disheartening to hear that his parents were just like mine, except that in my case, It was my mother who left and my father who gave me away to the soldiers. Put your past behind you. All those people who've hurt you will not be able to do that anymore if you protect yourself from love, I said. I have no family either, but that didn't stop me from becoming an emperor. If at all, their absence made me aspire for bigger dreams. There was a glint in his eye that resembled sadness and yearning, but then he smiled crookedly, which made me wonder if he was the meek lad I thought him to be. Must I be warier about his presence around me? I recognize the need to be alone in this world, Your Highness. That was why I sought you. Because I know that I must follow the one who runs all of Akea. And no one else stands mightier than the Emperor. His words sounded sincere, but it was the smile that did not register in his eyes, which made me slightly worried. There was no use letting him know that I am aware of the possibilities of his betrayal, though. The reason you are here with me is that you obeyed my orders and not because of your power, I said. Miroe looked startled, his mouth opened slightly, and the smile on his face had been completely wiped off. Your power does not mean anything to me. I am far stronger than you think, I continued. If you think that one day, you might be able to usurp my power. Your Highness, I would never. Think again. Try it now, I said. Miroe shook his head. Your Highness, I would never betray you. I would never dare touch your heart. Try and kill me. I yelled. That is an order. This time, the rain fell in torrents outside, and the wind blew wildly through the wide-open windows. Miroe knelt on the floor and then prostrated. I said, try and kill me, boy. I commanded. His body shook as though my words alone terrified him. I struck his body with air, and he flew backward. Then I lifted him until he was in a standing position. Are you to disobey the first order that I gave you right after I've made you my man-shield? I sneered. Miroe's eyes had widened, and he was staring at me with fear through his dark eyes. He was standing on his own now. He bent slightly, assuming a fighting position. His fists were clenched, and his eyebrows were drawn down. His eyes were now in slits, and his mouth was set in a firm line as his jaw hardened. I could almost feel him channeling his power. I felt the graze of an invisible hand touching my heart, gripping at it, finding its way around my heart. Then in a flash, the invisible thing covered my heart entirely and started squeezing my heart. Is that the best you can? I said before my voice croaked. Do? I coughed, amazed to find out that he was really strong. Try harder, I said in a guttural voice. I could feel myself weakening, and my heart started to ache. Is that the best you can do? I asked. Try harder, I said, almost panting this time. Then I felt the intensity of his power that was probably driven by hatred. It was strong, and I knew that part of his strength could be attributed to the loss of his loved ones. Why did I know this? Because the same hatred has made me so much stronger in power. I flinched and raised my hand towards my chest. Pain seeped all over my body as the invisible hand squeezed at my heart, and I had to do something about it. Now. I raised my arms and drew all the hatred inside my heart. At that moment, the invisible hands exploded as though I had ripped them apart. The wind blew harder all around us as the deafening thunder rolled outside continuously. I was panting as I calmed myself. The thunder had ceased. Miroe was now lying on the floor, panting. He stood slowly, and when he gazed at me, I noticed that the corners of his mouth were bleeding as though we had been fighting physically. The dark heart cannot defeat an ever darker heart, I said. He drew up quickly after that, turned around, and sauntered away without as much as a word. You will never be able to conquer me, I shouted after him. The doors to my chambers slammed behind him, and I was unsure if it was Miroe who did that or I. Chapter 11, Odds. Miroe Pasap. As soon as I left the Emperor's chambers, I broke off into a run without knowing which direction to go. There was this voice inside my head telling me that this was a mistake. Coming to the Kanelan Palace and presenting myself to the Emperor was a rash decision that had no way of ending well. After all, isn't the Emperor branded as a madman? As someone whose temper flares without reason? I searched for the darkest place where I could hide, but the palace guards were beginning to eye me warily, so I pushed at the next door that I found. The scent of old paper and dirty clothes hit my nose. I was just looking for a corner. I wanted nothing else but to find a small nook where no one would bother me as I processed my thoughts. There was complete silence as I closed the door behind me. The room was dark enough, which calmed my heart. There was no one here but me, and I could hide here and go undetected for days unless the soldiers I passed by outside would tell the Emperor where I went, which had a high probability of happening. It mattered not. I would be discovered anyway. I went to a corner and sat down. My head was buzzing with thoughts about what happened inside the Emperor's chambers. He had taunted me to use my power on him, and I did. At first, it was just to obey him because he wanted me to use my power on him. But as minutes went by, it seemed like I would be able to crush his heart using my power. The desire to kill him sprung into life inside my heart. I gave it my all, and yet, I was unable to do it. I shivered even though the room was clammy and humid. The Emperor was what everyone called him behind his back, a madman. A very powerful madman. I had a sinking feeling in my stomach as I thought over what I had done. Did I really belong in Canela? Even if I had no desire to end the Emperor's life, it felt good to know that I could if I wanted to, but I was just proven wrong. My power is no match to the Emperor. I never wanted to measure my power against his, but the opportunity made me realize the extent of his power. I shut my eyes and pictured the face of my twin, whom I so badly needed right now. Bubba, where are you? My twin would have made everything better with just her presence. And here I was, passing the time in this dark place, where there was nothing more comforting than to find her beside me. I felt lonely that I even began thinking about Mayo. What could he be doing right now with the Registry of Citizens? He was supposed to be my friend, or at least the closest relationship I probably had after Goemi. I shook my head in dismay and exhaled loudly. It was just my luck to be all alone. Even being with the Emperor made me feel that I was still all by myself. Chapter 12, Companions. Dogan Ronda. Sweat coursed all over my body because of the sweltering heat in Karasthea. Mayo and Pyper were also feeling the sudden temperature change. Pyper has even tied her hair now into a bun, and I could only attribute that to this heat. The ground shook mildly. This was still new to us, and we were forced to stop and bend our knees to stabilize our positions. "Don't move," I instructed. "It's nothing. Just a minor tremor." Mayo's face reddened, and I wasn't sure if it was because of the heat or because he was scared. Pyper was eyeing the volcanoes that surrounded us. "Look!" she yelled. "Isn't that volcano spewing off lava already?" I turned around and saw the second tallest volcano in Karasthea. Clouds now obscured its peak, and it was hard to say if lava really had started to flow already. The ground continued to shake. "I don't see it," I said. "This feels like the apocalypse," Mayo said. "I think it's time we admit to ourselves that this entire journey was a mistake. If ever I get hold of the dragon's egg, I'm going to throw it into the mouth of Mount Kablu." I could sense his annoyance. "Not a mistake yet," I said. "We came here to try and look for the last dragon's egg, and that's what we should be doing." "More like getting scorched," Mayo bellowed. "This is the way of Karasthea. That's why this is the land of volcanoes. But don't worry, the volcanoes are not going to erupt. We can traverse the ridges to reach our destination." Mayo laughed. "Where exactly is our destination?" he said sarcastically. At least, he wasn't sour now. "The last dragon's egg," Pyper said in exasperation. She sounded as tired as she looked. I stopped when I heard some rustling. "Remain still," I said. "I think we're not alone. I could almost feel them, my brothers, The tree runners. Follow me, I said. Then I started running north to where I sensed the movements. A few hundred yards later, I stopped. I was already drenched in my sweat. I lost them. After making me run like that? Mayo complained. You want to be a soldier, I said. Consider today as your training day? Should you enlist as a palace soldier, you will have to train a lot harder than that. Pyper's eyes rounded, and she let out a gasp. I turned around to see what she was looking at and found myself staring at fellow tree runners. Brother! I exclaimed. There were 3 of them. They all looked the same, and it was quite difficult to put an age on them because of their skin. When they spoke, I noticed their voices differing levels of hoarseness, which revealed their age. I am Ameneros, the tree runner said. Kokoros is the short one, and Cetos is the other. It is a pleasure to meet you, Master Ameneros, Pyper said. She extended her hand, and I watched as the tree runner's large ones covered her little hands. Is it true then? I asked. If you're here, does it mean that there really is a last dragon's egg? And are you really protecting it? You're being rude, Dogan, Pyper said. Allow me to do the introductions. I am Pyper San Diego. This man is Dogan Ronda. And that over there, she said as she pointed to where Mayo was, is Mayo Calo. I was still staring at the one who called himself Ameneros, waiting for him to respond to my question. We are here to meet our brothers because we have strayed away from them. We just arrived in Karasthea, and we had to meet you because we wanted to know why you were trailing after us. His eyebrows were thick and drooping, making the tree runner look kind. His low throaty voice also added to the seeming meek demeanor. I sensed you, brothers, I said. We were just exploring Karasthea too, and there had been news that the Emperor was looking for the last dragon's egg. I didn't know what to make of that, but seeing you here now leads me to believe that you know something about the last dragon's egg. The last dragon's egg is of no concern to Akeans, Ameneros said. He then turned and started walking away. It was unusual for a tree runner to be so rude. Pardon me, brother, I said. I will not speak about it any more. But will you join us? The night is long, and we don't know what creatures lurk in this place. Ameneros and his 2 companions stopped, and after a short huddle, they walked back to join us. I was able to breathe slightly easier after that. But it puzzled me what they were doing in Karasthea, and I knew there was something more to discover for my brothers. Chapter 13, The Palace Soldiers. Ion Noto. Being a king has never been an easy task, and nobody has claimed it was. Now that I get to be the king of Amer, I certainly would confirm that kingship is not for the faint of heart. We were defeated in the Battle of Nivedon. Again. By those Kratty Nivens. Cheaters, bastards, vile creatures that do not fight their enemies equally. Regardless, there must be someone to blame for this loss. Always, there is someone who did wrong in the game of war. Always. The question is, what must I do to teach my soldiers a lesson? I walked at a fast pace towards the center of the encampment. The crunching sound of dried leaves resounded as my boots pressed on them. The throng of soldiers guarding me walked ahead and behind me, ensuring that I would be safe wherever I went. Such was the privilege of being a king. This is it, I said. Rouse everyone. It is time for these soldiers to receive their first lecture from their king. 4 of the guards who escorted me scattered to the 4 corners of the encampment, waking up the soldiers a tent at a time. In a matter of minutes, they were back beside me, and we were all surrounded by those encamped. I studied the soldiers. Did they look scared? Those who looked the most frightened, I will use as pawns. It is hard to be king and general at the same time. While one needs to be the beacon in war, the other must protect the realm. Because of the Emperor's bidding, I have become both. He knew that I could manage to be both. Not everyone is given this highest honor. Something has been troubling me for days now. The Battle of Nivedon is not something to be proud of. While we had the tree runners on our side, we seemed to have been underhanded from that battle. I paused. Do you get what I mean? The soldiers remained silent. None of them could barely lift their eyes to meet mine. And why is that? I said, daring one of them to speak out. I walked closer to them, trying to catch their gaze, but none would meet my stare. Do you know why? I said louder this time. Because instead of practicing, you slept. A soldier who does not refine his swordsmanship every day loses confidence when he comes face to face with another blade in battle, and that is exactly what happened at Nivedon. You had your arrows nocked and ready to release, and yet, they hardly hit anyone. Anyone? You had your swords out, and yet it was the enemy's swords that caused more damage in that carnage. You're supposed to have trained countless hours in the Kanelan Palace. By God, I trained you myself, screened you, and accepted you into my army. But now, you humiliate me in the Emperor's eyes. What do you deserve then? Nobody answered. I removed my robe, its velvety texture grazed my arms as I threw it towards one of my servants, who, scampering, caught it and immediately went on to fold it neatly. I stretched out my hand to one of the soldiers and said, "Give me your sword." The soldier immediately handed me a long blade. I inspected it, ran my thumb across its edge, and winced as I felt the blunt edge. This well-crafted sword could kill someone slowly and painfully. Satisfied with what I was holding in my hand, I swung it and heard a loud swoosh. "Dance with me," I said. "Any among you, come play with me." Nobody dared move in their positions. Someone stirred from behind the first line of soldiers until I saw a muscular soldier who was probably a few moon turns younger than I. He was holding a sword. He had a good form, and his grip was steady. I waited for him to attack, and when he did, I hit against his blade, pivoted on my left heel, and when I was close enough to his body, hit him on his ribs with my elbow. Turning to the right, I lifted my sword and, with its hilt, thumped the back of his head. The soldier fell to the ground. His sword was a loud thud that fell a few feet away from him. "Come, fight me. All of you. I will show you what lack of practice does to any soldier." Under the heat of the sun, I squinted. This time, 3 soldiers surrounded me. I took a moment to study them. One was tall and lean, who looked like he could leap and pounce at his enemies. The other was shorter but slightly more muscular. He had shorter arms, though, which could be a disadvantage for him. I was no longer able to study the third man as the tall one attacked from behind me. I ducked to avoid his sword and staved him off several times before performing a circle parry as I tried to catch the tip of his sword and loosen his grip. He was quick to ward me off and lunged. I stepped back before striking his blade strongly, causing him to fall a few steps backward. This gave me enough time to turn around to the 2 other opponents that I had. The shorter one attacked and raised his arms. He swung at me as though intending to slice me in one motion. I backed away as I stretched my arms and met his sword, striking fervently at him several times. And when I knew that he would strike back his strongest, I withdrew my sword, causing him to lose balance as he put his weight on that last strike. Before I could think, another soldier had raised his sword at me. I firmed my stance before feinting. When he attacked, I was able to circle parry and thump the soldier's forearm hard enough to make him loosen his grip on his sword. He bent down in a rush to pick up the sword, but I did not want to fight him anymore, so I raised my right leg and kicked him in his buttocks. As I turned around, I was almost caught by a wrath blow as the tall soldier swung his sword from above, diagonally, aiming for my left ear. I stepped sideways and hit him hard with the blunt edge of my sword once, twice, until he fell on his knees. He was quick to turn and face me as he lay down. He kicked his feet in the air and bounced back again, immediately assuming a fighting stance. I would have none of this anymore, though. It was time to finish the fight. I lunged, aiming for his left torso, and when I missed, moved in an arc to attack his lower limbs. He did not expect that. Before he could react, I flicked my sword against his hand, which held the sword. His sword fell to the ground. 2 opponents down, only 1 more to go. This boy was staring at me right in the eye. Sweat was dripping from his jaw straight to the dry ground. The scorching heat made us all sweat like pigs. Come on, I urged. Scorn touched my lips. Too afraid to get hurt? I smirked. The soldier leapt towards me, a courageous and yet stupid mistake on his part. Never let the enemy's taunting affect you because it would be the death of you. I have always reminded those who train under me, never lose your control. When you lose it, you have already lost. I sidestepped, waited for the soldier's feet to hit the ground, and very lightly grazed the edge of my sword across his back. I felt the cloth of his shirt rip as my sword went through it. I thumped him on his shoulder hard enough to send him to the ground. All three of them now lay flat on the earth. It happened so quickly, all in the space of mere seconds. I hardly lifted a finger, I told myself. Also, it was to my advantage that my power is strength. Nevertheless, if I had not practiced my craft every day, I would not have been able to execute what I just did. My heart was hardly pumping by the time we had finished. Practice, I said. If we lose our next battle, remember that the Emperor may not be as forgiving as I am to you today. With that, I turned away and headed back to my tent. I suddenly missed Rhodora. After a good practice, I craved her. But for now, all I wished was that she was safe. The day was not over, and it became even more apparent as I entered my tent. A tall man was standing in the middle of my quarters. He turned around as he sensed my presence. "Your Grace," he said, bowing. "I came here to tell you the news about the Emperor's success in calling out the other provinces to renew their alliance with him. All of Akea will stand united behind the Emperor. This news should be enough to discourage citizens from joining any more uprising." I nodded to acknowledge the message. That would be good. The sooner the uprisings are put to an end, the sooner I could go back to being a king. I want to enjoy my new title. And after that, I can be the High King if I could prove to the Emperor that I was worthy of the title. But, he said. Continue, I said, raising my eyebrows. This doesn't mean that the rebels are not getting support as well. There are always some townsfolk who are convinced that the empire must be taken down. And there have been rumors that there are active recruiters in smaller towns seeking to enjoin the citizens into these rebellions. Death will come to them in due time, I said. I'm telling you, it's just a matter of time.
Chapter 14, Exchanges. Quila Tash. The day stretches now that I am alone. No matter what I do, I still cannot figure out how to rescue Goemi. I have seen how the soldiers had destroyed the school effortlessly. If that was any indication of how likely they would treat their prisoners, Goemi was in such big trouble. When you are by yourself, many things enter your mind. For example, how life can be so beautiful to those who are in love and who were born with gold coins, and how sad and depressing it could be for those who do not have those. Like me. But I was not dissatisfied with life. The truth is, I'm grateful because my life feels like such a big adventure. I miss Arden, but maybe that time we shared was what the gods wanted us to have. I have no objection to that, except I hope it was longer. I have his sword, and this gives me both courage and protection. I hope that somehow, how Arden Ruby Moeller had changed me was enough to be called his legacy. And then, there is Goemi. She became my best friend, and I wish I could rescue her. But how? I tried thinking about it over and over again. How would I do that if 100 soldiers were surrounding her? The sky was dark, and I was already resting. I looked at where the soldiers had camped again and wistfully wished that Goemi would be able to escape. If only I could turn invisible, I would be able to rescue her. If Pyper was with me, she could have done that. Or maybe if Goemi's crazy twin were with us, he could freeze all of the soldiers' hearts and let them die for kidnapping Goemi. The wind blew, and I hugged myself. I remembered a night like this before. That was the first time that Goemi and I talked. We were waiting for Arden, Pyper, and Mayo to return with Kino. That had been a long night, too, just like tonight. The only difference was that Goemi was no longer with me. I missed her so suddenly that I closed my eyes and talked to her. "How are you today, Goemi?" I said in my usual voice. And then I imitated her voice. "Oh, I had a good time today," she would have said. I'm finally beginning to see that my twin is evil and that we were right to leave him behind. I giggled a bit. It was fun to have a make-believe conversation with Goemi. And because my eyes were closed, it was as though I could imagine her face, that she was just beside me, and it was actually her that was talking to me. I stopped giggling, and in a more serious tone, I added, "I will rescue you. I will come for you, and those soldiers that took you will wish that they'd never been born." To this, I was unsure how Goemi would respond, so I just continued using my own voice. "Please hold on. I know that the situation is dire, but I will think of means to rescue you. I don't know how to do it yet, but I will figure this out." And then, all of a sudden, my spine chilled when I heard Goemi speak. "Quila, is that you?" I opened my eyes, and she wasn't beside me. So who talked to me? My heart thumped wildly. Was I able to reach her? I closed my eyes again, concentrated, and repeated what I had done earlier. "Goemi? Talk to me. Is it you?" I said. My heart froze as I waited for her answer. Goemi Pasap. I felt nothing. I thought that I had seen enough cruelty growing up when people would chase Miroe and me away from their farms. People would not even give us their scraps and rather choose to give them to animals instead of us, or simply throw the food away. I was wrong. At this campsite, the Emperor's soldiers slapped me because I could not show what my power was. They had asked me to show my powers to them over and over, and I couldn't, and they thought I was lying. Since I was traveling during the night when they caught me, they branded me a dangerous person, and because they could not find out what my power was, I need not go to trial anymore. I could be executed anytime, anywhere. Those were the general's exact words. "Emperor's orders," he had said. But this was not enough. Yesterday, because I had been too tired to walk, they tied me to a horse to force me to run. I fell 100 times and was repeatedly dragged by the horse. My body is now bruised all over, and still, these Val soldiers would not stop. The tent flap opened, and my body jerked in fear. They were here, again. Whatever they came here to do is never good. "Please hold on." I heard the voice again. It sounded so much like Quila. "Quila?" I said. "Please, help me." The soldiers turned to look at me. "Dreaming, eh?" One of them said. "Don't dream of being rescued. No one would dare fight the Emperor's men because he controls everyone. He has allowed us to capture and execute anyone who will rebel against the palace. There's no need for a trial. Everyone is afraid because they know that they can be easily killed for no reason at all." Then he laughed. "You've got to give credit to the Emperor and his advisors for thinking of all this," the other soldier said. "It gives him absolute power, and no one would dare go against him now." The two soldiers came closer to me. The other one has a shiny metal object in his hand. He grabbed my hair, and then I heard the snipping of the scissors as my hair was cut off. They laughed maniacally. "No!" I screamed. I couldn't stop sobbing. "Please! Stop it! You've taken everything from me. Wasn't that enough?" But these soldiers wouldn't stop. And then I heard Quila's voice again. "I will come for you. I will find help, and we will rescue you. Just please, Goemi, you have to hold on." Tears streaked my face while the other soldier harassed me. I wish Quila would keep on talking. Somehow, her voice comforted me. "Please, Quila. If it's really you that I'm talking to right now, and I'm not just hallucinating, please rescue me before I lose all will to live," I whispered. Quila Tash. I was shaking as sobs racked my whole body. I could hear Goemi screaming. I wanted to talk to her, but not like this. Not to hear her begging those soldiers not to hurt her. Not to listen to her wishing that she was dead. But if I could hear her, then there must have been a way for me to communicate to someone else. Perhaps there was a way for me to get some help. The question now was, who should I call? Chapter 15, The Rescue. Lamare Amark. Amer is a great province. It had good leadership, but I was unsure now that a king was leading it. Regardless, it is the province that I was most familiar with because my father had been fond of this place. He would send me here before to meet the former queen, Marcella Benilde. That was a long time ago, back when I was unaware that she was the mother of my former husband. Wind, as it turned out, was of royal blood too. It occurred to me then if that was why father had trusted Wind so much. Was it because he was the son of a woman he used to love? Aside from the many soldiers and a few tree runners that patrolled the province, nothing seemed to have changed. I was able to get a glimpse of the Amaresian palace, which brought back memories from my childhood. Those memories made my heart long for the Kanelan palace, though. No matter how many moon turns have passed, the palace was still home to me. Amaya was riding alongside me, and Mathis was sharing her ride. His beady eyes were staring straight ahead, alert and delighted at the things he was seeing. "It will be days before we reach Canela," I said. "The shortest path cuts across the Nivadin mountain ridges. It will be a difficult ride, but it will cut our travel time in half." Amaya pursed her lips. "I agree. It's just that I still have some reservations about setting foot in Canela," she said. "When we reach Canela, you and Mathis can seek refuge at an inn while I search for my son. It shouldn't be difficult for me to locate him because the Emperor is focused on capturing him. There should be a lot of information that the Kanelan inns can offer me. All I have to do is eat in the common inns and listen to gossip." "That is true. But I'm worried that we will be easily recognizable, my lady," Amaya said. "If there are no posters of us hanging on the walls everywhere, then we might stand a good chance of succeeding in our feat, but if not," she stopped, and there was no need for her to finish her sentence because I understood what she was alluding to. The border to Nivadin was close, and there was just one town before it, Passage. In Passage, there were tiny houses clustered together, each self-sustaining. They raised their cattle and harvested their produce. All year round, they would have a steady supply of food. There was nothing to worry about in this place. As we rode on, I saw signages leading to taverns. There were many here because they were really built to cater to travelers. "Let's stop to have a full meal first before we continue our journey," I said. Amaya nodded, so we selected the one that seemed the cleanest. The aroma of cooked meat filled the air, and my stomach grumbled loudly. When I looked up, Amaya was smiling at me. "I am famished as well," she said. I smiled at her. We ordered mutton and soup, and to my surprise, Amaya requested a mug of ale as well. "What the cratty hell?" I said, imitating the men eating and drinking at the other tables. "Gimme some ale too." I roared. Amaya laughed with me. Mathis was looking at us oddly. "What's so funny?" he asked, his big round eyes staring at us, which had us laugh even louder. Not a proper way for a lady to behave in a tavern, but that was not my concern. I wanted to enjoy this meal. "There are soldier camps nearby. They have been taking in prisoners, mostly relatives of those who have joined the rebellion," the man from the other table said. I tried to listen more closely to what they were talking about. Soldier camps? I knew that they were being deployed across Akea, but why would they be taking in prisoners if these people were innocent? The barmaid gave us our food. The meat looked juicy, and Mathis grabbed his plate closer to him and started to eat. "Wait," I said to the barmaid as she moved to walk away from us. She turned and stared at me blankly. "What have you heard about the soldiers those men from the other table are talking about?" I asked. Her eyebrows nodded, and she looked warily around first before saying anything. "Difficult times now. One must be careful, my lady. The soldiers are taking captive anyone whom they think might be against the Empire." "But we are just enjoying a meal here," I said. The barmaid eyed our packs that contained our clothes. "You look like you're running away from something. The soldiers question anyone who travels during these times. If you cannot give a good reason as to why you are traveling, you will be taken as captives." She paused and shivered and rubbed her arms rapidly as though she was trying to make invisible goosebumps go away. "And when someone is taken, it's unthinkable what these soldiers do, especially to women." Amaya's eyes rounded when she heard this and turned visibly paler. "They're raping the women," the barmaid said. "That's what I heard. So please, my lady, be careful. If you want my advice, pay for your meals and leave now. I can have your food packed so that you can be on your way." "Are there many women held captive?" I asked. The barmaid shook her head. "I don't know, my lady, she said. I only listen to the customers who visit us. I know nothing more. My face was flushed in anger. How could this be? And how could Wine have agreed for his men to do the unthinkable to Akene women? It was power he wanted, and he has that. Has he become so dirty as well? I closed my eyes to control my emotions, the way that father had taught me. I counted up to 100 or until I could feel the muscles on my face relax, except that I was already halfway counting, and I could still feel the tension on my face. Help me. Help me save Goemi, I surprisingly heard Quila say inside my head. What? Quila, is that you? Can you hear me? Yes. I tried to connect to Miroe to help me save Goemi, but maybe he is too far away. I couldn't reach him, Quila said from a distance. Amaya and Mathis were eyeing me curiously upon hearing me talk to myself. Where are you? What happened? Tell me. I said in a rush. My eyes were open now, but I could still hear Quila. She was able to copy voices before, that was her power. But powers grow, and this was probably how hers developed to become. We're in a mare, and if I'm able to talk to you, then perhaps you are nearby. Please, look for the soldiers' camps. A mile away from their perimeter, you will find me. I need you. I need someone to help me. I am all alone now, Quila said in a rush. Stay calm, Quila, I said. I will find you. Help is on the way. And then the connection was gone. I couldn't hear her anymore. Quila? I said repeatedly. When she didn't answer, I turned to Amaya. We're not going to Canela. We're staying here to rescue my son's friend and I paused, wondering if I could say the word. Then I continued, daughter. Quila Tash. My hands shook uncontrollably as I squeezed under a haystack. It was as though no matter what I did, Akea was unsafe. And while this thought made me afraid, I had to remain strong for Goemi. She was counting on me to save her. It was nighttime again, and it was difficult to find sleep because whenever I spoke to Goemi, I would hear her babbling. A week before, she would cry incessantly, but these past days, I worried more about her because she no longer cried. Instead, she babbled like a baby. When it was dark, it was easier to communicate. Perhaps it was because of the stillness. Mistress Lamare? I said. But just like yesterday, I was unable to speak to her. Mistress Lamare, please, if you hear me, please talk to me. I waited a little bit, but there was no response. I see Goemi. I see her every day. When the soldiers travel, she also rides with them. But the other day, she was dragged by a horse. She could have died, and I was afraid that she did, but yesterday, I saw her again. I hardly recognized her because the soldiers had shaved off her hair. But I knew it was her. I knew her clothes even if they were torn and dirty beyond recognition. And the way she stands so upright even though probably she had been so broken inside, I knew it was her. When the soldiers moved to another campsite, Goemi was bound to a horse. I was relieved but only for a while because while she is alive, she will still be suffering as long as I haven't rescued her yet. That's why I need you, Mistress Lamare. I need to save her. When there was no response, I wanted to cry, but instead, I calmed myself and concentrated. I will be able to do it. Tomorrow, I promise. I will rescue Goemi with or without any help. I wanted to dream of a way to rescue her, but even in my dreams, I could only pray that I had greater powers so that I could rescue her. I concentrated and tried to listen. Not just to listen to my surroundings but to listen to words that were directed to me. Since discovering that my power had grown, I can now sense someone talking to me in their heads, as long as I consciously listen to their words. So even as I prepared to sleep, I opened myself to listening and hoped that should Goemi or Mistress Lamare talk to me, I would be able to hear them. Before I fell asleep, though, I already heard some voices. Quila, where are you? It was Mistress Lamare. I sat up and was immediately awake. I'm not so sure which town this is, but it sounds like egg yolk. Do you know of such a place? I said, my heart pumping faster after realizing that Mistress Lamare was finally able to reach me. There was some soft laughter before I heard her say, Ignoke. That's good because I'm already here in Ignoke. Can you describe where you are because from where I am, I can already see the soldiers' camps. I stood up in excitement. Really? Where are you? Oh, gods, I pray you're not on the opposite side. I hope you are just near me. I hope. I shrieked as foreign arms grabbed me. Hush, said Mistress Lamare. Dear gods. You're the kindest, most wonderful gods for always hearing my prayers. I hugged Mistress Lamare so tightly because I was happy to see her. I was not even sure she survived Sinista. I did not realize that I was crying already as I clung to her. It's all right. We'll rescue Goemi. Together, she said. There was another lady with Mistress Lamare and a little boy. The lady took a good look at me and held out her hand. I will give you some healing, she said, and I felt a wave of calmness wash over me. It was the most wonderful feeling. I was unaware that I was such a wreck until she cleansed me from all the negativity that I was feeling. Thank you, I said. She's a Maya, and she's a healer, Mistress Lamare said. I thought I saw you go inside the barn, but I wanted to be sure it was you. But enough of this for now. How are we going to rescue Goemi? Do you have any plans? I nodded at high speed. I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it will work. We need to rescue her by tomorrow, if not, we might be too late already. I told her what I had in mind and how I hoped that it would work. Mistress Lamare looked thoughtfully at me, and after a while, she said that it might work, less some tweaks to the plan. Amaya also joined in. And by the time the cock crowed, we had laid out the perfect plan. Or so we thought. Goemi Pasap. I see Miroe everywhere. Oh, and there was Arden too. All the people I loved were here, and they wanted to take me to a place where there was no more pain, where the general would not be able to break me. Arden will be the one to do that, except that he's dead. I shivered. Every part of my body ached, and sometimes I thought that there was nothing inside my head that made sense anymore. I felt feverish. I felt like I was floating, no longer a part of this world. I heard someone enter the tent. Or was it even a tent? Why was I inside a tent? It was hard to remember now. Something grumbled, and I wondered if it was my stomach. Was it? Then I laughed because I didn't feel hungry at all. They're looking for the general, a soldier said. The tent flap opened, and light came inside this usually dark place. I squinted and thought I saw Mother. Mistress Lamare, I thought. She's here to save me. Then I laughed weakly because I knew that I must be hallucinating. I will be out there in a minute, the soldier who was inside the tent with me shouted. Who could be looking for the general? He went out to follow the other soldier. I watched as the tent flap opened again. And this time, I think I really saw Mother. Her eyes were fixed on this tent, but I wondered if she had seen me, too. And if she did she recognize me? I wanted to shout, but as soon as I opened my mouth, my throat constricted, and I remembered that I hadn't drunk water for almost a day now. Lamare Amark. The soldiers were escorting me to the general's tent. In the meantime, Quila, Amaya, and Mathis were inside another tent, which we were able to occupy because the Emperor, His Royal Highness, shouted at the soldiers to leave him alone. Quila pretended to be the Emperor by imitating his voice while hiding behind some sheets. I tried to look annoyed so my fear would go unnoticed, but my heart was thumping fast because I was unsure if this plan would work. General, there's a lady here to see you, the soldier who was escorting me announced. There was a loud grunt from inside the tent, after which a voice told the soldier may now enter. To this, the soldier pushed me inside. General Edom Masawi of Arena Province came to view. It has been moon turn since I last saw him, and it seemed he had aged much. His head was balding now, and the lines on his forehead had grown deeper. Regardless, he still looked as hard-hearted as before. He was the most stubborn among the war generals, someone who was difficult to talk to. Of all the generals, why did I have to deal with him? I knelt. General Masawi, the Emperor has taken me captive. He asked me to fetch you so that he can inquire directly from you of your conquests. At the same time, he wishes to hand me over to you. I stopped and waited for his response, but there was nothing but silence. Then I heard him laughing. What is the former royal scribe doing here in Ignok? In this godforsaken place that's hardly touched by civilization? And why is she claiming that the Emperor himself has captured her and brought her here when I know that His Royal Highness is in Canela, probably on his way to Caristhea, and not planning on wasting his time flying to Ignoke? His voice boomed inside the tent. General, the Emperor is here. He was the one who captured me, I said. It's true, General, the soldier said. He instructed me to go and summon you because he wishes to talk to you. He said not to make him wait. General Masawi's face scrunched in disbelief. You do know that once I learn that this is a lie, I will have you beheaded, he told the soldier. The soldier's face flushed, but he said, there's no doubt about the Emperor's presence. He's here. He gave me the instructions himself. How can he give you the instructions when he is not here? General Masawi insisted. He is in Canela. Do not take me for a fool. The Emperor has more important things in mind than going after a royal scribe who has defected her support. Do you understand that, Agus? The soldier nodded. But General, he gave the instructions to me. And while you will have me beheaded, he said that if you make him wait, he will behead you. It was General Masawi's turn to be surprised. He touched his chin repeatedly as though he was trying to measure the truth in those words. It is difficult to believe you, he said to the soldier, and then he pointed to me, and you. But that does sound like the Emperor. He will not have second thoughts about beheading me if I make him wait. And so, because I am curious, let it be known that it's only because I am curious, that I will join you to see him, he said in an arrogant tone. He stood up and added, but tie her up. This still doesn't sound like something the Emperor would do, somebody tie this woman. The other soldiers bound my wrists while General Masawi stood up to face me. Why do I need to go to him? If you are telling the truth, and this is not a trick, why can he not go to me? He asked. You seem not to know the Emperor. Do you want to question him? Or do you hate yourself so much that you'd rather not witness another sunrise tomorrow? If the Emperor learns of your insolence, you will lose your honor, and one of your soldiers, even the scraggly one, may be chosen to take over your position. This time, the general looked worried because it was something that the Emperor would most likely do. After all, it had just been in the last moon turn that he banished Queen Marcella Benilda to Sinista and declared General Ion Nodo as the king. General Masawi remained silent after that. He then commanded all the soldiers inside his tent to join him. All of you will come with me, he said. On the way to the tent where Quila, Amaya, and Mathis were, I tried to control my breathing while glancing at the general from the corner of my eye. If at all, he looked annoyed. His lips were drooping, and his eyebrows were still knotted. He stopped in front of the tent before entering and looked at me and the soldier who summoned him as though to warn us of the possible punishments this ruse could bring us. I entered after the general. He stopped short when he saw that there was no one inside, but there was a curtain hanging in the middle. This was the part that I was afraid of. Where is the Emperor? General Masawi asked. He unsheathed his sword in one quick motion and pointed the tip on my neck. I am not to be made a fool in my own camp. I gasped and held my breath, waiting for Quila to speak. And then she did a good imitation of the Emperor's voice. There is no need for that, the Emperor's cold voice said. General Masawi's back froze, and he looked surprised. He put his sword back on its sheath and bowed. Your Grace. I apologize if I made you wait. But this is a surprise, a good surprise, that is. Nevertheless, still a surprise. What did Lamari tell you? Did she say that the Emperor made jokes? If she did, then please, by all means, flog her. The Emperor's voice said. There is no need for that, Your Grace, General Masawi said. She will suffer later in the tent with the soldiers. My eyes blurred as rage seeped into my heart. I wanted to tear at the ropes that were binding my wrists so that I could slap him. This has to be quick. Give me an update on your conquests. I heard that you've been moving around in a mare. What have you found out? There is no doubt that the king in general, Ion Nodo, has a mare in tight control. There are hardly any rebels here. Just a handful that my men and were able to capture. There is no reason for you to worry, Your Grace, he said. General Masawi's face looked concerned. Forgive me for asking, Your Grace, but I need to see your face, he said. Why are you hiding behind a curtain? Don't you dare come here and look at my face. The Emperor growled. It was a good imitation of how the Emperor shouts when he is mad. I have contracted some hateful allergies, and it is unbecoming. It was a good excuse, one that Amaya had contributed when we were planning out this rescue mission. The problem was, General Masawi seemed to doubt what the Emperor just said. I hope that Quila will remember to ask about Goemi soon. We ran the dialogues over and over, so she must remember that now is the time to ask. You spoke of captives? The Emperor said. Yes, Your Grace. I could use another servant in the palace. Is there anyone you can offer to me? There's plenty that could serve the palace, Your Highness, he said. It is important to teach these rebels a lesson. If you caught one, bring her for me to tame. I will make an example of her so that no one else would follow her deed, the Emperor said. The general took the bait just like we hoped and volunteered Goemi. Your Grace, we caught one of the boy's companions, General Masawi said. One of the boy's companions? Then what are you waiting for? Bring her to me immediately. The Emperor yelled. General Masawi flinched as though he had expected something to happen, but nothing did. That was the moment I realized that we had to finish the conversation soon and get away, because anyone familiar with how the Emperor works knows that he will easily lash out at anyone and use his power to do that. He will bind someone with air or use an invisible whip. This may indeed appear odd to the general. My heart started to beat faster. General Masawi ordered the soldier to bring Goemi. I wanted to walk around to control my anxiety, but I was unable to, otherwise, the general would have suspected something was afoot. Time slowed down as we all waited for Goemi. Amaya? I was ill at ease behind the curtains. Quila looked shaken, but it was a good thing that despite that, her voice held firm as she imitated the Emperor. I was supposed to coach her about what to say since I have had more encounters with the Emperor than her. Everyone was silent now, and I heard the tent flap rustle as it opened and closed. There was a thump as someone was pushed to the ground. I took a quick peek and saw what seemed like a scrawny boy instead of a girl who was covered with dried blood and who was also almost completely bald. Leave her with me. I will use her as my servant, the Emperor said. If it pleases Your Grace, then so be it, but it is my duty to let you know that this girl will die in a few weeks. I can get you better maidservants here in Amer, someone that you wouldn't have to train because, forgive me, Your Grace, I believe your time is better spent on leading us than teaching housekeeping lessons to girls, but the general said. The way that the general talked to the Emperor made me worry. It was as though he did not believe that it was the Emperor he was talking to. I want her. Who are you to question what I want? The Emperor bellowed. Quila was doing quite well in her voice portrayal of the Emperor because we were able to rehearse how the Emperor should talk back to anyone, which was basically to just shout, should he feel that he is being questioned. I wish I could see the general's face to know if we needed to do anything more convincing. From his changing tone, it seemed the general had doubts that grew by the minute. Something seems to have escaped me, Your Grace. I was trying to think what it was, and then, I remember that I didn't mention anything about the prisoner that I took, nor did I refer to her as she, and yet you knew, he said. My heart started to beat fast. Quila turned to look at me with large eyes, obviously terrified that we had been found out. So how did you know it was a girl, Your Grace? He asked, confused. His questioning was quite pointed, and Quila's eyes were glued on me. How dare you question me? Quila shouted in the Emperor's voice. But no matter how good her imitation of the voice was, it was not enough. There was a loud swish as the general's sword hit the curtain, revealing Quila and me. The general's eyes were fixed on us, and he was smirking at us. Just as I thought. Forgive me, Your Grace, for not obeying you, he began in a mocking tone, but I had to make sure that I get to see your face even though, what was it, you have allergies. I ensure that no one fools me, and that should the Emperor be in danger, I would save him. He turned to face Lamare. And as for you, you will be returned to the Emperor. Instead of one, I now have 4 to deliver to His Royal Highness. He will be very pleased. Chills ran up and down my spine when he laughed. I was staring straight at Lamare, but she was as stunned as I was. The soldiers captured us with ease, and we could not fight because we all had passive powers. That did not stop the soldier approaching me from hitting me on the head. We knew we were all going to die.
Chapter 16, The Power Enhanced. Kino Amark. It was an ordinary day. At least it felt like that if what you mean by ordinary was that one had to practice one's power constantly. Grandpa made sure that I practiced every day. While practicing and discovering what my power roused my interest, it was not as fun if you do it repeatedly. But I recognized the need for it. Right now, I can turn invisible so quickly that it has become like second nature to me already. In fact, the next time that I see Pyper, I could race with her in turning invisible and probably win. I smiled to myself when I thought of her. Grandpa pointed out that invisibility was an excellent power since it offered me good protection, especially during battle. Sweat was covering my entire body now, and when I glanced above, Sisis was directly above me. This explained why my stomach was already grumbling, but I had to push this thought away. I knew I needed to keep practicing, so I could shuffle my powers quickly. I should be able to make one manifest as fast as I thought of it. This time, I concentrated on shuffling to super strength. I then threw a punch on the ground, and it cracked. Then, I tried jumping up high, and when I did, I fell back to the ground and zoomed speedily to the other side of the field. When I got there, I conjured a cloud and hopped on it before flying back to where Grandpa was probably waiting for me. And while I was riding a cloud, I made myself invisible. This was great. I have managed to improve my skills in shuffling through my powers, and what I needed to do now was practice using 2 or more powers that I have copied at the same time. I wiped the sweat off my face and cooled myself down by breathing more slowly. It was a long day, and so I went back to the cottage for a warm bath and some sleep. On some evenings, I practiced the more passive powers like sniffling and dreaming. That night, as I lay on my cot, I tried to think of Pyper. This time, I was able to feel her. She was still in the north, so Grandpa and I had yet to lose our way. For a brief moment, to my surprise, I was able to see her. It was dark where she was, but there was a hint of an orange glow in her background. I tried to see her more clearly, and my heart glowed. It was good to see her face. But why was there an orange glow? Was it? It's Karasthea. She's where the volcanoes are. True enough, when I looked hard enough at her surroundings, I could see the peak of a volcano that was puffed with smoke as though about to erupt. I sat upright and squinted. And Pyper was with company. Dogan was there, and, could it be? Mayo Calo is also there. They were all together. Blessed be the gods. All I needed to do was get to Karasthea quickly, and we would all be together again. This time, I will not let anything come between us. I could not wait to tell Grandpa. He would be so pleased. So I stood up and went to where he was. I was unable to find him inside the hut, so I searched for him outside, and true enough, Grandpa was outside staring at the stars, passing the time. They're in Karasthea. I blurted out. I saw Pyper. I gathered that sniffling worked? Grandpa asked, and I nodded. Funny thing, people are referring to this power as sniffling when it really means sniffing. Do you know why it is called sniffling? Pyper told me about it, I said. It makes the bearer of the power want to sniffle. I grinned at the thought. I understood it totally because when I used sniffling, there were times that I also wanted to sniffle, and also puke. Grandpa was also smiling back at me. Pyper isn't alone. Mayo and Dogan are with her. We must go there now. Easy, Kino, Grandpa said. You have to control your emotions. You can't act on impulse. We will go to them, isn't that what we've already planned? Yes, but. No buts. We will go as planned. In the meantime, as we travel there, you will practice regularly to improve your power strength. I was a little disappointed that Grandpa did not share my excitement at discovering where my friends were, but no matter. I will try to push our daily ride faster so we can be in Karasthea sooner. Did you follow your drill today? Grandpa asked. Yes. The only thing remaining is dreaming. I practice that when I sleep, I said. All right then, better go to sleep now and continue with your practice, Grandpa said. I was about to do that, but I got excited when I found out that my friends are together. Even Dogen is a friend. I paused when I realized Grandpa had returned to his stargazing. But yes, I will go and sleep now. I remember lying down in bed and concentrating hard, planning ever surely so that when I start to dream, I will be able to learn from it, learn to maneuver it, and see how it can help me later on. And then it happened. I found myself in the dreaming world. It looked like the real world when I was awake, except for the haze all around. There was nothing here, save for the trees. I figured there were animals because I heard some wolves howling and a few birds chirping. I studied my surroundings in amazement. Now that I know that this was some sort of a parallel world, that if I get hurt here, I will take the wound with me when I wake up, I had to be extra careful. I wondered, though, if I find anything good here, would I be able to take it back to the real world? I continued walking, searching for Grandpa, wondering if I would find him here, but there seemed to be no trace of him. This place did not look familiar to me, except, I stopped short when I saw a structure in front of me that I seemed to have visited in the past. It was gleaming white even when it was shrouded by the darkness of the night. My assumption was right, the Amaresian Palace. I ran towards it although I was unsure where to go. Although I have been here before, I was so sick at that time and was unconscious for most of the trip. The old wound on my left leg throbbed as though to remind me that it was here that the metal arrowhead was removed from it. I shivered whenever I remembered how badly General Ion Noto treated me. And now, this palace belonged to him. Upon reaching the grand staircase of Amare, memories came rushing back to me. I remembered meeting the former queen here, Marcella Benilda. She had eyed me curiously, and I must have stunk then because her first instruction to her maidservants was to give me a bath. I chuckled. That part was clear to me, but everything else that came after was a blur, even up to the point when Pyper had rescued me. I pushed a door open and saw a small room with just a bed with a stool and a side table. It felt odd seeing such a room in the palace, yet somehow, it felt familiar. I wondered if this was where I was kept after the maidservants had given me a bath. I left the room and roamed in the corridors, hoping to find someone or something. I would be fortunate if I chance upon the Mima. It would be surreal to meet her and to introduce myself to her. Grandpa told me that the Mima only showed up when it pleased her. After a while, I got tired of aimlessly walking and decided that there was nothing much to do in this palace. Besides, it was beginning to feel haunted. Because there were no people around, I went down the grand staircase and used the back door to leave. As soon as I stepped outside, I felt as though the world had somehow changed. It was indescribable, but I figured that was how it was in dreams, right? You know that something has changed, and yet, you will be unable to describe that change in words. My mouth hung open as I stared at the hundreds of tents that were pitched before me. When I looked back, the Amaresian Palace was gone. Weird things happen in dreams, indeed. There were soldiers patrolling the ground. I reminded myself to be careful because I could end up wounded when I wake up if I engage in a sword fight here. So I treaded the campsite carefully. What could the Mima be showing me? I thought to myself. Was she guiding me to discover something, or was this dream leading me nowhere? And then, all of a sudden, it was morning. The sun was already up, and soldiers came out of their tents. They immediately took to cleaning up and putting away the tents. They must be moving soon. They were likely the ones the Emperor deployed to instill fear in the citizens. "Hey, you!" A soldier called out to me. My eyes grew wide. Could he see me? But he's not supposed to see me. Unless, of course, I was able to walk into a dream that was not in the past. Yes, that must be it. "What are you doing here?" the soldier said as he walked towards me. I turned around and briskly walked away. "Halt!" he shouted. That was when I started running. "Get him!" the soldier yelled. I could hear the pounding of their footsteps as they ran after me. "Stop!" I tried to wake up but to no avail. I started punching on my head so that I could wake up, but nothing seemed to change. I could hear Grandpa's words telling me that I must be able to control dreaming so that when there was looming danger, I would be able to escape it. But I couldn't wake up. I shuffled and used my power to run fast. I was glad that I was able to do it, and so I was able to leave behind the soldiers who were running after me. I went inside the remaining tent that was still pitched, and I was surprised to find that it was occupied. Kino! Quila yelled. I stopped short. Quila? What are you doing here? I said. And then my eyes took in everything inside the tent. Quila was bound by ropes. There was a scrawny girl who looked passed out who was also bound, a little boy, a lady, and, I froze. Mother? I said. You have to remove the ropes that are holding us down, Kino, she said. I was dumbfounded. How in the world did this happen? I am in the dreaming world. And wherever this is, I am certain that this is not happening in the real world. Wake up, Kino, wake up. I kept on telling myself. And then I heard the soldiers' footsteps. They're coming, I gasped, fear starting to claw inside my chest and out my voice. I ran towards Quila and tried frantically to remove the ropes binding her wrists, but my hands kept shaking, so I was of no help at all. At the back of my head, I could hear Grandpa shouting at me. Wake up, Kino, wake up. Wake up. Wake up. And then the tent flap opened, and soldiers came running in. One had a sword and swung at me. At that moment, I panicked, and fear gripped my chest that I screamed. And then I was running again. But it was different now. I burst out of my dream. Grandpa was with me now. We were nowhere near where we were sleeping. As I looked around, I recognized that we were inside the tent where Mother and my friends were kept. I had walked out of the dream and had stepped into a different place. My heart was pounding loudly, but it was not what was roaring in my ears. Instead, it was the sound of real marching footsteps of soldiers outside.
Lamare Amark. A cloud of smoke appeared inside the tent, and when it dissipated just a few seconds later, I saw Kino and my father. Kino! I shouted. And then I lowered my voice. How did you get here? He looked astounded, as though he was not expecting to see me. Dreaming. I went inside my dream and came out here. Father. I said. And then tears started to fall down my face. You're alive. I thought that you were gone. I summoned you to come back, but you did not heed my call. Long story, my dear, Father started, but for now, we need to rescue you and your friends. How did you get into this mess? I could not answer Father immediately because my heart started to pound loudly. I could hear the soldiers patrolling about. There are 1,000 soldiers all around us. And if they learn that you are here, you will be taken captive too. I don't want that. But how do we get out of here? I asked. Kino looked as though he was thinking. Grandpa? Use the cloud. I think it's our only way out, Father said. There's too many of us. I'm not sure if I can support our weight, Kino said. You can't go back to the dreaming world. You haven't mastered it yet. It's a surprise that you were even able to take me with you. I surmise it was because I was holding you. By gods, I was actually trying to wake you up from your nightmare. You were breathing so heavily and were shouting in your sleep. Kino flushed. I was being pursued by the Emperor's soldiers. Quila's ropes finally loosened and Father was able to untie me as well. Go, Ami, she needs help, I said. Amaya was squirming around and trying to loosen her ropes, so much so that she fell back with a loud thud. Hey! A soldier outside said. What's the ruckus? He peered inside the tent flap and saw all of us. What the? Now, Kino. I said. Whatever power you have, use it now. Intruders here. The soldier shouted as he took out his sword and barged inside the tent.
Kino Amark. Soldiers started pouring in. I pushed a wall of air at them, and they stumbled. They were able to recover quickly and were poised to attack us from all sides. Help me, Quila. Use your power, I yelled. My power is useless here. She answered. Instead, she looked around and found her sword. She took it and started slashing at the soldiers around us. Stop killing them. I shouted. Are you crazy? They're going to kill us if we don't kill them first. She yelled back. I think I knew that, but it was also impossible for me to do that. No, I won't kill anyone. I won't use my power to end someone's life. Not after I killed the men Grandpa and I traveled with on a ship. Use the lightning, Kino. You practiced for that. Hurl some lightning bolts. Grandpa shouted as he parried against soldiers. No. I said. Then I made vines sprout from the ground and crawl after the soldiers, binding them. Run. Mother shouted. She grabbed Goemi and helped her up. Amaya was also extending some assistance. And there's the little boy, I saw him as he ran towards them. I'm blocking them. Run the other way, I shouted. Quila was quick enough to slash at the back of the tent, the exit that they used to escape. I was left together with Grandpa to battle with the soldiers. Use your power, Grandpa. I urged as I made trees grow to block the soldiers. In a few minutes, we could run. And when I get to my mother and the rest of the group, I will conjure a cloud. My cratty power is charm. And age wine. I have nothing to use for battles, Grandpa shouted. So please, will you hurl the lightning bolts already? He was obviously starting to sound disappointed. I shook my head and ignored Grandpa while concentrating on making the vines and trees grow. Dogen's power was pretty useful now. As soldiers attacked us, I made a vine shoot up and bound the soldier. This way, nobody died. And then everything happened so fast. 2 soldiers rushed forward, and I tried to push them back with air. As I did, another batch of soldiers attacked. One of them leapt at me, and I pushed him back with air too, but the other one hit me with a javelin and sent me tumbling backward. The 3rd soldier moved quickly. He was right in front of me for a second, and then he was gone, and the next time I saw him, he was in front of Grandpa, holding a knife against his neck. Then he slashed it, and blood started spilling out. No! I shouted. I shuffled my power and used the power to move fast. In an instant, I grabbed Grandpa. A soldier pounced on me, but I was able to shuffle my power again, and this time, I had the super strength of General Ion Noto. I punched the soldier, and he was thrown backward. I then shuffled my power again, and this time, I was using the Emperor's power. I conjured a cloud, hopped on it while holding onto Grandpa's body. I made both of us invisible. We flew away from them after that. My heart was pounding so fast that I could barely hear anything else. As we flew up, I looked for my mother and friends so that I could get to them too. They were not able to run so far away. Soldiers were still chasing them, and if I did not get to them soon, they might be captured again. I swooped down and increased the speed of the cloud that Grandpa and I were riding on. I clutched his body close to me, and I wondered if he was still alive. Oh gods, please still be alive. Tears started to fall down my cheeks. It was my fault if he died because I did not use my powers on those stupid soldiers. They were trying to kill us anyway, so wasn't it just right for me to lash out or hurl lightning bolts at them the way the Emperor does so easily at his enemies? The soldiers were closing in on my friends, and this time, I would not let any of them get hurt. I used the Emperor's power to create lightning, and in rage, I threw lightning bolts at them and watched as the ground broke and exploded. Bodies of soldiers were scattered everywhere, some in pieces, others in bits. Then I slowed down, made myself visible, and shouted, "Over here." Quila was the first to see me, and she immediately climbed on the cloud. She grabbed Mathis by the waist and dragged him up with her. Then Mother and the Lady Amaya hopped on too, carrying a sickly Goemi. As soon as everybody was with me, I made all of us invisible. I felt weak because of all the powers I used, but I had to take us away. We had to escape. Below us, I could hear the soldiers shouting, "They've escaped. Tell the general that the prisoners have escaped." Quila is bleeding, Mother said. She was hit badly. Dear gods! I wanted to make us visible so that I could see Quila's injury, but I felt too tired already. I would need to stop using my power soon. I think I might faint.
Quila Tash. I am flying. This is unbelievable. So this is how it feels like to die. I could still feel the soldier's sword as it slashed against me. It must have taken a chunk of flesh from my shoulder like how Arden was wounded. I smiled weakly upon realizing that if I was already dead and were floating in the air, then that meant that I would get to see Arden soon. I could feel the cold breeze on my face as I flew up in the air. Was this how death felt like? Air touched me, and I could still breathe. And to top it all off, I could still feel the searing pain on my shoulder. I always thought there was nothing to feel when you were dead. Quila's hurt. Amaya, you have to help, Mistress Lamare said. That was the weirdest thing. I was not supposed to hear Mistress Lamare anymore if I were dead. Or was I? I rose higher and higher to the sky, then moved horizontally. Below, I could see the soldiers' camps. Everyone was rushing about, screaming and yelling at each other. They will not get to me now. I'm dead. Ha ha ha. I have finally beaten those lousy soldiers. Kino, you have to make us visible, Mistress Lamare said. Huh? And then my body materialized from thin air. Not dead, just invisible. All eyes were on me. Amaya immediately held me close. We were flying together, on a cloud, similar to what the Emperor uses. Wow. Arden would have a fit once he learns of this. Hello, Kino, I said, smiling at him. And then I fainted. I was unsure if it was because I was afraid of heights or because I heard Lady Amaya say I had lost a lot of blood. Chapter 17, Answers. Laren San Diego. We wanted to go to Karasthea at first, but what good would that do? The Emperor controlled every province. All the war generals roamed around. It would be best to return to Nivedon because we knew the terrain and could use it to our advantage in war. When I discussed it with Salvatore, he initially disagreed, but once we encountered another group of the Empire's soldiers and lost almost a fourth of our men, Salvatore agreed. Even Elder Mayandilo agreed. It was disheartening to come back to Nivedon, but Karasthea was a much worse choice for us. And now, after weeks of traveling, we are back home. Destroyed tree houses greeted us, but we knew they could be rebuilt. The problem, though, was the trees that had been uprooted. The tree runners will not be able to care for them, so there is a high chance that the trees will not be saved. It will take many moon turns before Nivedon is restored to how it was, before General Ion Noto came and destroyed the province. But every Niven has taken to rebuilding the tree houses already. It will take at least a week to clean up everything and another month or two to repair the town hall. But at least everyone was already accustomed to this place, and even if the houses were damaged, everyone would be able to sleep well because this place was home to all of them. All of us. Elder Mayon approached, his brows furrowed. Is there anything you need, Elder? I asked. Is the chief hunter around? He said. I need to speak to him. I heard from Calo, and it isn't good outside of Nivedon. It really was a good decision to head back here. I can ask someone to go and find the chief hunter, but do you mind sharing with me this piece of information that you were able to gather? I asked. Those soldiers' camps that we came across with, they're not the only ones. The Emperor has deployed other bigger groups all over the land. Calo said that the Emperor wants to ensure that no one will join the rebellion. And, he paused. What is it? He has given orders to hunt and kill all Nivens on sight, Elder Mayon said. I paled at what he said, but I should have expected this by now because was it not the same goal that Ion Noto was trying to achieve when he attacked us here? We need to find the chief hunter. It is important that I talk to him immediately, the elder said. He walks fast for an old man, this was my thought as I trailed after him. Uncle Salvatore was giving instructions to the other Nivens when we found him. He glanced at us, and when he saw our serious faces, he gestured at the other Nivens to proceed as he walked towards us. Elder Mayon, Laren, I can see that something's troubling you, Salvatore said. I have learned the history of Akea, Elder Mayon began. Salvatore smiled widely as though he wanted to laugh, but he refrained from doing so out of courtesy. You might have read it from the annals in the palace libraries before. I figured that you are someone who spends days and nights reading books, he added in jest. The elder looked oddly at Salvatore. I like books. There's nothing funny about that. Chief Hunter, I said. Let the elder speak. I believe he has something important to tell us. There are 3 things. I've already shared the first one with Laren, so I will leave it to her to tell you later. The second thing is important that you know because nobody else in the land does, he said. If nobody else in the land knows, then how did you come to learn of this information? Salvatore asked. Someone who lived more than 100 years shared it with me, the elder said. More than 100 years? No one lives that long anymore, Salvatore said. A tortoise, Elder Mayan said. I gaped at him, and Salvatore must have too because Elder Mayan continued to explain. Hear me out. It is a valuable piece of information, and it will explain many things, he said. He cleared his throat the way one does when he's about to sing. Then he began his narration. Long before Northsam ruled the land, he had a daughter. She grew up to be the second to the throne. When she came of age, she was wed, and that person she married was McQuinstorm Aaron. Now, McQuinstorm grew close to the emperor, and the latter was to be seen with his son-in-law most of the time. They would talk about plans for Akea, and it was also believed that McQuinstorm got the chance to meet Micromania. Micromania is a seer, as you all know, and she prophesied that, out of the Niven blood, Akea will rise again. This caused Northsam to worry because he was not of Niven blood. And his daughter was wed to someone who did not have Niven blood in his veins either. And so it was that he connived with McQuinstorm. He faked his death by vanishing and going into hiding and entrusting his daughter to his son-in-law. While Northsam tried to understand the meaning of the prophecy, McQuinstorm grew restless, plotting how he could prevent it from happening. By this time, he had felt what it meant to have power over the land. To be at the helm of all decisions, to be revered by the people, and to someone who was not accustomed to such, his ego was so badly fed. In fact, when McQuinstorm declared Northsam dead, it was Northsam's turn to be surprised. But he was not yet ready to return. When the former emperor was finally ready to reclaim the throne, McQuinstorm would no longer let him, and by that time, the new emperor was already feared by Akeans. Even the war generals did not dare question him openly. But the young emperor used to be a good man. Yes, he was rough around the edges, and yet he was upright. But power and authority corrupt people easily. And so, McQuinstorm realized that the only way he could prevent the prophecy from happening was if he annihilated all the Nivens. He tried, but unbeknownst to him, the Nivens survived. When he came back to the Kanelan palace, he thought that he had put an end to the prophecy. He and his wife will rule Akea. But Northsam's daughter gave birth to a son who had green eyes. One look at the boy and McQuinstorm knew that it wasn't his. This is where it gets interesting, and why no Akeen probably remembers. Northsam's daughter is a scribe of destiny. She can write things and will for them to happen. When McQuinstorm found out that the boy wasn't his heir, he made his wife write that the Akeens would not remember her, and so she was erased from everyone's memory. The only way for the boy to live was if his power did not manifest, and so his power was bound by Northsam's daughter. As it turned out, this daughter was no other than Lamare Ariston Amark. I stared at the elder in disbelief. The royal scribe is the heir to the throne? I said slowly after a while. Salvatore had yet to speak a word. If Northsam's daughter is Lamare, then that makes Kino. I paused as the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. That makes him a threat to the emperor. Yes, the elder said. And that's why 2 moon turns ago, when his power manifested, the emperor ordered his death. I was too shocked to speak. How could this be true? And yet, it all made sense, the unexplainable hatred of the emperor towards the boy. When I was finally able to speak, I asked, "You said 3. What's the third thing you want to tell us?" Elder Man looked worried. As we speak, the emperor's men are already on their way to destroy and kill all Nivens.
Jor Pasap. The soldiers were pouring in from all sides of Nivedan, and it was as though we were set up to be slaughtered on our ancestral grounds. The rebels who joined me at Nivedan were holding the soldiers from the west, but more were coming from the south and the east. The chief hunter was leading his men to fight. They were vanishing into thin air and attacking from all sides, but it was not enough. I looked away briefly to relieve my eyes of the carnage. "Charge!" I shouted. And the rebels pushed forward. The first batch of soldiers attacking us pulled back, and I thought we had a chance, but the hope that started to bloom inside my heart suddenly disappeared when we realized that the soldiers now pushed forward, and this time, their number had even doubled. On the other side of the battlefield, I could not see Salvatore's men. I prayed that it was only because they were invisible. But when I looked at the ground where they had been fighting, I stared at the pile of Niven's bodies washing the dry ground with crimson. All around me, the rebels were getting slaughtered. It would be wise to save those who were still alive by escaping. It was a difficult call because I was not one to back out from war, but it had to be done. Pull back! I shouted. I looked for the Niven who stayed behind to guide us through the secret passage. He appeared and signaled the rebels to follow him before turning invisible again. Before running away, I concentrated and then used my power in this battle to shake the earth one last time. The ground cracked, and it erupted, swallowing the soldiers who were nearby. That was at least a distraction. Hopefully, we will be able to escape them now.
Chapter 18, The Road to Sinista. Pyper, San Diego. The tree runners who accompanied us did not talk much. Mostly they just sat and brooded. Because of this, we were unable to get any information from them the way we intended to. If they knew anything about the last dragon's egg, they were terribly quiet about it. We might have to rethink our plan, I said. Dogen glanced my way. He looked thoughtful. I was meaning to say the same thing. We've been here for weeks now, but we're not really getting anything here. There are tree runners, I said, aside from you. But I'm beginning to doubt why we came here in the first place. We can spend another night here, and then we can go back to Nivedon tomorrow, Dogen said. If we're going back, I might as well pay my grandmother a visit. I will head straight to Wawang village, see how things are over there, and then go to Nivedon, Mayo said. I sighed. Such a waste of time. Dogen grabbed a roasted root crop and tossed it to me before sitting down beside me and eating. I think that what we need to do is to find Kino. Let's forget about the dragon's egg. If we want to protect him, the smartest thing to do would be to find him. Isn't it? It was then that I noticed a crow flying towards us. Could that be Calo? I said. The bird circled up in the air before flying down and perching on my already outstretched hand that held the root crop. It pecked on the food, and I giggled. It is Calo. And there's a note tied to its leg, I said. Dogen and Mayo were immediately beside me. Let's read it, Mayo said as he quickly grabbed the note. Then I moved closer to him to see what the message was. The Emperor's soldiers took Nivedon. Do not go back there. If you must, come where there is no light. I panicked. It did not say if my mother survived. I said. I turned to Dogen. We have to find them. We must go where they are. It's unacceptable for us to just stay here while the Emperor's men are attacking our people. We need to go now. Mayo hugged me so tightly. We'll find them. Don't worry, he said. We'll find them, right? He looked up at Dogen. That's very unsettling news. He sat down on the ground as though he had lost his energy. Of course, we will find them, but I don't know where they are. Just that they are going to a place where there is no light, he said. It seems to me that they could be in Sinista, Miroe said. I forgot that the tree runners were with us because they were just so quiet. Sinista? That awful place? Why would they go there to hide? Mayo said. If that's where they're going, they wouldn't need any rescuing. The place where there is no light, the sun still touches Sinista, but when you go there, its foulness will begin to eat at your soul. If you stay there for months, you will feel weighed down, burdened, as though there's no hope, no beauty, nothing that is bright. That's why they call Sinista the place where there is no light, Miroe said. I looked up at Dogen. I want to find them. I haven't seen my father in a long time, and I need to find my mother. Dogen, I need to know that she's all right, I said in between sobs. Dogen knelt and pulled me to him, hugging me tightly. It's going to be all right. We'll find them, he said. Then he gestured for Mayo to come closer and embraced him as well.
Kino Amark. Mother and I were together, and you could say that I was happy. But something was still missing. And then I remember Grandpa. The three of us should have been together, but instead, I lost him. When we buried Grandpa, Mother had wept, but not so much. When I asked her why she wasn't grieving, she said that it was because she had buried him a long time ago already and had mourned him over and over in the past. Quila had suffered a major cut to her shoulder. It was good that Lady Amaya was with us, otherwise, Quila's wound would not have healed so quickly. Now, I was anxious because we traveled day and night to get to where Pyper was. And it seemed like we were very close to them. We had to take horses this time, though, because I was unable to carry everyone on the cloud for longer periods. I was not as strong yet, although Grandpa told me that as I got older, my strength would also grow with it. I can't believe we're in Caristhea, Quila blurted out. Goemi, we also thought of going here, right? Do you remember that conversation that we had? I turned to look at Goemi. She was not riding alone. Instead, she was riding with my mother. A moon turn ago, I would have been angry at her, but now, as I looked at her with her shaven head, scrawny frame, and bruised face, I felt sorry for her. Mother could tend to her all she needs, and I would not feel an ounce of jealousy. I wished that all of Goemi's wounds would heal. Mother told me that all her wounds would heal eventually, but what about those that cannot be seen? I noticed that my power as a sniffler had also grown stronger these past few days. Before, I needed to close my eyes to fully concentrate before I could get a scent, but now, I can do it even while riding a horse and only paying half of my attention to it. All I had to do was think about Pyper, which was not difficult to do, and then I would get a sense of where she was. I could smell her, and it was pleasant, not like when I tried searching for Mayo. I stopped short because when I got a whiff of her presence, it seemed like she was just around. Mother was looking at me. And then I kicked at my horse. I could feel her now, this close to me, so I kicked at my horse some more, and every gallop made me drink in Pyper's scent more and more. And then I stopped. There she was. In a tight embrace with Dogan and Mayo. Pyper! I shouted. I was grinning widely. She looked at me with her tear-streaked face, and my smile froze. Something was wrong. I jumped off the bay and ran to her. And when she was just an arm's length away, I blushed. I found her. I'm back, was all that I could say. It was an inexplicable feeling, but I was so happy to see her. In all the moon turns that we were separated from each other, there was never a day that I did not think of her. And now, she was right in front of me. Pyper hugged me tightly, and I hugged her back just as tightly. Mayo. Come here. I said. What crazy adventures did you have? Mayo joined the hug. It was so good to be back together. There were so many stories that I wanted to tell them. Everything that happened in the past moon turn. My training. Who I am with now. That I met the former Emperor of Akea, who turned out to be my grandfather. There were so many stories, where was I to begin? Of course, Pyper and Mayo must have had their own stories to share as well. We have to go to Sinista. The Emperor's men attacked the Nivens, and those who managed to escape went there. We must find them. I need to find my mother, Pyper said. That explained why she had been crying. What happened to Mistress Laren? I asked. Pyper stilled and started crying again. It was Dogan who answered, we don't know yet. We received a note from Elder Mayan, but it was short and limited, perhaps, so that nothing will be revealed should it get intercepted. Dogan Rhonda. Mathis? I said, in awe of the ones who came with Kino. The little boy jumped from the horse and all but leapt towards me. I was laughing hard and hugging him close. Where's Maria? I asked, and then I locked eyes with the second most beautiful woman I had ever laid eyes on. During the Akeen Wine Festival from 2 moon turns ago. She didn't make it, the woman said. I tried recalling her name. Lady Amaya, I said. I take it that you're the one who took care of Mathis? I did what I had to do. It was but right, she said. I didn't know what to say. I still get tongue-tied around beautiful women. Thank you, I said after a while. And then Mathis tugged at my hand and pointed towards the volcanoes. I took him for a walk while the others caught up on each other's adventures. Everybody was so excited to be reunited, and I could hear that they were already planning to go to Sinista. I held Mathis in my arms. It was good to hold his little frame again. I hoped that he did not suffer from the loss of his parents. He did seem all right, and I hoped he would stay that way. I was astounded to see Lamare here, in all honesty. I remember that I supposedly buried her a long time ago, so to see her was indeed a surprise. Dogan, Lamare said, smiling at me. I froze. I want to thank you for the funeral. And the flowers, she said. Her eyes were crinkled on the sides. Goemi told me what a spectacular display it was. And you know, in case something like that happens again, I would expect a better display of flower arrangement. She was teasing me, and yet I couldn't stop smiling. I'm so glad you aren't dead, my lady. You protected me before, and I hope it isn't too much to ask for the same from you now. Please protect us again, old friend. Travel with us, she said. I am bound to the children, my lady. When I thought that you died, I vowed to protect Kino until the day I die. That vow has not changed, even after learning that you're alive and well, I said. Her eyes moistened, and then she hugged me tightly. For now, we will enjoy each other's company, but tomorrow, we will start with the journey to Sinista. By the time dawn broke the following day, we were up and ready to go. Ameneros and the other 2 tree runners were sad to see us go, but they understood that we were on a different mission now. While the reunion gave us hope, we knew that things would be different once we reached Sinista. Dear gods, I pray that none of the people I know have died. Chapter 19, Declaration. McQuinstorm Aaron. Turon Aragor was early, and he was already drinking coffee when I entered the war room. Paterno was there as well, seated beside him. The two were engaged in a conversation. Is there a need to be so early? I said. Paterno turned around and was about to stand up, but I motioned for them to remain seated. I came here as soon as I got the news, Paterno started. Then he handed me the note that he had received. The note said, Marcus Asan of Lundu, Benno Tibol of Amer, and Copy Ribert of Bullocknan successfully took over Nivedon. I sat down and looked at Paterno. Were there any survivors? Paterno shook his head. Where they are now, no Nivens or rebels could have survived, but the clan has yet to be annihilated. More than 3/4 of them were able to escape. And you call this a success? I bellowed. Were my instructions not clear enough? Kill all of them. As long as one of them survives, there's a possibility for Micromanya's prophecy to come true. What success are you talking about? Our men came from the north, east, and west. They came in full force and did not expect that they would actually be able to escape from the south, Paterno said, now almost cowering. I was starting to get a headache from the conversation and was unsure if it was likely because of the rage that burned inside my head. You had them cornered and surrounded by mountains. Escape would have been difficult if another troop came from the south. Why didn't any of you think of that? My voice thundered inside the room. I slumped on my seat, thinking hard about the repercussions of this. If they had escaped, it would be more difficult to track them now. How could I know if I had eradicated the entire clan already? The generals control Nivedon now. This is an achievement, Your Grace, Turon said, with some confidence left in his voice. I commend the generals for executing their plan, except that the execution wasn't perfect. Now, Turon, if you were in my position, what would your next instruction be? I asked, mocking the general seated in front of me. I would order the generals to search for the Niven survivors, Your Grace, Turon said. I nodded. Your words are correct, I said. But this time, see to it that there is no more room for error. Or else. And unexpectedly, thunder raged inside the war room.
Pyper, San Diego. While we journeyed, it was impossible for me to think straight because I kept worrying about Mother. What if she did not survive? What if she wasn't one of those who were able to escape? What if she was dead? Chills run up and down my spine again. It was good that Kino was with me because he seemed to understand, and how could he not? For a moon turn, he thought that his mother was dead. He kept glancing at me, checking to see if I was all right. I chastised him earlier, and he looked embarrassed for behaving like that, especially when I pointed out to him that I have gotten stronger since we separated. Mayo yelled that I was crying, which made me weak, so I had to tell him that crying was not an indication of weakness. Crying is just a manifestation of fear and loneliness and many other emotions. Never weakness. It has been days since we started traveling, and I could not wait to reach Sinista. Did you see them? I asked for like the 100th time already. Kino shook his head. There are traces. I think I can sense Bombay, but I couldn't really be sure. It's hard to sniff them because I think they've reached Sinista already. When I try to use sniffling, I can smell the foulness of the place. I can't use the power for longer than a few seconds because it really stinks, Pyper. If sense could kill, then that one could murder you, he said. I'm sorry, Pyper. I wish I could tell you more, he added. It's all right. It's not your fault, I said. This is it, Mayo shouted. I can feel the uneasiness creeping on my skin. I chilled and saw that the others were also acting up. We're here, Dogen said. I suppose we can find them easily if a lot of them survived. Wait a minute. I sense some movements, I said. And then, out of thin air, Bombay's image started to form. Pyper. He shouted. It's so good to see you. Are they alive? Pyper asked. Is my mother alive? They're safe. Come, I will take all of you to them. Who didn't make it? I asked before we could even move. I held my breath, waiting for Bombay's response. The others must have, too, because I heard theirs as well. Of those we left behind, only Master Jor's comrades were able to rejoin us here. The chief hunter didn't make it as well as the other Nivens who stayed with him. There were around 100 of them. And then, of course, the nameless were all left behind too, Bombay shared in all seriousness. I felt sad upon hearing that. I wish that I could talk to Kogi because I believe that he is from Arden's family, his brother. It would have been nice to share Arden's adventures with Kogi. A while later, we reached the Niven camps. I looked for Mother first, and when I found her, I enveloped her in such a tight hug. It was a good day to be reunited with everyone, and we got the perfect timing too because, according to my mother, there would be a town meeting tonight. Many decisions were to be made, and many things were to be discussed. But before all of that, Mother asked us to get some rest first. She also mentioned that staying in Sinista was definitely not an option because already, the Nivens were feeling some changes in their behavior. It would do no good to anyone if this place corrupted us.
Elder Mayandilo. It was night time in Sinista, and although I have spent several nights in this place already, I still feel uneasy when I retire for the day, as though there are hidden eyes that are staring at me. But matters to discuss today are important and cannot be pushed back any longer. Everybody was gathered at the makeshift town hall, and the discussion was about to start. I turned to look at Laren, who nodded at me. Romeo was staring grimly at the surroundings. He kept looking left and right as though he was expecting some strange creatures to suddenly burst forth and devour us. It was Laren who spoke first. Tonight, we honor those who have given up their lives so that our clan can survive. The brave ones lie in Nivedon, and there's no one else to honor them there, so we will do it here. We will offer their souls to the ancestors and pray to the gods so that they will continue their journey dancing the moon steps. She paused as though waiting for a reaction, but nobody spoke. The chief hunter fell together with his men, and that leaves us with no leader. One that we sorely need right now, Laren continued. It is time for us to nominate a new chief hunter to lead us in the days to come. I looked around, waiting. To my surprise, it was Romeo who spoke. "There is no one better to lead us but you, Mistress Laren San Diego. You may not have been trained for it, but you have always been with Andoni San Diego. And when he was gone, you were always with Salvatore Durismo," he said. Laren looked surprised. "It pleases me that you recognize me enough to nominate me to lead the clan, but I am not a fighter. I am no commander in the battlefield." "I will command our army," Romeo said. "Or whatever fighters we have here. But you will have to lead us. The Nivens are broken now, they have lost hope after being repeatedly subject to the Emperor's attacks. They need someone who will help everyone heal. Someone who is strong to be the chief hunter but also soft enough to understand what they are feeling. That someone is you, Mistress Laren." Romeo looked around at the Nivens gathered around him and raised his right arm. "All in favor?" he yelled. Not surprisingly, though, they all yelled in agreement. I was smiling as I caught her eye. And then we all fell silent to listen to what the new chief hunter had to say. "Thank you, my brothers and sisters. I am honored by your confidence in me. And now to pressing matters. Months ago, when General Ion Noto attacked us, we decided to fight against the Emperor. And then, out of self-preservation, because we weren't sure if it was the right decision, we decided to go back to that place we all called home, Nivedon. But you saw what happened. If we do not fight, we will not find peace anywhere. The time that Andoni feared has come, the time that the Emperor learns about our existence. Now that he knows, he will stop at nothing until he annihilates our entire clan. So I tell you now, we will fight. We will go to the Kanelan Palace and fight. It will be our last battle. There's no sense in hiding any longer. We have to declare ourselves as citizens of Akea once more," she said. No Niven or rebel with us that day did not cheer upon hearing Laren. Battle plans were to be made, and the fight against the Emperor will soon be waged. Laren San Diego, the first woman chief hunter, made me proud. It was a momentous event for us. She agreed to lead us, and everyone was beaming. When the noise died down, Laren looked at me, and her eyes became moist. I knew why. At this moment, she wanted me to talk about her husband and her uncle. "We honor Salvatore and his men. All of those who served the Nivens and fought for the right to be considered citizens again are worthy of your praise," I started. "But there is another man that needs to be honored tonight." My heart started to pound. I did not know that this burden would fall upon me, to tell the Nivens what happened to Andoni San Diego. But Laren could not speak about her husband without breaking down, and so I had volunteered to do it. "Andoni San Diego is gone," I began. Gasps filled the air. I saw Pyper's countenance change, her smile was gone, and she hugged her mother tightly, burying her face against her mother's bosom. I had to look away from her before I could continue. "The last time you saw your former chief hunter was when we set out to rescue the body of a young Niven who died in the Akene wine festival, and there, he was hurt during battle. A general wounded him, and he was dying as we journeyed back to Nivedon. It was not our intention to make you worry. He did not want you to lose hope should you learn that you have lost your leader, and so he asked that his death be concealed from everyone. He knew that he wouldn't survive the day, so he asked me to end it for him." I paused. "I didn't want to, but your former chief hunter was an honorable man, and I wanted to offer him the respect he deserves even in death. It would bring great dishonor to the clan if the chief hunter died in the hands of a foreigner. When he requested that I swing the sword that took him back to your ancestors, I hesitated at first because how could I kill such a man? I had to stop talking because I was finding it too hard to speak anymore. My voice had gone throaty. And then, I looked down at my hand and saw that it was wet where a teardrop had fallen. I didn't know that I was crying. And so I struck him," I said. "Forgive me. But please, spend a moment to honor him." I said nothing after that. The hall was filled with more grief. I could not stand the loneliness that suddenly engulfed each Niven. I thought I was alone when I heard a voice speak. It was Mayo's father, wasn't it? I turned to see Pyper. Her face was streaked with tears, and her eyes were narrowed at me. It was him, wasn't it? That's why you didn't want me to rescue Mayo. That's why you kept on telling me to forget about my friend. It's because you knew that his father was the one who killed my father. She yelled, and then she slumped down on the ground, sobbing. How could you not tell me that my father was dead? I had no words for Pyper. I was crushed seeing her like this, but it was the right time to tell everyone. We must honor the dead, all of them who had served us. And then we must move on. I crouched down beside Pyper and hugged the child tightly.
Lamare Amark. I could sense Laren's loss. It was very much akin to what I probably felt when I lost Timbuk Lassus. She may not remember me, but that did not stop me from being a friend to her. We were that and more. We were best friends. I have no words to offer you, I said. She was sitting beside Amaya, and when I moved closer to her, Amaya stood up and left us, perhaps sensing that we needed some time alone. Laren exhaled. Her eyes were moist, and I could see that she was trying so hard not to cry. I had known, she said. Elder Mayan brought back to me my husband's head. My eyes rounded. How horrible must that have been for her? I think that I've gotten stronger over these last few days, but the pain lingers. I couldn't shake it off so easily, she said. I reached out to hold her hand and just sat silently beside her. I knew there were no words that would take away her loneliness. Sometimes, just knowing that there was someone beside you helped to get over the loss. This feels surreal, Laren said, breaking the silence. You feel surreal. She was staring at me now. It's as though I know you. It's as though we've been friends before, and yet, I couldn't place you. I remember someone who used to spend time with Timbuk Lassus, but I couldn't be certain. I feel that we must have been friends. I wish she would remember me. But if not, we still have each other. I smiled at her. We can be friends now, I said.
Chapter 20, The Days Ahead. Kino Amark. The next events that followed were hard to explain. I understood that Pyper was grieving her father's loss, so she was always sour and cranky. Most of the time, she would snap at Mayo and me. Well, for the most part, it was Mayo she was mad at. I decided to keep my mouth shut because Pyper was mourning. I gave her a few weeks to return to normal, but a month had passed, and she was as angry as ever. During this time, the Nivens and the remaining rebels practiced and honed their skills. In a few days, we would begin the journey to Kanela and declare war against the Emperor. All I could hear were the clashing of wooden swords, the thunk of the arrows, and the swishing of the javelins as they were released in the air. As for myself, I continued practicing my powers. Even though Grandpa was no longer with me, I stuck to my schedule as my way of honoring him. I made sure not to falter and kept up with my tasks all the time to ensure that I could rely on my power when I needed it the most. Today, Mayo was sitting beside me while I prepared for my next practice. He was chattering about the last dragon's egg. Do you remember Amenorose? He said. He's the reason why I'm more certain that there's a dragon egg. He practically changed the topic when Dogan asked him about it, as though just speaking about it was already an aberration from what they vowed to protect. We have a different task. As the chief hunter said, we will fight against the Emperor, so we must forget about the dragon's egg. It's not important anymore if the Emperor is no longer looking for it. That only means that if we beat him to it, then all the more that he'll be on the losing end, Mayo insisted. To this, I laughed. The Emperor? On the losing end? That must have been the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. Oh, will you please shut up? If you want to go to Karasthea and chase the dragon's egg, then leave. No one's asking you to stay. Pyper yelled, catching both of us by surprise. She had been quiet for most of the day that I had forgotten she was with us before her outburst. Moon turns ago, Mayo would have pouted and cried, but it seemed like he had grown up too. He slumped his shoulders and frowned, but he did not cry. What's wrong with you? I'm just saying that perhaps it would be a great opportunity to do it, especially now that the Emperor is no longer looking for it, Mayo explained. I'm tired of having you around. Pyper shouted. Everywhere I go, you're there. You're always trailing after Kino. And it just annoys me so much. Pyper, he's my best friend. Of course, he will always be around, just like you. I also want to be with you all the time, I explained. And then, to my astonishment, Pyper broke into sobs. His father killed my father. Do you know that the General Elder man referred to as General Renner Calo? How can I not get tired of Mayo's presence when every time I look at him, I see his father's murderous face? Mayo was dumbfounded. He kept quiet but stood up and turned around to leave. He then glanced back at us. If my father hadn't killed your father in that battle, wouldn't it have been your father who killed mine? There's a reason they say that all is fair in war. When you engage in war, whatever the outcome has already been consented to by both parties. If you can't understand that, or stand having me around, then I will go. Mayo looked at Pyper for a long time, but when she said nothing, and her cries only got worse, Mayo turned around and left. I did not exactly know what to say. I sat there and tried putting my arm around Pyper, but because she was angry, she pushed me away and ran all the way back to her tent. Mayo Calo. Stupid Pyper is being stupid again, I thought. I was caught off guard with what she said, but how can I make it up to her? How? Was it I who killed her father? Besides, this is war. People die on the battlefield. There's no reason to be so mad at me. Is there? Anyway, I know when I am not wanted. I will go to Karasthea and continue searching for the last dragon's egg. If Pyper doesn't want me here, I don't want to be here too. I will go as far as I can just to be away from stupid Pyper. I hope Dogen will go with me. Fat chance that Kino will go with me. Ha! Since we reunited, all he wanted to do was stare at Pyper's face. I am so close to throwing a fit at our situation. And this, Pyper yelling at me even though I did nothing wrong, is the last straw. Quila didn't want to go with me either. Goemi was still sick. She was being taken care of by Lady Amaya, but she has not gone out of the tent since we got here. Her hair has started to grow back, thank God. And Kino, well, I did not even bother to ask him. If Miroe were here, perhaps he would have said yes if I asked him to join me. But it doesn't matter. Dogen has agreed to go with me. He said that he wanted to find out about the dragon too. He may not be too happy about leaving the Nivens, but seeing that I will go with or without him seemed to have forced him into doing it. And even though I could have told him no, I did not because I was afraid to go on my own. I would sleep on it now. I was hurt, by the way. Hurt that I would be let go of that quickly for something that I did not do. Hey, Kino said. I turned around, surprised to find him here. I'll leave at daybreak tomorrow. I think it's important to look for the dragon's egg. I'm going with you, Kino said, much to my surprise. Really? You're choosing me over Pyper? I said. Stop being ridiculous, he said. I used sniffling now, and guess where the Emperor is? Karasthea. I said, not surprised at all. So, does that mean that he is out to search for the last dragon's egg again? I don't know. But if we're going to war against him, I think that's where we should go, right? He said. He mumbled something that I didn't quite catch. What's that? I said. I said Pyper doesn't want to go, Kino said. I talked to her first and told her that it's where we should go, but the Nivens and the rebels all want to go to Kanela. The chief hunter said that if we must start a war against the Empire, it must be at the capital. Our journey has to be kept a secret. I know that Pyper won't tell anyone about our plan, but we still have to go early tomorrow, so no one will stop us. I nodded eagerly. Talk about good luck. When I thought my best friend had deserted me, he changed his mind and decided to go with me. The following morning, I was freezing as I stood beside Kino and Dogen. We had been at the meeting place for minutes already, and yet, Kino just wouldn't go, as though he was waiting for something. "It's so cold here. Can we leave now?" I asked. The moment we start moving, we would indeed feel our body's temperature go up due to the exertion. Kino looked around as though he was searching for something, or someone, and then I finally figured it out. "She's not coming, Kino," I said. "If you're waiting for Pyper, then I'm telling you now. She wouldn't forgive me for the sin my father committed. In her mind, I killed her father. I'm sorry." Kino looked away as though he was trying hard not to cry. And then, after a while, he nodded, picked up his bag, and we started walking.
Pyper, San Diego. I rubbed my arms to make the cold go away as I watched Kino, Mayo, and Dogen leave. I hid from above a tree so Kino or the other two would not see me. Yesterday, he told me about the journey, and he asked me to go with them. I wanted to, but I am not sure if I could be in Mayo's company just yet. Kino said that if I came here today, that meant that I had forgiven Mayo for his father's sin. He said that I must not forget who Mayo was to me. That before we were even friends, Mayo had saved my life already. And that was true. Kino went away thinking that I had yet to forgive Mayo. That is not quite accurate. I am here because I think I finally understand that it was not Mayo's fault. I just need more time to mourn my father first.
Chapter 21, Karasthea. Dogen Ronda. We were back in Karasthea, and this time, the Emperor's men were here. At least that's what we heard. So we had to be careful. I still have no idea how to find the dragon's egg, but the most important thing was to avoid running into the Emperor's men. I also heard that the Emperor was residing in the ruins of the Carizian palace where the king of Karasthea used to live with the dragons. If we get captured here, there will be no rebels to rescue us. We're on our own, I said. I can make the three of us invisible, Kino said. If the tree runners came to our aid, that would serve us well, I said. I crouched and touched the ground, sending a signal to my brothers. After a while, I stood up. "Let's go," I said. It was past lunchtime when I noticed someone following us, and when I came after it, I saw that it was Miroe. "Brother," I said. "It is good to see you again." "You called?" he asked in his usual throaty voice. "The Emperor's men are scattered all around, and my companions are just children." "Hey!" Mayo and Kino objected in unison. "I need someone who can fight with me in case there's a need for that," I continued, ignoring Mayo and Kino. Miroe looked uneasy, but after a while, he agreed. "My brothers, they don't want us anymore. They said that since we walked away from the Emperor's summon, we can no longer rejoin them. So the three of us, we're just wanderers now." "Then it's a good thing if you joined us. We can offer you protection too," I said. Miroe chuckled. "Forgive me, brother, I thank you for that kind gesture. Nevertheless, I don't think that you can offer us any sort of protection." His eyes fell on Kino as he talked, and he exclaimed, "Little brother." "No," I said. "I'm little brother. Or at least that's what your other brothers called me the first time I saw them." "No," Miroe said. "He's little brother. I saw him before, he's one of us." Kino grinned. "Well, I can make myself seem like a tree runner. It's part of what my power can do, which copies another's power." "Wonderful!" Miroe exclaimed. "Show me." Kino shrugged his shoulders and then turned into a tree runner. It was so odd. He looked as though he was covered with leathery skin all over his body. He had grown taller too. "If we have nothing to use as firewood, we can probably use your leg," I said, laughing. And then, upon seeing that the other tree runners weren't amused, I added, "Pardon me." And then I chuckled because I thought my joke was funny. Mayo was laughing. It wasn't just me who found it funny. "It's time for lunch," Mayo said, looking up at the sky. The sun's perfectly above us. All right. Let's see what we got, I said. Kino was back to his own form when we started eating. There wasn't much to gobble on. What we have were just fruits again, as Mayo sorely pointed out. Little brother, this is a sad day because our brothers don't welcome us anymore, but we have a plan on how to fix that, Miroe said to Kino suddenly, which aroused my curiosity. Somehow, it seemed as though he trusted Kino more than I because he could turn into a tree runner. What's the plan? Kino asked. Miroe eyed him sharply. Are you just making conversation, or do you really want to know? I do because I know how it feels to not have any family, Kino replied innocently. Then after a while, his countenance changed as though he thought of something brilliant. Tell me your plans, he said. I was about to open my mouth and share it with him, but Miroe beat me to it. It's about the last dragon's egg. I'm going to tell our brothers that I have it. I will remind them of our heritage and that we were tasked to protect it. If we do that, perhaps they will renounce their allegiance to the Emperor and go back to Sinista with us. We are still banished, and we must not roam the land before we are released from it, or else, there will be chaos. And this is what's happening now. That's not going to work, I said, even though I wasn't supposed to be part of the conversation. And why not? Miroe asked. Because then you would be lying. And if you were found out, then it will break your brotherhood even more, I said. Miroe was silent for a while. And then he stared straight at me. I won't be lying. Tree runners don't know how to lie. It is a curse. Because the first tree runner lied to the princess and stole the dragon's egg, he was cursed never to lie. And we are all like that. I sat frozen still. Mayo was staring at Miroe with wide eyes. Do you have the last dragon's egg? He asked. He doesn't have it if he cannot show it, Kino said. You will shame all the tree runners because right now, you're lying to us, Mayo pressed. And then Kino added, liar, liar, liar. Stop it, I said. What are you two doing, taunting Miroe? And then it hit me, they were trying to make him show them the egg. Show me, Kino said. Miroe took the dragon's egg out of his skin and showed it to them. It was almost twice the size of an ostrich's egg, and it was all covered in scales. This one was quite dark with hints of blue that could confuse it for a rock. It glimmered under the sun and seemed more like a gemstone to me than an egg. How absolutely delightful it was to look at. Mayo's eyes were popping out of their sockets. Kino was staring at it in surprise as well. Will it hatch? Kino asked. Nobody knows, Miroe said. You must not continue hiding the egg. It must be destroyed, Mayo said. Nonsense, Miroe said. We are its guardians. We offer it protection. Then Kokoros and Ames gasped when they saw the dragon's egg. They were back from hunting. You showed it to them. Our lives will be in peril even more. We're not going to kill you because you have the dragon's egg. Besides, if it doesn't hatch, how are we to know that it really is a dragon's egg and not just some other monsters? Kino said. It doesn't matter. Whatever type of egg that is, it has to be destroyed, Mayo insisted. If the last dragon's egg remains, the Emperor will continue to hunt for it. And when finally he gets it, then he will only grow stronger in power. It is not to be destroyed. Miroe shook his head vehemently. It was entrusted to us. Our forefather was cursed to become a tree runner because of this egg. We must not shame ourselves further. Since then, we have been raised to be kind, meek, and trustworthy, but what did we do? We shamed our ancestors when the former Emperor Northsam Mendel banished us to Sinista. Now my brothers have allied with the Emperor because of a promise that our kind can roam Akea once again if His Grace's demands are met. My brothers knew that it was wrong because no one can release us from banishment except for the former Emperor. But every night, Sinista torments us. It is unbearable. But then again, that was hardly a justification for what my brothers are doing now, ravaging provinces, killing the innocent, and all because they wish to be free of Sinista's confines. I would save them, and by showing them this egg, They would remember. Can I carry it? Mayo asked, motioning to touch the dragon's egg and then taking it in both hands. He looked awed by it. Do not play with the dragon's egg, Dogan said. I agree with Mayo. The Emperor must not have it. There were stories of grandeur if one had a dragon by his side. A man who had nothing could amount to so much more and eventually be made king because of the power that a dragon would give him. I am sorry, brothers, but Mayo is right. We cannot let the egg survive. That is utter nonsense. Ameneros was furious and grabbed the egg from Mayo, but I had already reached for it before he could. Follow me, I yelled at Mayo, who had run at full speed. Kino was also running after us. When we were hidden, I gave an instruction to the two boys to destroy the egg. We must separate because the tree runners would be able to sense me. So the two of you must carry on with the task. Will you look for us? I don't want to be alone here, Mayo said. Kino is with you. You're not alone. I will lead the tree runners on a wild hunt, and once I have done that, I will come for you both. Kino? I said. Go and ride the clouds. I will go the other way. Kino nodded, and then, out of thin air, he conjured a cloud. He and Mayo stepped on it, and they vanished in thin air as Kino made both of them invisible. Ameneros. They took the last dragon's egg. Our honor is tarnished. No, let me correct that, there is nothing left of us anymore. I stared at Cetos and Kokoros in astonishment. How stupid was I to reveal my plans? And what more, to children? I didn't understand why I even did that, as though someone had charmed me to do it. What must we do? I said. Our ancestors won't accept us now, should we die? Why didn't you tell us that you had the egg? Cetos asked. It is supposed to be a secret. The egg gets passed on among us, and whoever has it must not tell anyone else. Then why for the love of gods did you tell them? I wanted to save the rest of our brothers, and I wanted to run the idea by them. That is stupid. Forgive me, brothers, I said. I make stupid mistakes sometimes. Cetos bent down on the ground and concentrated. He seemed to be communicating. What are you doing? I said in a panic. Stop it. You must not tell them. Our brothers must know because we have to catch the thieves and get the dragon's egg back. They're flying on a cloud now. How do you expect us to get it back? Cetos was yelling, something a tree runner hardly ever does. He bent down on the ground again, and I could feel the words as they transmitted on the ground. The last dragon's egg was taken. We need to retrieve it. We have lost our honor. Help us hunt the last egg. Forgive us, brothers. And then, after a while, the ground vibrated as tree runners started appearing around us. You've lost it? Martel asked. It is the only thing we live for, and you lost it? The Emperor must know. No, I said in a rush. Don't tell the Emperor, not yet. He will take it if he learns where it is. You failed us when you left Sinista. And we are with the Emperor now. He has set us free. He is not allowed to do that because he was not the one who cursed us. He cannot release us. It doesn't work that way, I yelled, much to my surprise. It's not important anymore. We are free. You are still not, Martel said before leaving. Our other brothers went away with him. Cetos and Kokoros looked at me. And after a quiet moment, they left me too.
Pyper, San Diego. I was riding a tiger, and it was scary and exciting at the same time. Elder Mayan was doing the same, we were making good time. By now, we have already entered Karasthea. It was bad enough that I had to drag the elder with me, but I needed his help to get here fast. I could not believe that I had let my friends go without me. What if something terrible happened to them? Who was going to protect them? And all because I was mad at Mayo for something that he did not do. I still could not believe that my father was gone. There will be no one to call me monkey or peeps. No more evening talks. No one to joke around with. I told myself I would not cry anymore, but it seemed impossible at the moment. The wind was blowing so steadily against my face that it began to feel numb. I wish that every part of me could feel that way so that I need not suffer so much from my father's loss. Elder Man stopped his tiger, and I made mine stop too. I was unsure how I did it until I saw Elder Man mouthing some words to the tiger. It was him controlling my ride, after all. "We're here, Pyper," he said. "We just have to find them, wait a minute." The sky was suddenly filled with a flock of birds, and then one of them separated from the group and flew towards the elder. It was amazing to witness the elder talking to his friends. The bird was perched on his shoulder, and he was looking directly at its eyes. Melodies were coming out of the elder's mouth as though he was whistling. His power was such a gift from the gods in that it highlights the kinship between man and animals. Arena said that 2 boys were flying with them, Elder Man said. "That's great. Where to?" "To Mount Kablu, the highest volcano in Akea." "But why would they go there?" I said, confused. Arena said that there seems to be an egg. Dear gods, did they find the last dragon's egg? But why would they go to the volcano? "There's only one way to find out," he said. "Hold tight." And then we were on the move again, riding our tigers.
Miroe Pasap. The Emperor went to Karasthea ahead of us, but Lady Sol and I were not so far behind to follow. She insisted that I learn from her first about the ways of the Emperor, so we had to spend a few days together. Now that I have at least been made familiar with his methods, we began the journey, and here we were. "My sister would have loved this place," I said. "She wanted to travel, and well, we've been traveling for a long time, but we have never gotten the chance to come here. If we did, we would have completed navigating Akea. Oh, except for Lakay Islands. We didn't have the means to commission a ship." "I didn't know you had a sister. Where is she?" Lady Sol asked. I do not know why this kind of question still gets to me. "Twin sister," I said, correcting her. She didn't want to be with me anymore. Saying those words made me feel kind of lonely. Lady Sol must have sensed this because she fell silent and did not ask any more questions about my Goami. "I waited a long time to be of service to the Emperor," I said. "That's interesting. Although I must say that many citizens aspire to be on the good side of the Emperor. It isn't easy," she said, glancing at me. "Once you pledge your life to the Emperor, nothing that used to be yours will remain yours anymore. Not your time, not your space, nothing. He will own you just like the rest of us." "Is that resentment that I hear in your tone, my lady?" I asked. Sol looked shocked to have let some of her emotions show. She was supposedly the very definition of calmness herself. Perhaps, all these years serving the Emperor had made her detest him a little. She shook her head nonetheless. "The Emperor owns me now, but it was I who had made that fealty. I wasn't forced into service or anything. And it wasn't as though I regretted it. I don't. No, there's none of that. All my life, I have sought." I stopped. "What?" Lady Sol asked. "Please continue." "Nothing," I said. I changed my tone and instead said another thing. "Life is never simple, especially for those who were not born so lucky. But you are a lady, and you would never understand. Do you think my years serving the Emperor of Akea had not made me see the impoverished citizens of this land? Do you think that just because I wear silk and adorn myself with gemstones, I know not of the common man's problems? My stomach complains when there's no food, just like yours. My throat gets parched when there's a long journey, and there's no water to be found. I breathe the same air that all of you who claim to be oppressed and, to quote you, the not-so-lucky ones. You are mistaken, my boy. That is not what I was alluding to, my lady. Forgive me if, by my saying so, I have offended you. You may be breathing the same air as we, but while we breathe it putrid from the scent of filth and hard work, you may be breathing your share on a terrace while drinking some wine on a goblet. Surely the stink of the sewers would not reach your nose? And you speak about not having food for a long time? Does that mean that our definition of long is the same? For you, long could mean a few hours, a day perhaps at most, but do you know what it means for those who are forever hungry? Forgive my insolence, but I speak for those who live on scraps of food and who don't get to think about anything else, for how could they when all day long their stomachs keep on reminding them about that hollow space that hardly ever gets nourished? You may have your challenges, my lady, but to presume that you understand what it means to be poor is such an understatement of the way people like us actually live, I said. My cheeks felt hotter than they should have been. Lady Sol was taken aback by what I said. Did she think I was impudent to be saying all of these? But these were my thoughts, the emperor could not own them. There was a dilemma in Akea. The kings and lords have become wealthier as the poor become poorer. To us common folk, the choice was either poverty or death. There was nothing else. After a while, she said, I don't know what you have gone through, but believe me, I have seen enough to know what it means to be poor. Seeing children fight over scraps of food is not the same as actually eating mud, my lady, I said. Then I stopped the horse I was riding on and jumped off it. I crouched down and dug my right hand deep into the puddle on the road. Dark brown water dripped from the sides of my clenched fist as I raised it. This, my lady, is what I am talking about, I said, before eating the mud that I was holding in my hand, eyes not leaving Lady Sol. I was challenging her. For her to think that she understood poverty? For a lady to claim she understands impoverished Akeans? I did not think so. Do not presume to know just because you see it. There is no excuse as to why the palace would not be able to give a better solution to the most basic problems of the people, I said, mud dripping from the sides of my mouth. Although surprised, Lady Sol managed to regain her composure. Without second thoughts, she alighted from her horse, walked calmly towards the puddle where I was, and slowly dug her hand into the puddle. When she had enough mud on her hands, she put them in her mouth. The journey might still take some time, and I do not want to get hungry, she said. She then ate the mud that she was holding. She fished for the water bottle on her side and took a long gulp. It is quite sticky. You should also have a drink so that you won't be so thirsty, Lady Sol said. I was stunned. This woman did the unthinkable so she could win an argument with me, yet it seemed as though she was not doing it just for show. Thank you, my lady, I said quietly. I hopped back onto my horse. Lady Sol moved gracefully, and in a few seconds, she was also back in her saddle. Now, this is quite a fascinating conversation, my lad. Tell me more about what the Emperor's rule should know about, and I assure you, something will be done about these hardships. Those that affected you for so long have made you so embittered. Share these hardships with me so that somehow, I may give justice to your afflictions. I felt my cheeks heating up again in shame. Do not get me wrong, my lady. I am here because I volunteered my services to the Emperor. True, but why do I sense that the reason for that is not because of your unwavering loyalty to His Highness, Emperor McQuinn Storm-Aaron? There are reasons, I mumbled. No rule is perfect, Lady Sol said. But we obey the rulers as long as they have the common good as their compass. If that is still their purpose, then we obey. The moment a ruler places himself higher than his purpose is the only time that a rebellion is justified. Lady Sol laughed weakly. So tell me, why do you want to serve the Emperor? She asked. And just like that, I seemed to see Lady Sol in a different light. She was not the pretentious woman I initially thought her to be. She probably does understand what it means to be poor. When she ate the mud, it did not seem like she was just pretending, she made me believe. She was a formidable woman, intelligent and strong. And so elegant. I have never met anyone so undeterred. When we arrived at the Parisian palace, the Emperor was about to leave. Soldiers surrounded him, and he was giving instructions. Your Grace, Lady Sol said with her courtly curtsy. You finally arrived, he said in a mocking tone. Are you tired of defying me already? I am a loyal servant to the Emperor, Your Grace, she answered. Then prove to me that you are loyal to me. Stop hiding in the palace. Your power is not just to heal and calm people, he said. But before Lady Sol could respond to that, the Emperor rode a cloud and flew away. The soldiers followed him out in troops. "Aren't we supposed to join him?" I asked. Lady Sol was studying the Emperor. "No. If there's one thing you should remember, it's that if he doesn't invite you, it is forbidden to go after him." Kino Amark. "I'm tired." "Wait a minute," I said. I made the cloud that we were riding on glide down until it slowly dissipated as we hit the ground. "We're near the mouth of Mount Calo," Mayo said. "We can hike from here. Let's go." Using my power too much has exhausted me, but we needed to keep going. I hoped that there was nothing here to surprise us. I stopped to look back and saw that soldiers were already climbing the volcano. Mayo," I said. He turned to look at where I was looking and gasped when he saw the soldiers that were fast approaching us. "I think we should run," he said. Even though I was too tired to do so, I had no option but to do just that. "Come on," I shouted as we both started to run toward the top of the volcano. "Remind me again why we're going up here?" "Because no one would suspect us to go here," Mayo replied. "Well, I guess I'm wrong." We kept on running, but I also started wondering, once we got to the crater, what next? How were we going to escape after destroying the egg? Were we supposed to go down the other side? Thoughts of all sorts twirled inside my head as we ran. Just then, the Emperor appeared. He was riding the cloud. When he saw us, he hurled air towards us. "Run, Mayo!" I shouted. Then as the air hit our bodies, we slammed against the ground. Mayo stood up and started running in the opposite direction. I shuffled my power and copied the Emperor's power, hurling a block of air against him. Then I conjured a cloud formation, hopped on it, and swept past Mayo. "Grab my hand," I said. By now, we were both riding the cloud. Lightning covered the sky, and thunder started to roll. "Just keep going up," Mayo said. "Kino!" somebody shouted. I turned around and saw Pyper riding a tiger. Elder Man was with her too, and so was Dogan. "Keep going. The Emperor is right behind us," I shouted back. I could not say anything more after that because there he was, the Emperor, hurling lightning at us. "Just fly us over the crater, Kino," Mayo said in a panic. And since I could not think straight anymore, I did just what he asked of me. I pushed at the cloud, making it go faster. But the Emperor beat us and threw a lightning bolt at us. I was able to escape it, but we rolled onto the ground, which by now had started shaking violently. The volcano was growing hotter by the minute. The Emperor flew closer to us with cloaks of dark clouds surrounding him. There were flashes of lightning circling him, obviously, a display of his power waiting to be unleashed. He raised his arms again to call on lightning bolts, but before he could do it, I had already thrown my lightning bolts towards him. The Emperor was quick to dodge them. The soldiers riding the cloud together with the Emperor jumped off and were now coming after Pyper, Dogan, and Elder Man. They would have captured my friends easily, if they were not riding tigers. The Emperor struck again, and this time, he was shooting lightning so quickly that it was almost impossible for me to avoid. But I was able to shuffle with my power and run in a flash. Pyper must have turned invisible because I could no longer see her and the tiger she was riding. Mayo was running away from the soldiers, but everywhere he went, the ground erupted as a result of the fighting that was happening. But he kept on pushing towards the volcano's crater. Dogan was the only one who seemed to be doing something that could save us. He kept hurling vines towards the soldiers, casting them like webs towards them. One by one, the soldiers fell, but the vines were not enough. There were just too many of the Emperor's men. To my horror, the tree runners started appearing. I made a cloud again, hopped on it, and flew where Mayo already was. I could see him standing near the mouth of the volcano. He raised his hands, and the dragon's egg glistened as the sunlight hit it. "No!" the Emperor yelled. Mayo threw the egg towards the mouth of the volcano. And just like that, it was gone. I flew faster towards Mayo because now, the Emperor was posing to attack him. The volcano rumbled again, and Mayo slid and rolled. Mayo, grab my hand. I shouted as I swooped down and hoisted him up. It's gone. Destroyed. No one can use it anymore, he said triumphantly. The Emperor had stopped chasing me, and instead, was eyeing the volcano. And then, he went inside, riding his cloud. You're wrong, I said in a panic. The Emperor just went after it. The dragon's egg won't die in there, but instead, it will hatch. We both yelled in unison. Then, as though we both understood what we needed to do, I made a sharp turn and flew back towards the volcano's crater. This time, I was racing against the Emperor as we plunged to the mouth of the volcano. Mayo was gripping my waist tightly. Hold on, I shouted as steam blew against our faces. It was so hot inside. We could barely breathe with all the fumes around. So I shuffled my power again and used the tree runner's power. I was now covered with bark. It didn't provide enough protection, but at least it prevented me from getting scorched. But Mayo, he hardly had any protection. I had to move faster. But everywhere I looked, there was no egg. It was gone. Perhaps I was wrong. The lava could have destroyed the egg. And then I heard a soft purring sound from my back. I turned around quickly and saw what seemed like a small lizard. It was as big as my arm, and it was blowing off some fumes. The egg has hatched, I said, amazed. We flew towards it, and I quickly grabbed the dragon and then flew up as quickly as I could. The volcano wall started to shake, and the lava was fast rising. Where are they? I asked Mayo. Look for Pyper. The elder. Dogen. We can't leave them here. We won't be able to find them. They're probably invisible by now, Mayo said, coughing. His eyes were all bloodshot. All right, just make sure you hold on tightly to me, I said, and then Mayo screamed as I doubled our speed. Some soldiers were still going up, and we ran across them, shouting, "Get out of the way. The volcano is about to explode." Soon the volcano spewed off lava like it was fireworks. I could hear the soldiers' loud pleas for help, but there was nothing I could do for them. The good news was that the Emperor was no longer chasing me. Perhaps I had lost him. Or so I thought. Just a few yards away, I saw him behind me. I pushed my cloud to go faster, but no matter what I did, the Emperor could maneuver his cloud better than I did. It was as though he was just gliding in the air. He hurled a wave of air towards us, hitting us straight at our backs. I lost focus as pain enveloped my entire body. We spiraled down for a few seconds before our bodies landed on the ground in loud thuds. I held the dragon tightly and made both of us invisible, but Mayo was thrown too far away from me. I tried searching for him, but he was nowhere to be found. The land rumbled, and this time, it was not just because of the earthquake. Soldiers were coming straight for us. Right then, I saw Mayo. He got up, still wobbly on his feet. The Emperor saw him too. He raised his hand to strike a lightning bolt at where Mayo was, but before anything could be thrown at him, Pyper was already there beside Mayo, extending her invisibility to him. "Dogen!" shouted Mayo. "There's nothing I can do for him," Pyper said. "Run." I finally got the strength to conjure a cloud again and then slowed down so that my two friends could hop on. I was scared because the Emperor could just be behind us, so I concentrated really hard on escaping from Karasthea. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw the Emperor walking towards Dogen, unmindful of all the soldiers around him, and uncaring of whether Mayo and I were still around. To the Emperor, Dogen was not a threat because he had no extraordinary power. Dogen made vines rise from the land to shield himself from the attacking soldiers. But there were just too many of them. Pyper was shivering in fear as she clutched Mayo's hand tightly. The Emperor was so close now. "Kino, we need to save Dogen," Pyper said. I wanted to say no. Then she jumped from the cloud and ran to where Dogen was still standing. Mayo was running beside her, clutching tightly at her hand. The Emperor raised his hand and struck, but Pyper had already extended her hand and touched Dogen. For a millisecond, Dogen stood still as though expecting some kind of transformation to happen to him, but he remained visible. The Emperor managed to laugh when he realized the futile attempt of my friends to make Dogen invisible. But to the Emperor's surprise, Dogen did vanish. He howled when he realized that my friends and I had escaped him yet again. This will not be our last encounter. There will be many other instances, that I was certain, because the Emperor will never stop hunting me until the day I die. Where did they go? Hunt them down? Kill everything that's moving. I won't lose them this time. Those were the Emperor's last words that rang in my ears. By now, we were already high up in the air, invisible, and we watched as Karasthea continued spewing off the lava. I was terrified, but I was also happy because it just crossed my mind that Pyper saved Mayo. Maybe she has yet to realize it, but something tells me that she had forgiven Mayo already.
Marcella Benilda. It was already too late when I reached the Carizian palace. Wind was no longer there. I could feel Akea tremor, and it was almost non-stop now. I had to clutch at Laras's hand to keep myself steady. And because of this turn of events, I was worried that my time in Akea would be coming to an end soon. This place reminded me of Sinista. Karasthea was not tainted, yet I could still feel the wreckage and hopelessness of this place that was akin to Sinista. A memory entered my mind, of a group of travelers in Sinista. The boy Wind wanted was there. I wondered if I had pounced on to kill him, would the terrible things still be happening now? Perhaps I wouldn't even have to die so violently from the volcano's lava. I shook my head. No, there wasn't anything I could do about that. If I had dreamt it, it would happen at one point. Then there was more violent shaking of the land. We must run now, Laras said. I have to see my son. I know this. I know I won't make it out alive, so I must earn his forgiveness. If you remain alive, there will be a time for that, so let's hurry. No. I said. As I turned around, I witnessed the spectacular explosion of lava from the mouth of Karasthea's tallest volcano. It was almost nighttime, and the orange glow against the darkening sky was enthralling, if not mystical. One by one, volcanoes nearest to it also started erupting within minutes of interval. The volcanoes were putting on a spectacular show worthy of praise, if only it were not so deadly. My heart started to pound. And then everything happened just as it did in my dream. I saw the face I had been dreading, that of Solarin Douglas. She was making her way towards me. I looked up at Laras. It is her, I said. Laras' lips were drawn in a snarl. My queen, he said. We must go. Only death awaits us here. Do you remember what destiny is? I asked calmly. It is doing what you are supposed to be doing when the time comes. And this right here is my destiny. This is the time. Then I reached out to touch Laras's face and kissed him lightly on the lips. Remember your destiny. When I am gone, go and serve my son. Laras froze as though he realized that this could be the time that I told him about. No. He shouted as he reached out to grab my arm. The volcanoes continued rumbling, and lava was continuously flowing everywhere. I was now facing to face with Solarin. Save yourself, Sol said. As long as the Emperor doesn't see you, he won't know that you have disobeyed his order to not show your face to him again. You are too kind, I said. You will make a wonderful wife to my son someday. Take care of him, I said. Go. Sol urged. He's not here. Save yourself from the volcanoes. She had a kind heart, that I could be sure of. And when she spoke to me, my heart calmed, and then I remembered that it was her power. It came to me then that perhaps this was the reason it was destined to happen. I understand now. Why I am here, I said softly. I am here so that I can save my son somehow. It is you. You are the salvation that my son needs. He would never forgive me. He would always remember me as the one who abandoned him. But you, my dear child, your loyalty, your love, you will be able to save him. I don't understand what you're saying, Sol replied. Go now, Marcella. Tears streaked my cheeks. I could hear the loud pounding of my heartbeat. My time had come. Give him my love, I said. The volcano shook again. Saul was unaware of the boulder that was hurling down towards her, but I was. So I pushed Saul to safety as the burning boulder crushed me. This was how it was supposed to be in my dream. That even as I faced death, I was thinking of my son. Before I lost consciousness, I heard Lara scream my name.
Elder Tala. No. I shouted as I used Distantecus to remove the boulder from Marcella. But I was too late. Her body was maimed and had been completely burnt. There was nothing I could do anymore to save her. I remembered her words. My love, if you remain true to me, obey my request. Pledge your loyalty to my son. He is who he is what he has become, because of me. Do not hate him for his hardness and for the dreams that he has. He is just like you and me. We dream. We yearn. And in some ways, we might do some bad things, as he has. But he is my son. He is not so vile a man as many think. Serve him, and I will wait for you in the next life should you do. Yours if you remain true. Marcella Benilda, House Benilda. Former Queen of Amer. I have always served her. I searched for the Nivens because she asked me to infiltrate them, to get information that I could share with her because she wanted to be in the Emperor's good graces. In the last months, I have allied with the Nivens, but only because I wanted to win their trust, and once they did, that was the time that I would kill the chief hunter. And all of these things I was prepared to do because of Marcella. Now that she is gone, there is no sense in doing all of this anymore. I have no reason to pretend any longer. Let it be known that I am a supporter of the Emperor, McQuinn Storm Aaron, Marcella Benilda's son. I was filled with anguish as I created a ledge from the earth and wrote it, using my power to move and push it forward, hoping that I would get to the battlefield fast enough. I came across the Emperor's soldiers, and they were all running away from the heavy lava flow. The Emperor had gone, I could not see him anywhere, even as I gazed up above the sky. There was no trace of the cloud that he usually rode. Tala! I heard a familiar voice shout. We have to escape now. The lava is going to kill everyone. It was Mayandilo. How appropriate that I should meet him now. This man is a traitor. Someone who turned his back on the Emperor and willfully sided with the Nivens. He was escaping ever so quickly because he was riding a tiger. I chased after him, pushing the ledge that I was riding. And when I was close to him, he said, "You're going faster than I am, let me ride with you." I smiled at him. "Of course," I said. And I watched as he jumped from the tiger and stepped on the ledge. "You have made me betray the Emperor, even for a while," I said. Mayan turned to look at me, his eyes rounding. "Yes, that is correct. I have always been the Emperor's supporter, but I needed to gain the Niven's trust and pounce when I could hit the hardest. The time has come, Mayandilo. Don't do this, Tala," Mayan said, the uneasiness now evident in his voice. Perhaps he realized how he had entrusted his life to me now and how easy it would be for me to leave him out here to die. "All these moon turns, do you think you were doing the right thing, siding with these Nivens? But what do you really know, Mayan? No matter who rules Akea, it doesn't matter. There will always be an injustice. There will always be the rich and the poor. There will still be suffering. The only ones who survive are those who know how to play the game. And because of your false ideals, you are going to die here, my old friend," I said. "You will die here, alone." Elder Mayandilo. Iter adlanar auti punta. Iter año, I shouted. "What are you saying?" Tala said. And then his eyes widened as he realized what I was doing. I didn't want to kill him, but I could not die here. This was not the last battle that I was supposed to fight. Not yet. And then the tiger came back and pounced on Elder Tala. It was one quick blow, and he fell off his moving piece of earth but was unnerved by the attack. The tiger ran away afterward. Elder Tala stood up and raised his hands to conjure another ledge he could ride on, but it was too late. The lava had come to flow so soon, and he screamed in anguish as he found himself covered in lava. I was thrown away as well. Because it was Elder Tala who made the ledge move, it stopped so abruptly upon his demise, sending me rolling onto the rumbling ground. I stood up in a rush and ran, but the lava was flowing so swiftly that I knew it could consume me in an instant. Just when I thought that the raging molten lava would burn me, I felt gusts of cool air blowing all around me. I opened my eyes only to find that a large flock of birds had come to rescue me. Soon I was flying with them. They were circling me, perhaps thousands of them, helping to lift me off the ground. No one was big enough among them to carry me, so they moved around me, and the air their wings flapped hoisted me high above the burning lava. "Maraming salamat," I whispered. And the birds knew that I was thanking them in the language that only they understood. Now, I had to get to Kanela, where the last battle would be fought.
Part 4, The Last Battle. Chapter 1, The Negotiation. Day 1 of the negotiation. Laren, San Diego. I pray to the ancestors and the gods to guide me every day. Being a chief hunter is new to me, and the first plan I need to work on is to figure out how to liberate the Nivens. This is not an easy task. The journey to Kanela was not without its challenges, but we have finally reached the Kanelan gates. It was time to demand an audience with the Emperor, but as Kino had already informed us, the Emperor was not in the Kanelan palace but instead in Karisthea, searching for the last dragon's egg. Last night, the Kanelan sky glowed an orange haze, and I could only attribute this to the eruption of the Karisthea volcanoes. Lamare had been thoughtful upon seeing the sky and said it could not have been. I wrote it a long time ago, why is it only happening now? She had said. I did not understand what she meant. This morning, even as Sisus rose, the sky was still dark. Ashes had covered the ground, and I could still smell the putrid sulfur that the lava brought with it. Indeed, the volcanoes have erupted, and I could only hope that the children were able to escape it. They're here! Lamare exclaimed joyfully. And then I saw the children following from behind her. Kino, Pyper, Mayo, and Dogan were all here. And Kino was clutching at A. What is that? Is that A? Dragon, yes, Lamare said. They were able to take him from McQuinn's storm. It's such a small creature now, and it needs to be tended. We must not let him get a hold of it. I was perturbed by how comfortable Lamare called the Emperor by his first name. Dricus, Kino said. We're naming him Dricus. Mayo was likewise beaming. It's such a cool name, he said. I was the one who suggested it. You will be in charge of it, all three of you, I told the children. The three of them were all nodding acceptance. And what about Elder Mayan? Lamare said. He was there with us, but then the volcanoes started erupting, and we had to leave fast, Dogan said. We wanted to save him, Pyper said. We really did, Mother. But we couldn't find him anywhere. Lamare turned to Kino. Can you try to search for him? See how he is? Kino's eyebrows nodded in concentration, then after a while, he said, I can't sense him. I will try again later. Chief Hunter, Romeo interrupted. I have some news. The Emperor has returned to the Kanelan Palace. This means we will proceed with the negotiation. We are ready with our terms. We will meet him tomorrow. Please make the arrangements, I said. It will be done, Romeo said before leaving our midst. As soon as Sisus rose the following day, our group started the preparations. Romeo had sent word that we were demanding an audience with the Emperor. We were to meet on neutral ground, where we would state our negotiation terms. Imagine my disappointment when instead of the Emperor, it was the Emperor's advisor, Turan Arigar, whom I came face to face with. Lamare was still wearing a cloak, and this was not taken kindly by Turan. You didn't tell me that you will bring with you a sorceress, he said. Take off your cloak, I told Lamare. I sensed some hesitation from her, but she heeded when I glared at her. It was Turan's turn to be surprised. You're alive, he said. Now, this changes things. Yes, I'm very much alive, she said. Inform the Emperor and tell him that he must agree to our demands. That the flag of Nivedon will rise again and the ghost town will be no more. The province shall be allowed to trade again with the other provinces. Second, there will be no more attacks on the province and its people. And third, that the Kanelan Palace shall recognize the rule of the chief hunter in Nivedon. The Emperor will be pleased to know that you are alive, my lady, Taran said. Regarding your demands, I am certain that he will not be so pleased. But these things, he will hear from me. He stared straight into my eyes. 2 days, that's how long we're willing to give you to think this over, I said. And if there's no word in 2 days? Taran asked. Then Canela will acquaint itself with the wrath of Nivedon, I said unflinchingly. Very well then, Taran said. The Emperor wishes to let you know that there are tens of thousands of men surrounding the Kanelan Palace ready to defend it from anyone who seeks to wreak havoc within and outside of the palace walls. And thousands more are being gathered from all over Akea because of this measly threat of yours. He paused. He paused as though surveying the number of soldiers that came with the Nivens. And how many are you again? His gaze fell on the odd combination of men, women, and children who were gathered everywhere to fight. An odd lot. 1,000, perhaps? How long do you think your people could last should a battle ensue? If there is no freedom and recognition for us, then it is as good as being dead, I said. You can continue hiding in Ghost Town, continue with your tirade, hide as ghosts, frighten the children, he said with a sneer. But that would mean that you and your people will still be living. Rather than bloodshed, this is my advice to you. When the Emperor rejects your demands, which I have no doubt he will, go home before he enslaves every one of you. My jaw tightened, but I had readied myself for this. There was no trace of fear in my voice when I spoke next. The only reason we stand here today is that we fully understand the risk of doing so. If we have nothing to live for, there is nothing to be afraid of. We will wait for you here at the same time tomorrow. Should the Emperor come to a decision regarding our demands, I trust you would at least send someone to speak to us about it immediately. With that, we turned around and vanished. The Emperor's advisor, Taran Eriger, seemed to be surprised to find you alive, I began. The Emperor believes that I died because he killed me, Lamare replied. Yes, I believe that's what I've heard, but I wasn't able to ask the children for details. You see, they were gone before I got the chance to talk to them. I blushed slightly after remembering how the children under my care were able to escape me. I want to apologize for what had happened before. When my people learned that the Emperor was after your son, they got scared. We all got scared. The Emperor had once tried to kill all of us, and your son's presence in Nivedon endangered everybody again. So you sent him away? Lamare said, suddenly in an icy tone. A boy of roughly 15 moon turns was being pursued by the most powerful man on the land, and you decided to send him away? You could just as easily turn him invisible with your power. I didn't get a chance to do that. The decision was left hanging because Kino, Pyper, and Mayo fled from Nivedon as soon as they heard from the others, I said. Lamare's eyes did not soften. As a mother, what would you have done? Would you have spoken against your husband if he had decided to send my son away? I would not have endangered your son's life. Lamare breathed slowly, probably relieved about what she heard. Could she have understood the difficulty of having to choose between one person and a clan because once before, she did this as well? There were 6 other men with Lamare and me as we waited for the Emperor's advisor. The leader of the rebel group, Jor Pasap, stood by us. He looked ready to fight, and while his hair had grown ashen, his body remained robust, so much that it was pretty hard to put an age on him. Romeo also stood beside us. Should the Emperor decide to send word to us, this would be where we would talk about it. If no one from the Kanelan Palace comes, and there is still no word from the Emperor, the Nivens will have no choice but to rise against the Kanelan Palace. Whether that works against our favor or not, it will not matter because we have already started this fight. Should we decide to call it off now, none of us would be pardoned so easily. Each of us will be tried for treason and executed as soon as we are captured. The bell tolled, signaling that it was already 3 o'clock, but nothing stirred. We stood silently waiting until the silence was broken by the sound of the palace gates being opened. A soldier bearing the palace's insignia rode in front of the entourage. He was followed by a dozen soldiers. Taran Eriger galloped ahead until he reached the front of the Emperor's men. I watched as Taran dismounted from the horse and walked steadily towards us. It would have been a good sign to see the Emperor here, but Tehran will do. At least it means that we had been taken seriously by the Empire. The Emperor demands that Lamare Amark be surrendered to him, Tehran started. And for that, His Grace is willing to trade your lives. No one will die here even though you are all guilty of treason. Instead, you will be sent to Karasthea. Should you perish, the palace will not aid you. Should you flourish, the palace will disregard you. You will be given a new home, but you are forbidden to attack the rest of Akea. These are his commandments. Lamare gasped. Her being here seemed to have done more damage than help in the negotiations. We do not accept his terms, I said. And you expect him to accept yours, is it? For rebelling against him, his response seemed to me as more generous than what I had expected. I was hoping that the leaders would at least be guillotined. He paused. But His Grace is ever benevolent and forgiving. You either accept his orders or decline. But be forewarned. If you do not accept his terms, there will be bloodshed, and whatever remains of your number, no matter how trained they are, would find death in the hands of the Emperor's men, he sneered. He continued, and have you forgotten the tree runners? Those creatures have skin like the bark of trees and leave all swords blunt. How do you expect to fight them? And when you lose the battle, the Emperor will still take Lamare Amark, so I am telling you, it makes no sense to protect her. I assure you, my lady, what the Emperor is offering is generous and kind, and any wise leader would be happy to take it. Lamare's face paled. Tehran mounted his bay and said, offering his hand, Lady Lamare? Lamare swallowed. No words escaped her, but it was clear from the way her eyes were bright and wide that she was dreading having to make a decision about it. No one is going with you, Tehran Aragar, I said. My people will not succumb to the Emperor's mad wishes. We have laid down our terms. I will give you another day to think about your decision. We will see you again tomorrow and wait for the final word from the Emperor. With a pounding heart, I turned around, and one by one, my entourage followed me, leaving Tehran staring after us with a sneer on his face. There is no way this will not result in bloodshed unless you accept the Emperor's demands. He shouted for everyone to hear. I quickly halted my horse, turned to face Tehran again, and said, moon turns ago, the Emperor made our province bleed without warning, killing more than half of the Nivens. We will not let that happen again. We are ready for bloodshed, dear advisor. Remember that when you counsel the Emperor. Lamare Amark. I had a hard time sleeping after meeting with the Emperor's men earlier today. It had been so long since I last saw McQuinn storm Aaron, and as I tried to remember everything that had happened between us, it was difficult not to shudder. When we got married, it felt like I was living in a fairy tale. This man, handsome and rugged, possessed a very potent power. He was someone who could craft storms, which could make the trees dance by controlling the wind. He was someone who could relieve long stretches of drought because he could command rain to fall in torrents by will. But all of this admiration was short-lived. In the first few months that we were together, I witnessed his strong desire to rise further in power. While it was true that my father, Northsam Mendel Amark, had been fond of wind and had even spent an awful lot of time with him alone, I had nevertheless been reluctant to trust my husband fully. The time when he conquered my power and made me write myself off Aking's memory still sends chills all over my body. McQuinn's storm Aaron was such a powerful man, and his descent into vileness had plummeted at such velocity without me beside him. What happened to Solarin Douglas, though? I specifically ensured that the lady would not fall prey to darkness. I had written it a long time ago, and I had seen how the little fires burned off my writing to assure me that what I had written about her would come true. Wind, though, was such a stubborn man, and I had feared that no amount of goodness nor willpower would be able to overcome him. Solarin could have become another one of his entourage with little or no power to influence him. I wondered if this was the battle I was preparing myself to face? To come face to face with my husband, and then, what next? Supposing that the Nivens could outsmart Wind and his men, what comes after? The Nivens would be freed from the Emperor's rule, but was that all I hoped for? Or was I wishing somehow to regain my right to rule Akea? How would I do that without anyone remembering my heritage? While it was true that I think about it, there is my son now. Do I want him to rule Akea in the future? The gods know that he certainly has the right to do so, But would it be wise for a mother to wish for her son, especially now that my father Northsam is gone? There is no one to guide Kino aside from myself. What troubles me is knowing that I may not be enough to help him rule Akea. An option would be to ask someone, perhaps one of the generals, to rule Akea. Maybe this could be a better alternative. But what guarantee would I have that whoever would replace Wind would not turn out to be the same monster he had become? If father were still alive, he would know what to do. But with him gone, would Laren be interested in taking the throne? Will the provinces unite under her? Or will it just be another divisive spark across Akea? Perhaps I should no longer meddle with politics. What would father say if he had known that even from within the rebellion that I was supporting, I still was uncertain if I wanted to take back the throne that was rightfully mine? There were many thoughts running inside my head, and I pushed them all away to focus on the issue at hand, Wind's demand for me to surrender to him. I may have many uncertainties, but surrendering to him was not one of them. 2 days were not enough to come to an agreement with the Emperor. Hence, another day was agreed by the two parties to further discuss the points of the negotiation. On this day, Wind met us. Duran Erriger accompanied him, and so did Solarin Dougras. Sol's eyes were bulging as she eyed me carefully. "So it is true," the Emperor said. "You are alive. You owe me more than a moon turn of service. For your desertion, I can easily command the soldiers to take you, but I won't do that, but rather, I am here, asking you nicely to come back." My body grew rigid. I was a short woman, but with the way my body had straightened, it seemed as though I had added another half-foot to my height. And when I spoke, I heard the iciness that I thought had long been gone. "When you failed to murder me, Your Highness, all ties I had with you were broken," I said. The Emperor's face darkened. "There's no point trying to avoid me, Lamare, because there can only be one end to this farce. What do you think about this outrageous rebellion rising against the Kanelan Palace? Do you think that they have a chance against my empire? And what are you doing standing behind them? The reason they are still alive is that I have not commanded my generals to vanquish them. You were once a great warrior and leader, Your Grace. My father believed in you before, but how you made him trust you was something that I could not understand until now. Lamare, Lamare, Lamare. You've always believed in self-sacrifice. What's stopping you from sacrificing yourself now?" He said, sneering. "You know that I am only here because I need your power." "My power is gone," I replied. "When I died, I lost it." "Impossible," Wind said in a soft voice, as though he could not reconcile that it could happen. "If I have it, do you think that I would have the courage to face you when I know that you could easily bend me against my will and force me to serve you again?" Sol was listening all the while. "My Lady Sol," I began. "Perhaps you do not remember me at all, but there was a time that while your loyalties were to this man, you nevertheless acknowledged that I was your princess, the next in line, and had served me so faithfully. What has become of you? If I call upon you now, will you come to serve me?" Sol's face flushed. "My lady," she said. "Just like in the past, I vow to serve the Emperor. Only the Emperor. Whoever holds the throne holds me too." "When you say that whoever holds the throne, do you mean rightfully so?" I spat out. Sol's face turned crimson. "If you are not going to serve me, tell me, why have you come here, Lamare?" Wind asked. "I am here because I stand with the Nivens. I stand for the oppressed. I am not here because I wish to demand my right for the throne. I am here to support the rights of others. You have killed me twice, McQuinn Storm. First, when you erased me from the memory of all Akeans, and second, when you put your hands around my neck. I am here not because I wish to take away from you what is rightfully mine, but because I wish to gain my freedom from you and the nightmares that you still give me. But most importantly, I am here because I wish my son to be freed from you." I was trembling all over. "You ordered him to be killed, and to this day, that is an outstanding order. I want you to rescind that. Let your people know that a generous and kind emperor never meant to harm a 15-moon turn boy. Let my son live away from you, and I vow that I will do everything in my power to keep him as far away from you as possible." Kino Amark knows his heritage by now, and he is second in line to the throne while I stand first. But what is an empire if it means that there's always this fear of vengeance from unknown hands? That is not the life that I wish my son to have. So I implore you, give the Nivens what they are asking for. Give them their freedom. Give them back the province that they used to have, and vow that you would not ravish them again nor engage them in war. If you do that, my son and I will not bother you in this lifetime.
McQuinn Storm Aaron. There was something about what Lamare said, something about the Niven blood. And then the memories came flooding in. It was a long time ago when I had these conversations with the former emperor, Northsam, who believed that the Nivens would take from him his empire at some point. He had no idea how this would happen nor why the Nivens would betray him. So what he did was he ensured that I would take the empire from him, temporarily. Northsam had referred to me as a promising young man. I was powerful, and my power grew more potent each day. His loss of power was not because of me, because it was he who did it to himself. Before Northsam relinquished his power to me, he told me a story of how he came to father a child. Northsam discovered a way to travel to the dreaming world, and there, his attention was captured by the Mima, a being that held all the knowledge about Akean powers. She was an infinite being. Her face was untouched by age, and she had always looked like a woman in her prime. It did not matter that she had lived as long as time itself. But she was never to love, never to fall prey to any man's charms. It was only Northsam who was able to make her fall in love, for how could she resist him when Northsam's power was charm itself? Northsam had once told the Mima about wanting to have an heir. The Mima, in her innocence, bedded him and bore a child. When the baby arrived, happiness filled her heart. She had not known how lonely her life had been in the dreaming world until the baby filled her days with joy. But before the baby reached a month old, Northsam came to the dreaming world and stole the baby girl away. The Mima was enraged once she learned that Northsam had taken the baby, but there was nothing she could do because she was not allowed to set foot outside of the dreaming world. Every day, she suffered from the pain of losing her baby. This emotion was new to her, and she did not know how to control it, so she was driven by this unfathomable loneliness to set foot in Akea to search for her baby. As soon as she came out of the dreaming world, her hair turned from golden blonde to white. She noticed that her hands showed signs of wrinkling. Her immortality was starting to vanish, and before she could become mortal, she stepped back to the dreaming world. By then, the damage had been done. She had aged, and only her eyes had remained youthful. Had she stayed longer outside of the dreaming world, perhaps she would have died. Since then, the Mima had seldom roamed the dreaming world. In most instances, she keeps to herself and minds not the Akeans who enter her realm. Only when she is sought would she come out of hiding, and even then, she would hardly stay for a long time to converse with anyone. Northsam was left with an heir. He named his daughter Lamare, and he prayed to the gods that she would be given great power. He was afraid that she would stop aging at some point because that was how the Mima had been, but because Lamare crossed the barriers of the dreaming world and Akea, she no longer held the immortality that she could have inherited from her mother. Northsam raised her like any child. There was nothing special about her, or so he thought, up until that day when Northsam learned about his daughter's power. She was the scribe of destiny, a power that suited her well for being the daughter of the dreaming world's only living oracle. Now, after Northsam relinquished his power to me, he went all over Akea to understand what Micromanya's prophecy meant because the former emperor did not want to lose his empire to the Nivens. He was searching for a way to counter the prophecy, but he could not figure a way out of it. When Northsam came back to take the empire, he could not anymore, because why would I give it to him so easily? He had been a fool, and fools do not deserve to rule Akea. He went into hiding again. At this point, many rumors began circulating about his death, about how I killed him. People believed him to be gone, and there was nothing he could do any more about it. All those memories beckoned at me, taunting me. Was Northsam wrong all along? Would there even be this prophecy if he had not meddled with fate? That out of the Niven blood, Akea will rise again? I tore at my hair at the thought that what Northsam wanted to avoid was actually a result of his own scheming hands. And was I a victim to all of this? It cannot be like this. I rose to power because it was my destiny to rule. It matters not who among these Nivens would succeed should I perish. What is important is that I get to kill them all first. I thought I did that a long time ago, but I was mistaken. I would do it again, and this time, there will be no room for mistakes. I do not remember fleeing the scene of the negotiation, but Saul would later tell me that I had started screaming at everyone before flying away from them, striking lightning at everyone that I passed. Like a madman, she said. I will not give up now. Akea is mine alone. No Nivan will ever take my empire. Let Lamare die. Let Kino die. Let all the Nivens die. And when they are all dead, I will instruct my guards to kill anyone else who has even just an ounce of Nivan blood in them. It will be the law. It will be my law. Chapter 2, The Night Before the Last Battle. Kino Amark. I can feel Elder Mayan again. I yelled. I told you he couldn't be dead, Pyper chimed in. The chief hunter breathed a sigh of relief. Let's pray to the gods that he returns safely because we are going to need his friends to defeat the Emperor. Dogan stood silently behind us, and when my mother's gaze fell upon him, he smiled and bowed. My lady, he said softly. It is a surprise to be standing right in front of you today. I buried you with my own hands. Goemi blushed. We dug her out, she said. We had to save her. Miroe was keen on saving the beautiful lady from her attackers. We didn't really know it was the Emperor himself who was attacking her. Had we known, we probably wouldn't have meddled. You never told me that before, Mother said. There was a man who had his hands on your neck, and before he could kill you, Miroe had already touched your heart, so you fell limp, and they thought you died. It was a good thing that they didn't take your body with them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to revive you. Miroe used his power on her? I asked. I was surprised but not angry. There was no other way we could have saved her, Goemi said. Your big friend there, she said, pointing at Dogan, was already knocked unconscious. And Miroe and I had no chance of defeating someone who could command lightning. It was the only way to save her. Goemi's eyes moistened as she continued. Her hair had started to grow, but it was still short, and while there were scars on her face, I noticed she looked really pretty. She turned to my mother. I'm sorry, Mama. Nia, Lady Lamare, she began. But we were so alone and lonely. When we rescued you and couldn't remember anything, we thought it best to give you a false identity. Besides, that mistaken identity would have protected you from the Emperor. Miroe and I wanted nothing but to keep you safe. And I guess that's how we ended up lying about you. We didn't want Kino to suffer, but at that point, when we met him, we honestly didn't know what to make of the encounter anymore. All we wanted was to have you with us. It was not easy to let you go. But you have slapped me already, Mama. And you have hated us since you learned about the lie. I hope that by this time, you have found it inside your heart to forgive us, Goemi said. Oh, Goemi, Mother said. Then she embraced her. You were a delightful daughter, and the way you cared for your brother was admirable. But the lies. I'm terribly sorry for them, Mistress Lamare. Mama, you may call me Mama. Mother turned to me and gestured for me to join them in the embrace. I rushed in and hugged them tightly. I hold no more grudges against Goemi. She was sobbing, and my eyes were moistening too. Then all the others joined in the hug. Dogan was the last to put his long arms around all of us. Come, Mistress Laren said. Nobody saw her when she came, and when Pyper saw her mother, she quickly ran to hug her tightly. We have not won the war against the Emperor yet, but if this would be the last night we're spending together, we might as well celebrate it. All that matters is we're together now. And then tomorrow, we will fight. Papa will guide us tomorrow, Pyper whispered. Mistress Laren tousled her daughter's hair. Of course, your papa will be leading the fight. And Kino's papa will also be there. Mistress Laren was staring straight at my mother. How did you, was all Mother could say. Mistress Laren shook her head. I wasn't exactly sure, but hearing the Emperor's words about this prophecy, that out of the Niven blood, Akea would rise again, it was easy to put two and two together. Suddenly, I remembered bits and pieces of you. I couldn't place where I met you, but then, in my memories, I would see the former chief hunter before his demise. And somehow, I'm still not sure, but I think you might have something to do with him. And he is of Niven blood. No one could ever question that. I looked up at my mother. Is that who my father was? I asked. Mother's eyes were wet with unshed tears. Then she nodded. His name was Timbuk Lassus. And like you, he had such green eyes. I clutched my mother tightly against me. I thought I would never find out about him, I whispered. Mistress Laren tugged at Pyper's hand. Let's go, she said, and then motioned for the rest of them to leave me with my mother. He was a good man. He was a chief hunter. Before Andoni San Diego became the chief hunter, it was your father. Where does the Emperor fit in? I asked. Grandpa told me all about my heritage, or at least, what he did know. So perhaps now you do believe me that you're Northsam's grandson? Mother said askingly. I smiled sheepishly at her. I guess I do believe you now. It was difficult to do so before. Even now, I still find it hard to believe at times. You are his grandson. And moon turns ago, I was known to everyone as Princess Lamare Ariston Amark, second to the throne of Akea. And then came Wind, McQuinn's storm. He asked for my hand in marriage, and he was able to win your grandfather's heart. Father believed that Wind would ensure that the Amark line would remain strong over the moon turns to come. What he failed to see was that he would be the one to break that lineage. She paused. Or perhaps it was I. You're still too young to understand it, dearest, she said. Wind was, as he had always been, like that from the start. He wanted power. He wanted to rule Akea, and there was really nothing wrong with that, except if your purpose, instead of serving the world, is serving oneself. I hold myself accountable for that decision because falling in love with someone does not merely happen on a whim. An option presented itself to me, and I made that decision to fall in love with your father, she said. She continued, Wind, he didn't know. He only learned about your heritage when he saw your eyes. No one between us has green eyes, and so he could only presume that I had been with another man. Lamare was silent for a while. Forgive me, Kino. I have acted so wrongly in the past. I am your son, I said. What is there to forgive? Mother laughed weakly. Wind could have been your father. Perhaps that's what I'm asking forgiveness for. I hugged her tightly and hoped that she knew that there was nothing to forgive. But there's more that I wanted to know. Tell me more about my father, I said. Mayo, Calo. While we were inside the tent and had nothing better to use for dining tables and chairs, the Nivens created makeshift tables from whatever materials were available to them. Mistress Laren guided us out of the tent and made us all sit in front of a bonfire where some Nivens were roasting wild hogs and fowl. Tonight is a celebration because you were able to reach us before we started this war. Mother, is fighting necessary? Pyper asked. War is not a beautiful thing, Mistress Laren began. The Emperor won't leave us in peace. He will either kill us all without any way for us to defend ourselves, or we will stand here, make our voices heard, and fight for what is right. It is unfortunate that he did not listen to our pleas, but it only means that we are making the right choice. The Emperor has no plans of freeing us. He wants all Nivens to stay hidden and afraid for all moon turns. And it's all because of the prophecy, Mistress Lamare continued. The Emperor fears that out of Niven blood, Akea will rise again. He is not of Niven blood, and that could only mean that whatever greatness is bound to happen in the future, it wouldn't be him who will deliver it to Akeans. This is why he desperately wants to eradicate the entire Niven clan. Mistress Laren looked far across the Kanelan gates. This is why we will fight, although the Emperor already has put us in that disadvantageous position where we could only die, Mistress Laren said. I pray that our ancestors will guide us in this fight tomorrow. She raised a glass and offered a toast. To Nivens and to all Akeans. May we all be freed from the rule of the Emperor. We raised our glasses and cheered, to Nivens. The other rebels who were with us did the same. From behind me, Jor Pasap came out. Chief, there is something that's, he wasn't able to finish what he was about to say because somebody interrupted him. Father? Jor Pasap. My spine went rigid. It was the voice of my daughter that I remembered from a long time ago. It had changed somehow, but the way she spoke the word father brought memories inside my head. It couldn't be, could it? Slowly, I turned towards the source of the voice and found myself staring at a handsome young woman. Goemi? I said. Her hair was rather short and sticking out in all directions, but nevertheless, her eyes, they struck me. They were like her mother's. Papa! She cried out before racing towards me and embracing me tightly. You're alive. There was a surge of emotion inside my chest that I could not explain. All I knew was that I was not expecting that on the day that I was supposed to fight for Akea, I would still be able to make amends to my daughter. I broke down in tears. Forgive me, Goemi. I am sorry for deserting you and your brother, I said. Hush, Papa. I don't hate you. I only want you to come back again. Bubba and I waited a long time for you. Where is he? Where is Miroe? He left us. He did some horrible things, Papa. He could kill anyone without touching them, and he killed someone I loved. She looked me straight in the eye. Papa, he was wicked. He pretended to be insane all the time that we were together so that I wouldn't leave him. Stop, Goemi, I said. It wasn't his fault. While you were growing up, you experienced nothing but desertion. If you must hate him, hate me instead because it is my fault that he turned out that way. Oh, Goemi, you don't know how many times I laid awake in the night wondering how my children had been. At times, I would dream that you and your twin were being chased by wolves. I shook my head, and when I next spoke, my voice was shaking. And I would wake up with this feeling of paralyzing loss that I would have to shake off the entire day. Goemi hugged me tightly again. But why did you have to go? Because I was a coward. It's a long story. Before I met your mother, I was in love with someone else. And to tell you honestly, I still love this woman. Goemi's face crumpled, but she nodded. Love cannot be forced on someone, Papa. I know that. You cannot choose whom you love. It is so, my love. Now, pray tell me, where is your brother? I have to make amends to him. He is here, with the Emperor, Lamare said. I stood up and bowed. My lady. There's no need for that. I am a common woman, Lamare said. What is my son doing in Canela? I asked. When he left us, we didn't know where he was headed. It was only later when we saw posters of his face that we learned he was in Canela. He wanted his revenge against everyone who ever wronged him. He wanted to be important, to be somebody, and he knew that the Emperor would value his power. It was Goemi who answered. What power have you developed, my love? I asked. I can revive dead people, she said, pausing. But I can only revive those whose hearts Miroe touched. I gasped. What have I done? Nothing, Lamare said. You did nothing wrong. These powers are gifts from the gods. None of this is your fault. You don't understand. I was not in love with their mother when I had them. Their grandma used their power on me to coerce me into staying with her daughter. But the children that we had were not created out of love. And that's probably why the gods tainted their powers. Goemi began sobbing. Perhaps it was hard for her to hear that her father did not love her mother. I reached out a hand to Goemi and pulled her towards me. I love you, Goemi. Both of you. You must understand that it was not by choice that I did not love your mother. Before I could even get the chance to love her, your grandma had already used her power on me. All my emotions died. It was as though I were alive but was devoid of any feeling. Shortly after I left you, I felt something inside of me change. Then it sank in, my emotions were back. I could feel again. And when I realized that I had been toyed with by your grandmother, I became angry at being manipulated. But it doesn't mean that I did not love you and your brother. Goemi was pressing her face against my chest and hugging me as though she never wanted to let go. My shirt was soaked with her tears. There's no need to explain, Papa. Bubba and I waited for you to return, and we said that it didn't matter what your reasons were. We just wanted you back. It is amazing how these events have turned out. It is a reunion of sorts, Lamare said. Laren smiled. We are grateful to have you here, Jor. Is there a chance that perhaps we can convince your son to change sides? He can kill hundreds in minutes because of his power. And look at the size of our army. It would be close to impossible to defeat the Emperor's men, Laren said. Sadly, we did not separate with fondness, Chief Hunter, I said. Neither did we, Goemi retorted. He just wanted to be with the Emperor. But he loves you, Quila said. He adores you. Actually, if there's anyone among us who can convince Miroe, it's not going to be Master Jor, but you, Goemi. He worships the land that you walk on. It was this same love that made him kill Arden. Her voice broke when she said Arden's name. Lamare quickly grabbed Quila and put her arm around her shoulder, squeezing her against her side. I will try, Goemi said softly. Papa, we can do it together. Think about how happy he'd be to see both of us. He wanted a family he can belong with, and now there's us. We will do it, then, Chief Hunter, I said. Instead of fighting, we will work on reaching him so that we can save the lives of our fighters. Who will lead your men then, Jor? Laren asked. Romeo will be more than capable of doing that, I said. Me. Pick me. Mayo squealed. I want to be a soldier like my father. He looked a little bit scared, but his chest was thrust outward as though he was full of courage. Yeah, Mayo and I can join Master Romeo's group. We will be there fighting with your men, Master Jor, Kino said. And if the two of you will fight with them, of course, that's where I will be, Pyper said. We're in this together, he said. And what about Dracus? Mayo said. He will stay in the main camp. He's too little to fight, Kino said. He turned to look at the dragon he was holding in his arms. It had grown hard scales all over its tiny body. Its eyes were red and from its nose blew wisps of smoke. Dragons grow quickly, and should we get defeated now, we can perhaps retaliate after a year with the dragon and see how we can fight him again. If we lose, the Emperor will get hold of Dracus, and there will be no second chance for us, Kino said. We must remember this night, Laren began. It is when we all came together in one place, had our last meal, as a family reunited. Let this be our inspiration for the battle we are about to face. This is what we will lose should the Emperor defeat us. Living won't mean a thing if we will lose each other. Let's take some time to enjoy this moment. I hope it won't be the last time that we'll get to celebrate like this, but, Lamare said. But we still have to draw up our plans. Romeo interrupted the conversation. I have spoken with the Nivan elders. We know what to do. The Emperor's men are many, but we will dent their numbers for sure. The goal is to take the palace. And when we do that, when we defeat the Emperor, who will lead us, Chief Hunter? Laren's face was serious. I will lead the Nivens back to our province, and we will rebuild Nivadan again? As for Kanela. She turned towards Lamare. Isn't it yours to take, Lamare? All eyes were studying Lamare, who herself looked a little bit surprised. Her mouth was slightly open, but at the same time, her eyes were narrowed as though she was figuring out what had happened. Mother, Kino said. I want to go back to Nivadan with Pyper and Mayo. Or just go back to Wawang village. Is it really what you want, son? Lamare asked. So suddenly, her voice sounded so regal and cold. It was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Can we go back to how it used to be? Kino asked, although it seemed to me that he already knew the answer to his question. After everything that had happened, do you think you can just go back to being a simple villager again? To someone who had to trade fruits and vegetables to have enough coins to buy some bread? To go back to school and deal with the bullies? Or go back to that time when you have yet to discover your power and heritage? You must learn to put all of these behind you now, Kino, Lamare said, shifting her tone. She studied her son carefully. It is in your blood, Kino, Lamare said after some time. You come from a clan of leaders. You are of Northsam's blood, who hails from a long lineage of kings. You are of Lassus's blood, who had led the Nivens for centuries. You have it in you to lead, Kino, don't you see? When we take the Kanelan Palace, it is because it needs a new leader, its rightful leader. We'll get back the Empire, and I will be there to guide you through it. This is your destiny now. Kino must have felt all the burden of having to lead everyone in Kanela and must have wondered if he could do it. His mother was looking at him with eyes that exuded support, and for that, he must have believed her. He certainly was not ready, but he would learn in time. I accept, Mother, Kino said. Pyper gasped. Then Lamare hugged Kino tightly. You will do good. You have a kind heart, she said. Mayo was astounded. Craddy royalty. He bellowed. I always told you that, right? Well. Just don't get my ass stuck in the dungeon, all right? And don't make me bow to you. Mayo said. Kino laughed weakly, shaking his head. There's not gonna be anything of that sort. Now that everything's clear, we can all finish our meal. We have a plan to rehash and a battle to win, Lamare said. For Nivedan. Romeo shouted. For Nivedan. We all cheered. Romeo de Nicholas. It was already late, but I was too restless to sleep. I was looking at the sky, searching for signs from the gods that we would win this war, but there was none. I tried talking the chief hunter into offering sacrifices, but my pleas went unanswered. The chief hunter said no, out of respect to Elder Man and his friends, and said that the gods would favor us if we spared the lives of their creations. I was unsure how to respond to that, so I let it pass. As for the war, I have to rely on the Niven's capability to turn invisible. In this war, everyone will be using his power. If the Emperor's men had super strength, I was sure that they would be at the front lines, and the Emperor would not have second thoughts about deploying them on the battlefield.
So why should I, a mere Niven chief fighter, have qualms about using our powers as well?
While it was true that invisibility puts our clan on an unquestionable advantage, so were the powers possessed by the Emperor's men. We will not cheat. If at all, our advantage would only be for a short time. Once the Emperor is able to detect where my men and I were, then that advantage would be gone. For what do my men know about fighting but to use swords and spears in the most basic means? My army was heavy on infantry, and there was hardly any cavalry. I had counted on Jor Pasap and his men to fight as my cavalry, but even they did not have enough horses. And chariots? We have none of that. I raised my hands upwards in prayer and asked the gods to guide us in this fight. If I am to be with my ancestors soon, then let my death be for a good reason. Free us, my gods, and let the Nivens live again along with all the other Akeens. Guide us so that we may not wrong a fellow Akeen. Give us the courage to fight boldly without fear of losing our lives. And should we win this war, let it be according to your will. Let there be no trace of arrogance among us, and allow my people only to take what you would have taken. And if we should lose this war, take us kindly to your home. Be merciful to us, our gods, and take us swiftly, instead of allowing us to suffer under such tyranny again. We fight for you. Send us our ancestors. I paused. All this we pray as one. I lowered my arms and knelt on the ground, and started singing a Niven war song. It was as old as time itself, and hardly anyone among the Nivens knew it, for it was only sung during wartime. And with the Nivens, there was hardly any war to fight. But having been raised a warrior, I was taught this sacred song. So though alone, I sang. I sang until my throat was parched, and no words would come out anymore. When I finished my prayer and ritual, dawn was already breaking. I stood up to rouse the men who would fight with me. There was still some time to talk among the men about our strategy and how it was bound to likely fail. I no longer feel nervous. This is the day of the reckoning, and I will give it my best. Chapter 3, The Last Battle. Kino Amark. I can hear Master Romeo singing, Pyper said. Tears rolled down her face. What's wrong? I asked. Mayo was peering curiously at Pyper too. It is a prayer. I'm not familiar with the words, but I know the melody. It is a war song, and it is only sung during desperate times. Father used to sing this song so the memory will not fade, that's what he said. Pyper went silent for a while. Perhaps Master Romeo, just like the rest of us, fears what the outcome of the battle would be. It will be a long day, I said. We are fighting for something greater than us. At some point. Don't say it, Pyper said. If the Emperor finds me, I will fight him. I won't run away from him anymore. I'm tired of running, I said. Mayo's eyes were huge and round, and his mouth was slightly open. He nodded slowly. I don't really agree with you, but I trust you, Kino. I should. I mean, if one day you're going to rule Akea, I must believe in you. I laughed half-heartedly. Don't be like that, like someone who believes in me just because I might be in power someday, but believe in me if I have proven myself worthy. If I should get there someday. You mean, when you get there and become the Emperor, Pyper pointed out. Yes. Should that happen, I need you to be more critical of me. I need to be surrounded by friends I can trust and friends who won't follow me blindly. I will be wrong an awful lot of times, but I must not become a bad person. Pyper took my hand and squeezed it. You're not going to grow up to be a bad person. You only say that because I'm your friend, but Pyper, men died already because of me. They were fighting for something they believed in. Don't let that be a burden to you. The future would be wrought with even more uncertainties, and you don't need to face it with baggage that you carry from the past, Pyper said. How could you be so young and yet so wise? I said, smiling. Pyper blushed. And then, before she could say anything, I hugged her tightly. Thank you so much for believing in me, Pyper. Thank you for everything. I pulled away from her and motioned for Mayo to come closer, and found ourselves in a tight group hug. And Mayo, you will always be my best friend. Please don't change your uncanny ways. Mayo hugged us back. Oh, you can count on that. He said. We all laughed. Jor Pasap. Goemi, Quila, and I waited patiently for the battle to begin. I agreed with Romeo that it would be better for the war to start before I searched for Miroe so that the Emperor's soldiers would be distracted. Quila, my daughter's friend, had asked to join us. I was hesitant at first because it would be easier just to contain the conflicts among family members, but then, Quila had rescued Goemi, and now, Goemi seems to be ill at ease whenever Quila is not around. I took a cigarette from my pocket and lit it, inhaling deeply before slowly puffing out the smoke. From behind me, Quila giggled. You're like Dricus, she said. I decided to ignore her. What's your brother like? I asked Goemi. Well, I don't know how to describe him because all the time that we were together, he disguised himself as half-witted. He was drooling all over, Papa, and I couldn't make out anything of the things that were coming out of his mouth most of the time, Goemi said. She looked confused. But he loved me, Papa. That I am sure of. That's more than enough for me to want to rescue him from the Emperor, I said. He doesn't exactly need rescuing, Quila said. He can kill you in an instant. That's why Goemi is with us. In case he tries to kill me, she will be able to revive me. But what if Miroe decides to freeze her heart first? Quila asked. Goemi blushed. He won't do that, she said softly. How can you be so sure? She asked. After a while, Goemi shook her head. He is my twin. There's no way that he would touch my heart. Or maybe, you're already immune to his power, Quila said. My daughter looked away. What do you mean? Goemi asked. I remember Master Damien and his words to Mistress Lamare. Once before, he said something like you cannot touch the heart of someone who gave you life. Something like that, Quila said. Huh? Goemi asked. And how could that be relevant to me? Quila frowned. Well, I happen to remember that there was this one time that you revived Miroe. So in that sense, didn't you give him back his life? What? I asked. How did that happen? Does anyone else have Miroe's power? It was Kino, Quila said. He can copy powers. His power is shuffling. Why didn't you tell anyone about this? If that were his power, he might have a chance at defeating the Emperor. It could change the course of this battle. But in any case, let us focus on finding your brother first. It is good to know that Miroe won't be able to kill you. This means that you can revive anyone he tries to kill, I said, pausing. I turned to meet Goemi's eyes. Even me. Ion Noto. Sysis was rising quickly, and soon, the Emperor would give his orders for this battle to commence. I am the King of Amare. In my head, I wondered which title the Emperor would confer upon me after I defeated these crafty Nivens. It would be a tricky feat since Nivens could turn themselves invisible, but there is always a way to immediately reduce their numbers. And then there are the tree runners. Because they have an affinity towards the Nivens, they should somehow be able to sense where they were when they become invisible. There's no chance that the Nivens would win this war. The other generals are already in formation, Your Majesty, Rhodora said. Very well, I said. I wondered if they had a better position than my troops. If I was to prove that I was the most valuable general to the Emperor, then I must be able to kill more Nivens than anyone else. After all this, I will sit next to the Emperor. Perhaps he will give me Nivedon, and I will build upon it a new province and make its economy prosper. It will soon become the new center of Akea. I could almost see it now. Once I flatten the Niven Mountains, I will build structures, and the whole of Akea would want a share of that land. And while the land continues to flourish, guess who will be sitting on the throne? I laughed inside my head. It was a good plan. What is the size of our army? I asked. The Emperor has called in the armies of all the provinces. A good 10 to 20,000 men from the larger provinces came here while about 1,000 to 5,000 men came from the smaller ones. Multiply that at least fivefold, and you get the assurance that this war is over before it even started, Rhodora said. Then why didn't they take the offer of the Emperor? It has remained a puzzle to me. These Nivens would barely dent our numbers, and yet, they were ready to fight. They have no battering rams to penetrate the Kanelan gates. Have they not seen how thick those were? Unless, of course, they were going to use a different tactic. This worries me, Rhodora, I said. This is mass suicide. It is their choice. It's not that. There must be a catch somewhere. Why would they engage us in a fight that they have no chance of winning? It doesn't make sense. I was perturbed beyond sanity, but I could not put my finger on it. Rhodora was looking solemnly at the armies that were gathered in front of the Kanelan palace gates. They still amount to something. Think about it, Rhodora. And advise me about it when you see the sense of them fighting us when we could so easily slaughter each one of them, I said, still pondering. In all the battles that I have fought, I have shown little mercy at all. Nothing scared me anymore. And yet, being here with the Nivens made me pause and reflect. There was something odd about what was transpiring beyond the Kanelan gates. Perhaps they were to trick us again somehow. But how indeed? McQuinstorm Aaron. Today is the day of reckoning. While I was in my chambers, sleep would not come because today, it could mean the fulfillment of Micromanya's prophecy. Or I could end it. The Nivens gathered outside the Kanelan walls, but how long will it take before they penetrate these walls? They could go invisible, and if they do that, then no one would know if one or a handful of them were to assassinate people from inside the palace walls. And should one of them get to me or any of my war generals, it would put my empire at risk. But is this really the last battle? Will today define my rule, or will today destroy it? Salar and Douglas stirred, and I was roused from my thoughts. Wind, she said. There's still time. Give them what they are fighting for and put an end to this potential bloodbath. They just want to be recognized as Akeans. These Nivens, that's what they also are. Why would you deny them their rights? I've had a lengthy discussion with my war generals about this, and you, a mere woman companion, do not have the right to question me. They want to live. They want to go back to their mountains, to live there peacefully, to sing their songs, and to dance the moon steps. That's all they want, Saul said, now sounding desperate. Despicable. Death is what they'll get, I said coldly. You are a harsh man, Saul said. I wondered when she had realized that. It is going to be a long day, Saul. May I suggest for you to calm yourself down? I chuckled lightly at my own choice of words. Saul was always calm because that was her power, to emanate peace and to make the people around her calm. And yet, here she was, babbling about these Nivens and making a big ruckus of all this puny insurgents. Where is your heart in all this, Wind? She asked. She was standing right in front of me now. I raised my hand and slapped her, the echo of my actions ringing inside the throne room. Do not question my heart in all of this. Do not ever, ever, talk to me like you are above me. There are only two kinds of people in Akea, those who serve and those who are served. Anyone who opposes this does not deserve a place in this world. And they, these filthy Nivens, don't want to serve me. Saul had gone teary-eyed. She was quiet for a moment, and then she said, those who are served must also be the ones who serve. Therefore, they are one. They are not two separate groups of people but a community, the real essence of a community. There must be no separation, Wind, because when you do that, that's when all these uprisings come about. Please, Your Grace, end this war. There's no need for this. She was now kneeling in front of me. At some point, I will have to let you go, I said. Saul was proving to be a liability these past few days. Or perhaps since the very beginning. Saul jerked when she heard what I had to say. She stood up slowly and curtsied. As I have pledged in the past, Your Grace, my loyalty is to the Emperor. That was my vow before, and I do not intend to break it. Then do as I please. Do not engage me in useless discussions, I said. In an hour, I would go to the war chambers and meet with the generals, and we will begin this war. I looked around and tried to find Miroe Pasap. Now, where was he? Miroe, I bellowed. Get yourself in here. There was some scuffling outside my chambers before the lanky lad entered and bowed before me. Your Grace, I am here to serve, he said. Very well, then, I said. Join me. I heard the bells toll. 6 times it rang. It meant that I had exactly an hour left before this fighting began. I formed a cloud and rode it. Miroe looked uncertain, but by now, he had ridden the cloud with me a couple of times. He stepped onto the cloud beside me. Another 2 of my guards did, and of course, Turan was with us as well. My entourage and I glided outside the palace walls. Below us, the Kanelan soldiers were all in formation. The generals had our infantry and cavalrymen ready at their disposal. We rode even farther towards the Kanelan walls and saw that my supporters had all gathered as well. Thousands of men surrounded the entire length of the Kanelan gates. No one could possibly penetrate these walls. After that, there was a wide gap, and beyond it lay the Niven camps. I was surprised to see that there were quite a number of them left, probably 1,000 or 2, but they were nothing compared to my men. Your Grace, Turan said. Not so close. Don't forget that an arrow can easily kill you. No one will dare, I said. These Nivens won't start a war until they have to. They are not going to break any of their own rules. In an hour, we will fight, as agreed between the parties. Look at them. What do you think gives them so much courage to fight us? I asked. Our numbers could so easily crush them. They can turn invisible. That is their advantage. Aside from that, I know of nothing, Your Grace, Turan said. And then there's the royal scribe, Lamare Amark. He paused as though waiting for me to respond to it. There was an unspoken question in his words. Lamare has no power anymore, I said. Turan's face was schooled, although I saw that his eyebrows raised slightly. She will die with the rest of them. Make sure that none of them will survive the war, I said. And the boy? Turan asked. Sometimes it still makes me pause. What was I to do with the boy? He had great powers, one that I could definitely make use of, but if there was one thing I was sure of, it was that everyone had a vengeful side. If I captured the boy, no amount of kindness would diminish his desire to avenge the loss that he would suffer in this war. He dies with the rest of the rebels, I said nonchalantly. I prefer it if I were to be the one to slay him, but do not limit our men. When they get the chance to kill him, let them. Turan nodded. Miroe remained silent. When this war starts, Miroe, you will remain with me. Kill those who will be able to reach us. Do not go out there hunting people to kill because your place is with me. Do you understand? Yes, Your Grace, he said. I flinched. Sometimes, his voice sounds just like mine. I glided on the cloud with my entourage and turned around, flying back to the palace. I will survey everything from the top of the main tower. Already, I could not wait for the day to end because this was the day that I would rule Akea forever. Turan Aragor. I waited for the bell to toll, and when it did, I counted it inside my head. 1, 2, 3. Until the 7th toll was rung. And then, from the terrace at the topmost floor of the Kanelan Palace, we watched as 3 of the war generals and their men shouted, brandishing their swords in the air and rushing towards the Nivens. I have seen wars before, but never was it fought here outside the Kanelan walls. It was never a siege against the palace. Goosebumps covered my arms. I never knew it would come to this. Romeo de Nicholas. The prayers have been uttered, the songs have been sung, and the moon steps have been performed. The gods must take our side in this war. They must, or we will perish. When I heard the Emperor's men shout and run towards us, I raised my arm and signaled the Nivens to release the arrows. The echoes of strained strings and the swooshing of the arrows as they flew in the air filled my ears. It was quickly followed by the soft thuds of the arrows hitting the soldiers' bodies. Knock, and release. I shouted again, and the second line behind me released their arrows in the air. Knock, and release. I shouted again. The third line did. And we did this several more times. The number of soldiers running towards us was reduced, but it was not enough. There were just too many of them. They are only 100 meters away from us now. Be ready to fight. Put down your bows and grab your swords. 50 meters. 30 meters. Nivens are Akeans too. I shouted. This calls for plane number 44. And then we were engaged. I was face to face with a soldier, parrying against him. I slid sideways and thrust my blade into his stomach, slicing it before withdrawing the sword. The poor soldier fell to the ground, lifeless. Before I could celebrate my first triumph, another one was already running towards me. He jumped, his axe raised high, swinging it towards my neck. I ducked and rolled to the ground and then pierced his stomach with my sword. The soldier fell towards me, locking me in my position. Another Niven kicked the soldier's body to the side so that now, I was freed. All around me, the Nivens were fighting against the soldiers. The plane number 44 would soon take effect.
Laren San Diego. The battle had started. My people were now faced with the palace's infantry and cavalry. Any minute now, I would be expecting Romeo to pull off a strategy that he had discussed with the town hall. I watched carefully. Then it happened, half of the Niven fighters disappeared. Their enemies were confused, swinging their swords around them and sometimes hitting their comrades. Then the Nivens would appear and kill them from behind or from their sides. They would vanish in thin air again, and the next time that they appeared, they were closer to the Kanelan gates. The flank behind them was moving now. These are non-Nivens, the rebels led by Jor Pasap, who were now under Romeo's leadership. They were not as graceful as the Niven warriors, but their brusqueness was a good quality to have in this war. They were fast, so they were able to fool the Emperor's men or at least buy us some time to penetrate the enemy walls. Whenever the Nivens who turned invisible moved closer to the Kanelan soldiers, the rebels moved in to replace them on the battlefield. To anyone who was watching, it would take a while before they realized what was happening. It was a good thing that we were able to convince the Nivens to wear armors this time. If they had been stubborn enough to wear just their tunics, the switch would have been more apparent. So now, without them knowing, the Emperor's men were being attacked from all sides. It would be another hour before most of the Kanelan guards would lay dead on the ground.
Jor Pasap. We were already so close to the Kanelan palace gates without anyone from the Emperor's side noticing. I was holding the hand of a Niven so he could extend his invisibility to me. And so were Goemi and Quila. If we could reach the gates, all we had to do was wait for the right moment that it would be opened, and we could slip through unnoticed. We were literally pressed against the wall now because we did not want anyone to notice us. And between Goemi and I, there were several yards. All around us, the Emperor's soldiers were moving about, getting ready for the moment when it was their turn to fight. "Archers, get ready!" someone shouted. The men in front of us pulled hard at their arrows, pointing at the sky, and when the general shouted release, all the arrows shot up into the air. The shot was long range, and I waited until it fell on the battleground. I uttered a prayer and hoped that most Nivens and my men were spared from death. A running soldier was fast approaching, and because he didn't see the Niven that was holding my hand nor me, he crashed against me. But I was quick enough to grab the knife from my boots and plunge it to his heart. He fell face down and did not rise again. From my left, I heard Goemi grunt. We would be found out. I stood uneasily as sweat trickled down my face. It was too early for my mission to fail. "Open the gates," one of the generals said. I tried to recall whose voice it was and remembered hearing it when we fought hard against General Ion Noto. It was his. "Open the gates," another soldier said from inside the gates. "Didn't you hear General Noto's orders?" I could not see the faces behind, but I heard them arguing inside. "Open the Kratty gate," General Noto shouted even louder. "My men have to enter." There was a pause, and then, the creaking of gears turning resounded, and I knew that the gates were being lowered. It was our turn to go inside. When the gate was low enough, I searched for Goemi and Quila's gooey figures but could not really make them out of all the fighting. I have not had enough time to be accustomed to the power of the Nivens. While invisible, Nivens could see the gooey figures of the other invisible Nivens around them, but my eyes were not trained for that. I pulled myself up and grabbed at the hand that I was holding while I crossed the gates. My heart was thumping as I climbed it, and then when I was only a few meters away from the ground, I squeezed the hand that I was holding and whispered, "Now." Then we jumped together and fell to the ground. It was a good thing that inside the palace, there was already a commotion, which masked the loud thud that we made. Behind me, I made out the faint sound that Goemi or Quila probably made together with the Nivens that partnered them. "Close the gates," the soldier shouted. "What is wrong with you?" General Noto ordered the gate to be opened. "Where the Kratty hell is he?" the soldier said, cursing. "Look around you. Is there any sign that the general is here?" The soldier who was manning the gates looked outside, surveying the others nearby, trying to search for the general and his men. He would definitely stand out, but outside, they were all infantry. No one resembled the general. "Come," I urged. And then carefully walked to the side gates to avoid the soldiers who by now had become suspicious of what had happened. Close the damn gates. One of the soldiers bellowed. And this time, the soldier that was operating the gate obeyed. Good thinking, Quila, I heard someone say. I could only assume that it was Goemi who said that. Then we went straight to the Kanelan Palace. There was still a good mile walk from here. And we needed to reach it soon.
Solarin Douglas. I watched as the Kanelan gates were lowered and then raised again. There was no one who crossed it, so I wondered what could have happened. Apparently, the Emperor saw it too. Send someone to investigate why the gates were opened, the Emperor commanded. Why was it opened when I gave the strictest orders to keep them shut at all times? He sounded very angry, and he had every reason to be. Who would even dare to defy his orders as blatantly as that? But there was not enough time to dwell on the incident because outside the Kanelan gates, we saw how useful the power of invisibility could be. Where the Emperor's troops had once stood lay the dead bodies of soldiers. And it was all happening so quickly. They're using invisibility. I thought that they would reserve that for last, Turan said. The Emperor was watching the battle closely, with full attention. His mouth was set on a thin line, and I could almost feel the anger that was seething from his aura. Outside, the sky had immediately darkened. General Murasoquises of Anerida has fallen, Turan Eriger said, shaking his head. And some 5,000 of his men. That is not supposed to happen. The Emperor shouted. Did you see this happening, Turan? You are my advisor. Why didn't you foresee this? No one has fought the Nibbans before, Your Grace. And no one knows what battle strategies they have. Apparently, they just cheat, the Emperor seethed. They are using their powers, I said. It isn't cheating because our soldiers were also using theirs. There was no treaty before the war started that required both sides to refrain from using their powers. How do you expect to kill someone you can't see? The Emperor said, now obviously irritated. There's always thunderstorms, Miroe said. He paused, and then after a while, he continued. And there's me. The Emperor turned to look at him. It's not yet your time to go out there. The generals will be able to defeat them. 1 general out of 12 has fallen. That doesn't frighten me. 2 by now, Your Grace, Turan Eriger said, reading the letter that he just received. General Lono Dewerev of Minoan has fallen too. May the gods welcome them to their homes. The Nivan's army was moving towards the gate. If they do that, the other generals could go behind them and press upon them. Even if they could turn invisible, there was no way that they would be able to escape that. How many hours has it been? I asked. 6 hours by my estimate, Turan said. Then they must be all tired by now. Their sheer number is their weakness. Tomorrow, when we engage them again, the same men will be fighting from their side, while we have a fresh troop to meet them, and when infantry didn't do much to dent their numbers, we must be sending the tree runners to them, the Emperor said confidently. How many more are we going to lose? These are all your people, Your Grace, I said in a voice that did not seem to belong to me. Perhaps I was unprepared to hear such news. If they cannot survive this war, then they are not fit to live in Akea. Only those who are capable will survive this war. Those who could be tricked in a battle are just pawns, lives that can be spared. They are not important, Wind said. Why didn't you send General Ion Nodo to quell this rebellion? Why didn't you bring him in front of the battlefield if you think he is strong enough to lead this war? I asked. The general was now king of Amer, and everyone in Akea knew about his close ties with the emperor. Ion Nodo replaced the former Queen Marcella Benilda, Wind's own mother, because the emperor declared her a traitor and banished her to Karasthea, where she met her death. Wind did not answer. Have you ever heard of any battle won on the first day? Wind asked. There is none. At least none in Akea because those who were sent to fight on the first day were always dispensable. Everyone has their tactic. Had I sent an Ion, who knows if I would have lost him this early too? I gasped. The Minoans nor the Aneridans were not dispensable, nor were their lives worthless just to be used as pawns in this war. Those soldiers had wives and children who were waiting for them to come home, and you have. Silence. The emperor bellowed. This is the way of war, Solarin. You must know that by now, after spending so many moon turns with me. And if you have yet to learn to shut your mouth when your opinion is not asked, Then I would send you out on the field with my men, he said, his silver eyes flashing at me. I am on the verge of doing that, but I know that I need to remain calm to win this war. That is the only reason that you are still here. Learn your place and speak no further. For the first time, I could feel tears flowing down my cheeks. I have not regretted serving the Emperor. There were times that I questioned his integrity and his purpose, but now, hearing these words from him made me loathe myself for remaining by his side. I could feel my loyalty waning as my tears continued rolling down my cheeks. What have I become?
Romeo de Nicholas. I stood up and pulled the sword that was piercing Martin's stomach. His legs were at an odd angle, and it was indeed better that he did not make it rather than to spend his life unable to walk. Still, it was not easy to accept that a good number of my men were lost to me. The men who had fallen were of the Nivan warriors and the rebels who joined us. While it was true that by the end of the day, we were able to kill 3 of the Emperor's generals, it was also possible that whatever edge we had today could be lost in the days to follow. By now, the Emperor and his advisor would have seen the tactic that we used, and so play number 44 would be no more. Tomorrow, we might be lucky enough to kill some of the Emperor's generals, but that possibility grew weaker by the hour. Both sides have taken to gathering their dead and burning their bodies under the pale moonlight. Oddly enough, both moons were shining brightly tonight, as though oblivious to the carnage that had spattered the earth crimson all day. Now that the bodies were all lined up, one of the Nivan elders uttered a prayer, and when he was done, the chief hunter lit the torch and burned the pile of bodies. The women who went with them, those who were wed to some of the soldiers that now lay dead, cried unabashedly, and even Lamare's eyes were glistening with tears. "This is the way of war," I said. Lamare did not wince. Her face remained passive as though she did not hear anything that I said. "Tomorrow, you might see me among them. If that happens, I need no tears to be shed for me. Should I lie dead, that would mean that I died fighting for what I believed in," I said. Lamare turned towards me. "You do not belong on a death pyre. You must promise to live long years," she said. While her face remained calm, her moist eyes and the soft quivering of her lips told me that beneath that beautiful shell, she was as afraid as any other Akin in our camp. "Watch the bodies burn because they will give us the courage to fight in the following days. And while we discuss this war, we must remember that on this first day, we won," I said. The chief hunter, Laren San Diego, was already beside us. "You did well, Romeo," she said. "My husband would have been proud." "An honor," I said. "But there are days ahead," Laren said. "This will not be finished tomorrow, nor on the day that will follow. So you must rest." "I will rest all I want when Mother Akea has claimed my body." "Never before that," I said. For some reason, this seemed to satisfy the chief hunter. She eyed me for a little while, and then she walked towards the camp. "Come with me," she said. Turning to Lamare, she said, "Lamare, I need you too." Lamare and I trailed after the chief hunter. The soft wailing around us was drowned by the cheers of the other soldiers who were recounting their stories of the earlier fight. I could hear them talking about how they were able to kill 20 using just a knife. A knife? And how many would he have killed if he had used a sword and was riding a horse? When we were inside the tent, the chief hunter instructed us to sit down. There were a few of us. "I want to hear that there is a plan," Laren said. "I have until the 8th day covered, but that does not mean that we will emerge victoriously. I fear that they have seen what we can do, and there aren't many strategies that we can use tomorrow and days to come. If at all, the tactics that we'll be employing are but variations of what we did today. I expect that the reason the Emperor lost 3 generals was that he sent us the weaker ones to study our strategies. For all we know, they could be trying to plan how to end the war tomorrow. That is what I will try to prevent from happening," I said. Laren was nodding while Lamare seemed to be in deep thought. "The sky darkened earlier, and I thought that wind would be hurling lightning at us. It surprised me when he didn't," Lamare said. "That's true. But I guess he really needed to know the rest of what we could do. If he attacked us with his lightning, There would be more Nibbins dead among us, but the casualty from his side would also probably double. It was wise of him to have refrained from the attack, I said. At this point, the children came inside the camps. Kino's face lit up when his gaze fell upon his mother. "That was a good battle, Master Romeo," Mayo said. "I wish I was there fighting with you." "It's not your time to fight yet," Pyper said. There were streaks on her pretty face. I saw her crying when the bodies started to burn. "Is there any news about Elder Mayan?" Laren said. "Now that the Emperor knows our strategy, we need the Elder." Pyper shook her head. "He hasn't sent a bird yet." "Kino?" she asked. Kino closed his eyes, his eyebrows furrowed. After a few moments, he opened them and said, "I can't feel him." "He couldn't be dead." Mayo squealed. "He could just be sleeping, or perhaps your power is not working again." Kino nodded wearily and slumped on a chair. "I hope that's the case, Mayo." "What about Master Jor?" Pyper asked. "Was he able to do as planned?" "I have not seen him among the living, and I also did not see him in the bodies that were burned, so he must have been able to sneak inside the Kanelan gates as planned. But let's not be too happy about that because we all know what that means. If they're inside the Kanelan grounds now, then they're in danger of being found out." "I want to go with you tomorrow, Master Romeo," Kino said. "Today, it was no use waiting from the sidelines, cheering you on. You did your share. While the enemies have not reached us yet, it is but right that you remained in your positions. We all have a part to play in this war, and breaking away from that plan could ruin our chance of winning. But for tomorrow, I want to be fighting alongside your men." Kino insisted. I looked at Lamare and waited to hear her opinion about her son's request. "We will see what happens tomorrow," she said to no one in particular. "If we are to have a good outcome to this war, then we must stay in our designated positions so that we can immediately support one another should our friends need it. But not before that." She glanced at Kino. "But this is my fight, Mother," he said. "It is everybody's fight. Do not turn this into your war. While it is true that the Emperor wants you and me dead, there's no sense giving him that satisfaction too early in the war. Even if he gets what he wants and captures both of us, that doesn't mean that he would halt the war. He would still kill everyone who rebelled against the palace. That is why we must wait and stick to the plan. And in case our army starts falling tomorrow, then that will be the time for us to march forward and fight alongside them. But not before. Your power will not protect you from the edge of a sword." "Or maybe it would," Mayo said. All eyes were suddenly upon him. "He can turn himself into a tree runner," Pyper said. There was a slight smile on her face. Kino stood up, and then in a few seconds, he was covered in bark, and he had grown a few inches taller. "What the?" I uttered in amazement. "Can you be like that while you're invisible?" I asked. Then Kino was out of our sight. "Apparently, I can," he said. He was back to his normal self now. "Use it when you have to," Lamare said. Outside, it had started to grow eerily quiet. Outside the tent, most of the soldiers had gone to sleep while some were still out and about, talking about the strategies for tomorrow. As for myself, I need to have a word with my men. After that, I will have to force myself to catch some sleep and prepare for whatever challenges there will be tomorrow. Chapter 4, of Grievances and Deaths. Kino Amark. It was almost midnight, and yet, I still found no sleep. The scenes of the war haunted me that every time I closed my eyes, I could hear the sounds of bodies being pierced by arrows and spears or slashed at by swords. And then there were the wails. It was bad enough when grown men had to be the source of those sounds, but it was even worse when it was the women because it could only mean the death of someone they loved. It still felt surreal that all of this should be unfolding before my very eyes. Will this be the final battle? If we defeat the Emperor, will the balance be restored upon the land? Will the Nivens be able to reclaim their place in Akea? Will it be upheld by the people? Will I rule the land? The last one was the biggest question that I have right now. What must I do? And why has the Emperor yet to seek me out? He had been searching for me ever since that day that I presented my power in the Kanelan yards, and now, he must know that I am way within his reach. What was stopping him? Was he dreading meeting me as much as I dreaded it? Pyper was sleeping beside me, and Mayo was sleeping beside her. There was little room for us to sleep in, so we had to squeeze in one tent together. This togetherness brought us comfort. Mayo snored loudly and started kicking beside me for a few seconds, then he stopped. Across me, there was a blanket where Dricus lay. It was sleeping soundly, and smoke was continuously rising from its nostrils. Yesterday, I was able to see Dricus breathe out fire. It was not enough to scorch my hand into cinders, but it could have lit a cigar. As I closed my eyes, I wondered where Goemi was and did not realize that I was already shuffling among the powers that I was able to copy. Soon, I was using sniffling. Quila's face filled my head, and then, all of a sudden, I could see her. She was huddled with Goemi and some Nivens whose names I did not know. It was essential that they each had a Niven partner so that they could go inside the palace undetected. I must make up my mind. Mother was right when she said that we must wait for the right time before fighting, but it was too hard to accept that while people were left dying, the rest of us were waiting in our camps, watching Nivens and the rebels die before us. They are our allies, and I had to help them. Later today, when the fighting starts anew, I will go and fight with Master Romeo. Maybe that is the right thing to do regardless of what my mother thinks. There were indescribable sounds ringing all around me, which woke me up with a start. Mayo was still lying on the cot, though. His back was on me, and his face was pressed against the tent flap. "Wake up, Mayo," I said. I kept hearing the running footsteps of men outside the tent. Everyone must be preparing for battle already. Mayo grunted but did not move. When I poked his shoulder blade, he got up so quickly and must have suddenly remembered that we were at war. "Why didn't you wake me up earlier? Where's Pyper?" he asked while rubbing his eyes. "I just woke up too. She's probably with her mother." I crawled outside the tent, and the humid air greeted me. The sky was lined with crimson as though it was trying to remind me of the bloodshed that will be happening a few hours from now. Mayo crawled out after me. His hair was as disheveled as mine, which reminded me to run my fingers over my hair. I doubt if my hair was flattened, though. "Let's get some coffee at least," Mayo said before turning away and walking straight ahead to where several cook pots were set up. Everybody was busy, and we actually had to fall in line first. We were standing in line, fending off mosquitoes, when Pyper came holding some bread. She handed one each to Mayo and me. I began munching on my bread while, for a long time, Mayo just stared at his share. "I feel queasy," he said. "Wars can make you feel that way," I said in between bites. "But if you want to be able to swing a sword, you've got to eat," Pyper said. "Have you seen my mother?" I asked. "She is with Master Romeo and my mother," Pyper said. "Last-minute planning," I heard them say. They looked worried. Determined but worried. I nodded absently. I would be too. Right now, all I could think of was how I could help win this war, and I had no idea how to do it. Perhaps, if I duel with the Emperor, that would amount to something. If I defeat him, then we can all go home to Nivedon, but if I lose, then that means that the Nivens will be banished forever. I was scared, though. I have had dreams before, nightmares, if you will, where the Emperor was chasing me, and then he would be able to catch me. And during those times that he caught me, I would somehow be able to lash back at him with one of the powers I copied from the Akeans with whom I have interacted. And now that the war is here, I am unsure when that nightmare will unfold. "If the two of you will go with Master Romeo, I think I might have to stay behind with Dricus," Mayo said. "I don't have a power that would be useful on the battlefield." I nodded. "All right." The Kanelan bells tolled. There were 6 rings, which meant that the fighting was almost about to start. For some reason, my heart started beating fast. Perhaps I was scared, but I dismissed the feeling. "Let's go find them," Pyper said. There were rows of Nivens ahead of us, and there were also the rebels. Our numbers were too low, but I was proud to say that we were able to win yesterday's siege. Master Romeo had yet to arrive, so we decided to go back to where my mother was, back to the main tent where the meetings were held. Upon entering the tent, I could sense the heavy emotions that the people inside were feeling. The chief hunter, Mistress Laren, was moving about and carefully examining the pieces on the table that, from my point of view, revealed the strategy that Master Romeo and his men would employ later. They were so engrossed that they did not even notice us entering. "There's a danger here," Mistress Laren said. "If the enemies decide to flank us from here, if they see this opportunity, they will definitely take it, and we could lose half of our people. That's not something that we want to happen." "If they see it," Master Romeo argued. "Otherwise, we could buy ourselves more time to further reduce their army." "It is risky," Mother said. "I do not wish to contest your decision, Romeo, but what are the odds that this weakness here could be found out? The palace men are monitoring the war from a high position, and they have a vantage view of all this. The Emperor could just as well ride the cloud, and he would see it. And when he does, we won't last a day more." It was Mistress Laren who replied. "Isn't there a more aggressive plan? That's all I'm asking, because regardless of how many more days we can stretch this war, the truth is that we are badly outnumbered." "Are we expecting any reinforcement from any of the war generals?" my mother asked. Mayo blushed and bowed his head in shame. Pyper nudged Mayo on his ribs. "How about your father? Have you heard any news from him?" she asked softly, and yet, it was loud enough for everyone to hear because, at that point, everyone had already gone silent. "I have not heard from father for a long time," Mayo murmured. "If only Elder Mayan were here, he would provide us with a good rallying force," Mistress Laren said. "I can go after Master Jor and join them," I said. All eyes were suddenly on me. "And what will you do once you're with them?" Mother asked. "If the Emperor finds you, you will be dead in a heartbeat." "Not if I can get to him first." "I can turn myself invisible, Mother." "The Emperor cannot do that. He knows how to use his power skillfully, you don't," she protested. "You were asking us earlier if there's a more aggressive plan, and here we are presented with one," Mistress Laren said. "It seems to me that your son is willing to do his part, but you would rather have all of the Nivens dead." Mother blushed furiously. "That's not what I meant. I am only concerned that we will be handing Kino on a silver platter to the Emperor. This is what he wanted all along. But if the Emperor is defeated, then we will win the war. It's as simple as that," Mistress Laren argued. "Mother, if Kino is going, then I will also go with him," Pyper interjected. All eyes were suddenly on her. Mistress Laren's eyes were popping, and her mouth was opened wide in protest, but there were no words that came out of her mouth. "We're going together. We know the palace, or at least, we're somehow familiar with it. We can both turn invisible, and I can defend Pyper if there's a need for that. I have other powers I can shuffle with," I said confidently, hoping that they would agree with me. Mistress Laren slumped on a chair as though she was resigned to the proposal. This somehow gave me the push that I needed. "Look at it this way, Master Jor is inside the palace. Together with Goemi and Quila, they can already start something. But they won't be able to finish everything. What they're doing is giving us an advantage. If they can create some commotion from inside the Kanelan walls, the soldiers outside would somehow be distracted. That will give us an edge out here. In the meantime, while our armies are pushing towards the Kanelan gates, if I get a chance to," I paused, trying to search for the correct words because for some reason, I could not say kill, "a chance to stop the Emperor's plan, and maybe even capture him, then we could win." "How exactly do you plan on doing that?" Master Romeo said. "When you begin attacking towards the Kanelan gates, we will circle the palace. We will try to avoid the armies and then enter the Kanelan palace the way the Emperor does, by riding a cloud," I said, beaming. But we'll be invisible. Nobody spoke after that, save for Master Romeo. I don't like having a haphazard plan like all of you here, but we don't have much time now. Kino may be right. Do you believe in luck, Master Romeo? I asked. Mother approached me and threw her arms around me. It is not right for me to keep protecting you, but you are my son, and that is how I am supposed to be, but you are older now and wiser too, I hope. There is no future for us if we don't finish what we're fighting for here. Approach the Emperor stealthily and defeat him with cunning. Be careful, Kino. He is sly. He wouldn't be taken so easily. I hugged my mother back. She had given me her blessing. I was beyond belief. Then I heard Mistress Laren's voice and found myself looking at Pyper, who was in a tight embrace with her mother. Your father would be so proud, Mistress Laren said. I caught Pyper's eyes. She looked determined. We will make it through this. I know we would. Ion Noto. It was almost 7 in the morning, and this time, I rallied my men to the right side of the battlefield. When the Nivens moved forward, my men and I kept on advancing. This way, we would be able to flank the Nivens, and from the back, we would begin attacking them. Yesterday was the last day that the Emperor's army would take a hit. Never again under my watch. Never. On the left side, Romeo's army stood. He knew what we had to do, and today, we had a common goal, to defeat these Nivens. We have all seen how these Nivens fight, and I hope that they have no more surprises up their sleeves. If they were to use the moon steps again, they would fail in doing so because we know their movements now. It was unfortunate that 3 war generals had to die to understand the enemy's strategies. The bell rang, signaling that we must begin with the siege. The war general leading the army to the middle of the field shouted. He raised the banner of his province and started rallying his men. In an instant, the ground rumbled as the horses' hooves simultaneously pounded against the land. I remained in my position, surveying what was happening around me. The Nivens moved with caution, and surprisingly, they still employed the same strategy from yesterday. The armies from the back released arrows, but instead of aiming the arrows towards the middle of the battlefield, the arrows were directed at my army. Forward! I shouted all of a sudden. Forward! Then I kicked at my horse and galloped away from the direction of the arrows. I raised my shield to cover myself, and at the same time, kept on kicking at my horse to make it gallop faster. The arrows started raining down all around me, and I heard a few of my men fall to the ground. Luckily, the next set of arrows was no longer aimed at us but instead at the other soldiers that were in the middle of the battlefield. The soldiers had a better advantage, though, because when they saw what the enemies did, they started releasing their own arrows. The Nivens covered themselves to deflect the arrows, and when there was no more from the soldiers' group, the Nivens countered by knocking and releasing arrows again, aiming for this group. That was the moment that we were waiting for. While their armies were engaged, my men and I rode hard so that we could cover the distance. Then at a closer range, I instructed my army to release arrows as well, while those who were bearing javelins and spears from behind hurled them at the enemies. We were closing in on them already. We could defeat them now. I raised my sword and shouted, to Canella. Kill the usurpers now. When I slashed my sword, I hit an invisible man, and his guts spilled on the ground. I could already taste victory. Renner Calo. The Nivens were there, waiting for us to attack, and I would have done so immediately if Louis Monsieur had not arrived. It was a little too late for him to share some information about my son with me. When Louis reached me, I ignored him. General, he said. I know I came in late, but there's something I need to share with you. Your son is with the rebels. He is a friend of the boy the Emperor wants dead. I have heard that already. There were actual posters with Mayo's face across Canela because he was able to escape the Kanelan Dungeons. The moment I saw those posters, I was at odds at whether to be mad or to be proud of my son. Perhaps he would become a better general than I was. Your news, regardless of how good it is, came in stale. It still matters to me, but it doesn't change what decisions I have already made, I said. Ride with me and fight. Louis nodded. That's the reason I am here, my general. Before I engaged in a sword fight, I was satisfied to know that my son was still alive up to now, has survived the Kanelan Dungeons, and is fighting with his friends. I smiled. He didn't know that I was proud of his power and that he could be a good healer someday, a healer on the battlefield. The gods know how badly someone with Mayo skill is needed in a war. With this thought, I rode to war carrying no more burdens. I could not wait for this war to be over so that our family could be whole again. Perhaps it was time for me to retire and go back to Wawang. Sudo would have probably wanted that. And Bettina, my wife, will probably fall in love with me again. Yes, we can be all that and more. One big happy family. That is what I am fighting for. So I turned towards my men and started rallying them, but instead of heading straight to where the Nivens and rebels were, my group circled, just as Ion instructed. It would be a good fight. Louis was also riding with me. The warriors behind me followed closely, galloping on their horses. I raised my hand high and shouted, "To Canela! To Akeens! To a world united!" And at that instant, my bannerman raised a new banner. Up in the air, the new one soared. It was displaying all the 14 provinces of Akea, and in the middle, glowing brightly red, was the insignia of Nivedon. Those who had their arrows drawn and pointed at us stood frozen when they saw this, their mouths hanging open as though they were uncertain of what to do. The javelins, the spears, the swords, these were not raised as my men and I passed behind the Nivens and rebels. There was a moment of silence before cheers filled the air, followed by the Nivens shouting, rallying behind us, their arms bearing weapons raised up in the air. When I finally circled half of the field, I saw Ion Noto and his men. They were fighting against the Nivens. He raised his head and saw me. There was a flash of relief when he met my eyes, but when he saw that my men and I just stood there, and we were not being attacked, his eyes traveled to the banner that was being blown by the wind. There was recognition of the defection that my men and I did. Ion's face twisted, and he slashed at the Nivens and rebels that were surrounding them. The men flew around him because of Ion's strength, and their bodies were thrown away mercilessly. He galloped towards me. The king of Amer was in flight to kill me. This was the moment that we had both been putting on hold. But now, it was time. I kicked at my horse and rode towards him. Ion Noto? Who would have thought that Craddy Renner Calo would choose today to come out as a traitor, at the exact moment that the Kanelan Palace needed him to show support to the Emperor? But who needs him anyway? He is, and always will be, a stinking maggot who does not know how to properly wield a sword. He is useless as a battle leader and knows nothing about strategies. He is nothing but a traitor, and when this war is over, I will boast to the Emperor that I was the one who beheaded him. Regardless of all the obscenities that ran inside my head, the loathing that I felt towards Renner did not subside. As I galloped towards him, my sword on my right hand, I could only wait for that moment that I pierced my blade unto his chest. Renner was riding towards me now, followed by his army, as my men were behind me. For a moment, I forgot all about the Nivens and these rebels because my hatred was focused on just one man. And he was not even wearing a helmet, the fool. And then I struck, sword against sword. My horse stopped, and I turned around, facing Renner again, and parried against him. He blocked my attacks, but I could feel that my strength was draining him. I laughed out loud. "How dare you?" I shouted. "How dare you forsake the Emperor to side with these rebels?" Renner attacked ferociously. My blade grazed his, and then I twisted my sword and gave it a quick jerk before pushing, thrusting against Renner. His blade flew up in the air, but the lucky bastard was able to catch his sword as it fell, as if he snatched it out of thin air. And we're back to parrying again. While I was strong, he was quick. That had always been his power. He was agile even on a horse, and that somehow countered my strength. I grunted as I swung my sword against him. This time, I felt him buckle. The blow made him lose his balance, and as he fought to regain his balance, I gave him a kick that sent him to the ground. I jumped off from my horse and stood above him. "Where is your honor, Calo?" I seethed. As I brought my sword down upon him to pierce him right in his chest, his boot caught my own chest, sending me toppling over. I coughed, annoyed at what happened, and grappled for my sword. Renner was moving towards me now, sword in his hand. "I lent my honor to you so that you would fight for what is right," he said, "the fool." I swung at his leg, and I heard his bone crack. Now, even with his power, he could not be so agile as to escape me when one of his legs is broken. I was back on my feet, eyes never leaving Renner's. He stood up, his face clearly in agony. His hand that held his sword shook, but there was no trace of fear on his face. "Foolish general." Dogan Ronda. Renner Calo fell to the ground while I was fighting General Ion Noto's men. I swung my sword at the man in front of me, and as he fell to his demise, General Ion Noto raised his hands and swung towards Renner. "No!" I shouted, and at that moment, summoned the roots of trees to strike at the general. The ground rumbled, and from it, the thick roots came out, pulling at Ion. He kept striking against the roots until they were broken and mangled. That was only a few seconds, but it gave me enough time to stand beside Renner and fight alongside him. I recognized Louis Monsieur fighting alongside us too. I frowned because I never did like this man. Back in the days, when I was still serving the Kanelan Palace, he would boast that he could make Lamare his. General Ion Noto would have to deal with the three of us now. I could feel Renner's pain as he struggled to stand. The general leapt and thrust his sword at me. I was quick to raise my sword to block him, but he was way too strong. I stumbled backward and fell to the ground. I rolled sideways to escape from him, but he kept on attacking me, knowing that Renner would not be able to help me because of his injured leg. I pulled myself up and conjured the roots to chase after the general, but he was much too strong, and by this time, he already knew what my power was. He tore at the roots easily, which gave me some time to be on the offensive. I thrust my sword at him, faked aiming towards his right, then withdrew quickly and slashed at his torso, leaving him with a long wound. It wasn't deep enough to kill him, though, if at all, it only made the general madder. He rallied towards me, his right hand kept swinging his sword, and I kept blocking him. He was laughing maniacally now that he had seen how this could be an easy win for him. "Darn it!" I fell to the ground, hitting my bad knee first, and I grunted as the searing pain traveled all the way from my knee to every part of my body. But I knew this was not the time to dwell on this pain. I turned around quickly and was able to block the general's sword for a moment. He was too strong, that was my last thought as I fell to the ground, eyes raised towards the sky. He was coming fast at me, and I grappled with grabbing my sword. I was able to reach it and raise it to block his attack, but it did not reach mine because Renner was there, standing behind me and blocking Ion Noto's sword with his. He was panting, and his face was twisted in agony, but he was able to fight with his sword. General Ion Noto was so enraged he threw away his sword and let out a howl as he turned towards Renner. This time, he punched him with his bare hands. It was so strong that Renner flung. Ion Noto charged at Renner and kept on punching him even as he fell down to the ground. I took that moment to bind the enraged general with roots. I stood up in a rush while commanding roots to bind Ion Noto. When I reached him, he was already bound all over so that he could no longer move. In front of him lay Renner's lifeless body. His face was so mangled that even I could no longer make out where his eyes had been. And Louis, poor Louis, was also on the ground, pierced by several arrows and a javelin. He would no longer boast to me about Lamare. Ion was looking at me, the veins in his head almost ready to burst as he exerted much effort to escape from the binds around him, but he wasn't able to because I had him tied up to his neck. His eyes were full of hatred as they trained on me. He spat out. "You are a worthless man for deserting your emperor, for deserting someone you vowed to protect with your life. And now, what are you going to do? Kill a king? Kill me?" Ion Noto spat out once more. I didn't have to answer that. Instead, I raised my right hand and let out a guttural sound that displayed my emotion, and swung full force towards his craggy neck. My sword sliced through it cleanly, sending Ion's head flying a few meters away before rolling on the ground. His lifeless body stood defiant for a while until I released it from the roots that were binding it. Then it fell beside Renner's body. Poor Renner. And now, I will have to be the one to tell Mayo Calo. Why do I always have to be the bearer of bad news? The fighting had not stopped, but for a while, Ion's death gave us some much-needed confidence, and soon we were able to drive General Ion Noto's men. We were doing much better, until I noticed that the ground was rumbling. And when I turned to look towards the Kanelan gates, I saw the tree runners were now marching out, on the loose to fight with us. Chapter 5, The Last Battle Rages. Paterno Rinaldo. I rushed to get to the Emperor. The palace halls were long and empty, and I could hear my rushing footsteps echoing on the walls. Out there, on the battlefield, there was carnage. Something that I was not expecting. I thought that when the Nivens came here to negotiate, that was all it would ever be, especially since their chief hunter was now a woman, the wife of the Niven whom we killed in the Kanelan grounds more than a moon turn ago. Who would have thought that these Nivens had good military tactics in them? On the second day of the war, the soldiers who sided with the Emperor were still dying in larger numbers compared to the Nivens and their allies. I pushed at the wide wooden doors of the Emperor's chambers. Instantly, all eyes were fixed on me. The guards around the Emperor had their hands ready to draw out a sword. They relaxed only a trifle when they saw that it was I. "The King of Amare has fallen," I said. I heard a gasp escape a lady, and I could only attribute that to Saul. The Emperor's face was filled with fury as he stood up from his throne and started pacing inside the room. How could he have fallen? The strategies that we plotted were flawless. Circle the Nivens, then gut them all like witless fowls. At what point did that plan fail? His voice was shaking in a vain effort to control his rage. "A traitor," I said. General Renner Calo, who circled the Nivens from the left side, raised a different flag when he got close enough to the Nivens. This gave the rebels courage, and at the same time, they did not attack Calo's men. Instead, these Nivens rallied with Calo. "Then what are you waiting for? Kill him!" the Emperor ordered, shouting. "He has fallen too." Words reached me that the king, Ion Noto, had slain Calo before he fell in this battle. I paused. "It was Dogan Ronda, Your Grace. I have asked you to give me his head a long time ago, together with Lamare's, and yet, until now, all of the war generals have failed. Am I supposed to do this by myself? Have all the generals grown feeble? What of their powers? Can't they use them all at once to hand me the enemy's heads? With each general's death, I am losing the trust and loyalty of the provinces that they do protect. I have lost 4 already, and one of them a king no less. Do not make me lose another, Paterno." The Emperor's voice had lowered, but it was just as stern and steely. It was a hard task to bear bad news. "There's a way to end this war fast," Turan said. He had stayed with the Emperor since the war started, and he had been updating him about what has been happening on the battlefield. "Ravage them with your storm, Your Grace," I said. "The tree runners have already been sent to fight. General Copy Ribera of Bulaknan already gave his orders upon learning of the king's death." "Do you fear that we might lose?" the Emperor asked. "If their number is an indication, it is not possible, Your Grace," I said. "But then again, they have slain 4 war generals, and we were unable to bring down one of theirs. If this goes on any longer, what was once our advantage could be lost to the passing of each day." There was silence across the throne room as they weighed the value of my words. It was Solarin Douglas who spoke. "It is not too late to call off this war, Your Grace," she began. "The Nivens only want to be recognized in this land. I say that it is a fair request. They're only after their right to live. Have you not learned anything from this, Saul?" The Emperor sneered. The reason they stand here today is that I failed to vanquish their entire clan a long time ago. And now, I've given a chance for their fears to grow into hatred. If I give them the same chance now, they will go into their ghost town. For a while. And then they will breed, marry into other houses, multiply their clan, and when they have a much bigger army than what we are facing today, they will rally against the palace again, claiming the throne as if it is something that I've stolen from them. And by that time, it would already be too late. By then, they would have powerful allies. The support to the Kanelan Palace would have been divided, and I will be facing yet another battle, one where I am no longer certain to win. Do you seriously lack the foresight to see that? When all of these people are granted their wishes, what world do you see unfolding in the next tens of moon turns? To my surprise, Saul responded, if you do not stop this war, you will have far fewer supporters in the next moon turns. The loss that the other provinces will suffer from this war will be your accountability, and the leaders of the other provinces will cease to recognize you as their leader. Just like Nivedon would, once they get out of this war alive. You will be left with just a few of your loyal supporters, and to ensure their loyalty is still with you, you will have to instill fear in them. But fear is not indefinite. It would only take another leader as strong as you are to sway your allies in their favor. And yet, if you stop this war, the losses will be reduced for those provinces who have already lost so many of their soldiers. Should you show mercy to the Nivens, the other provinces would remember you as a merciful emperor. If the Nivens do not uphold their end of the bargain, then you wouldn't even have to rally the other provinces. They would, of their own volition, come to you without you asking because to them, the Nivens would have broken a sacred oath. She paused. Saul was looking straight at the emperor, who had gone still as though he was trying to make sense out of what she said. What do you think, Paterno? The emperor asked, looking at me. A classic response from a peacemaker. Great to listen to in theory, but quite difficult to manifest in real life, I said. The emperor gave a low growling laugh. Always sound advice from Paterno, he said. That is my answer, Saul. The Lady Saul shivered visibly, but perhaps she had known that it would be the emperor's response to the case that she had brought forward. For days, she had been trying to stop the emperor from waging war with the Nivens, but he had disagreed with her. Let us finish this war, Tehran, he said. He turned to me and said, call all the war generals. No one will sleep tonight. We will avenge all the 4 generals, and by dawn, the Nivens and their allies would have perished. Do not let them see the daylight. I nodded and rushed out to summon the rest of the war generals. There will be no rest for tonight. There were occasional tremors that could be felt inside the palace that were brought about by the fighting outside. I peered outside the window to see what was happening. The gates had been opened to let out the tree runners. Across the Kanelan gates, I could see the Niven troops. They were almost by the wall already. If the tree runners are unable to push them back, they will be able to enter the Kanelan palace before sunset. Kino Amark. Master Romeo was fighting several guards at once. Pyper was beside me, helping me out as I battled with soldiers who were attacking me. I saw Pyper vanish into thin air, and I did the same while thrusting my sword against anyone who came close to me. From out of nowhere, a sword swung by close to me, almost gashing my shoulder blade, but I was quick to evade. I then dashed towards a big burly soldier and swung with all my might at him. He fell, and Pyper came rushing in, thrusting a knife into the man's heart. Oh, how war changes people. Let's go. I shouted. Pyper was immediately behind me. I was panting now because using too much of my shuffling does that. It made me weak, and so, just like all the other Akeans, I had to rest. But invisibility did not make me as tired because it required less effort, unlike hauling boulders or sword fighting. But we will tire eventually, too. Not too soon, I hope. We ran closer to the Kanelan gates. When it opens, we have to run inside quickly and find Master Jor, Goemi, and Quila. Together, against the Emperor, we might stand a chance. Since Mayo could not make himself invisible, he decided that it would be best for him to stay in the camps with Mother and Mistress Laren. He could help tend the sick and wounded. He changed his mind several times about fighting or staying in the camp, but Pyper pointed out that his power could be better used in the camps rather than on the field. He obliged eventually. I could hear the metal gears of the Kanelan gates as they were opened. I could see the insides of the Kanelan walls, and my eyes landed on the tree runners that were lined up to go outside. "Pyper," I said, hoping that she was also watching the tree runners. "It's our turn to go inside." "They would know," she said. "They would sense me. And they might sense you too. Remember, they claimed you as theirs when you copied their powers." "We'll find out once we're near them, so let's," I said. I ran towards the gates, avoiding the fighting that was happening all around me. It was difficult to do because there were too many soldiers parrying against each other. Slipping through them seemed as dangerous a feat as actually fighting one of them. When I reached the walls, I stopped, searching for Pyper's gooey figure. "Pyper? Where are you?" I asked. "Here," she said softly. "Hide yourself behind the soldiers so the tree runners won't be able to smell you. They wouldn't know we're nearby." She was probably right because when I tried to sniff some scent to figure out where Quila could be, it was difficult to do so. It seemed that any memory of Quila's scent was immediately downed by the scent of a mix of Kanelan soldiers and Nivan fighters. Both did not smell so pleasantly after a whole day of fighting. "When the last of the tree runners are out, we will run towards the gate and make it inside," I said. The tree runners were prancing as they went out, some were wielding swords while others had axes, and still, others were not holding on to anything at all. I figured that their mere might was enough to put the enemies at bay. "It's time," I said in a slightly louder whisper. Pyper squeezed my hand tightly before releasing it and pressed forward. But it was a difficult climb as the soldiers had already begun to close the gates. I ran after her and climbed at the gates, but it was already tilted so that it was already impossible for us to climb. "Kino!" Pyper shouted as she lost her footing and fell down to the ground, directly in front of the Kanelan gates. I was already high up on the wooden gates, but then at the last minute, I lost my footing and fell beside Pyper, who was already standing now. She reached out a hand to me, which I gladly took. Then we ran towards the side to make sure that no one noticed us. "We missed our chance," Pyper said worriedly. "Change of plans." "We can't just wait for the gates to open again," I said. I wish I could see Pyper's face because if I could, I knew I would see the sparkle in her eyes as she thought of another amazing plan to enter the Kanelan gates. "Let's ride the cloud just like you said," she paused before adding, "invisible." "All right," I said. I concentrated and turned myself invisible. Then before I conjured the cloud, I thought of it being invisible too. Since Pyper couldn't see the cloud, I grabbed her hand. "Hop on," I said. We were floating in no time. And we're on our way. Up in the sky, I could see the number of soldiers that still surrounded the Kanelan gates. The tree runners that were now fighting in the battlefield, and ahead, the Kanelan palace with its great white walls that shimmered even when Sisis was not touching it. The road was long, but it had been more than a day already, and Quila must be somewhere down there. "Pyper, I need to know where they are," I said. "Don't use sniffling," she said loudly. "You're already using the Emperor's power and invisibility. If you use a third one, we might fall. I've read about shuffling before. While you can use powers at the same time, it will render you weak. Let's find a good place where we can land, and then you can use sniffling there." It was always good to have Pyper around. I smiled in spite of the situation. "All right," I said as I maneuvered the cloud into a less conspicuous area of the palace grounds. I found a quiet nook in the Kanelan yards where there were not so many soldiers. Most of them were already in the front, fighting or, if not yet, getting ready to fight. This time, we were able to land perfectly. We did not hit the ground with our buttocks, but instead, the cloud gradually slowed and slid towards the ground. And I willed for it to stop, and it did. With a smile on my face, I hopped off the cloud and turned to Pyper. I grabbed her hand again, feeling the familiar sense of security whenever I held her hand. Suddenly, I remembered that first time we were on our way to the secret passage. when she was bitten by a serpetus, and I thought she would die. It was an awful feeling to be so helpless and to think that someone you truly care for could die. For no apparent reason, I felt my cheeks flush when I gave her hand a squeeze. We'll find them, Pyper. And then we'll put a stop to all of this. We'll defeat the Emperor's men. Or at least make the Emperor grant the Nivens, us, our freedom again, I told myself. We can stop here. Take a moment to find Quila and rest, she said. There were moments when I could see Pyper's face. I thought this only happened when we were not together, but this invisibility thing made me miss her even when we were together. It was an odd feeling, actually, but a good feeling just the same. I closed my eyes and thought of Quila. It was easier now. I could sense her to my northeast. Whatever they were planning on doing it quickly because it seemed they were already near the Kanelan Palace. They're closing in on the palace. Even if Master Jor has power, Goemi and Quila's powers won't amount to anything much. They're going to need us, I said. Then let's hurry, Pyper said. As we ran, it struck me that Pyper and I still held hands. I could make myself invisible on my own now, so I could have just easily let go, but if this were the end of the world already, then I knew I had to hold on to one of the few good things left in my life.
Quila Tash. I have never been this afraid in my entire life. All I could think of right now was Arden because I knew that he would not have let me be harmed if he were still here with me. And at the same time, because he had gone, I knew that he was counting on me to take care of his precious Goemi. It felt unfair that Goemi still had the people who loved her with her, while I lost the only one I was supposed to have. But all that is not as important now, because I will protect Goemi. She has been through a lot already, and I will not let anything bad happen to her again. Master Jor was guiding us. We have been in hiding for more than a day now, and we even had to don a different set of clothes to blend in with the Kanelans. It was a good thing that nobody knew our faces. I heard Goemi gasp in front of me. She was standing rigid in front of a poster, so much so that I had to walk briskly towards her to see what it was that caught her attention. There, staring straight at us, was Miroe's image on a poster. There was a bounty for his capture. He looked slightly different, with his hair tied up in a ponytail. If at all, he looked menacing in this sketch. There's no need to be afraid. If he's with the Emperor now, I'm sure that bounty is not going to amount to anything, I said. Master Jor was also behind us. He had a sad look on his face, and his mouth was set on a straight line. I pray that his soul is yet to be lost to darkness, and that we can still convince him to go with us. Let's not waste any more time, Master Jor said. I nodded and grabbed Goemi's hand. Come on. We have to go, I said. Goemi still would not budge. I noticed that tears were grazing down her cheeks, so I quickly grabbed the poster and folded it. Here, I said, handing the paper to Goemi. Bring it with you. We will rescue him. That's why we're here. Because when the Emperor is dethroned, we want to make sure that your brother is safe with us, and will not be sent to the gallows for hanging. Goemi reached out to take the paper and unfolded it. She looked at Miroe's illustration almost reverently before folding it again and putting the poster inside her pocket. A reminder, she muttered. Master Jor was already walking in front of us. We were lucky that we were able to grab a bite earlier. In this time of war, almost no one was willing to sell any kind of food for fear of a prolonged lockdown. But there were still the mercenaries who wanted to profit from the war, and so we had to pay extra silver coins just to get each of us a bowl of porridge and some bread to take with us. Water was provided to us, surprisingly for free. The Kanelan Palace was now right in front of us, and it stood tall and imposing amidst the three of us, so much that I felt like I did not deserve to be here at all. I wished Arden were here with me. It was his dream to perform here for the Emperor, well, at least for an Emperor that was not wicked. Instead, I stood here without him. Arden would have thrown a fit just to be here. I sighed deeply. How are we going to get inside? Goemi asked as though she had read my thoughts. There's no way we can get inside now. It was Master Jor who answered. But we will need a plan. Perhaps we can make use of your power again. He turned to me with a knowing glint in his eyes. It would be easier this time, Goemi chimed in. He's probably as tall as the Emperor, so we only need a cloak. Have you ever seen the Emperor wear a cloak? He's always brandishing his clothes. He won't cover his body with a rag, much less cover his face with a cloak. No one is ever going to believe us, I said. For once, Goemi chuckled. Well, I don't see much of the Emperor, so I can't respond to that. All I know is that we have to try, and it seems like it's a good idea, she said. Master Jor was calling us, urging us to follow him. To where, I did not know and did not care. As long as we got out of here alive. Master Jor was quite a sight. He stood taller now after donning some considerably better clothes and a cloak that was made of satin. We snuck into one of the laundry rooms at the base of the palace and stole some of the washed clothes folded at one side. The new clothes were enough to make him look dashing. Not silk, mind you, but at least it was satin. It was quite an improvement from the wool that we had been wearing all throughout our journey. Are you ready? Master Jor asked me. Yes, I said in a shaky voice. I closed my eyes and breathed in, trying to drive my fears away. It will soon be over. I keep on telling myself. This is it. Arden will be so proud of me.
McQuinn Storm Aaron. I watched from the top of the palace as the war raged on the battlefields. The tree runners were out there already, and I could see my army progressing. I only needed a good general to lead them to ensure my victory, but with Ion gone, who could I trust next? No one came close to Ion, so it would be up to me to win this war once and for all. Miroe, now is the time to fight, I said as I conjured the cloud. Immediately, my troops and I stepped on it, together with Miroe and Paterno. We were swooping out of the palace now to win and end this war. All the Nivens will die tonight, and the prophecy of Micromania will no longer be fulfilled. Suddenly, as I rode the cloud and flew outside of the Kanelan palace, it came back to me. The past that I was trying so hard to forget already, but how could I when all of it had been a part of me? A story that my mother used to tell me. That I was named Sarcy before I was McQuinn Storm. How in the middle of the night, I had gone sick until my mother vowed to change my name. I was Wind then, mild-mannered little wind. Marcella, my mother, was my everything. I had not known of any riches then. Nothing about these tall structures and grand palaces. Nor did I have any knowledge of princes and princesses, or lords and ladies, of the emperor and his authority. Until I was 8, there was no day that I had not spent without my mother. Suffice it to say that my world crumbled on the day that she left us. But I have grown up, and I have buried all the good memories that mother and I had. She deserted us. She does not deserve to live. I felt relief and grief at the same time. Pain because of the reconciliation that somehow I wished I had with my mother, and relief, knowing that she had perished in Charisthea. And then, what of my father? That man who had raised me so to become a man of honor, ha! What honor was he talking about? He gave up on me even when I did not do anything wrong. I was just trying to persuade my mother to go home with me so that our family could be whole again. And my father had reacted as though I had done something so vile? There was loud laughter inside my head. Of course, he would punish you. You left a mare with a great flood. People drowned. People lost their homes because you struck them with lightning. Father gave up on me. The one who I trusted to protect me from the world was the one who let me be corrupted by it. And then there was Saul. Right now, she is not with me. She wanted to stay in the palace because she did not want to participate in this war. But what of her loyalty to me? What of the vow that she made tens of moon turns ago? She had vowed that she would serve the emperor. For this insolence, I could have her tried for treason. And when all this is over, I will do just that. And as punishment, I will make Saul my slave for all eternity. And yet, Lamare Ariston Amark is another to deal with. Although she has had a hand in my rise to power, at the same time, she will be the only probable reason for my empire to fall. There was so much to say about us, so much that we could have done together, and at times I think that maybe it was also my fault. No. I shut my eyes and drove away this nostalgic feeling. There is no room in my heart for a treacherous person. She was unfaithful and cunning and deserved what had become of her. And here she is, standing before my empire to wreak havoc just as Micromania foretold. She is not of Niven blood, and so for her boy to be a threat, her relationship could have been with a Niven. Krat, she was always in Niven. She will get what she deserves, death. I could already feel that this was the end. Today will culminate in either the rise or the total destruction of my reign. What of the boy, Kino Amark, whom I had initially loved as my own, until that moment he opened his eyes, and his nanny informed me of his green eyes. Lamare had betrayed me, and there was no other way but to banish her from my life, from Akea. But I made the mistake of allowing her bastard to live. I should never have. I could feel Miroe beside me. He was staring straight ahead at the battlefield. You don't have to worry, lad. All I have to do is call upon the lightning, and this battle will be at an end. There's no way that they could ever win. I paused, laughing. How could they think that with the tree runners fighting by my side that they could win? These tree runners are almost invincible to the sword. Sure, they bleed, but it will take a long time or a sharp blade to cut through their thick skins. If there's nothing to worry about, then why don't we fight them on level ground? No one will be able to touch you while I am beside you, your grace, Miroe said. I heard Paterno snort. That remains to be proven, your grace. Do not so easily trust anyone with your life, Paterno said. I dismissed them both. I will fight this battle now. Once this war is over, my men will be deployed all over Akea to instigate fear. No one will go back to their families for a long time. They must serve me well. Protect their emperor. There will be no more usurpers. Tomorrow, everything will be a brand new start as long as I annihilate the Nivens. I just need that assurance. If none of them exist anymore, there's no way for the prophecy to come true. With that thought, I glided the cloud that we're riding on downwards. We'll be in front of the battlefield in a few minutes. Your Grace, please, not at the head of the battlefield, Paterno said. A leader must lead and display to his people his courage, I said. And with that, I called on the storms to ravage the land. The sky darkened as though there was an eclipse. Lightning flashed from the sky, and thunder roared. It was such a fitting display of my power to these rebels before they finally met their deaths. Romeo de Nicholas. What I had been afraid of has happened. The Emperor was now in the middle of the battlefield and was using his power to win this war. The land rumbled as lightning struck the ground, and thunder boomed in the air. While his soldiers were also struck by lightning, it was the Nivens who suffered most as their bodies flung in the air, both whole and tattered. Mangled body parts fell to the ground as loud explosions hit the battlefield. The wind howled ferociously and even that we had to battle against, but what use was it to battle such an indestructible force? For 2 days, we were able to put ourselves forward in this war. After 4 generals joined their ancestors, it would only be a matter of time before the other war generals decided to flank us together or the Emperor to attack us full force. And here it was, what we have all dreaded. My men had gone invisible and were running around to avoid the lightning. And in the process, killing 1 or 2 Kanelan soldiers. This is the final battle. I shouted. Do not falter now. The Emperor is out. He won't stop until all of us are dead. Fight for Nivens. Fight for all Akeans. For a moment, the Nivens flickered twice, thrice, and it was beautiful. It was an assent from everyone who heard me, and to this, they would continue to rally. I shouted as I ran forward towards a Kanelan soldier and slashed against his neck with all my strength. He fell down, eyes wide open as though unaware of what had just happened. There was another one who was parrying with air, and I could see the gooey figure of the Niven who was fighting with him. I quickly lunged and thrust my sword at the Kanelan soldier. Better to end it quickly rather than to allow my fellow Niven to get exhausted from all the parrying. There were other soldiers, and I yelled at the top of my lungs as I thrust my sword against them. Too much bloodshed, but it was something that could not be avoided. For as long as there were supporters of a man even when he was in the wrong, for as long as there were those who followed a wretched man blindly, there would be a reason to fight. There are those who will continue to fight a war. To stand for what is right. There are those who only see the insignias of the generals, queens, kings, and emperors. And then, there are those who are like us who despise idolatry. I slashed my sword, and another Kanelan fell to the ground. Even with the emperor here, he was not able to douse a fire. If at all, he only encouraged us to fight on because we knew that we were at the last leg of our lives. Today, we are to meet death. It is written for us already, unless we defeat the emperor. Then I felt someone clobber against me. I was thrown away and landed on the ground, surprised. I was invisible, and yet, someone was able to pinpoint my exact location to punch me. As I looked up, I stared at our brothers, the tree runners. They were fighting for the emperor now. They could sense us in the same way that we can also sense them because once upon a time, we were closely bonded. Our love of the trees brought us together. But they had been banished to Sinista, and the gods know how that place can corrupt one's soul. I jumped to my feet and got ready to fight. I faked a turn to the left, then lunged on the right side, slashing my sword across the tree runner's face. He grunted, and I thought he was done for. But instead of seeing his head detached from his body and my sword dripping with the tree runner's blood, I saw him standing proudly in front of me with barely a scratch. It was a moment of reckoning, why the emperor had gotten them for allies. These tree runners, while they do not look like monsters at all, were as hard to kill as monsters in old Nivan folklore. But if the Nivens rallied together, we could defeat them, I knew. Perhaps 1 to 4 of us could strike one down. I must give my instructions now. Then I yelled so that those nearby could hear me and started parrying with the tree runner. In moments, Nivens heeded my call, and there were 4 of us against the tree runner. But I could have been wrong because the tree runner kept on pushing against us, driving us backward. He was strong, and 2 of the Nivens that were fighting with me landed on the ground with a loud thump as the tree runner flung them away. I put all my strength as I thrust a sword to the tree runner's body, but it would not go through. Then I heard the consecutive sound of arrows hitting the flesh. I looked at the tree runner and found that arrows had pierced its eyes. It stood for a while as though it did not know what had happened before its lifeless form fell to the ground in a loud thunk. They are built to last. The only way they can be killed is if you hit them in an open wound or in a part of their body that is not covered by their skin, Laren said. She was holding her bow. That brief moment of realization was quick to pass, as there were soldiers all around us by then. I started fighting again, avoiding the swords, until one hit me on my leg. It was barely a graze, but blood still gashed out. There was no stopping now, though. It will be tended later, but for now, we must fight.
Pyper, San Diego. Kino and I have been running for quite a while now in an effort to reach Quila and her group sooner. They seem to be sneaking into the palace already, and they shouldn't do that on their own. Not without our support, Kino said. His face looked determined. He had grown so much since that first time we met. He was a scrawny boy who frequented the forest to gather fresh fruits and vegetables which he sold in the Wawang village marketplace. There was something about him that caught my attention even then. He looked shy, but he never surrendered to the bullies. And his kindness, that time he put ointment on my arm, and when he took care of me when I was bitten by the serpentess, are memories that I will never forget. He was wrongly pursued by the emperor. He was just a boy then. Well, now he is older, and already a lad, and someone who seems to know what he is doing. Somehow, he reminded me a little bit about Arden. Kino is not as handsome as Arden was, but there's this charm that he possesses that makes me feel carefree by just being with him. I blushed at the thought. What do you plan on doing? I asked. Just after I said that, the sky darkened, and I grasped Kino's hand tightly. I knew what this meant. It was the emperor. Kino was already looking at the sky the same way that I was doing now, scanning the horizon for any trace of the emperor's whereabouts. He couldn't be doing this from the Kanelan palace. It's just too far away, Kino said. Then he closed his eyes for a brief moment. This time, it was he who squeezed my hand. He's out there, he asked. What's your plan? I asked. If he's out there, that only means one thing. He wants to put an end to the war already, and to do that, he will destroy all of the rebels with his storms. The moment Kino said that, lightning flashed across the sky. Even though this was not new to me, I still froze where I was standing and grew more afraid. There was a time that he meant for that lightning to strike us, I said. He's not going to stop unless he has. That's why we must go there, Kino said. But before that, we need to find Quila first. He closed his eyes quickly, and when he opened them, he was already sprinting in front of me, pulling at my hand to follow him. I could only surmise that we were tracing the path towards Quila, Goemi, and Master Jor Pasap. Quila Tash. The Emperor is no longer in the palace, I said as I surveyed the sky outside. He is out there. Master Jor was eyeing the sky with a grim expression on his face. This has got to stop, he murmured. Come with me, change of plans. Where the Emperor is, that's where we're going. We need to rescue Miroe. I sighed but nodded in agreement. I still think that Miroe did not need any rescuing. Heck, the guy could kill a dozen soldiers in one go without even touching them. If there was anyone who needed saving, it would be Goemi, whose power was as passive as mine. While I scampered after Master Jor, Goemi was likewise brisk walking after him. By this time, no one was paying us any mind anymore because everyone was anxious about what was happening outside and how this war would end, and if it would even end today. The sky is still dark, but I could already see the faint traces of Sisis's rays. In an hour, if I were still back in Lundu, the fowls would have begun to crow to welcome the sunlight. My heart thudded as lightning covered the sky. It would have been a splendid display if it had been fireworks like those in the Akene wine festival, but sadly they were weapons that murdered Akenes instead. Weapons that the Emperor was hurling towards the Nivens and the other rebels that sided with them. By gods, if I were there, I would have been one of the targets too. Goosebumps immediately covered my skin at the thought. I thought that we were already safe as we rushed back to the Kanelan gates and got to where the fighting was, but the soldiers finally found us. Rebels! One of the soldiers shouted, and almost immediately, they hurled their spears towards us. I dodged one, and it forced me to roll on the ground. Recently, I have found that I was running faster, and my instinct for survival has increased significantly. Goemi was running behind me, but with her long legs, she was able to overtake me in just seconds. She threw a rock against a soldier and grabbed my hand to make me run faster. I was panting by now. I clutched tightly at Arden's sword, hoping that I would not have to use it because, let's face it, even after more than a moon turn of practice, I cannot claim myself to be skilled in wielding the sword. Master Jor stopped running, and Goemi had to stop too. Right in front of us were some of the Emperor's soldiers, and from behind us, more soldiers were approaching too. Goemi let go of my hand and immediately took out her knife. I unsheathed Arden's sword, and the crisp swish filled my ears. It was as though I knew how to use it. It was courage that was powering the sword, and when a soldier leapt at me, I raised both hands that were holding the sword, and I was able to block the soldier. Then I swung it with all my might, only for the soldier to deflect me. Goemi leapt from where she was and struck the soldier with the knife that she wielded. It was enough to make the soldier stumble and fall, but he was by far stronger than Goemi and I combined, even when he was already wounded. He pushed at Goemi, and he was now on top of her. Goemi started screaming. Heat rushed inside my head as I remembered what it was that Goemi could have been remembering now. I growled fiercely and thrust the sword's blade at the soldier. When I withdrew the sword, blood gushed out. The soldier was dead. I grabbed Goemi's hand and quickly hugged her. "It's all right," I whispered. Goemi shrieked again, and I was not able to avoid the punch of a soldier coming at us. I fell backward but was still clutching the sword. Goemi was sprawled on the ground. I stood up quickly, and the surroundings swirled. Blood trickled along the side of my lip. My knees buckled as I put on a fighting stance. The soldier in front of me had put on a menacing smile. "When we're done with you, you'd wish you'd never been born," the soldier snickered. Master Jor was a good 8 yards away from me, and he was parrying with several soldiers all at once. My lips twitched, and I wanted to cry, but there was no one who could help me. I had to be courageous now. "Be brave," I could almost hear Arden say the words. And just like that, my heart was filled with immense hope that maybe, there was a good life that waited for us all after this. Just survive this day. Just today, I told myself. I gripped the hilt tighter, and when the soldier ran toward me, I met his strike with a block and struck against him in return. He was stronger, but I did not have to be as strong, I just had to fight smarter. I used my height to my advantage and swung against his legs. He winced and dropped his weapon. He grabbed it from the ground after a moment's pause and thrust it toward me, but I was quick to dodge it nonetheless. I turned around, arms outstretched, and slashed my sword against his neck. I gasped for breath after that. I watched as his body fell to the ground. All around us, there was fighting. Men, women, children, soldiers. Some seemed to be rebels like us. I quickly bent over Goemi and slapped her. "Wake up," I said. "Goemi, wake up." I raised my hand, and when I was about to hit her again, Goemi raised her hand to stop me. "I'm awake. I'm awake. What happened?" "We're still running for our lives. The world has not ended yet, but it could, any time now," I said. "In that case, we'd better run," she said before pulling herself up. She picked up the knife that was on the ground. "Come on," she yelled. I ran after her. The soldiers seemed to have realized that we were trying to escape them, and so one of them pointed in my direction and started chasing us. I ran, and Goemi did too. We got lucky that we were able to save our lives, but next time, we might not be as fortunate. Master Jor was running behind us after trying to create a diversion every now and then. I wished he had a power that was not passive like Goemi's and mine. I was with that thought when Master Jor turned around to face the soldiers. "Run!" I shouted. But Master Jor just stood there. And then, as the soldiers approached us, the ground broke as though the land had dried up. There were cracks everywhere, just like what you see during a drought, only bigger, much wider cracks. And then he stomped his feet on the ground, and land erupted up as though lightning had struck the ground. The soldiers who were standing lost their balance and fell on their backs, heads, shoulders, faces, with a loud thud. Then Master Jor turned back to us again and started running. I pulled at Goemi's hand and started running too. Then, wham! I stumbled and rolled on the ground. When I looked up, Goemi was nowhere in sight. I panicked. "Goemi?" I shouted. And then I saw her. She was trying to stand up. There was another batch of soldiers attacking her. What should I do? This time, my courage alone would not be able to save her.
Kino Amark. "There!" I yelled. "Quila! We're here!" I pushed at the cloud that Pyper and I were riding on and made myself visible so that Quila could see us. Pyper did the same. I could see her face from the corner of my eye, and her mouth was in a straight line. "Grab her hand when we pass by them," I said. Pyper nodded. "Now!" I yelled. Pyper grabbed Quila's hand while I reached down to grab her waist. It was so quick that everything happened in a millisecond. Then Pyper made herself invisible with Quila along with her. "Goemi," Quila said. "We have to rescue her." That was the plan. Goemi was surrounded by the soldiers, so we had to create a distraction. Pyper leapt down the cloud when we were close to Goemi and poked the shoulder of one of the soldiers. When he looked around, Pyper made her head visible, so it seemed as though her head was floating in the air. "Boo!" she said. The soldier, who was almost twice our age, jumped back, and this gave us enough space to squeeze in while still riding the cloud. "Hold on to me tightly, Quila," I said. Then we swooped down and grabbed Goemi. We did all this while we were invisible, so it looked as though Goemi was just flying. "Time to get Pyper back," I said. I found her gooey figure among the disarray and swooped down again on the cloud to grab her. She immediately turned Goemi invisible. When Pyper was back, I immediately grabbed her hand and squeezed it. "We're together now. Time to get back to Mayo and then after that, find the Emperor." "Not so fast," Goemi said. "My father is down there. We must get him too." "What happens if we leave him here?" I asked. It was a crazy thing to ask, but I already wanted to leave the Kanelan yards and go straight into the camps beyond the battlefield. "He came here to rescue Miroe, and my twin is somewhere out there, fighting alongside the Emperor." "That's where Papa should be," Goemi said. I wish I could see her face. I wanted to remind her that her brother was a murderer who did not deserve to be rescued, but Mayo said that he was only able to escape the Kanelan Dungeons because of Miroe. So maybe, just maybe, Miroe might have some redeeming value worthy of being rescued. I see him, I said. Master Jor was being chased by soldiers. It would be more difficult to grab him because he would be much heavier. And he could not see us. I'm going to slow down beside him, and then I'm going to make Go-Ami and myself visible. Then Go-Ami, you will ask him to jump on the cloud. Go-Ami nodded at high speed. Master Jor was still running, but he would be caught any time soon. I pushed myself to make the cloud go faster. Then as we closed in on him, I slowed down a bit. Papa! Go-Ami shouted. Master Jor stumbled because he was caught off guard, but luckily, the soldiers who were chasing him were also just as surprised when we popped in from thin air. They ride the cloud just like the Emperor. A soldier shouted. Yes. I yelled back. Tell His Majesty that I got this power from him. Then I swooped down and extended my hand at Master Jor, who grabbed it. Go-Ami extended her hand as well. Master Jor jumped on the cloud just as javelins were hurled towards us. All of us vanished into thin air after that. Then we rose higher. The soldiers were left astounded at what they had witnessed. Pyper was behind me. You can make two people invisible now? She asked. My power had grown during the time that we were not together. Perhaps you can also do it if you practice hard enough? I asked sheepishly. Pyper shook her head. No, I've been invisible all my life. Wasn't that practice enough? If I'm not able to manifest that strength, then perhaps I'm not that strong, she paused. You're amazing. I blushed, and I was only too glad that we were all invisible high up the clouds, where nobody could see my flaming cheeks. But enough of that now. We were together once more. What was left was to find the Emperor and hope that when we faced each other, we would be able to put an end to this war. The sky darkened even more, and then it lit up brightly in spurts as lightning grazed the horizon. It would not be difficult to find him in this chaos. Miroe Pasap. A moon turn ago, I was out in the world living the life of a vagrant. I had nothing to eat and had no roof above my head, but then there was Go-Ami, my twin whom I knew loved me as much as I loved her. She was my world. When everybody else turned against me, my grandma, my papa, even those who adopted us, my last hope had always been Go-Ami, but even she replaced me with someone else too. And then there was Mayo, whom I had detested when I was traveling with him. He was the most selfish person I have ever met. And yet again, there was some kindness in him perhaps, but he still chose to be with his friends. Nobody decides to stay with me. And now I know that I have found my true place in Akea. Right here, beside the Emperor, riding the cloud with him and making lightning strike all around us. Nothing could stop me now. I can use my power, and I will have no reservations about it because the Emperor is going to be accountable for my actions. Not me. The Emperor himself. Just give me the word, Your Highness, I said. When we land, the Emperor replied. Kill as many as you can. I smiled and gave him a curt nod, although he could not see me. His eyes were still trained on the group of rebels below. There were not so many of them, and they could have been easily annihilated by all these soldiers here. How did these rebels manage to survive for 3 days? On the battlefield, soldiers were fighting against the rebels, and then to my surprise, the rebels vanished, but when they reappeared, they were already in a more advantageous position to kill the soldiers. The soldiers fell one by one as the rebels, these crafty Nivens, killed them. My heart thumped at the realization of how advantageous being invisible in battle was, just like my power, invisible and yet potent. I glanced at the Emperor. They're invisible, I said. How can we defeat them if they're invisible? The lightning will hit them, and torrential rain shall pour upon them. Then make it rain already. I insisted, almost to the point of panic. The lightning and rain will make it slippery for them as well as for our soldiers. I can kill them all if I wanted to, But what will become of our soldiers? They will die with the rest of them. I cannot allow that to happen. I need my army to quell future rebellions. The emperor's face was devoid of emotion. I thought that he had no regard for his soldiers as long as he got his victory, but it seemed as though somehow, he still cared for those soldiers who were fighting for the empire. The tree runners were also fighting, but they were falling at some point. 4 rebels fought against 1 tree runner to make them fall. If the tree runners all pushed together, there will be no rebels left. We can kill all of them, I said, almost shouting above the thundering noise. That is the intent, the emperor said. But if we lose this battle? I stopped short. How could the emperor think that we might lose? Your Highness, there's no way that we could lose, I began. Release me among them, and I would cut their number by half within an hour. The emperor chuckled while he concentrated on hurling lightning. Explosions were happening all over the battlefield as lightning struck the ground. Have they not taught you in school that as you use your power, you also grow weary? He said. His face looked strained, and beads of sweat covered his face. Huh? I said. I have never used my power so forcefully before to feel this strained. Then let me kill as many as I can. Serving you is my destiny, and I have come here to fulfill it. You will, he said, devoid of concern. Then he flew the cloud lower until we were on the ground. We were right in front of the battlefield. The emperor turned to look at me and said, Your turn to serve me has come, Miroe. Go and make haste. It was the command I longed to hear, and as soon as my feet touched the ground, I vowed that no one would stand in my way. I sprinted towards the battlefield, but I made a mental note not to stray too far away from the emperor. To protect him was still my primary objective. In front of me, there were 2 rebels. I could tell by the way their armors looked, tarnished and dented. I raised my hand and clenched it in a motion that seemed akin to squeezing someone's heart, and then both of them clutched at their chest before falling heavily to the ground.
Lamare Amark. The hours went on, and this time, it seemed like there would be no rest for all of us. The battle will end today. Everyone had grown tired, but we must keep fighting. I felt anxious and uncertain about how this day would end, though. When we started fighting, I knew that there was a slight chance of us winning, but that chance blossomed into a hope that we might be able to take down the emperor and put an end to his rule. Up until now. As our army got slaughtered by the emperor's men, it dawned on me that winning this war slowly became a bleak possibility. But that did not matter. We came here to fight, and there were 3 reasons that drove us to. Freedom for all Nivens. To be recognized as citizens of Akea again. Wind could have been a great leader if he had not been consumed by so much power and self-love. This is why Akea is in such turmoil now. And to make things right for my son. He has power now, I am proud of that, but for the things that we suffered from Wind, the hardships that we had to endure. I need to make things right for my son once and for all. I composed myself and grabbed a bow. The only time that I held one was when I was trained in the palace. I had been taught how to fight even though I had guards surrounding me every day. Nevertheless, my father, Northsam, made sure that I was not defenseless. It was good that he made me do it. Now was the time to fight, not just by riding in the air. It was odd that when I could before, I did not change the course of things by writing them, and now, by gods, I wished I could do it. But I have no more power, not since Wind controlled it. The Karasthia volcanoes did erupt long after I had written it, which means that my supposed death could have affected the effects of my power. The armies are falling. It is time for us to fight alongside them, Laren said. I looked at her and remembered the friendship that we once had, which was rekindled because of the shared desire to put an end to the emperor's rule. I am ready, I said. I could sense her anxiety, but none of that mattered anymore. If I come face to face with the emperor and he will take me as a prisoner, you have to end it for me, old friend, Laren said. What you're asking from me is too much. I understood the desire to be freed from the emperor's chains. Death is indeed thus far sweeter than to be held captive. But I will do it, as you wish, I said firmly. Thank you, Laren said. Must I extend the same favor to you? I laughed and shook my head. I will face whatever comes for me. The gods forbid that I would be taken prisoner by my former hus. I stopped short, and then after realizing that Laren already knew, continued, my former husband. I would find a way to get my revenge somehow. Laren nodded in understanding. There was something that was bothering me, though, and I could not go to war without asking Laren about it. As she walked ahead of me, I grabbed her elbow firmly. Swear to me, I started, swear to me that should I die in this battle, you will care for Kino the way you care for your daughter. I reached deep into Laren's eyes, and they grew misty so soon. She bit her lip and nodded, and then she threw both her arms to wrap me in a tight embrace. I promise, she said. And, she paused and swallowed as though she could not get her words out. I will do the same for Pyper, I said. Laren embraced me even tighter. After a while, we let go, and somehow, I felt better knowing that there was someone who would be there for my son if I ever died. Going into this battle does not make me feel so weary anymore. I sense hope, a light at the end of a dark hallway. We will make it through this. Together. Outside the tent, we were greeted with the break of dawn. The sky was littered with all shades of red and yellow, as though foretelling how the land was to be covered by Akean blood once more. Romeo was sprinting towards us. Dogan was following closely behind. The men are falling. Without any rest, it will be a challenge for us to win this war. The Emperor has soldiers that have yet to be deployed, and those who do not die in battle get a chance to trade places with those who have not fought yet. But for us, we're all that we have, he said somberly. His eyes were solemn, but they were very much alert. The lightning struck us and killed almost a quarter of our men. It was a good thing that the Emperor killed just as many of his men. If there's no news about any help, then it's going to be a slaughter again. Laren looked grim, but she was unfazed by the news, as though she had been expecting to hear this from Romeo. Instead of halting the battle, the Emperor wants to end everything today, I said. That's not what I wanted to hear from you, my lady, Romeo said. I want you to lead the women to go back to Caristhea if need be. Go back and take care of the children. When the Emperor banished his mother, the former Queen Marcella Benilda, it was there that he sent her, and so, if we lose this war, then at least we will know that not all of the Nivens died. There are male children among us, and when they grow old, we can still procreate. There is hope for the Nivens. Not even this war can end our clan. That is utter foolishness, I retorted, but calmed after. And yet, one that makes sense. But I am not the chief hunter, so my opinion is limited to my outburst. Romeo and I stared at Laren to await her instructions. After a while, she spoke. There are some among the children who could already make decisions and who are of age to tend a poultry and farm. The children will not go hungry, and if there are no adults among them, should all Nivens perish, then they will stand a better chance of surviving. But I must say no to you, Romeo. This is our fight. We will fight alongside all the men. Laren's voice shook with passion. Romeo did not argue anymore. I understand, Chief Hunter. Onto the battlefield we go, Romeo said. I looked up above and uttered a silent prayer to the gods. I searched for the biggest star in the sky and prayed to the mother I never knew. Perhaps this time, she would grant me back my power. Perhaps there was something that I could still do to change the death that probably awaited all of us. Chapter 6, The Last Fight. Pyper, San Diego. My right hand was gripping the knife tightly because I was terrified to use it. It did not matter that we were in war because nothing could ever justify being in one. The lives of both the rebels and soldiers who had fallen meant a lot to their families. They were not just numbers, not just a speck in this world whose lives did not make any difference to Akea. And that was why I tried not to kill anyone. But I knew that it would be impossible to leave my hands clean after today. Kino was still invisible, and so was everyone else. The cloud that we were riding on touched the ground, and we found ourselves running across the battlefield now, ready to fight, or partake in this war in whatever manner we could. Kino squeezed my hand. I'm going to look for the Emperor. I believe this battle is between the two of us. Something that we needed to settle from the very first moment that I breathed the Akean air, Kino said. I want to go with you, I insisted. The Emperor was skilled in his power because he has been using it all his life. Kino, on the other hand, had only discovered his power 2 moon turns ago, and he had only learned to control it not so long ago as well. I want to be there to protect him. There must be some way that I can help you. If you're beside me, I will worry, and I won't be able to fight as strongly, he said. This time, he had gone visible, and I could see the green in his eyes. They were so refreshing, they could take away all my worries just by looking at them. I was unaware when I began to feel like I needed him in my life, but maybe it was from that very first time that we met, when he had rubbed the ointment on my arm, and I caught a glimpse of his kind soul. All right, but we'll be behind you, watching you, and if there's anything we can do to help, we will rush in to save your sorry ass, I said, trying to squeeze in a smile. He smiled back, and then I was unable to help it. I hugged him tightly and kissed him on the cheek. Kino smiled, and I felt myself blushing furiously, but before I could say anything, bolts of lightning began to strike the land again. We knew it was time to fight. Kino wasted no time and became invisible, and he was gone, riding on a cloud. I could almost see his gooey figure as it soared towards where the cloud seemed to be the darkest. Let's go, I said to the rest of us. Kino may have asked us not to go with him, but we would be there just the same. Quila nodded and started sprinting so fast that it took me by surprise. Goemi and Master Jor were also running after us.
Romeo de Nicholas. Everyone was tired by now, yet we were all fueled by that same desire to finally conclude this war. We knew we could not be taken prisoners by the Empire. I could only see 2 possible outcomes, us winning this war or us dead on the ground. Both outcomes would result in a high death toll on both sides. Lamare rode her bay while Laren and I remained on foot. It was our Niven way, and we will rely on our feet and our invisibility to win this war. I looked at my fellow Nivens. Their faces were grim because they knew as much as I did of this battle's outcome. And even if we somehow miraculously emerged victorious, it would have also meant the death of many fellow Akeans. If you believe in the value of our heritage, in being recognized as citizens once again, then you will fight this war till the very end. This emperor would stop at nothing to eradicate us. We recently discovered why the emperor acted the way he did before. The seer had long prophesied that out of the Niven blood, Akea would rise again. The time to make a stand is now. We've almost seen this one through. I paused to catch my breath. The Nivens and rebels were all eager to have this over with, even if it meant their own deaths. Fighting for a cause brings out the courage in everyone. When I say charge, we will take in our hands the lives of anyone who still fights for the Emperor. They raised their arms in the air and shouted, "To Niven." That was all that I needed to hear, to know that they were still with us in this fight. I caught Laren's eye. "Chief Hunter, if you may." She nodded and then yelled with her right hand pumping the air, "Charge." It was the most beautiful sound. Mayo Calo. I had been waiting for this moment for such a long time, to stand by Master Romeo's side and to fight. I used to think that when I fought in a war, it would be beside my father, but things change, and everything is different now. He is gone, but he died bravely, as Dogan narrated. He had killed the great general and king of Amer, Ion Noto, whose name brought fear to anyone who heard it. And now, the chief hunter, Pyper's mother, was screaming charge. I took out my sword from its scabbard and ran like crazy behind Master Romeo. I will protect him. Whoever he does not kill, I will. The air was filled with the loud bursts of the ground exploding as lightning struck the battlefield. The clash of sword against sword clanged above the thunderous explosions. The Nivens vanished into thin air, and so did Master Romeo, and I found myself staring straight at a Kanelan soldier. I raised my sword and swung at him. He fell to the ground as invisible hands grappled at him. I stared at the soldier as he continued writhing. He was struggling profusely, and as he kicked hard, I thought he might have struck a Niven because there was a loud thunk. Before I could change my mind, I thrust the sword at him and finally ended him. Blood spilled on the ground, and I felt chills running up and down my spine. It was surreal. I wanted to be a soldier, but I realized I was not ready for all of this. I wiped the blood that had smudged my face. My hands were sweating profusely so much that I feared the sword I was holding would slip. I wanted to be a soldier, but was I really ready for this? Where were Kino and Pyper? They went to find the Emperor to end this war, but were they able to find him? I hoped with all my heart that this would end soon. Mayo! Somebody shouted from behind. I turned around to see who it was. Professor Levin, I said, surprised but happy to see him here. What are you doing here? I heard that you and Kino were at the center of this fight, he said. So I want to make good use of my power. What good would my power toning classes be if I could not display my power in a war? A most important war, in fact. He was smiling. His face was already streaked with sweat, which meant that he had been fighting too. As usual, he was barefoot because his power was in his legs. Besides, I believe in what you are fighting for. Thank you, Professor. I said. I didn't come alone, he said. I turned around and found my classmates around me. They were also fighting against the soldiers alongside us. I narrowed my eyes to check if what I was seeing was real. Is that Conrad? I said, remembering the bully who had always made school slightly tougher on Kino and me. And there's Lima. I was surprised. I can't believe they're here too. Children fight and bicker. It's a way of life, but it stops there. What's more important is to understand that schoolmates are like brothers. They believe that they're the only ones who can bully their brothers. Nobody else gets to do that. So when they learned that I was going here, they volunteered and even convinced your other classmates to go, Professor Levin said. If there were no fighting going around, I would have hugged the professor, but my eyes might have gone misty because Dogen said all of a sudden, wipe your tears, Mayo. Continue fighting. I sniffed but did exactly what he said. I nodded at Professor Levin and got back to fighting. Dogen moved with such grace that was unexpected of someone with his bulk, but then again, fighting is an art, and perhaps he had mastered it. Beside him, Professor Levin was kicking things towards the soldiers. It was fun to watch him in action, I must say. With Dogen and Professor Levin fighting with me, everything seemed easier. My heart was still pounding as I raised my sword to thrust it at the soldier who had his back on me. He turned around so quickly that I froze, and then before I could swing my sword at him, Dogen had quickly slashed his sword several times. The soldier was dead before he even hit the ground. Follow me, Dogen said. But if you cannot stomach it, go back to the tents. Else, you will just be a distraction. I can do this. I was born to be a soldier. It will take some time to get used to this, but I will be a soldier like my father. That will be his legacy through me. I stepped backward at the right moment and missed the arrow that hit the ground. My face must have paled because I could feel my head getting lighter. I had to compose myself. At this moment, there is no place in my heart for so much fear. I had to defend myself because when Kino takes the throne, I want to be one of his personal allies. Dogen! I yelled. We have to find Kino. He is going to fight the Emperor alone, and I'm sure he'll need our help. We have to get to him quickly. Dogen sidestepped before swinging his sword at the soldier, causing the latter to topple over. Then in one quick motion, Dogen thrust the sword at the soldier's back. Dogen looked up at the sky. The Emperor must be riding the clouds, or he could be anywhere here. We'll get to them, don't you worry. Then right that moment, the ground that Dogen was standing on burst and threw us backward. There was mud all over my body, and beside me, there were other bodies that had been knocked down. Some were flung a few yards from where I was. Dogen? I said, and when there was no response, I repeated loudly, Dogen. There was no reply. Instead, I saw a huge man with bark-like skin lying on the ground. I stood up and rushed to it and was relieved when I saw that it was not Dogen. That won't kill me, Mayo, he said, coming from behind me. But if a lightning bolt struck me directly, I'd be a goner. Come on now. We must find the Emperor. Then without saying another word, he sprinted towards the center of the battlefield to where I presumed the Emperor would be.
Lair in San Diego. Romeo was running ahead of me, and when he joined the battleground, he immediately took to fighting alongside the rebels. The Kanelan soldiers were attacking us from all sides, but we could turn invisible, which has always been an advantage for the Nivens. The problem was that these soldiers, while they could not turn themselves invisible, had other powers. If someone is unlucky enough to get hit by a soldier who had super strength as a power, then that Niven would find himself wounded at the very least. I threw my dagger at one of the soldiers. It pierced him just close to his heart, and he immediately fell to the ground. Then I went over to pull back my blade. No sooner had I touched it did I strike at the neck of the soldier closest to me. It was not deep enough, but the gash cut his veins. He fell to the ground with a loud thunk. I kept on skimming through this war, fighting against Kanelan soldiers while I remained invisible. Romeo kept on flickering in and out of sight, and it was a good tactic to confuse and weaken the morale of the Kanelan soldiers. Once fear consumed them, they could hardly get the chance to fight with a sound mind. And so, Kanelan soldiers fell. But lightning struck the ground again, and this killed Nivens and Kanelan soldiers alike. I searched the battlefield for any trace of my daughter, but she was nowhere to be found. Dear gods, whatever the outcome, please care for my little girl. Lamare Amark. I kept galloping on my bay and shot arrows to prevent the Nivens from getting killed by the Emperor's soldiers. I could not come too close to them, else, I risked being slaughtered easily as well. The Nivens were falling like leaves in autumn because of the lightning. Even if the Kanelan soldiers fell, there were so many of them that the Emperor could just keep on deploying them. As dawn broke, Sysis began her gallant arrival on the horizon. To me, it was a promise of how good this day might end. But it was impossible. 4 of the remaining war generals charged in front of the battlefield, followed by the Emperor's men. They charged on their horses, and the tree runners were running with them. I estimated, with the current situation, that we would all be dead in about an hour. I took arrows and started shooting them in the air again, aiming at those who appeared to be about to thrust their swords into thin air. I hoped that in doing so, I was saving someone's husband or father. Romeo de Nicholas was leading the Nivens on the forefront, but with the Emperor's armies gathering strength by the minute, he would be retreating very soon. If only Kino could end this now. Then to my surprise, I heard cheers from behind me. There were loud galloping sounds coming from the horses that filled the air. When I looked behind me, I saw the animals charging as well. There were prides of tigers and lions moving speedily towards us. And packs of wolves running so swiftly that one could hardly see them. Far back, there were elephants and wild horses. And birds. All kinds of birds, swooping from above and pecking the Kanelan soldiers. When they reached the battlefield, there was a different kind of carnage as men fought against the defenders of the forest. And leading them was Elder Man, who was riding a dark bay. Charge! He yelled, and then there were other guttural sounds that he made as he raised his right arm in the air. By now, he was already at the center of the battlefield with Romeo, and together, they fought side by side against the Kanelan warriors. The generals urged their soldiers to move forward and attack, and they did. Charge! Elder Man shouted, and all was in chaos. Mikibika.
Elder Mayandilo. There was nothing else for me to live for, save to see the peace that had once reigned in Akea return to her embrace. The fall of the Emperor is something that I would happily take to my grave. This was it, my last act with my friends. It was hard to convince them because they were not used to meddling with the wars of men, but I told them that this was a sacrifice that we all must make, for everyone, citizens and all creatures alike, so that we could live freely in Akea and that the tree runners, their brothers, could be freed of the taint that has ruined them all these years. I knew what I risked losing with this deed, my time. If a friend of mine dies in this battle, my power will weaken, and so I would lose minutes of my life. Sometimes it could be hours, at most days. But with the number of my friends fighting with me today, I was assured of sudden death. Romeo was dancing the moon steps as he fought against the Kanelan warriors. He was graceful as he danced, and yet, every time he landed on his feet, 2 Kanelan soldiers fell lifeless on the ground. It was an honor to fight alongside him. For every strike that we unleashed upon the Emperor's soldiers, They fell a step or two behind, and we marched forward, closer to the Kanelan gates. The elephants that came along with us, slow as they were, trampled against the soldiers and knocked the gates down. All sizes of birds hovered above us and swooped down against soldiers as another form of distraction. The lightning caught several of them, and I felt electricity running through my body. I shriveled in pain, but I could not stop now. Fight! I yelled. Atare Unilata! I shouted in their natural language, beckoning my friends to keep pushing forward. We will win this war. We must win this war. The heavens darkened, and at that moment, even Sisis was nowhere to be found. The moons that usually brought some light onto the horizon could not be seen as well. It was a darkness that we had never known before. Then lightning streaks covered the sky. I touched the sword that was strapped to my waist. It still felt foreign to me. And then, I unsheathed it and raised my hand. Charge! For Nivedon! For freedom! For honor! Romeo shouted. The Nivens and the other rebels chanted his words in unison. They kept pushing forward, and it seemed as though we might actually win this war. McQuinn Storm Aaron. We were winning, and then all of a sudden, we lost the advantage of having more men and having the tree runners by our side. Men and animals joined forces to fight my armies. It was preposterous to watch. There was nothing inside my chest but hatred, and I could feel myself growing even stronger in my power. The sky was so dark now, and it looked pleasing when I made the lightning flash against the sullen, ashen sky. When I was hurling down lightning to kill all of those who opposed me, everything seemed like a work of art. I'm here. I heard a boy's voice in the distance. Kino Amark. Even if I had not talked to him, I knew that it could only be him who would have the courage to approach me. There was no need to search for him because he was already right in front of me. To my surprise, he was riding a cloud similar to the time when he escaped me in Karasthea. This has only been the third time I've laid my eyes on him. He had grown. He seemed taller, leaner, and his hair had grown out. There was something different about him, a certain level of confidence in him that I did not hint at in the past. Perhaps it came with knowing that he has power. We meet again, boy, I said. I see you've come to die. Why? He started asking. Silly boy. Why did you need to do all those bad things when it was you who took my mother's power? When it was you who wronged us? When it was you who bound my power for such a long time? Lightning flashed in the sky, and for a moment, his face was illuminated. His green eyes flashed, and I was reminded of Lamare and her betrayal. I would have loved you if you were my son, but you are a constant reminder that I have not truly conquered Lamare. I would have raised you as my son had your eyes not been that hateful shade. You are a beacon of my failure, of your mother's treacherous deeds. You have no place in Akea. I should have killed you when I first saw you, but I let you live. How many moon turns had it been? 15. Yes, I believe you are now 15. I gave you enough moon turns to know about life, but now I must end it. What if there's another way? Kino yelled from across the sky. What other way are you talking about? The prophecy said that out of the Niven blood, Akea would rise again. It couldn't have been any clearer. Those rebels down there with those crafty Nivens, if I don't eradicate them, one of them will take the empire away from me. And you must die in this war as well. I want both of us to live. You have wronged us and done many bad deeds, but those don't make you a bad person. Perhaps just not the good Emperor Akea deserves, he said. I felt my blood boil in rage. Was he, a mere lad, to lecture me about leadership? I am the Emperor. I fed anger to my chest, and as I did, I conjured a big wave of air around me. I hurled it at the boy, who flew back and staggered, but he was quick on his feet, and immediately, the cloud that he was riding on glided. Why do you have that power? Wasn't Distantechus enough? I shouted in rage. Distantechus isn't my power. It's shuffling, he said matter-of-factly as though jesting me of my ignorance of what shuffling was. I was stunned into silence. Shuffling was an old power that had materialized only twice in this age. It could copy the powers of anyone in Akea, and those endowed with such a gift could shuffle among the powers that they copied. But I thought of how silly it was for this boy to have copied my power. Insolent boy. I concentrated and gathered a big wave of air, making it swirl big enough to become a whirlwind. I aimed it at the boy, and I did not fail. He seemed to have lost his footing for a split second, but then he was back on his feet again and maneuvering the cloud that he was riding on. I swooped down and started chasing after him, throwing lightning bolts one after the other, all of which he was able to avoid. At one point, he stopped at his tracks, skidded to the left, and I chuckled as I hurled another lightning at him, but this time, he flew higher and then turned around to face me. Before I knew it, he was throwing lightning at me. I dodged his lightning bolts, but I was surprised at how quickly he had learned to master my power. It was not right for the gods to allow someone to possess a power that was more powerful than what was given me, I told myself. Hatred singed at my core, and it was burning me all over. I redirected a whirlwind at him. This time, I hit him directly. The air and everything else it gathered from across the battlefield engulfed the boy. I started to laugh, such an easy win. The prophecy will never come true. All Nivens would be annihilated by the end of the day, and the boy will die with them. The spawn that Lamari brought to our lives will soon be gone, and so Micromanya's prophecy will dissipate. In his grave, Northsam will see that Akea is in much better hands with me on its helm as the Emperor. There was no sign of the boy anymore. I stopped the whirlwind, and the boy was thrown away. I rushed in to chase after him for the kill. Kino Amark. I could not stop myself from screaming as I was engulfed by a mix of air and rubbles and whatever was swallowing me whole. I tried to control it, to counter it, but the wind was moving too fast, and there were many other things that were hitting me. I tried to use lightning to get back at the Emperor, but it was a wrong power to use because it only got mixed with the whirlwind as well. With all my remaining strength, I pushed myself out of the tornado. But just when I thought that I was about to escape it, the giant column of air stopped whirling, and because of the force of my power, I was hurled away. I flung, screaming as a cold wind engulfed me. I fell at rapid speed. I suddenly remembered when I used to try flying with fake wings, which Mayo and I crafted just because I wanted to have power. But I have special abilities now. I do. And it came back to me, the intense desire to be one with my power. I concentrated hard for a cloud to form, but I was unable to make one materialize. I felt so weak. But the battle isn't over yet. You can do this, Kino. I had hardly fought the Emperor. Not even weaken him. Nonetheless, hope burst from inside me, and at that moment, when I conjured a cloud, it formed. I stood on it and glided across the sky once again. The Emperor shot lightning at me, but I deflected it and threw the lightning back at him. By now, he was flanking me. Run, boy. Go back to your mother and hide, he said menacingly. His eyes were shiny and silvery as he stared at me. This close, I could sense the power that he emanated. I skidded to the left and took a sharp turn, going in the opposite direction to avoid him, but he immediately caught up with me. Do you think that you can master storm crafting overnight when it took me years to perfect it? You're not going to be that good so quickly, boy, he sneered. Then he hit me with hail, and I screamed as my body bruised all over. I threw lightning at him as I yelled. But each lightning that I hurled was avoided gracefully by the Emperor as if he was toying with me. I made myself invisible so that I could avoid him and went in the opposite direction again before making another attempt at striking him with lightning. The Emperor was glowing, and there was an aura of bright red light surrounding him. Wherever he went, it scorched his tracks as though he was the source of power itself. Here on the horizon, it seemed like it was impossible to defeat him. He had mastered this power, and I was only a novice. Without my friends, I may not be able to beat him. I have to make use of the power where I know I am far stronger than he was, the power of friendship. With this realization, I swooped down, hurriedly scanning the ground for my friends, Pyper, Mayo, Quila, and Goemi. They would all be able to help me. Someone on the ground stood up as his bulk attacked Kanelan soldiers. He parried with the soldiers, and after killing 2 of them, the third one he tied up in vines that he sprung from the ground using his power. It was Dogan. Not far from him, Mayo was also fighting with the soldiers. A soldier threw a spear towards Mayo, but I managed to block it with my cloud and kicked at it. Then I landed on the ground right beside Mayo. "Gee, thanks," he said, surprised. "Did you kill him?" He was referring to the Emperor. "Not yet. I need your help," I said. "I can't kill him alone." As I said this, I kept hurling lightning at the enemies, but I knew the lightning that I crafted was smaller and less powerful than what the Emperor created. It stunned those that it hit, but it was not powerful enough to make the ground burst from underneath the soldiers. Dogan was still parrying. All around us, the animals were also charging. My eyes searched everywhere for Pyper and the others, but they were nowhere in sight. "Then let's go together and take him down," Mayo said bravely as though there was not an ounce of fear in him. I nodded. I ran alongside him as I reached out to touch his hand so that he would become invisible. We went on searching the grounds for our friends. I saw Goemi first. She was crouching behind some dead bodies, and she had her hands on someone else's chest. The soldier jerked under her hands and immediately leapt up, dazed and confused at what had happened. It occurred to me what she had done. She was reviving him. And if that was what Goemi was doing, then it only meant one thing, that Miroe was here. "Do you think you're fast enough, Bubba?" Miroe shouted. I turned around, and there he was. "If you kill 10, it matters to me that I can at least revive half of them," Goemi answered. Miroe was standing proudly. He had changed since I last saw him. He did not look special anymore, and well, he could talk. I struck lightning towards him, but he was able to avoid it by rolling on the ground and quickly standing up where he landed. His attention was now on me. "The Emperor values you most of all, Kino," he said. "It seems odd that everyone I care about puts you on a pedestal." Then he laughed. He leapt in the air and extended his hand as though to touch me. While he was in midair, I felt my heart constrict as though someone was gripping it tightly. "No!" Mayo shouted. Then he hit Miroe on the back of his head. But that was not enough to make him unconscious. It did buy me some time, though, to turn invisible quickly and go to where Goemi was. I was panting when I reached her, and I clutched at my chest. "Show me how it's done," I told Goemi. She quickly nodded and went to another fallen Niven. I could feel her power as she unraveled the strings that bound the fallen Niven's heart. Then she cut it, and his heart was then loose. The Niven gulped for air as he was revived. "I can do it now," I said. "I will help." Then we went to the fallen Nivens as Mayo fought with the soldiers. Miroe, on the other hand, was laughing maniacally as he squeezed the hearts of the rebels and Nivens, each of them falling hard on the ground. I could not keep on healing them, I thought. Instead, I needed to strike at Miroe so that he would stop. I turned invisible and leapt towards him and urged the vines to grow from the ground. Immediately, thick vines spouted and crawled towards Miroe. They wrapped around his legs. Miroe slashed wildly at the vines to free himself, but he was not fast enough. Moments later, he was bound up to his waist. Pyper was by my side by then. "You have to let him go," she said. "He's killing the Nivens," I said. Goemi came running towards us. She was eyeing Miroe like she loathed him, and yet, I could see her concern still flowing from her to her twin. She looked around and froze as her gaze fell upon Master Jor, who was running towards us. He leapt towards Miroe and, in one quick motion, slashed at the vines that were binding Miroe. "Stand up," Master Jor ordered. Kino Amark. Miroe's face twisted as he stared with burning rage at Goemi that I could only surmise that he was trying to squish his twin's heart. For some reason, nothing happened to Goemi. Then he stopped short as he gazed at Master Jor. "Father?" he said, confusion clouding his voice. It is me, Master Jor replied. It is good to see you, my son. I had wronged you when I abandoned you and your sister, but it is for this reason that I am here now. Miroe's eyes narrowed. What kind of father deserts his children? He spat out. Did you know the hardship that Goemi and I had to overcome? We ate mud. Master Jor appeared shaken, and he was not able to give a response immediately. It was the most difficult decision I had to make. Suddenly, there was a deafening sound as lightning struck the ground we were standing on. I flew high in the air as I was thrown back with my friends. This is not the time for a hearty reunion, a cold voice said. I knew it was the Emperor even before I saw him. He was standing right in front of me, still glowing radiantly from his lightning aura. He was the picture of power. Miroe, kill the rest, but leave Kino to me, he said as he hopped off his cloud. He started walking towards us. Everything was happening so fast, but it was as though I was seeing it in slow motion. Quila rose, hands in the air, swinging ardent sword at the Emperor. The Emperor laughed and threw Quila away with just a gust of wind. She lay on the ground unconscious. Miroe rushed beside the Emperor. I stood up, although my knees were shaking from the impact. I have to fight now. Prove your loyalty to me, Miroe. Kill the old man first, the Emperor ordered. At that moment, Master Jor stood up and faced the Emperor, holding his sword in his right hand as though he was ready to fight. I will gladly do that, Miroe said in a low tone and walked arrogantly towards Master Jor. No! I yelled. Miroe was already just a few yards away from Master Jor. He extended his hand as though he was twisting his heart. This is for all the pain you caused me. Goemi may have forgiven you, but she had always been the good one. I'm not so forgiving, he said slyly. Goemi was crying now. She walked beside Master Jor and held his free hand. If you kill him, I will revive him, and then I will see to it that you will kill no one else, she said. And you think you can win against me, Bubba? He said, raising his hands towards Master Jor. McQuinn Storm Aaron. I wanted to end the war that very moment, but I was not prepared to meet the man whom I thought to be long dead. Papa? I said, never really taking my eyes off the old man in front of me. All eyes swiveled to me as though I had uttered something so vile. Wind, Gorio McCarran said. It is me. He did not sound surprised at our encounter as though this was not by chance. I wanted to burst into tears upon hearing him call my name. This man had deserted me, had given me away to the Kanelan soldiers when my only fault was that I went to Amer to take Mama back to Minoan. This man, whom I had always dreamed of rescuing me from my days in the palace dungeons, was standing before me now and revealing to me his true identity. How could I ravage thousands of men if the person I had always wanted to please was here to pass judgment on me? Why are you here? Do you come for a reunion? To support me, finally? To honor me for what I have become? I asked. I did not realize that my voice had gone soft as though I was about to cry. This was not what I had hoped for, not planned for, and yet, this was an unexpectedly sad but good surprise. I have forgiven you for what you did to your mother in the past, but for sending her to Caristhea, that is something that I would never forgive. Your own mother, the person who until now still holds my heart, suffered from your own mischievous ways. If you think that I am here because of you, you are wrong. I came here because while I had doted on you while you were growing up, I had abandoned my other son because he reminded me so much of you. For that, I will forever be guilty. And so Miroe had thought that I didn't love him. It was too late for me to tell him and to change my ways. To show him that I have always loved him, my father said. Each word that he said burned a hole in my heart. All this time, I had thought he had forgiven me, that somehow I had made him proud, and yet, I was wrong. I was burning with rage at his words, and so I strangled him with air and lifted him up. My face twisted in fury as I stared right into his eyes. You will regret everything you just said, old man. I yelled. Mother left us. I thought I could forgive her, but she lied and betrayed me. And yet you still side with her? My voice was shaking with rage. Papa was struggling from the invisible bind that held him. Release me, he said, struggling in between breaths. Or if you must, kill me. I can never be proud of you. You murdered your own mother. Tears stung my eyes, but I blinked them back. For a while, I loosened my hold on his neck so that he could speak because whatever he had to say, I felt compelled to listen. For my sanity. So that I could learn the truth about my mother. She left me because she loved you more, Papa said. Her power was dreaming. She talked to the Mima many times, and in her dreams, it was revealed to her that the only way that you would earn greatness was if she left you behind. I was a fool to think that you would ever achieve greatness, he said, choking. He laughed weakly. You will never measure up to the courage of your mother. She left me because she was more concerned about your destiny, and you repaid it by flooding a mare. I was shaking. How could this be? Did Marcella Benilde tell me the truth? I had not believed her then. But Papa was telling all of this to me now. Did I kill the only person who ever truly loved me? Lies. All lies. Liar. I shouted. Rage filled my chest once again. I tightened the air around Papa, and he choked. His eyes bulged as he kept on struggling. Miroe Pasap. Brother? Was the Emperor my brother? I felt a coldness inside me. Why does this feel so wrong all of a sudden? This man that he had been strangling, my father, was also his father? I glanced at Goemi, and her eyes were bulging in disbelief. She let out a sound as she watched Papa choke. Stop it! I said. Then I raised my hand to squeeze the Emperor's heart. But he was faster than I was. He had slammed me hard with a gust of wind, and I rolled onto the ground. Goemi ran to my side. Quila was beginning to regain consciousness, and as she stood up, she searched for Arden's sword. When she found it, she took it and ran towards the Emperor to strike at him. But the Emperor was quick to respond. He threw her back, and this time, when Quila fell to the ground, the Emperor struck a lightning bolt over her. Goemi let out a yelp. Blood covered Quila where it was not charred. Goemi was trembling, and I put my arms around her, trying to console her. Don't be scared. He's your brother too. He won't hurt you. But then I did what I knew I had to do. I ran towards him and focused only on one thing, to squeeze his heart. To kill the Emperor. The one whom I had vowed to protect. He is killing our father, and while I thought father had not loved me, these past minutes just revealed to me his true feelings and the reason he was here, to save me from my own brother. To save me from sharing the same fate as the Emperor. I stopped just a few yards away from the Emperor and gestured to squeeze his heart. I could already feel his beating heart as the Emperor's eyes bulged. I thought I was winning until I felt something strike at my own heart. And then there she was, Lady Sol. She was serene as she countered what I had been doing to the Emperor's heart. Death is the punishment for betrayal, she uttered. There was sadness in her eyes as though she regretted what she was about to do. And then I felt my heart constrict. I fell to the ground, eyes fixed now on my father. Did I save him? He was still suspended in the air. But did I save him? Was this the last time I would see him? And yet, I could not help but smile because I had just learned that my father had loved me all along.
Pyper, San Diego. Quila's gone, I said as I bent over her. Kino, Quila's gone. I was trembling as I stared at her half-burned body. The Emperor continued to strangle Master Jor. And then, when he had stopped moving, the Emperor let go of his lifeless body, which fell on the ground. Kino's face looked hard, willing to fight the Emperor, but he looked torn as well. Then he raised his hand and threw lightning at the Emperor. It's me you want. He shouted. Stop killing innocent people. The Emperor turned to face Kino. Do you think they're innocent? They kill not only the bodies, but they do much worse. They kill a person's soul. And do you know what happens after that? He paused, his voice low. When a person loses his soul, it becomes hard to think about what's right and wrong anymore. And when there's power and authority just right at your fingertips, one becomes almost undefeatable. Like me. I am undefeatable. And you puny little boy will not take the empire from me. He slammed a wall of air at Kino, which sent him flying backward. Kino winced almost like that of a pained animal when he rose from the ground. I pitied Kino, but there had to be something that I could do. I looked at the sword that lay beside Quila. I turned invisible, leapt towards it, and grabbed it with both hands. I was running towards the Emperor, and when I was close enough, I struck him really hard. But he was moving so quickly that I barely grazed the side of his left arm. Then he pushed air all around him, and I was caught and thrown backward. My body fell to the ground with the sword landing just right beside me. I had become visible. The Emperor strode towards me, his eyes staring right into my soul. "You're a ghost. You're an Ivan," he said. "None of your kind will ever pose a threat to me anymore." Then he raised his hand to call out lightning, and there was nothing left for me to do but scream.
Kino Amark. I was not prepared for this. I thought I was. I thought about all the days that I had spent with Grandpa, training to fight the Emperor. But I was wrong. I could not even conjure anything now. I was staring at Pyper as the Emperor lifted his hand and watched what he was about to do. At that moment, I knew that I would not be able to take it if he killed her. If I lost Pyper. I remembered General Ion Noto's power, so I shuffled. Then I remembered the power of the boy in the Lundu marketplace, the one who could run so fast. I shuffled and used this power to race toward the Emperor, grabbing the sword that was lying near Pyper's body as I did. I leapt at him and swung, with all the strength that General Ion Noto had, at the Emperor's neck. The blade of the ruby-gilded sword cut cleanly through the Emperor's neck. His head rolled several yards away. I was panting hard. I saved Pyper. I saved her. There was no lightning that had struck her. Or was there? Had I been fast enough? The Lady Solarin Dougras let out a piercing cry. Then she began fighting against us. By now Dogan was already with us, and so he fought with her and the Emperor's men. Mayo was fighting the soldiers side by side with Dogan. He had become a fearless soldier. How he has grown. General Calo would be proud. But none of these mattered to me, there was only Pyper. Will she be all right? Goemi was crying. She went from Miroe to Master Jor's body. And at some point, I believe she also went to the Emperor's body. He was her half-brother, after all. There was still some fighting not so far from where we were. But with the Emperor gone, we knew we could win this war. The group of animals and the horde were coming in, driving away the Emperor's soldiers. If the news of the Emperor's death would spread, the war would definitely end. I grabbed Pyper's body to take her to safety. But I couldn't leave Goemi behind. "We're leaving?" I said. Goemi shook her head. "This is my place. I will mourn them here." Somehow, I understood. I will be back for you, but for now, I must bring Pyper to her mother. With that, I clutched Pyper close to my chest just like that time when she was bitten by a serpetus, and I thought that she was about to die. This time, everything was within my control. This time, I will be able to save her. And with that thought, I conjured a cloud and flew towards our camps. Elder Mayandilo. As Sisis fully rose on the horizon, my friends had dominated the battlefield. I felt weak, and I was afraid that my time in this world would come to pass. I have served my motherland. I have fared well. There was no sign of lightning anymore, no more rumbling battleground. I could only wish that we had won this war. And then I heard it, the words that I wanted to hear all this time. The Emperor is dead. It echoed several times across the battlefield, like a chant of olden lore, but now had taken a new form. It became a victorious chant for the rebellion. The Kanelan soldiers retreated, and the rebels and the Nivens pushed forward, emboldened by the courage brought about by the Emperor's demise. I smiled despite the pain that I was feeling and soon fell to the ground. There, just right in front of me, was a dead lion. It will take its toll on me. I gasped for breath as pain seared all over my body. The death of my friends, whom I asked to join the battle, will steal minutes, hours, or even days from my life. I grunted. There is no regret. Today, I could truly die in peace. Elder Mayan, I heard a voice say. I looked up to see Lamare Amark's face. She was still as beautiful even after seeing days of the war. It was such a surprise for me to find that her hair had hardly been disheveled. She stood regally before me like the real princess and heir to the throne that she was. It is done, I said. Lamare crouched down and tried to pull me up, but I just could not stand any more. It seemed as though my legs had forgotten how to stand. No, I said. This is my last farewell. No. Don't say that. We have a healer with us. Mayo will see to your condition, Lamare said. I gazed upon her eyes and found them filled with so much concern. I squeezed her hand. It's all right. I'm old. I will die fighting for what I believe in. That has always been my purpose. I gave her a weak smile, and then I remembered. The sword, I said. Stop talking. The healer will be here soon, she said. I shook my head weakly. Give it to Mayo. The lad wants to be a soldier. It is only right that when he becomes one, he will wield the sword of one of the finest generals Akea has ever seen. Time was passing quickly, and I feared I would be breathing my last any time soon. I winced as pain covered my body. It was such an effort not to scream, but I was not able to stop the tears from falling. I opened my eyes and stared at Lamare. It is his father's, I said. Lamare held me in her arms, and her tears dropped on my face. She looked regal to me, almost angelic. I looked up at the blue sky that was welcoming me already. I winced as pain tore at my chest. I uttered several words, words that only my friends could understand, to thank them for their service and to bid them goodbye. As I closed my eyes, I could still hear the birds chirp in unison, singing to me to fly with them. The wolves howled, the elephants trumpeted, the lions roared. All of them were bidding me farewell. Dogan Rhonda. She had been Lady Saul, and as she lay on the ground, I made sure that her body was close to the Emperor's. They were not my favorite people in Akea, but it was my honor to make sure that I put them side by side. It was a form of respect that I wanted to offer them. A kindness that I wanted to bestow upon them. Mayo was beside me, stunned in silence. Hey, kiddo. Do you still want to become a soldier? I asked him, smiling even though my heart was heavy. I was hurting all over, and my left knee was searing in pain. Mayo looked at me, his dark eyes shining, but there were questions in them. Aren't I already? He said. My smile grew wider. That you are, my lad. That you most definitely are. There was a loud barking of dogs everywhere. But one, in particular, grew louder and louder. And when I turned around, there was a brown mutt running to us. Mayo turned in time to see it. Brew! He yelled as he ran to meet it. When they met, Mayo hugged the dog tightly. The dog kept wagging its tail and licking Mayo's face. What are you doing here? Did you fight with us? Wow, you're a soldier too. He was laughing so hard now. I didn't understand why he was so happy. I needed to take him with me so that I could find you, someone said. It was an old woman walking towards Mayo. Suda! Mayo shouted. He ran towards her, and they embraced tightly. I am here so I can scold you. What kind of adventure did you get yourself into? She said in a light tone, messing Mayo's hair. A really great one, Mayo replied. Then he broke into tears. Papa's gone. He was killed by one of the generals. Mama's gone too. Suda wrapped her arms around Mayo. Hush now, boy, she said. You have me. You will never be rid of me. This war may be over, but it has taken many lives with it. It will be a war that will go down in history as the day Akea was liberated from its greatest usurper. Everyone's got somebody. Even when Mayo lost his parents, he still had Suda, and well, Brew. Somehow, I felt sad. There's no one for me. I looked around me, hoping to find Lamare, remembering her to be the princess I once fancied. But that was all in the past. Are you hurt? Somebody asked, touching me lightly by my arm. And then I turned around and blushed. Amaya was standing before me, and she was with Mathis. I shook my head. I have a few wounds, but that's all, I said, lying about the pain on my left knee. I didn't know what else to say. I have always been tongue-tied when in the midst of beautiful women. I blame it on this monstrous face that I have. Mathis threw his arms around my leg. You're safe. I told everyone in the camp that you defeated the Emperor, Mathis said. I bent down and tousled his hair. It wasn't me, I said. It was Kino. He frowned and looked disappointed. But did you help defeat the Emperor? He asked. I smiled. That I did, I said. Then you're still my hero, Mathis said and hugged me again. I carried him and stood up. Let's go back to camp. Everything will settle now, I told Amaya. She smiled, and I blushed again. Cratty Habub's ass. I couldn't believe that I had killed so many soldiers, yet when a lady smiled at me, I blushed like an idiot. Amaya held my hand, and I stiffened, but at the same time, I felt so light as we walked toward the camp. This was truly the beginning of a beautiful day. Kino Amark. I wanted to bring Pyper to the camp so that her mother would not worry, but then my mother would also be there and would want to know everything that happened. So instead of bringing Pyper there immediately, I flew farther off and chose a tree whose branches were thick enough to support us. We sat on a branch, and I arranged Pyper's body, clutching her face tightly to my chest. I made both of us visible now because I wanted to see her face. Hers was gray, not because she is sick, but because it had become her natural color from making herself invisible most of the time. And yet, regardless of color, I could not stop looking at her face. She had long lashes. Her nose was small and thin, and her lips were pink. I would never get tired of looking at her face. She was there for me when I was pursued by the Emperor, and she was here as I battled against him. We will always fight together. And we will always stay together. I breathed in and embraced her tighter. Tomorrow is going to be different. The Nivens, our clan, our people, will finally be recognized as citizens of Akea again, and Nivadan as a province again, now that the Emperor is dead. Does that mean I am the new Emperor of Akea? I dismissed the thought. For now, I was content to stay here, in our own space in Akea, with nothing to worry about. Just the two of us. Pyper, I whispered. She was breathing softly, and that was how I knew she was just knocked off. I watched her sleep as the sun rose higher on the horizon. Out there on the battlefield, I could see all the dead bodies that lay cluttered. It was a ghastly sight, and yet, we have achieved what we came here to fight for. When my arms started to numb from holding Pyper, I shook her a little and said louder this time, Pyper. Her eyelids fluttered, and then she opened her eyes. Her gaze fell on me as though she was uncertain where she was. And then a smile followed, lighting up her face. Must I call you Your Grace now? She said jokingly. I laughed, relieved that she was finally back with me.
Chapter 7, A Beautiful Day. Go me Pasap. I wrote a letter to Bubba, for what we had been. How much I had loved him, and how much I was going to miss him. He was brave, and I like to believe that he was also kind, although the circumstances may have changed him. He was also a victim. I wrote a prayer for my father, whom I didn't know led a double life. It must have haunted him to know that he had abandoned all his children. But I prayed to the gods that he found peace when he was able to talk to Miroe and let him know how much he loved him, how he loved all of us. There was a special letter that I wrote to Arden as well. He had been in my life for only a brief moment, but he made me dream. He promised me a life that was never to materialize in this world. Perhaps when we see each other again, maybe, we could be together somehow, finally. My tears fell at all these memories. But now, I also had to pay my respects to a foe that had turned into an ally, someone who had rivaled me for Arden's affection. And yet, one who has also won my heart. Quila rescued me when I could not fight for myself any longer. She made something sparkle inside my heart. She was my rescuer in more ways than one. Quila pushed me to rise above all my challenges. Because of her, now I am stronger. For her, for Quila Tash, I wrote a heartfelt poem. I burned all the letters so that the smoke would reach their souls among the gods in the sky, and they would know that I lamented over their loss. Your sacrifices will never go to waste. I will not be broken because of all the love you have given me. Then I raised my eyes towards the heavens and prayed for them to watch over me. Miroe Amark. Romeo ensured that all the Nivens and the rebels were honored in their death. Their bodies were laid side by side and soon will be burned as heroes. Tears were streaking down our cheeks, but all of it was a mixture of sadness and joy. Sadness for all the lives that had to be sacrificed, and joy for our liberation. I glanced to my right and saw Kino. He had grown taller and looked a bit more like his father every day. Pyper was beside him, and so was Mayo. Laren looked over from her bay as well. Romeo walked towards us to tell us that everyone had been accounted for. They were honored in this burial. Laren spoke of the courage everyone showed, and she talked about what this day meant for all of us. Then she turned to Romeo and gave the signal to burn all the bodies. Romeo released an arrow that lit with fire. It soared high in the sky and fell onto the pyre where the bodies lay. "Release!" he shouted. Then all at once, the other soldiers also released their lit arrows, and they synchronously fell at the bodies, which started the holy pyre. A solemn hymn accompanied the floating ashes that fluttered in the early evening breeze. We said our prayers and sought guidance from these fallen heroes. Sysis was setting across the horizon. When it was over, Laren said something that I could not quite understand. Everyone turned to look at me afterward. And then they chanted, "Princess Miroe Amark, true heir of Akea. Lady Miroe Amark. True blood." Everyone was chanting. This time, it was the people who proclaimed their rightful ruler. Kino was grinning at me. Then he ran towards me and hugged me before pulling back and kneeling before me. "It would be an honor to serve you, Mother." He looked up, smiling, and winked at me. His was the most beautiful smile I had ever seen. But being empress was no longer for me. Epilogue. In the days that followed, Akea saw a change of emperors, but it was not Miroe Aristina Amark who sat on the throne. While the Nivens chanted her name and showered her with support, Miroe decided to relinquish her throne to her son and instead became her son's guardian. As he was not of age, she would mold him to become the future emperor. Soon, Nivedon was declared a province of Akea once more. The war generals no longer held power over the provinces but instead acted as protectors and allies of the provincial lords and ladies to ensure peace across the land. Dogan finally found his family in Amaya and Mathis. He became a lord in Lundu for his service during the Great War. On his coronation day, he married Amaya. Laren San Diego continued to be the chief hunter in Nivedon. Mayo trained to become an emperor's guard, with Bruce serving beside him. Suda, on the other hand, was forced to go back to Kanelan capital to be with her grandson. Each day that Mayo trained, he kept getting better. He said he owed it to his sword that was passed on to him by Akea's greatest war general, his father. The three friends, Mayo, Pyper, and Kino, decided that it was best to return Drakis to the Tree Runners. Now that Miroe had released the Tree Runners from their exile, they decided to return to the mountains of Nivedon, their former home, and were soon back to building tree houses. They had sworn to guard the dragon and ensured that it would never be used by anyone to usurp Akea ever. Goemi studied in the university to become a healer. She had learned to read and write and has since aspired to do work on the medicinal properties of Akene herbs. After the war, Pyper was tasked to make sandals for all of her friends as a punishment for running away from Nivedin without her mother's permission. But aside from that, she had started to train in the ways of war, and learning the moon steps was her first lesson. As for Kino, he learned to master shuffling in the moon turns that came. He became the crown prince of Kanelan, guided by his mother, Lamare. And when he is not training with Mayo on swords, arrows, and javelin in Kanelan, he is back with his classmates in Wawang village learning power toning from Professor Levin. But what he loved to do most was visit Nivedin and spend time with someone he now knew he could never live without, Pyper. The end.
The end of Breaking the Scroll, Epic Fantasy Trilogy. Thank you for listening to the entire audiobook. Please subscribe for more. Have a great day.